Chapter 1 Prologue. Thepich black cosmos brawls like an endless tapestry, cold and profound. Stars are scattered across the void, emitting gonenscient luminescence. This universe, frigid and desolate, was illuminated in the year 3055 of the galactic Rabbi Thepithways forged by human civilization. On this route, a colossal starship glides silently through TCA of stars. Its shoal stretch 100 soft meters, the silvery exterior sparkling under starlight. Akin to an elegant silver will legleting gracefully. The vessel bears a prominently etched nameplate the treads chiming. The size of civilian starship traversing between Tikaris star domain soft federation and the outering of colonial star systems, accommodate and govern 5,000 passengers with a neat opulent efficient facilities. Each individual carries their own aspiration and hopes, heading towards an uncertain future. Soft blue lights cascade from above, illuminating passengers in their comfortable seats. Some are sting with close-set eyes, while others engage in hushed conversations, enveloping the cabin in a tranquility. Yun Huang gazes through the viewport, fixate on the slowly approaching Alpha 3 space station. This steel fortress floats quietly amidst Hestarisia, resembling a colossal beast with his claws spread wide, swallowing countless ships and cargo. 100 soft docking lights flicker, pulsating like the heartbeat of facet in the enveloping darkness. A mechanical synthetic voice reverberates throughout the cabin. The interstellar vessel Kaiming is about to enter the orbit of Alpha 3 space station. Expectedo arrive in 10 minutes. Please prepare for landing. Yunhuan exhales softly, tightening Iskrapone synthetic paper document tinhishin. Theta comment identify Shi Masa senior researcher at Interstellar Physics Institute. To every honesties, he's a promising young scientist with a bright future ahead. Yetin lihinost hat this journey I farmereth an America Dimis exchange. 10 minutes prior, an encrypted message had flashed on his communicator. The Truthiasicles and Thimament Kimminglands. A simple sentence, yet it felt like a stone cast into placid lake, stirring tumultuous waves within Yeshiart. Evers and set the experimental accident 3 months ago, his life had led into a realm of strangeness on peril. The incident Natan liled to theta solution off esteem budel soich an indelible mark upon his mind. A mysterious stream of information seemed to have been implanted in his brain, enabling him to perceive electronic data flows invisible to ordinary eyes, and at times, even allowing him to interfere with and reconstruct the logical structures of electronic devices. This ability filled Yun Huan with both awe and dread. Countless Dimeshi Timtetown cover the origin of this power, yet'll clues led into the fog. Now, that fog appeared to await them within the confined soft space station at. Landing countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Aviolan tremor coursed through teen Tyra cabin, and Yun Huan instinctively gripped Theorem rests off his seat. Hiskas remaining composed, thof Hishiar Twazelria did taught. Thworld Semeto freezing that flating moment, his breaths and heartbeats a coinka ear line his eardrums. Boom. A subtle jolt marketh Kaiming steady docking at Alpha 3 space station's berth. The hatch Kriakidapin, and a cold metal leak sin tumbleped hum. Passengers began to rise, and Yun Huan deliberately slowed to space, being felas totus synth the gangway. His is ganet the surroundings. The interior of Tespace's station was bright lilac, yeti suliac, persevonis. Asha set foot in the ground, a bar lip receptive electronic pulse brushed past thizar, causing Yun Huan's pupils to constrict slightly. Is this Bolsiskin? Or some form of warning? Headed no pause, maintaining a calm demeanor Asha continued forward, but internally, he was already in hig alert. The information stream in his mind began to restlessly, akin to a beast pacing with an akage, yearning to break free. Suddenly, the lights within the space's station extinguished without warning. Darkness surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the illumination, and the air was filled with start-led cries from passengers. Someone activated the faint glow of a handheld device, the light flickering uncertainly in the blackness. Yun Huan's breath momentarily caught his incident inexplicable zins of crisis drawing near. At that moment, the information stream in his mind surged violently, as if some mechan had been for subli severed. Ackling notification echoed within his consciousness. Neuralink activated, clearance level. Please execute your mission, find her. The cold electronic voice ever be raped in his mind, and a torrent of data streams fill this vision, intertwining like a spider's web, rapidly unfurling. In the darkness, dotto flight slowly emerged, pulsing in and out like a beating heart. Yun Huan squinted, murmuring to himself, Is this a guide? Without hesitation, Hess stepped forward, advancing toward third light. In the surrounding darkness, it felt as though countless skoldias were observing him, palpable signs of danger permeating the air. At the end of the corridor, a sealed metal hatch stood out starkly under the glow of third light. His palm pressed against the identification panel, the chill of metal seeping through. Yet at that moment, an alarm blared within his mind. Dangerous approaching. Execute Plan B. Initiate camouflage. What? The sudden light swung open, and amidst a shilling metallic sound, a dark muzzle was pressed against this forehead. Indeed, tis you. The voice of the third party waises for Jidasis, exuding gay mechanical coldness. Yun Huan focused and saw several fully armed soldiers stand in the shadows, there but a Learmerim blazoned with the terrifying Jinsini Auft Federation's Special Operations Bureau. Yun Huan, congratulations, you have been classified as level wanted criminal. The leader sneered coldly. Now, come with us, Orty here. Yun Huan traced, but his expression remained composed. Hess spoke slowly. You've misunderstood Diamarelli Ascientist. The leader's gazuis is harp as a blade. Ascientist? After the experimental accident 3 months ago, you awakened abilities beyond human comprehension. Did thou think you could keep the shin? Yun Huan smindraced, suddenly revialing Gafint smiled doi, Orioli Believa thoughty, can take me away with just the our forces? As soon as the words left his lips, then a miracle coat in his pupils began to flash frantically, and the floor around him emitted ominous hum. An electromagnetic interference wave erupted. The shrill electronic noise detonate in the darkness, akin to an invisible tidal wave sweeping through Teen Tyraria. The intense electromagnetic disruption rendered Alwiapan San communicators instantly inoperative. The special forces targeting systems list, and the electronic modules and their firearms flickered with unstable red lights. Report the captain, the systems are complete paralyzed, weapons are inoperative. Ada member shout Dinterer. The captain's facet turned Ashinisha suddenly looped up, just in Timotosian Huan's lips curl into a faint, cold smile. In that instant, he realized they had underestimated the Zeonman. Stop him. Don't let him escape. However, Yun Huan was already in motion. His figure darted like a flash of lightning among the special forces, each step sending ripples through the air. The data streams in his mind enabled him to precisely track Riona's movements, allowing him to evade their attacks. Bang! Ada member attempted to intercept with a punk, but before his fist could touch Yun Huan, a precise hand strike struck his elbow, sending a numbing sensation coursing through his entire body. Yun Huan did not linger. Hess swiftly navigated through Tech Road, heading toward the passage behind the H. Hess flew towards Zone C. The captain roared, everyone, pursue him. Activate the backup systems. The alarm said through the darkness, and the emergence a light soft Hess base station abruptly illuminated, bathing the corridor in a blood-red hue. The shrill siren echoed throughout Hess station nasal security systems rapid lyre booted, and automated defensive turret to pivot, locking onto Yun Huan's location. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, the wind whistling past thizars. Visual maps rapidly flicker red in his mind, calculating countless potential escapers within the data stream. Turn left, take the passageway 8, evade the automate turret's firing range. Without hesitation, Hevard left, his steps swift as the wind. The automate turrets behind him opened fire, laser beams grazing his shoulder, releasing a wave of searing heat. The metallic walls off the corridor upon impact, leaving behind blackened craters. How could this guy's reaction speed be so fast? The captain watched theory ultim surveillance footage, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. Yun Huan reached Hindoff Passageway 8, facing a secure door. Hekwa Clyde ped the identification panel, yet the screen displayed a glaring red message. Insufficient clearance, unable to open. Damn it! Yun Huan gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Time was running out. The footsteps soft as special forces grew closer ahead to find a way out within seconds. At that moment, the Kolv Sichoeden and some more don't panic, he'll help you. Before a word shadful eye settled, there'd lighten the identification pane abrupt lie shifted green, the secure door slowly swung open, Arushov cold air greeting him. Yun Huan had no to meet a ponder he dashed inside, the door swing shut behind him instantaneously. Quick! Hes inside, break the door, the captain's roar faint, lipenetrated through the Yun Huan leaned against the door, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. The surroundings were a pitch black, with only a faint light emanating from the end of the corridor. He lifted his gaze toward the source of that light, his eyes reflecting confusion and caution. What exactly is helping? Woish? Yun Huan slowly approached the end of the corridor, where an expansive observation room awaited him. Its four walls were embedded with thick, blast-resistant glass, through which he could see the floating structure reefed Kimming spacecraft and Thalpha II is space station at the vastness of space. At the center of the room stood a slender figure with hair back turned towards him. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her whitey trench coat fluttered gently in the cool air. She gradually turned around, revealing a stunningly beautiful face that captivated Yun Huan. Her keen, penetrating gaze seemed capable of seeing through everything, and a faint, enigmatic smile graced her lips. "You've finally arrived," she spoke softly. Yun Huan held his breath, fixated eyes, his voice low and grave. "Were you? Why are you helping?" The woman did not respond immediate. Libutin instead moved closer, her gaze scoldicis. "Yun Huan, do you know what that power within you truly is?" Yun Huan furrowed his brow. "I do not know, but I suspect it is related to that experimental accident." She nodded slightly, a flicker of complexity danced in her eyes. "Indeed, behind that incidentally is a conspiracy beyond our imagination. Your awakening was no mere coincidence our existence, a crucial element of their plan." "Them?" Yun Huan shart sank. "Where are they?" The woman's gaze sharpened. The upper echelons of Federation, dark web organizations, interstellar rebels, and Devon extraterrestrial forces. You are but opponent the chessboard, and I am attempting to brain this game. She paused, her voice deliberate. "From this moment forth, there is no turning back. You must either join Mainen, covering the truth or burst Betham." Yun Huan took a deep breath, his initial fear gradually replaced by aberging gonger. His fists clenched, his gaze resolute. "Very well, I will cooperate with you, but I need to know your name." A faint smile played on her lips, her eyes glinting with a killing light. Bilingway. Chapter 2 The Enigma of Starport. Thelermoth Alpha II is space station resounded like a sharp dagger, shattering the previously tranquil atmosphere. Their warning lights flicker red in the corridor, casting gagas Louis upon the cold metal walls, rendering the entire station seemingly drenched in blood. Yun Huan stood within the observation room, feeling the oppressive attention in the air, his fingertips light lickled. Hein ledi pliant Luke du Pat Bilingway, was stood before the control panel. Her face bore no hint of panic as a gaze resembled an abyss, intensely focused on therapidly flowing down the screen. "The have trapida sheer," Yun Huan murmured, urgent Cyandunia salassing his stone. Bilingway's fingers danced we fly across the virtua keyboard, leaving trail so flight in thyre wake. Shedded note lift their gaze, her voice comandrilut. "The cisna takajitis satrapov thyron making. Our task is douse the strapto strike back." "Strike back?" Yun Huan's brow furrowed deeply. "It's difficult enough for us to escape, let alone attack Frida Liatution." Bilingway halted her movements, raising her head, her gaze a sharp as twin blades gleaming with cold light. "Sometimes, a dire situation can serve the best battlefield. Remember, they believe if they control the situation, but the true players will never Yonazingle path to determine a victory." Yun Huan felt the impasing presence equalizanissimiwa. He realized that this woman was far more composed and formidable than he had initially imagined. She gestured on the screen, and a three-dimensional map of the space station materialized in the air. Countless Reddits moved across it, indicating this search operation soft special forces. The IRS systematically sealing off the entire space station, Bilingway's voice carried a killing undertone. Yet the recent location they have not yet secured. Following Gerfinger, Yun Huan spotted a faint green dot flickering on the map, labeled Abandoned Energy Chamber. "The Abandoned Energy Chamber? Can that place still be utilized?" Yun Huan inquired, his brunette and Jinjinkin. Bilingway smiled slightly, a hint of coldness in her mirth. "They believe I this been so late for I ear sand hat noon wood high death eart. But here Yun aware that left a little gift behind." "What gift?" Yun Huan pressed. "A backdoor program that can disrupt the entire space station's mind controls the stem for short time, buying us precious moments." Bilingway spoke with confidence. "I think they have everything under control, but little do think no. E have planted a bomb right under their noses." Yun Huan cs Nerode, Thetenshin within Yime gradual litrans, forming Gintacolm resolve. He recognized thighs was Thiernlickens. Water waiting for? Let's go, Hesed firmly. Bailing Why nodded. Her fingers is striking Gasarius off command sent the screen. With a final confirmation, the light soft team tire spaces station extinguished, plunge into tinto suffocating darkness. In the dark, the sound of Tiudame Tedafin system activating echoed from the depth soft T corridor, mingling with the start-led shout soft has special forces and alert soft communication failures, chaos beginning to ensue. System failure. All weapons serial flying. Quick. Re-establish connection with the command system. Thenamias Nerby. The communication channel oft has special forces was filled with panicked voices. Yun Wan and Bai Ling will listen quiet lie the darkness servidast here best cover. Let's go, Bai Ling wagered, taking the lead toward the back door. Yun Huan followed close Libby in, his steps light and swift. Each stride felt like walking a tightrope, where a single misstep could plunge him into one abyss of nor turn. In the corridor, shadows intertwined withered warning lights, illuminating Gaperilus path of escape. Their footsteps echoed in the Desoliteca reader, as I fin visible phantoms slurked in the darkness, watching them intently. As they turned a corner, a faint scent of machinio ilpermiteth the air. Yun Huan held his breath, his gaze as sharp as scanned ahead. At the end of the passage, a rusted metal door loomed dominus lined the darkness. That's the own, Bai Ling whispered. They hurried closer, Bai Ling apula down him manual switch, and the heavy metal door creaked open. A wavy of damp, decay darishing forth. Yun Huan and He Ledi pliant stepped inside after her. Bai Ling closed the door behind them with a click, locking it automatically. Thetwa collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, their hearts pounding like a drums and thyrars. Wilthy Findus? Yun Huan skied in a low voice. Bai Ling fed coldly, no, this appears locked from the outside, 120 day. Yun Huan nodded, bead soft sweet forming gone his forehead. However, Bai Ling expression sudden la torn edge rave, a glimmer o' vigilance sane here eyes. Wahavian like 10 minutes, Shefixed her gazy and Yun Huan, hertonolo yet firm. Next, must reveal toya the true plan. Yun Huan's pupils constricted slightly, his inner turmoil rechinget speak. What plan? He skid in a head tone. Bai Ling oak a deep breath, Harrius harpus a blade. Them must infiltrate the Karif abyss and destroy their foundations. Yun Huan's breath caught in his throat, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks, the Abyssco Ruis themist parallels and enigmatic regionine the entire Federation universe. Legends is Poco Fitus Seconda town known cosmic powers, with no new Hoven Chured Closiva returning alive. The Abyss Core? Are you insane? Yun Huan's voice trim bled slightly, reason telling him thighs weighs a suicidal endeavor, yet a suppressidae earning gone curiosity deep within Yimbaganther. Bailing Weisgezu a Skalman Dreselut, like a still pond. You must understand, we have no other choice. That power within you is the Kaitathir probing Goft Abyss force. As long as you area live, they will not seize a Thir pursuit. Rather than passively awaiting death, should take the initiative. Yun Huan and hold deeply, the struggle within you make into tempesta. Heknu Bai Ling was right te had been cornered. To scapeth his relentless pursuit, the had to sever the source, whichly within thin the biscore. What exactly is the biscore? Yun Huan sked solemnly. A flicker of complexity crossed Bai Ling Weisgazia's hair plied slowly, the Abysscori Sony off Federation Shia's secrets. Ida said to harbor powers that transcend human comprehension, capable of tearing apart time mean space. The Federation government, dark web organizations, and Devon extraterrestrial forces Erevian for this power. And you, Arith Echosin medium. Yun Huan clenched fists, his nails de gin jinto his palms. Heffeltins ne'er being invisible with them has struggled, the tighter it became. So, they wished to control Tawild the bis for Sethrom? Ackle crept into Yun Huan's voice. Precisely, Bailing Why nodded. Herga sharpest knife. Them must seizeth the initiative and dinner the biscora beferthido, to dismantle their plans. Otherwise, not just you, but the entire civilization oft universoic no will drag it into the abyss. Silence espered between them, broken on Libby thiefi mechanical was reverberating in the air. Yun Huan closedices, memory is flooding back the explosionite he laboratory, the vanishing silhouette of sophisperance, his own helpless struggle in the darkness. All the fears, confusion, on danger had harbored converged into a furor salvi at that moment. All right, he opened his eyes, his gazer resolute that we will go to score. Biling y offered as milio for leaf. Excellent, Artemis Limited, follow. She typed his serious off command sun thecan soul, andamedal painlon thul slidepin, revealing a deep, shadowy passageway. The Zistemergence escape had passage leading to Thello level loft Hespace station. At the end of the passage, barely as a stealth as small spacecraft that can carry use away from air, directly towards Thicarift abyss. Yun Huano dead slightly, following by Ling Wyas they stepped in Toth passage. The passage a single fed in darkness, illuminate don libethifient, blue glomit head from the emergence light sim deeden the floor on either side. The sound off their foot steps a code through T corridor, thetan se atmosphere a trailing close libby in them, Yun Huanchert be it quickened, each step taken with extraordinary caution. Huias theory a stealth spacecraft theer? Yun Huan whispered. Biling Weiss voice to a skullman chilling this is a contingency planet prepared long ago, having lurked within Federation for many years. I'll waste the tone day I will be exposed, so is strategically placed escape us in various locations. Yun Huano dead slightly, his curiosity about Biling Weiss true identity intensifying. What exactly wash? How could she have laid so many backup plants within so chaka la salient Titist Federation? Where almost there, Biling Weiss voice interrupted his thoughts. A themed oft have passages through the circular hatch, adorned with intricate electronic clocks and security verification devices. Biling Y approached, retrieving gay black chip and insert and jitin tothalok. Verification successful. The hatch gradually ali pinned, Arusha Frigidaire sweeping cover them. Inside, a streamlined small spacecraft was docked, its date black buttery symboling a predator lurking in the shadows. Biling way aboard dead the spacecraft first, skillfully activating the system, and the cockpit's display illuminated, revealing Thesta soft vessel. Come aboard, Shebek and to Yun Huan. To king a deep breath, Yun Huan stepped onto the spacecraft, the excellent lysialing behind him. Fasten your seatbelt. Destination Abyss Core, Biling Weiss voiceus gumedersalit. The spacecraft sang Einastar excellently, is cloaking system activated, allowing theme tie revessel toglide out toft Hespace's station like he drop a thinkmergent into darkness. The vastness of the cosmic void surrounded them, the stars appearing as indifferent eyes, silently observing their journey. Seated in the co-pilot seat, Yun Huang gazed due to the pitch-black universe, his she arted to multifunisi and anticipation. Water wetto face next? Hugh whispered. Biling Weiss gaze remained fiket ahead. Harrius harpus blades unknown dangers, formidable foes, and the truth. A hint to find describable determination permeate her voice. Whatever lies ahead, is shall not waver, Yun Huan declared, a flicker of resolute light igniting in his eyes. The spacecraft accelerated, traversing the void off space towards the forbidden realm. In the darkness, a confrontation thought would alter the fatoft universe about to unfold. Chapter 3. Undercurrents. The small stealth spacecraft glided through the cosmic darkness like a fleeting shadow, silently traversing the void to end the pitch-black expanse of the starry sky. Only a smattering of distant stars emitted a feeble glow. As if coldly observing their passage, within the cockpit, the control panel flickered faintly, casting an ethereal light upon the solemn faces of Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei. The interior of the ship was confined and tranquil, the air thick with an atmosphere of tension. Yun Huan's eyes were fixed on the boundless dark ahead, his emotions a tumultuous blend of complexity and turmoil. The name core of the star abyss weighed heavily upon his heart, akin to an iron block that he could scarcely fathom the dangers concealed within. Yet he understood that he must venture there to unveil the truths lurking behind his destiny. Bai Lingwei remained composed, deftly piloting the vessel, her gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through the void ahead. Her breathing was steady, her fingers danced nimbly over the control panel, continuously adjusting the ship's parameters. They were expected to reach the periphery of the star abyss in 2 hours. Her voice was low and calm, imbued with an undeniable conviction. Yun Huan nodded, striving to quell his inner turmoil, his fists clenched tightly, his fingertips turning pale. Bai Lingwei, he broke the silence, his voice tinged with curiosity and hesitation. "May I ask you a question?" Bai Lingwei's gaze remained fixed on the control screen as she replied coolly, "Go ahead." Yun Huan inhaled deeply, suppressing the anxiety gnawing at him, and slowly inquired, "Who exactly are you? How do you know so much, and why are you willing to assist me?" Bai Lingwei's fingers paused momentarily, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes. After a brief silence, she sighed softly, her gaze still frosty. Yet her tone bore a hint of barely perceptible melancholy. "I was once the chief researcher at the Federal Academy of Sciences." Her voice was tranquil, as if recounting a matter entirely unrelated to herself. "I was responsible for studying the power of the star abyss, attempting to decipher this energy that transcends human understanding." Yun Huan's eyes widened, a tempest of astonishment surging within him. "The Federal Academy of Sciences?" he murmured, his voice laced with incredulity. Bai Lingwei scoffed, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Indeed. However, I later discovered that their pursuit of the star abyss's power was not genuinely for the advancement of science, but rather to control this force in order to dominate the fate of the entire universe." Yun Huan's breath quickened, an amalgam of anger and shock flooding his heart. "So you rebelled against the Federation?" he whispered. "Rebelled?" Bai Lingwei's gaze was piercing, her demeanor resolute. "Rather than rebellion, it was an awakening that I could no longer endure being a tool for those power-hungry individuals. Nor could I stand idly by as the entire universe was dragged into the abyss of destruction." She paused, her eyes turning to Yun Huan, sharp and profound. "Yun Huan, your awakening is not a coincidence. You are a cog in their grand scheme, a medium they intend to use to connect with the power of the star abyss. But I believe you possess the ability to change everything." Yun Huan's fists gradually tightened, his inner fury intertwining with determination. He had never envisioned that his life was ensnared by a colossal conspiracy. "I will not allow them to succeed," he declared, his voice low yet resolute, a fierce light igniting in his gaze. Bai Lingwei nodded, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. "This is precisely why I am taking you to the core of the star abyss." Her tone was unwavering. "There, we will not only uncover the source of their experiments, but also dismantle all their plans." The interior of the spacecraft fell into a silence, save for the faint hum of the instruments resonating in the air. Yun Huan shut his eyes, forcing himself to find calm. Memories flooded his mind. The explosion in the laboratory, countless escapes, the vanishing figures of his parents. All the fear and confusion coalescing into an indomitable resolve. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the stillness. Red lights flashed on the control panel. A series of warning messages leapt to life. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected ahead. Bai Lingwei's expression shifted abruptly, her fingers flying over the panel as a distorted energy wave appeared on the screen. Yun Huan opened his eyes, his heart sinking at the sight before him. "What is this?" "The energy barrier at the periphery of the star abyss." Bai Lingwei's voice turned icy, laced with gravity. "This barrier is a distorted energy field created by the power of the star abyss. Any matter that comes into contact with it will be instantly torn apart." Yun Huan's complexion paled, cold sweat beating at his palms. "Then how do we get through?" His voice trembled slightly. Bai Lingwei paused momentarily, her gaze as resolute as steel. "There is only one path. We must force our way through the barrier using the ship's shield. However, the success rate is merely 30%. Yun Huan swallowed hard, the dryness in his throat palpable. 30%. "Risking our lives?" "Precisely." Bai Lingwei's eyes remained locked on the screen displaying the energy waves. "We have no other choice. It is either we charge through, or we perish here." A heavy sense of pressure enveloped Yun Huan. His breath quickened as countless thoughts raced through his mind. Yet ultimately his gaze hardened, his voice unwavering. "Let us charge through." Bai Lingwei's lips curled into a cold smile. "Very well, let us take this gamble." She inhaled deeply, her fingers swiftly inputting a series of commands, the ship's engines emitting a deep rumble as a pale blue shield enveloped them. Shield fully charged. Bai Lingwei's voice was eerily calm. "Prepare for the breakthrough." "Here we go." Yun Huan gritted his teeth, determination blazing in his eyes. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, launch. The ship's engines erupted with a surge of power, its speed soaring as a black streak surged towards the distorted energy barrier. The vessel shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, the roar of the engines intertwining with the crackling sound of the shield discharging, the very air vibrating around them. Shield stability at 70. Bai Lingwei's fingers danced across the panel, her gaze sharp as a knife. Yun Huan gripped the safety harness tightly, feeling the immense acceleration pinning him against his seat, as if his blood were being forced back into his heart. The barrier loomed ever closer, the twisted energy now clearly visible, resembling a multitude of frenzied, writhing electric serpents, exuding a destructive force that threatened to shred anything that dared approach. Shield stability at 50. A hint of tension crept into Bai Lingwei's voice, yet her gaze remained steadfast. How much longer can we hold? Yun Huan's voice became hoarse under the immense pressure. At most 10 seconds, Bai Lingwei replied solemnly. We can only succeed once, otherwise we will be torn to shreds. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling violently. His eyes remained fixed on the distorted light ahead, an unexpected calm settling within him. I believe in you, he whispered. Bai Lingwei slightly turned her head, her gaze penetrating as she regarded him, a cold smile gracing her lips. Then hold on tight. The ship's speed surged once more, the entire frame trembling violently as cracks appeared in the outer layer of the blue shield. Sparks flying in all directions, shield stability at 30, the energy barrier loomed closer, as if ready to consume them in the next heartbeat. Breakthrough point locked. Point 3, 2, 1, charge. With a sudden thrust, Bai Lingwei pushed down the control stick. The spacecraft transformed into a blinding streak of light, piercing the energy barrier. Boom! A violent tremor engulfed the entire ship in an instant, the shield's surface erupting with countless arcs of electricity, a dazzling white light flooding their vision. Yun Huan felt a deafening roar in his ears, his chest struck as if by a colossal hammer, his vision blurring, that he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain conscious, while time seemed to stretch infinitely. Each second an agonizing torment. Suddenly, the violent shaking ceased abruptly. The spacecraft jolted, breaking free from the energy barrier and returning to the tranquil embrace of darkness. Did we succeed? Yun Huan panted, his voice trembling. Bai Lingwei slowly lifted her gaze, peering into the void outside the ship, a glimmer of incredulity flashing in her eyes. That we did it, she murmured. Yun Huan slumped back in his seat, gasping for breath. The cold sweat soaking through his clothes, he raised his head, gazing out the porthole that in the pitch-black void. A colossal shadow gradually emerged, like a behemoth lurking in the abyss. Quietly waiting, that it was a vortex enveloped in streams of energy. Light and shadow twisting, space seemingly collapsing and reconfiguring, emanating an indescribable aura of majesty and terror. The core of the star abyss. We have arrived at. A chilling sensation coursed through Yun Huan's heart. This area was suffused with an oppressive weight, as if the universe instinctively resisted their approach. This is the core of the star abyss, he murmured in disbelief. Bai Lingwei nodded, her expression grave. Indeed, this is the source of power the Federation seeks to control. And it is also the place we must destroy. She paused for a moment, her voice turning icy. Here lies the truth behind all conspiracies, and it is the key to your destiny. Yun Huan gritted his teeth, the fear within him gradually yielding to anger and determination. What are we to do next? He inquired. Bai Lingwei's gaze was as sharp as a sword. That we must locate the core controller and destroy it. Once the core controller is destroyed, the energy field here will collapse, and their experiments and plans will be utterly reduced to nothingness. Yun Huan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. All right, let us proceed. Bai Lingwei entered a series of commands, and the spaceship gradually approached the pitch-black vortex. Upon entering the core area of the star abyss, all communications would be severed, and the navigation system would become inoperable. From here on, we must rely solely on ourselves. Her voice was somber and grave. Yun Huan nodded, silently preparing himself. The spacecraft pierced through a layer of distorted energy barriers, and the light abruptly dimmed, plunging their surroundings into an eerie silence. Yun Huan's heartbeat echoed in his chest, as if the darkness were invisibly consuming his courage. And no matter what lies ahead, I shall not retreat, he whispered, a steely determination in his voice. Bai Lingwei glanced at him, a flicker of reassurance in her eyes. Remember, we have but one chance. That if we succeed, everything can change. If we fail, we shall remain here forever. Yun Huan nodded deeply, his gaze unwavering as iron. The spacecraft continued to delve deeper. In the darkness, the immense vortex slowly spun, resembling a gaping maw awaiting their arrival. That a battle that would determine their fate was poised to erupt within this abyss. Chapter 4. In the depths of shadows, in the pitch-black depths of the universe, the spacecraft glided slowly through the boundless darkness. The vortex at the periphery of the star abyss had completely engulfed them, and the surrounding space twisted and warped, as if countless unseen tendrils were stirring within the darkness. Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei stood side by side in the cockpit, their eyes fixated on the encroaching gloom. This area had severed nearly all ties with the outside world. There was no starlight, only the deep void, as if the abyss of the universe awaited them, that we have entered the periphery of the star abyss. Bai Lingwei's voice was frigid, her gaze sharp. Yunhuan inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the unease within him. The oppressive environment made him feel as though every inch of space concealed danger. "What shall we do next?" he asked softly. Bai Lingwei's fingers tapped lightly on the console, and a complex energy distribution map appeared on the screen at the center. A small light flickered faintly that we must reach this energy hub at the core of the star abyss. She pointed to the light. If we destroy this hub, their plans will be utterly dismantled. Yunhuan's heart raced as he focused on the light, that he understood that all dangers and uncertainties would converge there. "Understood. Let us set forth." His voice carried a note of resolve. Bai Lingwei nodded slightly and activated the spacecraft's cloaking mode. The hum of the engines became nearly inaudible as the ship glided through the darkness. Like a lurking specter, the spacecraft maneuvered through the distorted space. The surrounding darkness seemed to constrict. Yunhuan peered out the viewport, the distorted streams of energy causing a shiver to run down his spine. The laws of space here appeared entirely different. He occasionally glimpsed bizarre rifts emerging in the distance, while light silently collapsed. "This space is unstable. Be cautious not to touch those rifts," Bai Lingwei warned, her fingers deftly adjusting the spacecraft's course. Yunhuan nodded, gripping the armrests of his seat, his eyes reflecting a hint of tension. Suddenly, alarms blared within the spacecraft, red lights flashing in the cockpit that high-energy reaction detected. Bai Lingwei's expression shifted dramatically as her fingers flew across the control panel. Yunhuan's gaze darted to the screen, where a blazing orb of light rushed toward them, energy fluctuations climbing violently. "What is that?" "It's the automated attack system of the Star Abyss Guardians." Bai Lingwei gritted her teeth. "It seems we have triggered the alert system." Just as she finished speaking, the orb erupted, unleashing a barrage of energy beams like arrows aimed at their ship. "Brace yourselves." Bai Lingwei maneuvered the spacecraft sharply to the left. Boom. An energy beam grazed the ship's shield, sending violent tremors throughout the vessel, the alarms blaring deafeningly. "Shields down to 80. Yunhuan watched the screen display, his heart tightening that we cannot engage them head-on. Bai Lingwei said coolly, "We must shake them off." Her hands swiftly adjusted the ship's trajectory, navigating skillfully through the warp space, each evasive maneuver perilously close. Explosions erupted behind them, flames and shockwaves bursting forth in the darkness like a silent fireworks display. "There are more of them," Yunhuan exclaimed in terror, as several more fiery orbs materialized ahead, rapidly converging to form new attack mechanisms. Bai Lingwei's expression darkened, her eyes glinting with determination that we need to enter those spatial rifts, using their chaotic structures to evade detection. "Spatial rifts?" Yunhuan's pupils constricted. "If we do that, we might get swept into spatial turbulence." "Better than being shattered to pieces," Bai Lingwei replied coldly. With a sudden pull of the control lever, the spacecraft dove at an incredible angle, heading straight for a region filled with rifts. The surrounding space began to twist violently as the ship navigated skillfully between the fissures, narrowly avoiding the extending edges. Yunhuan's heart raced, each second feeling like a dance on the edge of a blade. "Almost there, hang on." Bai Lingwei's voice carried a hint of urgency. Suddenly, the left shield of the spacecraft was struck by a passing energy wave. The violent jolt nearly throwing them from their seats. "Shields down to 40, Yunhuan shouted. Bai Lingwei said nothing, her gaze fixed ahead, her face pale yet her eyes remained sharp. The spacecraft burst from the rift, revealing a clear expanse of space as the attacking beams vanished behind them. That we shook them off, Bai Lingwei exhaled deeply. Yunhuan slumped in his seat, gasping for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. "I thought we were doomed," he murmured. "This is just the beginning," Bai Lingwei replied icily. "Next, we must truly enter the core of the star abyss." The spacecraft continued forward, passing through a concealed energy membrane. Before them lay a vast energy field at its center. A colossal fortress constructed of black metal hovered silently, surrounded by swirling streams of energy, as if guarding its very heart. That is the energy hub of the Star Abyss. Bai Lingwei's voice was deep and graved, and indescribable shock welled up within Yunhuan. The fortress appeared silent, yet he could sense the terrifying pressure it emanated, as if the darkness of the entire universe converged here. We must infiltrate there and locate the core controller, Bai Lingwei stated. Once we destroy it, the energy field here will collapse, and their plans will be thoroughly dismantled. Yunhuan inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute as he nodded. Let us proceed and end this. The spacecraft drew closer to the fortress, its cloaking system concealing their presence in the darkness. An ultimate confrontation that would determine their fate was about to unfold within this abyssal fortress. The spacecraft glided silently in the dark, hovering before the massive black fortress on the periphery of the Star Abyss core. This fortress loomed like a colossal steel beast, shrouded in shadow, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. The surrounding energy streams surged continuously, akin to the beast's breath, at times calm, at times tempestuous. Bai Lingwei's gaze pierced through the viewport, fixated on the fortress, her eyes flashing with a cold glint. This is the center of their experiments. The location of the energy hub, she murmured, her voice as frigid as a glacier. Here lies the core of their entire plan, the key to their control over the power of the Star Abyss. Yunhuan's heart raced, beads of cold sweat forming on his palms. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. How do we get in? He asked in a hushed tone. Bai Lingwei entered a series of commands on the control panel, and the virtual screen displayed a three-dimensional structure of the fortress. The interior was a tangled web of automated defense systems and patrolling machines, with red alert zones almost encompassing the entire space. A frontal assault is impossible. Bai Lingwei's voice was low and composed that we need to find a concealed passage. Her finger traced across the screen, zooming in on an area beneath the fortress. There lay a narrow vent leading to the inner core of the fortress. This is the fortress's abandoned ventilation shaft. Bai Lingwei pointed to the entrance. Their defense systems do not cover this area. We can use this passage to enter. Yunhuan nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. All right, let us proceed. Bai Lingwei maneuvered the spacecraft carefully towards the vent, the cloaking system operating at full power, melding them into the darkness. 0.5 meters from the vent. Bai Lingwei's voice was low. The spacecraft inched closer. Yunhuan holding his breath, his eyes fixed on the distance display. 0.4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Engage the docking mechanism. Bai Lingwei issued the command, and a mechanical arm extended from the base of the spacecraft, precisely adhering to the metallic surface of the ventilation shaft. Successful docking, Bai Lingwei murmured. Yunhuan exhaled deeply, feeling the sweat pooling in his palms. That we must proceed on foot. Bai Lingwei unfastened her seatbelt and retrieved 2 sets of black combat suits and masks. Wearing these will conceal our body heat and heartbeats, thereby evading detection by the security system. Yunhuan swiftly donned the combat suit she handed him. The fabric clung to his skin, its icy touch sharpening his senses. Both donned their masks, exchanging a silent glance and a nod. Are you ready? Bai Lingwei inquired softly. Always ready, Yunhuan replied, his voice steady and resolute. The hatch slowly opened, ushering in a gust of frigid air. Yunhuan took a deep breath and leaped after Bai Lingwei into the ventilation shaft. The narrow, dimly lit passage was cloaked in cold, damp metal. They moved forward, hunched low and soundless. Above them, the faint hum of machinery hinted at the fortress's defense system operating methodically. Yunhuan's heart raced, each step feeling like a precarious dance on the edge of a precipice. Stay calm. Bai Lingwei's voice echoed in his communicator that we have 500 meters to reach the core area. Yunhuan nodded, holding his breath as they pressed on. Suddenly, a piercing alarm reverberated through the ventilation shaft, and red warning lights flared to life. This is bad. We've been detected. Bai Lingwei's complexion paled. Yunhuan's heart tightened. What should we do? Accelerate. We need time for them to respond, Bai Lingwei bit out. They sprinted forward, the air in the shaft howling past their ears. Behind them, the mechanical roar of several automated patrol robots echoed, their crimson eyes coldly locking onto them. Hurry, Bai Lingwei urged. Ahead, the exit of the ventilation shaft appeared, a heavy metal door standing silently. Yunhuan, blast it open. Bai Lingwei shouted, tossing him a microbomb as they ran. He caught it, quickly affixing it to the door and pressing the detonation switch. 3 seconds remaining. Boom. The explosion reverberated through the narrow shaft. A gaping hole blasted into the metal door. Go. Bai Lingwei seized Yun Huan's arm, propelling them out of the ventilation shaft. They landed in a spacious corridor, thick with acrid smoke. Quickly, forward to the core area. Bai Lingwei pointed ahead, where a massive alloy door loomed, their target. Just as they took a few steps, dozens of gun barrels suddenly emerged from the walls. Cold muzzles aimed directly at them. The automated defense system. Yun Huan shouted in alarm that don't stop. Bai Lingwei's expression hardened as she hurled several distraction grenades. Bang, bang, bang. The grenades detonated, releasing blinding light and cacophonous noise. The defense system faltered momentarily, its aim wavering. That now's our chance, Bai Lingwei urged as they dashed toward the alloy door. She had already prepared an energy cutter, its red blade slicing through the lock. Click! The alloy door creaked open, a wave of scorching air rushing towards them. Before them lay a vast energy hall that at its center. A black energy core hovered silently, surrounded by swirling streams of data emitting a low, ominous hum. This is the energy hub. Bai Lingwei's voice rang with a chilling finality. Destroy it, and all will be resolved. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, determination flickering in his gaze. Let us begin. Chapter 5. The final confrontation at the hub. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei stood at the entrance of the energy hall, their eyes fixed on the black energy core suspended in mid-air. It exuded a cold luminescence, with countless streams of data swirling around it like tendrils. The entire hall was suffused with a stifling, distorted energy, as if time and space had become unstable. Yun Huan took a deep breath, feeling his heart pound violently in his chest, but he understood that this was their target, the energy hub utilized by the Federation to harness the power of the Abyss. This is it, Bai Lingwei declared, her tone icy and resolute. That if we destroy this core, their plans will crumble. Yun Huan nodded, his eyes filled with determination. How do we destroy it? Bai Lingwei produced a fist-sized black device from her waist, intricately inscribed with complex symbols and pulsating with red light. This is a phase disruption bomb. It can instantaneously tear apart the structure of the energy field. However, it requires 5 minutes to detonate. And once activated, it cannot be stopped. She gazed intently at Yun Huan, her expression grave. That we must evacuate within 5 minutes of detonation. Or her words hung in the air, but Yun Huan understood all too well. Or we will be torn apart as well, that he murmured, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Bai Lingwei nodded. Yun Huan took a deep breath, his fear gradually transforming into resolve. He clenched his fists and looked at Bai Lingwei. Let us do this. Bai Lingwei smiled faintly, her fingers dancing over the device to initiate the countdown. 0.5 minutes. The mechanical, synthesized voice echoed in the air. She placed the device on the ground beneath the energy core, the red light flickering in the darkness like a heart poised to explode. Move. We must leave immediately. Bai Lingwei grasped Yun Huan's hand and turned toward the exit. The alarm blared suddenly, and the entire hall was engulfed in blinding red light. Intruder alert! Intruder alert! The energy core has been compromised. The synthesized voice reverberated throughout the space, and countless gun barrels emerged from the walls, their cold barrels slowly rotating to lock onto Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei. Damn it! Yun Huan clenched his teeth. Their defense system is online. Don't stop. Charge out, Bai Lingwei shouted, tossing several smoke grenades. Bang, bang, bang. The grenades exploded, dense white smoke billowing out and obscuring the defense system's line of sight. The two took advantage of the smoke to dash toward the exit. Yet, just as they made a few strides, a glint of steel shot through the smoke, aimed straight at Bai Lingwei's chest. Watch out! Yun Huan yelled, leaping toward Bai Lingwei and pushing her to the ground. The flying knife grazed his cheek, leaving a streak of blood as it embedded itself in the floor. Bai Lingwei stared at Yun Huan in astonishment, concern flashing in her eyes. Are you okay? I'm not dead yet. Yun Huan gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The smoke began to dissipate, revealing a tall figure emerging from the haze. Clad in black combat armor adorned with red energy lines, his eyes glowed with a chilling light from behind his mask. Finally found you, he said, his voice cold and merciless, emanating an oppressive aura. Bai Lingwei's expression darkened. ITS, the Dark Abyss Special Operations Team. Yun Huan's heart sank. The Dark Abyss Special Operations Team was the elite force directly under the Federation, tasked with handling major rebellions and covert operations. Each member a battle-hardened machine. U1T escape. The man raised his hand slowly, a red energy blade coalescing in his grasp. "I'll hold him off. You go detonate the device," Bai Lingwei whispered. A resolute glint in her eyes. "No." Yun Huan gritted his teeth. "That we leave together." "This is not the time for bravado," Bai Lingwei shouted, her voice filled with urgency. "Trust me." Yun Huan hesitated, gazing into her unwavering and determined eyes. His emotions swirling within him, that he took a deep breath, fists clenched, and nodded. "All right, be careful." Bai Lingwei smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I won't die here." She turned to face the Dark Abyss operative, her energy dagger glinting coldly in her hand. Yun Huan gritted his teeth and sprinted toward the exit. Time slipped away, the countdown's red light flashing ominously in the darkness. 0.3 minutes remaining. Yun Huan's heart raced like a drum, each step a frantic race against death. He burst from the hall, sprinting down the corridor, the alarm blaring increasingly loudly behind him. Suddenly, armed soldiers appeared ahead, their eyes glinting with cold malice. "Halt! Drop your weapons!" Yun Huan did not slow down, lifting his energy dagger with a frenzied glint in his gaze. "Want me to stop? Dream on." He leaped forward, agile as a leopard, the dagger slicing through the air. Thud! A soldier's throat was slashed, blood gushing forth. Yun Huan did not pause, swiftly seizing the fallen soldier's weapon and firing at the remaining troops. Rat-a-tat-tat. The fierce gunfire echoed through the corridor, sparks flying. Soldiers fell, their blood staining the ground. Gasping for breath, Yun Huan's weapon emitted smoke. He had no time to linger, pushing forward. 0.2 minutes remaining. The singular thought of escaping alive and destroying it all consumed his mind. Each footfall echoed in the corridor, a relentless drumbeat of impending doom. His breath quickened, sweat blurring his vision, but he dared not falter. The countdown's red light flickered madly in his mind. Time was running out. Countdown. 1 minute and 45 seconds. At the end of the corridor stood a colossal alloy door, silently imposing, adorned with intricate locking mechanisms. Yun Huan understood that this door was the final barrier to their escape. It had to be opened. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand and inserted the pilfered identity chip into the lock's interface. Permission verification in progress. A cold synthetic voice echoed through the corridor, causing Yun Huan's heart to race as if it would leap from his throat. "Hurry," he murmured, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Permission verification failed. The emotionless voice announced, and the alloy door remained stubbornly unmoved. "No, this cannot be." Yun Huan's eyes widened in shock as his fingers frantically danced across the keyboard, attempting to bypass the verification process. Faster. Time is running out. Panic surged within him, his mind a tempest of confusion. At that moment, Bai Lingwei's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with hurried breaths and the clashing of metal. "Yun Huan, haven't you opened the door yet?" "It's locked. Verification failed." Yun Huan gritted his teeth, anxiety flooding his gaze. Bai Lingwei fell silent for a moment before her voice resonated with determination. "Listen, the lock system is interconnected with the Energy Hub's main control program. Use your abilities to infiltrate the main control system and force it open." Yun Huan froze in surprise. A surge of restless information coursing through his mind, a mysterious power that had lingered in the depths of his brain since the experimental accident. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his hands against the control panel of the alloy door and closed his eyes as he focused, allowing Bai Lingwei's voice to reverberate in his ears. That Yun Huan's consciousness plunged into the chaotic sea of information. A dense array of data flickering in his mind. Gradually, he sensed a familiar force stirring within him, akin to a serpent hidden in the shadows, awaiting awakening. Now, with a mental command, that power erupted, streams of data surging from his fingertips into the control panel, causing the locking mechanism of the alloy door to shudder violently. Permission reset in progress, system intrusion alert triggered. Red lights flashed, and the blaring alarm echoed through the corridor, but Yun Huan paid it no heed. Veins bulged on his forehead as he channeled all his mental energy into the struggle against the system. "Open, damn it!" He roared. That a crisp mechanical unlocking sound echoed, and the alloy door began to creak open. A beam of light spilling forth as if it were a redemption from the darkness. "That we did it." Yun Huan gasped, a flicker of exhilaration in his eyes. Just then, Bai Lingwei dashed towards him from the far end of the corridor, pursued relentlessly by the Dark Abyss Special Forces. Hurry! Her face was slick with sweat, her grip firm around the energy dagger. Without hesitation, Yunhuan rushed forward, grasping her hand, and together they bolted towards the passage behind the alloy door. Countdown. 45 seconds to AT the end of the passage. A small escape vessel awaited, its hatch open, the interior aglow with warm, blinding light. Board the ship, Bai Lingwei commanded. The two rushed into the vessel, and Yunhuan swiftly took the pilot's seat, his fingers flying over the control panel. Engines start. Prepare for departure. The ship's engines rumbled to life, and the hatch began to close slowly. Just then, an enraged roar erupted from the passage behind them. Don't even think about escaping. A Dark Abyss operative charged forward, energy blade raised high, aimed directly at the ship's engine. Bang! A laser shot forth from the vessel's cannon, striking the operative squarely in the chest. His body stiffened momentarily before crashing to the ground. Yunhuan's hand trembled, his teeth clenched. Farewell. Countdown. 10 seconds. The ship surged forward, bursting from the passage and into the dark cosmos surrounding the Star Abyss core. Countdown. 5 seconds. Through the viewport, Yunhuan witnessed the massive black fortress begin to tremble violently, fissures spreading from within, fiery light erupting from the cracks. 3, 2, 1, boom. A brilliant explosion of white light erupted in the darkness, the energy shockwaves sweeping toward them, as if the entire universe trembled in that instant. Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei were thrust back into their seats, their ears filled with a cacophony of roaring noise. As the brilliance gradually faded, darkness reclaimed the cosmos. The fortress had been reduced to dust, leaving only twisted remnants of energy floating in the void. We succeeded, Yunhuan murmured, tears glimmering in his eyes. Bai Lingwei closed her eyes and exhaled deeply. Yes, we have won. The vessel glided through the cosmos, heading toward a distant star field shimmering with light. They understood that while this battle had concluded, a new journey was just beginning. The darkness had been torn asunder, and light was on the horizon. Chapter 6. In the depths of the mist, the ship floated silently in the darkness of space, the viewport revealing an endless sea of stars. Yunhuan leaned back in his seat, fatigue weighing heavily upon him as he closed his eyes, the echoes of the explosion reverberating in his mind. The fortress, shrouded in countless conspiracies, had been obliterated, yet the burdens in his heart remained unrelieved. Bai Lingwei sat at the helm, her gaze fixed intently on the virtual screen before her. The ship's navigation system was recalibrating, the coordinates indicating they were situated within an unfamiliar starfield. Where are we now? Yunhuan's voice was hoarse, tinged with exhaustion. Bai Lingwei tapped the control panel, and the screen displayed a chaotic stream of data. When the Star Abyss core exploded, the spatial structure was temporarily distorted, and we were swept into unknown star territory. Yunhuan opened his eyes, staring at the unfamiliar star map on the screen. What place is this? Bai Lingwei shook her head, her brow furrowing. That I'm not sure either. This starfield is not marked on the Federation's interstellar maps. It may be an unexplored region. That a slight heaviness settled in Yunhuan's heart. Drifting in the depths of unknown space stirred a sense of unease within him. Can we find our way back? He inquired. Bai Lingwei did not respond immediately. Instead, she remained silent for a moment before slowly replying. Theoretically, yes, but it will require time. That I am attempting to re-establish interstellar coordinates. Her fingers flew across the control panel, activating the ship's scanning system, sending invisible waves of detection outward. After a brief moment, Bai Lingwei's expression turned grave. There seems to be some form of energy interference nearby. The scanning range is limited, and the navigation system cannot fully lock onto our coordinates. That Yunhuan's brow furrowed in concern. Energy interference? Could it be residual forces from the Star Abyss? Bai Lingwei nodded that it's quite possible. The explosion of the Star Abyss core tore apart the spatial structure, resulting in extreme instability within the energy field of this area. What shall we do? Yunhuan looked at her, his eyes reflecting confusion and anxiety. Bai Lingwei took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. Since we cannot pinpoint our location, we must find the nearest star system, land on a suitable planet, and wait for the energy field to stabilize. Yunhuan nodded. All right, let us proceed with that plan. Bai Lingwei input the commands, and the ship's engines roared back to life, a deep rumble resonating within the cabin. The vessel slowly adjusted its course, heading towards the nearest star system detected by the scans. In the pitch-black universe, a blue-green planet gradually came into view. The IT floated in the void, its surface cloaked in vast oceans and rolling mountains. Clouds drifting through the atmosphere, casting a gentle glow. The environment of this planet appeared conducive to landing. Bai Lingwei studied the data on the screen, confirming the oxygen levels and temperature are within acceptable ranges. Yunhuan gazed at the beautiful yet mysterious planet, a mixture of anticipation and unease swelling within him. Let us hope there are no dangers here. Bai Lingwei smiled faintly. That in the universe, every unknown planet harbors its secrets. The ship penetrated the atmosphere, flames flaring around its body, the intense vibrations forcing both of them to grip the handrails tightly. Moments later, the vessel stabilized as it entered the atmosphere, revealing expansive plains, azure lakes, and towering peaks. Final landing spot, Bai Lingwei instructed, her fingers gliding across the screen to lock onto a broad expanse of grassland. The ship descended gradually, navigating through layers of mist, ultimately landing smoothly upon the grassland. The roar of the engines gradually ceased, and the cabin fell into silence. Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei unbuckled their seatbelts and stood up. "Let us go take a look," Bai Lingwei suggested, pressing the hatch release button. The hatch opened slowly, a rush of fresh air flooding in, infused with the scent of earth and grass. Yunhuan inhaled deeply. Feeling the tension in his nerves dissipate, they descended the gangway, their feet sinking into the soft grass, the distant mountains shimmering under the sunlight. "It seems beautiful here," Yunhuan remarked softly. Bai Lingwei scanned their surroundings warily. "Beautiful places often conceal dangers that we must remain vigilant." Yunhuan nodded, maintaining a state of alertness. The two walked forward across the grassland, the blades beneath their feet whispering softly. Unknown bird calls echoed in the distance, and a serene atmosphere enveloped the air. This planet appeared devoid of signs of civilization. Yunhuan observed his surroundings, his heart slightly easing. "Not necessarily," Bai Lingwei replied sharply. "Some civilizations excel at concealing themselves, making them difficult to detect." As they spoke, Bai Lingwei's footsteps abruptly halted, her gaze fixated ahead. Yunhuan followed her line of sight and discerned a glimmer of metal fragments peeking through the underbrush, marred with charred marks. What could that be? An unsettling weight descended upon Yunhuan's heart. Bai Lingwei slowly advanced, crouching down to part the grass, revealing a patch of scorched earth. Scattered across the ground were remnants of metal. Unmistakably the debris from a crashed spacecraft. It appeared that someone had been here. Bai Lingwei's voice was icy, that a chill surged within Yunhuan. Could it be the Federation? Bai Lingwei shook her head, her expression grave, uncertain. However, it is evident that fierce combat has transpired here. She rose, surveying their surroundings. "We must uncover more clues to ascertain what secrets this planet conceals." Yunhuan nodded, gripping his energy dagger tightly. His vigilance heightened anew. "Let us proceed. We shall continue our exploration." The duo ventured in the direction of the metallic wreckage, occasionally spotting scorched traces and scattered parts upon the grass. After approximately 10 minutes, the terrain ahead began to shift, revealing a dense forest, its verdant trees casting a shadowy canopy overhead as darkness quietly spread between the branches. Bai Lingwei's gaze sharpened. "Be cautious. There may be an ambush within the forest." Yunhuan nodded, and the two slowed their pace, cautiously stepping into the woodland. That a damp chill pervaded the air, as towering trees loomed above, their intertwined branches blocking out any semblance of sunlight. With every step, the crunch of dry leaves and the squelch of moist earth echoed softly beneath them, reminiscent of some unseen creature whispering furtively in the shadows. Yunhuan clutched his energy dagger tightly, his eyes scanning the vicinity with acute wariness. That a shiver ran down his spine, as if countless eyes were watching them from the gloom. "It is eerily silent here," he murmured, his throat constricted as though something were lodged within. Bai Lingwei nodded, her expression betraying a hint of frost. "The silence is unnaturally profound. There should be the chirping of birds and the hum of insects, yet there is naught but stillness." Yunhuan's heart raced, his grip tightening on the dagger. "Shall we press on?" Bai Lingwei pondered for a moment, her eyes glinting with complex emotions. "We must advance if there truly are other factions on this planet. It is imperative that we discern their identities and intentions." They carefully continued onward, each step laden with caution. The trees grew denser, sunlight entirely obscured, and the temperature around them seemed to plummet, enveloping Yun Huan in an icy grip. Suddenly, Bai Lingwei halted, her expression shifting slightly. Wait. Yun Huan quickly stopped, anxiety flooding through him. What is it? Bai Lingwei did not respond, instead crouching to clear away a layer of dry leaves, revealing a blackened metal plate. The plate bore faintly etched symbols, its edges charred, evidently having withstood a violent explosion. Her fingers brushed over the symbols, her brow furrowed deeply. This is the emblem of the Federation's Special Operations Team. Her voice carried a weight of gravity, indicating that they had indeed been here, that a sudden heaviness settled in Yun Huan's chest, his voice low. If the Federation's Special Operations Team is present, it signifies that their mission is related to ours. Bai Lingwei rose, her gaze steely. Their objective may also involve the remnants of the Star Abyss's power, or they could be here to hunt us down. No sooner had she spoken than the surrounding foliage quivered violently, a glint of cold light shooting forth from the shadows. Be careful. Bai Lingwei instinctively shoved Yun Huan aside. Whoosh! The icy light grazed past Yun Huan's ear, embedding itself into a tree trunk with a dull thud. Yun Huan was drenched in a cold sweat, looking up to see a black metallic dart deeply lodged into the tree, its tail vibrating slightly. An ambush. Yun Huan shouted that as soon as the words left his mouth. Figures suddenly leapt from the shadows, fully armed, clad in black battle armor, their energy weapons trained squarely on them. The Federation's Special Operations Team. Bai Lingwei's voice dripped with barely contained fury. A commanding officer stepped forward, a mocking smile evident beneath the visor of his armor. Bai Lingwei, Yun Huan, you have ventured quite far, but ultimately, you cannot escape the Federation's grasp. Yun Huan's fists clenched slowly, rage igniting in his gaze. What do you want from us? The officer sneered coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. You have destroyed the core of the Star Abyss, inflicting grave losses upon the Federation. Did you believe this would conclude matters? No, the Federation will not allow such traitors to live. Bai Lingwei's gaze was like ice. Your experiments were a perilous gamble. Your avarice will ultimately lead to the destruction of the entire universe. Let us demonstrate to you the consequences of defying the Federation. The officer's tone was merciless as his finger tightened on the trigger. Fire! Bang, bang, bang! The gunfire erupted suddenly, a torrential downpour of energy projectiles raining down upon them. Run! Bai Lingwei commanded sharply, seizing Yun Huan's arm as they bolted deeper into the forest. The play of light and shadow between the trees shifted rapidly. Energy rounds striking the trunks, explosions and splintered wood erupting around them, danger looming ever closer. Yun Huan's breath quickened, his chest feeling as though it were crushed beneath a great weight. Each step was a desperate race against death. There's a river ahead, Bai Lingwei's voice cut through the wind. Yun Huan spotted a turbulent river not far off, its waters roaring against the rocks, shrouded in a cool mist. Jump! Bai Lingwei urged without hesitation, pulling Yun Huan with her as they leapt into the river. The icy water enveloped them instantly, the frigid chill nearly robbing Yun Huan of breath. The current swept them down to the riverbed. The roar of the water deafening, their vision blurred. They struggled to surface, gasping for air, the river carrying them far from the hail of gunfire. Yun Huan wiped the water from his face, panting heavily. They shouldn't be able to pursue us now. Right? Bai Lingwei's complexion was pale, yet her eyes remained resolute. It won't be that simple. They won't give up easily. They swam to the riverbank, laboriously pulling themselves ashore, their clothes clinging wetly to their bodies. The cold seeping into their very bones, that we must press on and find shelter. Bai Lingwei's voice was calm yet firm. Yun Huan nodded, gritting his teeth as he and Bai Lingwei ventured deeper into the dense forest. The fog thickened, and the shadows of the trees seemed to twist into grotesque forms. Yun Huan's steps grew heavier, fatigue washing over him like a tide, yet he understood that there was no time for rest. Where are we headed? He whispered. Bai Lingwei's gaze pierced through the mist, her voice low. There is a valley ahead. Its terrain is complex, and we can temporarily evade them there. Yun Huan nodded, forcing his weary body to continue onward. Within the fog, a shadow flitted silently past, a chilling malice pricking at them like needles. Unbeknownst to Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei, they continued their advance into the depths of the unknown. Chapter 7. The Hunters of the Pursuers in the Fog-Enshrouded Forest. The damp air was heavy and viscous, as if invisibly binding each of their movements. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei navigated cautiously through the dense undergrowth, their footsteps nearly soundless. The lingering moisture from the river clung to their garments. And with each step, the chill pierced through to their very marrow. Yun Huan's breath quickened, fatigue spreading through his body. Yet he endured, refusing to allow himself to halt. They must still be tracking us. Yun Huan muttered, his gaze sweeping over the contorted shadows of the trees. Bai Lingwei nodded, her brow furrowed. The Special Operations Team's tracking devices are exceptionally precise, particularly in such damp conditions. Their thermal imaging systems can easily detect our trail. Yun Huan clenched his fists, anxiety flooding his mind. What should we do then? We can't keep running indefinitely. Bai Lingwei's gaze was as frigid as ice. Flight is not a solution, but we must find a secure location to shake off their pursuit. And then devise a plan to counterattack. Taking a deep breath, Yun Huan nodded. He looked ahead, the fog thickening, the shadows of the trees resembling distorted specters, closing in on them. There should be a valley up ahead. Bai Lingwei murmured, its terrain intricate. We can lie in wait there and set traps. That a glimmer of hope flickered in Yun Huan's eyes. All right, let us head there. The pair pressed on, treading carefully through the dense woods. The ground was slick with mud, requiring them to proceed with utmost caution to avoid making any noise. Time slipped away, the light in the forest growing dimmer. Suddenly, Bai Lingwei halted, her ears twitching slightly. Did you hear that? She asked softly, her eyes alert. Yun Huan held his breath, straining to listen. On the breeze, a faint rustling of leaves mingled with the almost imperceptible sound of footsteps. They are closing in on us. A note of tension crept into Yun Huan's voice. Bai Lingwei's gaze sharpened, her fingers lightly tapping the energy dagger at her waist. We must hasten our pace. The two lowered their bodies. Swiftly traversing the forest, their breaths quickening, the rhythm of their heartbeats echoing in their ears. Yet at that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed from the mist. Target locked. Yun Huan's pupils abruptly constricted as he turned sharply. Amidst the swirling mist, several shadowy figures gradually emerged. The Special Operations Team members, clad in black combat armor, emitted crimson beams from their helmets, slicing through the forest like the scythes of death. Run! Bai Lingwei urgently grasped Yun Huan's arm. Pivoting to flee, bang, bang, bang. The beams from energy weapons tore through the fog, fierce flames erupting behind them, splintered wood scattering in all directions. Yun Huan felt a searing heat rush from behind. His feet slipped, nearly causing him to fall. Bai Lingwei swiftly pulled him back, and the two continued their frantic escape, disheveled yet determined. We can't keep this up. They'll catch us sooner or later. Yun Huan gasped, his eyes filled with anxiety. Bai Lingwei's gaze was sharp, her expression resolute. We must split up, that I'll draw them away. You take the opportunity to head for the valley. No. Yun Huan clutched her arm, his voice trembling. We can't separate. Bai Lingwei looked at him, a hint of softness in her eyes. Trust me, this is the only way that I will be fine. Yun Huan gritted his teeth, the internal struggle within him painfully agonizing. He knew she was right, yet he could not bear the thought of her facing danger alone. That go to the valley and wait for me. Bai Lingwei softly urged, a faint smile gracing her lips. I will return. Without waiting for Yun Huan to respond, she suddenly turned and sprinted in another direction. Bai Lingwei. Yun Huan called out softly, but her figure had already vanished into the mist. His chest heaved violently, filled with anger and guilt. Yet he knew this was not the time for hesitation. Clenching his jaw, he turned and raced toward the valley. The fog thickened, visibility nearly reaching its limit. Yun Huan held his breath, cautiously weaving through the thicket, each step taken with utmost care. Not far ahead, the terrain began to slope downwards. The trees grew sparser, revealing a narrow valley in sight. This is it, Yun Huan thought, a flicker of joy igniting within him as he quickened his pace. He dashed through the woods, swiftly entering the valley. Towering rock walls encircled him, the precarious terrain creating an ideal ambush site. Yun Huan surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing to devise traps. That I must set this up quickly. He murmured to himself, fingers deftly retrieving the miniature explosives and jamming devices left by Bai Lingwei. That he buried the explosives in the crevices of the rocks on either side of the valley entrance and scattered a fine layer of metallic powder on the ground to disrupt the tracking signals. This should buy us some time. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he silently prayed for Bai Lingwei's safe return. Meanwhile, In another part of the forest, Bai Lingwei darted through the trees like a phantom. Her pursuers relentlessly trailing her. Bang, bang. Energy beams continually sliced through the air. She skillfully dodged them, narrowly evading lethal attacks each time. Her breath came in quick bursts, sweat beading on her forehead, yet her eyes remained cold and fierce. I cannot be captured, she thought, her resolve as unyielding as steel. Suddenly, she leaped onto a thick branch, concealing herself among the foliage. The Special Operations team rushed beneath her, their red beams scanning the area. She must be nearby, search. Bai Lingwei held her breath, remaining utterly still, waiting for the right moment. One of the operatives approached the tree, looking up and scanning the surroundings, finger poised on the trigger. Bai Lingwei's gaze hardened. She leapt down from the tree, her energy dagger piercing accurately into his neck. Thud! The operative collapsed, blood staining the ground. The others immediately reacted, their weapons trained on her. Bang! Bai Lingwei swiftly spun around, hurling a disruption grenade. Boom! A blinding flash erupted, momentarily impairing the vision of the operatives. Without hesitation, she turned and bolted toward the valley. Bai Lingwei's figure wove through the dense forest, breaths coming fast, her heart racing. Her fingers tightened around the energy dagger, the palms slick with sweat. The pursuers closed in, the red beams of their laser guns flickering ominously between the trees, cold and deadly. She inhaled deeply, striving to maintain her composure. She knew that if she could just hold on a moment longer, she would reach the valley and reunite with Yun Huan, that if she could successfully detonate the traps laid out, there would be a chance to completely shake off these federal operatives. Bang, bang, two energy beams zipped past her, grazing her shoulder and striking a tree ahead, splintering wood in all directions. The violent explosions nearly caused her to lose her balance, yet she gritted her teeth, pushing herself onward. That don't let her escape. The operatives roared from behind. Bai Lingwei did not look back. Instead, she quickened her pace, her body nearly parallel to the ground. Her eyes radiated determination and resolve, resembling a sword drawn from its sheath. Aimed directly forward. The light ahead grew brighter, the entrance to the valley finally coming into view. Bai Lingwei's heart lifted, but she immediately heightened her vigilance. Her gaze swept around, spotting Yun Huan already setting traps at the valley's mouth. The metallic powder glimmered subtly on the ground, miniature explosives cleverly concealed in the rock crevices, just waiting for the moment to detonate. Yun Huan, Bai Lingwei called softly. Yun Huan peeked from behind a rock, surprise flickering in his eyes. You're back. Quickly, prepare to detonate. Bai Lingwei's voice was cold, tinged with breathlessness. Yun Huan nodded, fingers firmly pressing the detonator, eyes locked on the direction from which the pursuers might emerge. The sound of footsteps grew louder, the silhouettes of the federal operatives gradually becoming visible. The lead operative's gaze was icy, his laser gun at the ready. The red beams scanned the valley entrance, seemingly searching for something. They're here. Surround the valley, the operative commanded, his voice chillingly resolute. Yun Huan's heart raced, sweat trickling down his palm, the detonator button feeling almost searing. Just a little closer, he muttered, his eyes sharp as blades. The operatives advanced step by step, their guns flashing with lethal red light, the intent to kill palpable. 3, 2, 1, detonate. Yun Huan suddenly pressed the detonator button. Boom. The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the valley, the bombs detonating instantaneously. Fiery blasts and shockwaves hurling the operatives away. Dust swirled, rock fragments scattered, and sharp metallic shards sliced through the air, obliterating all life in their path. Screams and the sounds of explosions intertwined, the entire valley seemingly engulfed in the flames of hell. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei lay on the ground, hands shielding their heads as the fierce wind, laden with debris, whipped across their faces, leaving behind a trail of small wounds. After a moment, the aftershocks of the explosion gradually subsided, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and charred earth. Yun Huan slowly lifted his head, surveying the valley entrance now in disarray. The operatives lay strewn about, some already lifeless, others still struggling. But it was evident they had lost their fighting spirit. Bai Lingwei rose, her gaze cold as she surveyed the scene. But we must go. They will have reinforcements, she said softly. Yun Huan nodded, a complex array of emotions swelling within him. They had won a battle, yet this escape was far from over. The two swiftly traversed the valley, delving deeper into the forest. Throughout the journey, Bai Lingwei's expression remained steely, her steps resolute and measured, each footfall barely making a sound on the fallen leaves. Yunhuan's heart brimmed with uncertainty and concern. He could no longer contain himself and asked Bai Lingwei, "Where are we headed next?" Bai Lingwei paused. Turning to look at him, a flicker of barely perceptible softness in her eyes, that we must locate a place to hide temporarily, regain our strength, and contact the outside world to find a way off this planet. She hesitated, her voice dropping slightly. "And we need to find a new ally." Yunhuan furrowed his brow. On this unfamiliar planet, who could we possibly find as an ally? Bai Lingwei's gaze was profound. In the cosmos, countless forces resist the tyranny of the Federation. This star system may conceal powers we are unaware of. Yunhuan fell silent for a moment, then nodded resolutely. "All right, I trust you." As dusk descended, the forest darkened further. They passed through a thicket, emerging into a clearing. A concealed cave appeared before them, its entrance obscured by vines. It was nearly undetectable, without careful observation, that we will rest here for now, Bai Lingwei stated, parting the vines and stepping into the cave. Inside, the cave was dimly lit yet relatively dry, the ground covered in soft moss. Yunhuan leaned against the cave wall, exhaling deeply as exhaustion washed over him like a tide. Bai Lingwei produced an energy lamp, illuminating the cave. She sat across from Yunhuan, her eyes fixed on him intently. "The road ahead will be more arduous. Are you prepared?" she asked softly. Yunhuan raised his head, gazing firmly at her. "From the moment I decided to uncover the truth, there was no turning back." Bai Lingwei smiled slightly, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. "Then let us walk this path together." Chapter 8. The Enigma of the Mirror within the cave. The energy lamp emitted a gentle glow, casting flickering shadows upon the walls. Yunhuan leaned against the rocky surface, gazing at the ceiling, weary yet unable to find solace in sleep. Beside him, Bai Lingwei sat with a grave expression, meticulously examining a miniature data terminal, her fingertips gliding softly across the screen. Silence enveloped the two, broken only by the mournful wail of the wind as it swept through the cave's entrance. As if lamenting an unsolved sorrow, taking a deep breath, Yunhuan finally spoke. "Sister Wei, you have remained so composed. Did you foresee that we would arrive at this juncture?" Bai Lingwei lifted her gaze, her eyes penetrating as if they could pierce through the mists of time. "From the moment I chose to betray the Federation, I knew there would be no turning back. What about you? Do you harbor any regrets?" Under the lamp's soft illumination, Yunhuan's expression grew resolute. "I do not regret it. Even if I were to return to that laboratory, I would still choose to unveil the truth. I simply do not know how far we can go from here." That a faint smile graced Bai Lingwei's lips, a rare softness illuminating her gaze. "As long as we have a direction in our hearts, we shall not lose our way. Everything we do will be witnessed by someone." Yunhuan nodded gently, his eyes sparkling with a flicker of hope. "Do you believe there will always be someone on our side?" "Indeed," Bai Lingwei replied, her voice firm and unwavering. "And no matter how vast the universe may be, there will always be those who refuse to yield, that we merely need to endure until they arrived." And no sooner had she spoken than a subtle alert emitted from the miniature data terminal in her hand, the screen flashing a red warning symbol. "Someone is approaching." Bai Lingwei's expression turned serious, her eyes sharp as blades. That Yunhuan's nerves tensed immediately, rising swiftly, gripping his energy dagger tightly, wariness glimmering in his eyes. "That is at the Special Operations Team?" he whispered. Bai Lingwei scrutinized the data screen, her brow furrowed, uncertain. "The signal is faint, yet they seem to be making no effort to conceal their presence." That a knot tightened in Yunhuan's chest. "Are they deliberately exposing themselves for us to see?" A flicker of cold amusement crossed Bai Lingwei's eyes. "It is possible. They are testing us. What should we do?" Bai Lingwei pondered for a moment, a chilling smile curving her lips, "Since they wish to engage in a battle of wits, we shall oblige them." In the forest outside, the mist remained thick. Two indistinct shadows flitted through the trees, their steps light and swift. Red glimmers danced in their eyes, the insignia of the Federation's Special Operations Team barely discernible on their armor. The leader of the pair smirked, muttering, "They hide in the cave, thinking we won't discover them." The other soldier coldly replied, "If we can force them out, we can ensnare them all." The two crept closer to the cave, each step calculated, as though they had already deemed Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei as captured prey. However, just as they drew within 10 meters of the entrance, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "Are you looking for me?" The two special operations soldiers spun around abruptly, finding Bai Lingwei perched upon a large rock, her energy dagger in hand, her gaze frigid. "Bai Lingwei," the leader exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury crossing his face. "You dare to reveal yourself?" Bai Lingwei smiled slightly. "If I did not emerge, how could you reveal any weaknesses?" "Weaknesses? You are merely bluffing," the soldier shouted, raising his weapon to pull the trigger. Bang! A beam of energy shot forth, hurtling towards Bai Lingwei. Yet, the beam struck only the instant the energy beam reached her. Bai Lingwei's figure transformed into a mirage, dissipating like mist in the wind. "What?" The soldier's pupils dilated in shock. "Holographic projection," his companion seethed. "We've been tricked. Too late." Yunhuan's voice crackled through their communicator, tinged with mockery. The two turned sharply, noticing the ground beneath them flickering with subtle red light. "Beep, beep, beep. It's a trap." The leader yelled in terror. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted in the forest, flames soaring into the sky, shockwaves sending countless leaves spiraling through the air, as the two special operations soldiers were hurled away, crashing heavily against the trees, losing consciousness. Inside the cave, Yunhuan set down the detonator, releasing a long sigh of relief. Finally taken care of. Bai Lingwei returned to the cave, her eyes reflecting approval. "Well done. You have learned to exploit their psychological weaknesses." Yunhuan chuckled wryly. "Thanks to the projection devices and explosives you set up in advance." Bai Lingwei nodded, her expression turning serious. "We have won a minor skirmish. But they will not relent easily. We must quicken our pace." After a moment of silence, determination flickered in Yunhuan's eyes. "No matter how dangerous it becomes, I will walk this path with you." Bai Lingwei regarded him, a glimmer of tenderness surfacing in her gaze. "Thank you," Yunhuan did in that instant. The air within the cave seemed to soften. They exchanged glances, their eyes revealing an ineffable emotion. Outside, the wind howled. Yet in that moment, their hearts brimmed with warmth and strength as their gazes intertwined. Unspoken words lingered between them, yet remained unvoiced. Time was of the essence, and they could only bury their emotions deep within. Prioritizing reason and composure, Bai Lingwei withdrew her gaze, her tone returning to its steely edge. "We cannot linger. The Federation's Special Operations Team is not easily evaded. They surely have reinforcements. Next, we must disrupt their rhythm and thoroughly disarray their plans." Yunhuan nodded, the muscles in his forehead taut. "But what can we do? They outnumber us and possess superior weaponry." Bai Lingwei's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. The art of wits is never about sheer strength. It is about guiding them further down the wrong path. As she spoke, she produced a data chip from her pocket and inserted it into the miniature data terminal. A cascade of intricate data streamed across the screen, eventually crystallizing into a localized map of the star system. This is the communication relay point of their special operations team. If we can destroy this relay, we can sever their communications, leaving their forces disoriented. Yunhuan's eyes brightened. That would be akin to blindfolding them. "Precisely," Bai Lingwei affirmed, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. "However, the location of this relay point is not fixed. It changes periodically. We need to bait them into revealing its precise position." "How do we bait them?" Yunhuan inquired. Bai Lingwei smiled slyly. "By using the very thing they're most reluctant to relinquish. Intelligence point. 2 hours later, deep in the jungle, atop a concealed high ground, Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei lay prone, peering through binoculars at a small squad of special operations soldiers guarding a portable relay device, ever vigilant of their surroundings. "Are you certain they will take the bait?" Yunhuan whispered. Bai Lingwei replied calmly. "They are desperate to ascertain our movements. And this relay station is their sole conduit for real-time intelligence. Once we feign exposure, they will mobilize all their forces to confirm the veracity of the information." Taking a deep breath, she swiftly tapped on the miniature terminal, sending a series of disguised messages. "Target, 5 kilometers southeast, potential sighting of traders, suspected hideout." The moment the message was dispatched, the soldiers guarding the relay point received urgent communication through their headsets. Their expressions shifted, and one soldier quickly sent commands to other teams via the relay device. "Sighting of traders to the southeast." All squads converge on the coordinates to confirm the target. Yunhuan's gaze sharpened. They've taken the bait. Bai Lingwei smirked. Let us go. While they divide their forces, we shall destroy this relay point. The two swiftly maneuvered around the high ground, using the trees for cover as they stealthily approached the relay device. Most of the guarding soldiers had been redeployed, leaving only two behind. Bai Lingwei signaled, and Yunhuan inhaled deeply, gripping his energy dagger, quietly closing in on the soldier on the left. The soldier remained watchful of his surroundings, entirely oblivious to the danger lurking behind him. With a swift motion, Yunhuan's dagger found its mark, plunging into the soldier's neck before he could utter a sound, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, Bai Lingwei dispatched the other soldier with precision, clean and efficient. Quickly, destroy the relay device, she urged in a low voice. Yunhuan retrieved a miniature explosive device, affixing it to the core of the relay, setting a 30-second countdown for detonation. Let us go. The two promptly retreated, their figures vanishing into the dense foliage. Beep, beep, beep. The red light on the relay device flickered wildly, followed by a resounding explosion. Boom! Flames erupted, and the relay was reduced to fragments, the shockwave causing surrounding trees to sway perilously. On the other side of the jungle, the commander of the Special Operations Team, leading his troops towards the fabricated intelligence location, suddenly heard a piercing electrical crackle in his headset. Communications interrupted. All channels have lost signal. The commander's expression darkened, turning ashen. Damn it, they have destroyed our relay station. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with fear and confusion. They are tricking us. Return to the original location immediately. Yet they have arrived too late. The team is fragmented, communication has failed, and they are engulfed in utter chaos. Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei stand upon a distant hill, quietly observing the disarray that has befallen the Special Operations Team. Yunhuan exhales deeply, a smile gracing his features. They have become like headless flies. Bai Lingwei nods, her eyes glinting with cold determination. This is merely the beginning. Next, we shall systematically dismantle them piece by piece. She glances at Yunhuan, her voice softening slightly. You have done well. You are becoming increasingly adept at this battle of wits. Yunhuan's gaze is resolute. Thank you for teaching me. We shall surely prevail. The two stand side by side, the fading rays of the setting sun casting their resolute silhouettes against the horizon. They are acutely aware that this struggle is far from over, yet their hearts harbor no room for retreat. Chapter 9. Between reality and illusion, the night is as dark as ink. A cold wind weaving through the dense jungle, leaves rustling as if engaged in clandestine whispers. Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei are concealed within a thicket, their gazes penetrating the darkness, fixated on the clearing ahead. The makeshift camp of the Federal Special Operations Team lies in disarray. Since the destruction of their relay station, the team has lost effective communication, akin to marionettes with severed strings. The members rush back and forth in a frenzy, desperately attempting to restore contact, but to no avail. Yunhuan observes them and murmurs. Indeed, they have fallen into our trap. Now they flounder like the blind in a tumult that a cold smirk graces Bai Lingwei's lips. They rely too heavily on technology, believing that mastery over all ensures their safety. Yet, the true battlefield has never merely been a contest of data. Yunhuan tilts his head toward Bai Lingwei, admiration evident in his gaze. Did you foresee they would act this way? Bai Lingwei's eyes are profound, her voice calm and assured. The essence of a battle of wits lies not in brute force, but in discerning the opponent's weaknesses, exploiting their pride and dependence, leading them deeper into the illusion of safety. She pauses, letting out a soft sigh. They are accustomed to controlling the situation and cannot accept the reality of losing control. Thus, when chaos ensues, their instinctive reaction is panic rather than composed response. Yunhuan nods thoughtfully. So what shall we do next? Strike while the iron is hot? Bai Lingwei shakes her head, a glint of profound meaning in her eyes. No, a direct assault is not the optimal choice. What we must do is sow further discord, guiding them back into the labyrinth we have crafted. A labyrinth. Yunhuan furrows his brow. How shall we guide them? Bai Lingwei's eyes flash with a cold light, her voice a whisper. We shall provide them with a clue, leading them to mistakenly believe they have uncovered our next move. But this time, we shall intertwine reality and illusion, rendering their discernment futile. As she speaks, she produces a miniature data terminal, her fingers dancing swiftly across the screen that a string of encrypted information appears. Its content vague, yet several keywords stand out starkly. Stronghold, Northern Highlands. Supplies that a chill runs through Yunhuan as he processes the keywords. You intend to make them believe our stronghold is in the Northern Highlands? Bailing Wei nods, her gaze unwavering. Precisely, we will fabricate signs of activity in the Northern Highlands, convincing them that we are resupplying there. Our true destination, however, lies in the abandoned city to the south. Yunhuan swiftly sketches this plan in his mind, a wave of admiration washing over him. In doing so, they will divert their main forces northward, allowing us safe passage to the south that Bailing Wei's lips curve slightly. Moreover, after their fruitless search in the north, their morale will plummet due to exhaustion and frustration. At that point, we shall deliver a decisive blow. Yunhuan inhales deeply, his gaze resolute. Very well, we shall execute your plan. Half an hour later, Bailing Wei and Yunhuan swiftly navigate through the jungle, each step taken with utmost caution, leaving no unnecessary traces. Along their path, they carve subtle marks into tree trunks, scattering a few energy cells and packaging debris on the ground, all suggesting a small team has passed through here. Heading toward the Northern Highlands, once their task is complete, Bailing Wei wipes the beads of sweat from her brow, her expression steely. This should be sufficient to ensnare them. Yunhuan nods, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Next, we head to the abandoned city in the south. Bailing Wei glances at him, a faint smile gracing her lips. Let us proceed. The game has only just begun. Meanwhile, at the Federal Special Operations Team camp, the commander gazes sternly at the data pad in his hand, which displays clues gathered from the northern direction. Severed tree trunks, discarded supplies, and a series of vague footprints. They are heading toward the Northern Highlands. Excitement tinges the commander's voice. We have tracked their movements. This time, we must not let them escape. The deputy nods, coldness flickering in his eyes. Immediately mobilize all units. Advance toward the Northern Highlands. Inform all teams to surround them before dawn. They cannot escape. Orders are swiftly issued, and the Special Operations members hastily gather their gear, racing toward the Northern Highlands. However, they remain oblivious to the pair of eyes coldly observing their every move from behind. Abandoned city to the south, as dawn breaks. The soft rays of sunlight penetrate the clouds, illuminating a city ruined concealed beneath vines and dust. The skeletal remains of skyscrapers stand silent, rust and grime weaving a tapestry of desolation. Yunhuan and Bailing Wei stand atop a dilapidated building, surveying this city forgotten by time. This truly safe? A hint of doubt colors Yunhuan's voice, that Bailing Wei's gaze is calm. Precisely because this place has long been abandoned. They will not suspect we are hiding here. Furthermore, this city provides ample cover, suitable for our concealment and counterattack preparations. Yunhuan nods, inhaling deeply. May our plan succeed. Bailing Wei gazes into the distance, her eyes shining with resolve. Plans are forever outpaced by change. But regardless, we must create opportunities rather than wait for them. Yunhuan looks at her, warmth swelling in his heart, and he suddenly realizes that no matter the dangers faced, as long as she is by his side, he feels an unwavering sense of security, that we will succeed. Yunhuan murmurs softly. Bailing Wei turns to him, a hint of gentleness in her eyes. Indeed, we shall. Bathed in the dawn sunlight, the two stand atop the ruins. Isolated yet unwavering. They understand that this is not merely a flight, but a counterattack in the face of adversity. And this game has only just begun. The cold wind of the abandoned city sweeps through the shattered windows, stirring up a cloud of dust, while sunlight filters through the fractured glass, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Yunhuan and Bailing Wei remain hidden within a half-collapsed structure, calmly observing the movements afar. They should have taken the bait. Yunhuan whispers, his gaze sweeping across the distant forest. The Bailing Wei's eyes are sharp as blades, nodding slightly. Their main forces should have already set off toward the Northern Highlands. Next, if we remain cautious, we can lay out an even larger web of deception here. Yunhuan takes a deep breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I hope this will buy us enough time. That a cold smirk plays on Bailing Wei's lips. This time, it's not just about delay. I want them to experience the sting of their own erroneous judgments. As she speaks, she extracts an old jammer and a series of miniature sensors from her tactical backpack. She quickly assembles them. placing the jammer in a corner and distributing the sensors around. This is an antiquated jammer capable of blocking electronic signals within a certain radius. These sensors will generate false life sign data. Understanding dawns on Yunhuan. You intend to make them believe we have a presence here. Bailingwei nods, a cold determination gracing her features. Precisely. The Special Operations Team fears two things above all: loss of control and misinformation. If they detect life signs here, they will mistakenly believe we are lying in wait and will dispatch the remaining forces to search. Yunhuan comprehends. Thus, their troops will be further dispersed, allowing us to take advantage of the chaos and strike them down one by one. A cold light glimmers in Bailingwei's eyes. Indeed, the crux of a battle of wits is to deplete the opponent through continuous errors, while we merely need to seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Time passes and the sun gradually rises. The ruins of the city appear particularly desolate under the sunlight. Yunhuan and Bailingwei hide within the remnants of a tall building, silently awaiting the arrival of the Special Operations Team. Suddenly, faint footsteps echo from afar. Yunhuan holds his breath, cold sweat beading on his palms. Bailingwei whispers, "They are coming. Remain calm." Yunhuan nods, gripping his energy dagger, his gaze sharp as an eagle. In the distance, several Federal Special Operations members cautiously approach. Armed with laser guns, their eyes dart around, ever vigilant. The leading member raises a hand, signaling the team to halt, then retrieves a detector. The screen of the detector indeed displays faint life sign signals scattered across the abandoned buildings. They are right here. The captain's voice carries a hint of excitement as the search team disperses to investigate each building one by one. Indeed, the elite operatives swiftly dispersed, cautiously approaching each edifice. Yunhuan watched them with a tightening heart. They had taken the bait, but what if they uncovered the ruse? Bailingwei's gaze was calm and collected. They won't discover the deception so easily. We must exploit their heightened anxiety, leading them into making even graver mistakes under the guise of false intelligence. She glanced at the time, a cold smile gracing her lips. In 3 minutes. We detonate the disruptor. The operatives were scouring the ruins. One team member entered a building, his gun trained on every conceivable hiding spot that no targets found. He murmured, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, the detector's signal abruptly intensified, a life sign indicator rapidly approaching on the display. "Someone," he shouted, squeezing the trigger. Bang! The laser beam shot forth, striking a pile of discarded metal in the corner. The metal flew, producing a jarring clatter. What is happening? The team member's face went pale. Simultaneously, Bailingwei checked her watch and pressed the detonator. Zing! A powerful electromagnetic wave erupted from the disruptor, rendering all detection devices in the vicinity inoperative. Communication severed. The detector is malfunctioning. The captain's expression changed dramatically, a flicker of terror in his eyes. "It's a trap. Retreat." But it was too late. Boom, boom. 2 timed explosives detonated amid the ruins, flames soaring into the sky. A massive shockwave sending the operatives flying, leaving the street in utter disarray. Seizing the chaos, Yunhuan and Bailingwei dashed from their cover, moving like phantoms through the debris. "Hurry," Bailingwei urged. The two raced toward the city's edge. The aftershocks of the explosions reverberating behind them, flames and dust obscuring their figures. 5 minutes later, at the city's perimeter, Yunhuan and Bailingwei paused, breathless, gazing back at the smoke-shrouded ruins. They must be in complete disarray. Yunhuan panted. Bailingwei nodded, her eyes glinting with a cold light. They have been led into a deadlock. From here on, we will gradually erode their strength until they are utterly defeated. Yunhuan looked at her, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "You always calculate so precisely. It's truly impressive." Bailingwei's gaze softened for a moment. The art of strategy is not merely based on talent, but on the lessons learned from every failure. Remember, as long as we remain calm, no situation is insurmountable. Yunhuan felt a stirring in his heart, softly saying, "Thank you, Wei Jie. With you here, I feel there is still hope." Bailingwei regarded him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "We will walk this path together, no matter what lies ahead." They exchanged a determined glance, an unyielding resolve surging within them. Beyond the ruins lay an unknown road. But they were prepared. Chapter 10. Undercurrents in the shadow of the abandoned city, the footsteps of Yunhuan and Bailingwei were nearly inaudible. The surrounding structures, eroded by time, had become riddled with decay. Rust and rubble intertwining to create a desolate silence. The two concealed themselves on the top floor of a derelict building, observing through shattered glass windows that in the distance, the remnants of the Federal elite team were slowly regrouping. Unable to communicate, relying solely on traditional gestures and visual confirmation. Bai Lingwei's gaze was as sharp as frost, her eyes flickering with calm calculation. Their communication is completely incapacitated. Now is the optimal moment for our counterattack. Yun Huan's breath quickened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. But they still outnumber us. This counterstrike carries significant risk. Bai Lingwei regarded him, her expression softening for a moment. Sometimes, a battle of wits is not merely an intellectual contest, but a psychological one. Our current strategy is not to confront them head-on, but to induce their internal collapse. Yun Huan nodded thoughtfully. You mean to use psychological warfare to throw them into disarray? Precisely. Bai Lingwei smiled slightly, a glint of coldness in her eyes. Their morale has already been shaken. We merely need to stoke the flames, plunging them into deeper fear and doubt. She retrieved a small projection device from her backpack and placed it on the windowsill. The device emitted a faint hum, casting a series of indistinct shadows. Yun Huan's eyes widened as he beheld virtual soldiers advancing from various directions towards the elite team. This is a holographic projection. Yun Huan gasped. Bai Lingwei replied nonchalantly. In their eyes, these projections will appear as real enemies, leading them to believe we are encircling them with a large force. Yun Huan inhaled sharply. Can this truly deceive them? Bai Lingwei's gaze was icy. They are already in disarray, incapable of discerning truth from illusion. Moreover, fear often amplifies all uncertainties. The moment the projection device activated, countless indistinct figures materialized amidst the ruins. The Federal elite team members gathered in the center of a street, their expressions tense and anxious. Suddenly, they were confronted by indistinct soldier silhouettes appearing from all directions, weapons in hand, silently closing in. Report, enemies are surrounding us. A team member shouted in terror. What? Enemies? The commander's face paled, raising binoculars to scan the area. Through the lenses, he saw squads of soldiers swiftly approaching from the shadowy corners, their guns coldly aimed at them. We are ambushed, the commander's voice quivered with despair. Retreat! Quick, retreat! He shouted, gesturing frantically. The elite team members instantly descended into chaos, retreating in terror. Panic and fear were etched on their faces, rendering them incapable of discerning the reality of their situation. Bang, 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 some soldiers even began firing at the phantoms, laser beams slicing through the darkness, striking empty air as the projections blurred and dissipated. But the seeds of fear had already taken root in their hearts. There are too many of them. We can't withstand this, damn it. How could they have so many? The commander's face turned ashen, fists clenched, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, but he could no longer distinguish the truth before him. Those approaching silhouettes seemed endless, like the Grim Reaper extending its claws from the shadows. Withdraw. Quickly retreat. His voice was a near screaming howl that on the rooftop, Yun Huan watched in shock as the scene unfolded. They truly believe it. Bai Lingwei's gaze remained calm. Fear clouds rationality. When they descend into panic, the truth becomes irrelevant. She paused, softly stating, It is now time for us to reel them in. Yun Huan took a deep breath, a surge of ambition swelling within him. This time, we will utterly crush them. Bai Lingwei nodded, her eyes gleaming with determination. Let us act. Yun Huan, we cannot afford to lose this battle of wits. Yun Huan's heart raced like a drum, each beat heavy and urgent. He tightened his grip on the energy dagger, his eyes shining with resolute light. Bai Lingwei stood beside him, her gaze as frosty as winter, emanating an unyielding aura. This time, we will not only defeat them, Bai Lingwei's voice was low and resolute, but we will also strip them of the courage to fight again. Yun Huan nodded, taking a deep breath to suppress his anxiety. I am ready. Bai Lingwei's lips curled into a slight, icy smile. Excellent. Then let us commence. Amidst the ruins, the elite team members were in a frantic flight. Their formation had long since disintegrated, losing all sense of cooperation. The incessantly appearing holographic projections left them unable to ascertain the enemy's true position. The sounds of gunfire, shouts, and explosions intertwining, forming a chaotic nightmare. To the left. Enemies are coming. From behind as well. We are surrounded. Retreat. The terrified cries echoed, fear magnifying in each elite team member's eyes, consuming their rationality. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the darkness to "Do not panic. Concentrate fire. Break the encirclement." The commander's face was slick with sweat, his eyes reflecting desperate struggle. They must be bluffing, stay calm, but his shouts only heightened the soldiers' panic, their reason consumed by fear. All they desired was to escape this haunted battlefield. Bang! One elite team member stepped on a directional bomb previously planted by Bai Lingwei. The violent explosion throwing him to the ground, flames illuminating the terrified faces around him. Retreat! For heaven's sake, retreat! Another team member screamed hysterically, "Did I end such a moment?" Any command was rendered futile. On the rooftop, Bai Lingwei observed the elite team's collapse with a calm demeanor. A hint of melancholy in her eyes. "They are pitiable," she murmured, possessing powerful weapons and training, yet crumbling at the first touch of fear. Yunhuan furrowed his brow slightly. They are merely pawns brainwashed by the Federation. Standing on the wrong side. Bai Lingwei fell silent for a moment, her gaze profound, but that does not hinder them from being our enemies. Now, it is time to make them fully comprehend that their era has come to an end. She grasped a flare gun and pulled the trigger towards the heavens. Whoosh! A brilliant scarlet light ascended, blooming in the night sky like a desperate cry. This signal caused the concealed holographic projection devices in the vicinity to simultaneously shut down. The Special Forces members, in a frenzied retreat, suddenly found the approaching enemies dissipating like phantoms scattered by the wind, vanishing without a trace. They stood frozen in place, faces etched with terror and confusion. "What is happening?" one team member murmured, his voice trembling. The commander's complexion turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. His eyes were filled with fear and rage. "We have been played." Meanwhile, Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei had stealthily withdrawn from the high-rise. Weaving through the shadows of the ruins, their steps were light and swift, akin to two phantoms moving unseen. Yunhuan lowered his voice to ask, "What is next? Are we going to annihilate them completely?" Bai Lingwei shook her head, a calm glimmer in her eyes. "No, we must leave them a way out." Yunhuan was taken aback. "Leave them a way out? Why?" A knowing smile graced Bai Lingwei's lips. "If they are entirely wiped out, the Federation will merely send stronger forces. But if they return with memories of fear and defeat, the morale of the entire Special Forces will crumble. They will become an unstable factor within the Federation, potentially inciting doubt and infighting." Yunhuan suddenly understood, a surge of admiration swelling within him. "You are using their own knife against them." Bai Lingwei replied nonchalantly. "Internal chaos among the enemy is often more lethal than external strikes." Yunhuan took a deep breath and nodded. "All right, then let us allow them to return with their fear." The dawn finally pierced through the darkness, the remnants of the Federation's special forces, dragging their weary bodies, stumbled out from the ruins. Every face was marked by fear and despair, the once cold eyes now replaced by shock. The commander's pallor was stark, his eyes brimming with anger and humiliation. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "We will return. We will definitely return." Yet deep within, a seed of doubt had quietly taken root. Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei stood on a distant high ground, observing the disheveled retreat of the Special Forces. Bai Lingwei's gaze was as sharp as ice, softly stating, "They have left, but this war has only just begun." Yunhuan looked at her, his eyes sparkling with determination. "No matter how difficult it may be, I will stand by you." Bai Lingwei turned to him, a hint of softness in her gaze. "Thank you, Yunhuan. With you here, I am no longer alone." They stood side by side, facing the rising sun, their hearts brimming with hope and resolve. This was merely the prelude to a war, the beginning of an intellectual duel, and they were ready to ignite their own light amidst the darkness. Chapter 11. The calm before the storm above the ruins. The morning sun pierced through the clouds, casting a pale, golden glow over the remnants of the city that lay in the distance. The Federation's special forces had vanished without a trace, leaving only the lingering scent of gunpowder in the air, a reminder of the fierce battle that had transpired. Yunhuan stood atop a half-collapsed structure, the breeze ruffling his hair as his gaze swept over the ravaged cityscape. His fingers gently brushed the hem of his clothing. Turmoil churning within him, that we have succeeded. But this is merely temporary, he murmured to himself. Light footsteps approached from behind. Bailingway stepped forward, the morning light illuminating her face, outlining her cold, yet beautiful features. Their retreat was merely a fade. Bailingway's eyes were as keen as a hawk's. The Federation would not rest easily. Next, they would grow more cautious and far more dangerous. Yunhuan turned to her, determination flickering in his eyes. What shall we do next? Continue to lie in ambush or seek a new stronghold? Bailingway pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Flight is not a long-term solution. We need allies. Allies? Yunhuan frowned slightly, wondering who in this star domain would dare oppose the Federation. Bailingway's gaze was profound, as if she could see through the mists of time. This universe is not as tranquil as it appears. The Federation's oppression has sparked discontent across many star systems. Yet most resistance forces have yet to unite. If we can find one of those factions, we might have the chance to stir a greater storm. That a glimmer of hope surged within Yunhuan. Do you have a lead? Bailingway nodded gently, her fingers tapping on a miniature terminal, a star map materializing on the screen. She pointed to a remote region shrouded in misty energy bands. Here lies the Twilight Galaxy. As far as I know, there exists a clandestine guerrilla group that has survived multiple skirmishes against the Federation. Yunhuan focused intently on that area, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Why have they remained hidden? If they possess the strength to resist the Federation, why not unite with others? Bailingway's expression dimmed slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Not all rebels share our resolve. Some resist merely to survive. They fear exposure and the crushing might of the Federation. Yunhuan fell silent for a moment, then clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Then we shall find them and make them understand that true freedom is not merely surviving. A hint of a smile graced Bailingway's lips, an expression of satisfaction. You have truly grown, Yunhuan. Yunhuan looked at her, his eyes deep. It is you who has shown me that only by confronting the darkness can we find the light. They exchanged a knowing glance, an unspoken bond flowing between them. Hours later, the spaceship glided smoothly through the cosmos. Through the porthole, the vast starry sea was dotted with countless points of light, like endless enigmas waiting to be unraveled. Yunhuan sat at the control panel, his gaze fixed on the star map. How long until we reach the Twilight Galaxy? Bailingway glanced at the navigation data on the screen. Approximately 10 interstellar hours. But be cautious. The energy bands surrounding the Twilight Galaxy are unstable, and the navigation system is easily disrupted. Yunhuan nodded, his eyes betraying vigilance. Understood. The ship's engine emitted a low hum, as if silently narrating the tale of an unknown journey. At the periphery of the Twilight Galaxy, the energy bands roiled like a turbulent sea of clouds. The spaceship approached slowly, the shield above its hull emitting a faint blue glow, resisting the encroaching energy flows. Prepare to traverse the energy band. Bailingway's voice was calm and resolute, carefully controlling the speed. Any deviation from the course could result in being caught in a turbulent energy current. Yunhuan's palms were sweaty. Yet he gripped the control stick firmly, his focus unwavering. Understood. The ship slowly entered the energy band. The surrounding light twisted as if entering a flowing dreamscape. Energy flows danced around the ship, crackling with electric sounds. Shield stability dropped to 80. A hint of tension seeped into Bailingway's voice. Yunhuan gritted his teeth, his hands maintaining steady control of the ship. Hold on. We're almost through. Suddenly, a powerful energy flow surged towards them, slamming into the ship's shield. Boom! The violent jolt nearly threw them from their seats. Shield power dropped to 50. Bailingway's expression shifted. We must accelerate, or the shield 1T hold much longer. Yunhuan took a deep breath, fingers deftly maneuvering to push the engine's power to the maximum. The spaceship shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the end of the energy band. The light ahead suddenly brightened, the energy flows parting like a tide, and the ship burst forth from the energy band, returning to stable space. We did it. Yunhuan slumped in his seat, gasping for breath. A smile crept onto Bailingway's lips, her gaze filled with approval. Well done. She looked ahead at the star map, her expression turning profound. The Twilight Galaxy lies just ahead. The spaceship glided into the Twilight Galaxy, enveloped in a gray-blue nebula that cloaked the entire star domain. Numerous planets of varying sizes floated within the galaxy, each seemingly veiled by a layer of mystery. This is the Twilight Galaxy. Yunhuan murmured. The Bailing Wei's gaze sharpened, scanning their surroundings. Be cautious. Unknown threats may lurk here. Just as she finished speaking, the ship's alarm blared, red lights flashing in the cockpit, that lock-on signal detected. We are under attack. Yunhuan shouted in alarm. Bailing Wei calmly operated the panel, her voice resolute. Activate the defense system and prepare for evasive maneuvers. The ship suddenly tilted sharply. A searing laser grazed its hull, igniting a shower of sparks. Who are they? Yunhuan gritted his teeth, demanding answers. That Bailing Wei's eyes glinted coldly. No matter who they are, we must find a way to communicate. Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to confront them head-on. She swiftly switched the communication channel. Attempting to send a message. We mean no harm. Please cease fire. A raspy electronic voice crackled through the communication channel. Unknown vessel. Immediately shut down your engines, or face lethal consequences. Yunhuan's heart sank. They want to listen. A flicker of determination crossed Bailing Wei's eyes. Then let them understand that we are not their enemies. The alarms blared urgently, red lights flashing relentlessly in the cockpit. That Yunhuan's hands gripped the control stick tightly. His fingertips turning pale from the exertion, that he could sense the relentless onslaught of external laser attacks, striking against the spaceship's defensive shield, which was teetering on the brink of collapse. The shield's energy had dwindled to a mere 20. At this rate, our endurance would not last much longer. Yunhuan's voice was laced with anxiety. Bailing Wei's gaze remained as calm as ice, swiftly analyzing the situation before her. Drawing in a deep breath, a flicker of resolve flashed in her eyes. We can no longer afford to be passive. We must seize an opportunity to counterattack or at least convey our sincerity. Yunhuan clenched his teeth, grappling with internal turmoil. But they refused to listen to our explanations, attacking us directly, likely perceiving us as spies sent by the Federation. Bailing Wei pondered for a moment, a spark of inspiration illuminating her eyes as she rapidly tapped a few commands on the control panel. Let's attempt a clear communication, conveying our message in their language. That if our assumptions are correct, this guerrilla group must possess counter-Federation signals. Yunhuan nodded, his heart racing, yet a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Open all frequency communications. Bailing Wei's voice was resolute. Speaking into the microphone with clarity and depth, she proclaimed, "This is the Anti-Federation Free Will Alliance. We harbor no hostility. The darkness shall surely break at dawn, and after dawn comes the light." A moment of silence enveloped the communication channel, as if the entire universe held its breath. Yunhuan's heartbeat quickened, feeling the sweat slip from his palms. The electronic voice echoed, repeating, "The darkness shall surely break at dawn, and after dawn comes the light," before plunging into an eerie silence. Yunhuan anxiously glanced at Bailing Wei. Will they believe us? Bailing Wei's gaze was unwavering, her voice steady. If they are indeed a counter-Federation guerrilla group, they must comprehend the significance of this signal. It is a belief shared among those resisting under the Federation's oppression. Seconds later, a barely audible sigh emanated from the communicator, followed by the cold, mechanical voice resuming. The spaceship shall cease its attack and deactivate its weapon systems. Follow our guidance into the safe passage. The alarms within the spaceship abruptly ceased, and the red lights dimmed. Yunhuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, exhaling deeply. They accepted our signal. He murmured, his eyes sparkling with a mixture of joy and disbelief. That a subtle smile graced Bailing Wei's lips, her gaze softening. We have succeeded. Guided by 2 black fighter jets, the spaceship gradually navigated deeper into the Twilight Galaxy. As they traversed a gray-blue nebula, their view suddenly expanded to a small base, concealed behind the nebula, emerged into view. The base's surface was crafted from black alloy, its lights dim, nearly blending into the cosmos. Yunhuan gazed at the enigmatic base before him, astonished. Have they truly remained hidden here, undetected by the Federation? Bailing Wei's eyes were profound as she spoke softly. This guerrilla group's survival amid the Federation's relentless pursuit speaks volumes of their wisdom and determination. The spaceship gently descended onto the base's landing pad, the hatch opening to a chilling gust of wind from the outside. Yunhuan and Bailing Wei stepped off the vessel. That on the landing pad stood dozens of soldiers clad in black combat uniforms. Their energy guns trained sharply upon the 2 newcomers. That at the forefront was a middle-aged man, his face etched with the marks of hardship, his gaze emanating an unapproachable coldness. Who are you? The man's voice was low and commanding, his stare sharp as a blade. Bai Lingwei stepped forward, unflinching as she met his gaze. We hail from the Star Abyss Corps, with the objective of dismantling the Federation's tyranny and seeking all those willing to resist. A flicker of complex emotion crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. Do you understand that this path may lead to your utter demise? Bai Lingwei's eyes blazed. We have long since exhausted our options. As long as the Federation's oppression persists, we will remain perpetually shrouded in darkness. The man fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over them as if weighing their resolve. After a brief pause, he nodded slightly, extending his hand. Welcome to the Twilight Base. That I am Lung Feng, the commander here. Bai Lingwei shook his hand, while Yun Huan exhaled in relief, a smile creeping onto his face. It seems we have indeed found the right place. A wry smile crossed Lung Feng's lips. Perhaps, but you must understand, we are not heroes. We are merely striving to survive. Bai Lingwei's gaze was resolute. Yet survival is not mere existence. Your very presence symbolizes resistance. Lung Feng regarded her deeply, a hint of recognition emerging in his eyes. Come with me, there are matters we need to discuss thoroughly. Within the conference room of the Twilight Base, the atmosphere was heavy and solemn. A colossal screen displayed the deployment map of the Federation Army, with several red dots flickering across the star chart, representing the Federation's main forces. Lung Feng pointed at the screen, his tone grave. The Federation's forces are tightening their encirclement. Our hiding place will eventually be discovered. What plans do you have? Bai Lingwei scrutinized the screen, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. We need to unite more resistance forces while disseminating false information to confuse the Federation's vision. Only by leading them to chase shadows can we gain more time. Lung Feng furrowed his brow. Disseminating false information. This requires meticulous planning. If exposed, we would be doomed. Yun Huan interjected. We have already executed a brilliant battle in the Star Abyss Corps, causing the Federation's special forces to falter. This time, we can employ the same tactic to create chaos. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lung Feng's eyes. Very well. You possess both courage and wisdom. I am willing to place my trust in you. Bai Lingwei nodded, her voice unwavering. As long as we stand united, nothing is impossible. The lights of the conference room illuminated each face, reflecting the steely resolve in their eyes. The tempest had begun to brew, and a storm was imminent. That on the eve of this tempest, a flame named hope ignited within their hearts. They understood that this was a battle with no retreat. Yet they willingly tread this thorny path, for the light lay just ahead. Chapter 12. The shadow chessboard. Lung Feng's expression darkened like the sky before a storm, as a massive star map hovered at the center of the conference room. The starry points clear, with each planet and route distinctly marked. Amidst these glimmers, several glaring red markers were moving slowly, symbolizing the Federation fleet. According to our intelligence, the Federation adjusted their patrol routes 3 days ago. Lung Feng pointed to a red line extending into the Twilight Galaxy on the star map, indicating their gradual tightening of the encirclement, appearing as though they were conducting routine defensive inspections. But we know this is merely a facade of calm. Yun Huan stood beside Lung Feng, his gaze fixed on that line. What seems like normal patrol is, in fact, fraught with hidden dangers. Indeed, Lung Feng's tone carried a hint of indignation. The Federation is biding its time, poised to launch a lethal strike against us. Bai Lingwei, standing nearby, narrowed her eyes, her gaze slicing through each marker on the star map. Her voice was as cool as frost. They will not wait long. This feint is likely a test, forcing us to reveal our vulnerabilities. Lung Feng nodded in silence, his fists clenched. How long can we hold out? Bai Lingwei regarded him, her eyes deep. The longer we endure, the more opportunities arise. However, to defeat them, we must not rely solely on defense. Instead, we must lure them into our trap while they believe they are in control. Yun Huan took a deep breath, his eyes brightening. They are waiting for us to show weakness, yet we can turn the tables and wait for them to falter. Lung Feng raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in his gaze. Do you have a plan? Bai Lingwei offered a slight smile, her expression revealing a glint of sharpness. We must not only allow them to see weakness, but also convince them that this is something they have stumbled upon unexpectedly. Only by making them believe they are in complete control will they recklessly rush into the trap. How do we implement this? Lung Feng's voice grew urgent. Bai Lingwei slowly approached the star map, gently tapping one of the remote planets with her finger. The surface of this planet was covered in mountains and deserts, devoid of life. This planet, codenamed Gray Obsidian, is the most desolate location in the Twilight Galaxy. If we deliberately expose signs of activity here, leading the Federation to believe that our main forces are concealed there, they will undoubtedly rush in full force toward this juicy target. Lung Feng's brow furrowed in contemplation, seemingly hesitant. If they truly come in full force, can we guarantee our safe retreat? Yun Huan's voice was steady and calm. We will not be truly present there. We only need to leave sufficient false traces. Once they commit their forces, we will concentrate our strength and strike from their weakest flank. Bai Lingwei nodded, adding, after their troops are diverted, the Twilight Base will have the opportunity to relocate to a safer location. And we can take this chance to undermine their morale. A glimmer of hope gradually illuminated Lung Feng's eyes, and after a moment of silence, he suddenly nodded emphatically. Good. Let us proceed with your plan. 2 hours later, the operation commenced. Within the Twilight Base, supplies were quietly being transferred to small transport vessels. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei, accompanied by an elite team, boarded a spacecraft cleverly disguised as an ordinary cargo vessel. This mission was of paramount importance, leaving no room for error. Bai Lingwei's gaze swept over each team member, her voice low yet resolute. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do not worry. We shall ensnare the Federation in the very trap they have set for themselves. The spacecraft's hatch slowly sealed shut, the engines emitting a low rumble as it transformed into a streak of light. Soaring towards the Gray Void planet, in the orbit of the Gray Void planet, the spacecraft hovered silently at the planet's periphery, the atmosphere within the cabin heavy and solemn. Bai Lingwei operated the control panel, releasing a series of false signals while simultaneously deploying several holographic projection devices on the planet's surface. The false signals have commenced. The Federation's reconnaissance satellites will detect our movements, Bai Lingwei stated coolly. Yun Huan fixated on the data streams on the screen, his heartbeat quickening. Now, we wait for them to take the bait. Meanwhile, at the Federation Fleet Command Center, a massive screen displayed data streams pulsating at lightning speed. Anomalies near the Gray Void planet magnified to reveal the rebel team's activity trajectory. Commander Lucen narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. They are indeed hiding here. It seems these rats have reached a dead end. The lieutenant cautiously remarked. Could it be a decoy? Lucen scoffed. Do they possess such audacity? Signals of this magnitude can only indicate large-scale transport and relocation. Mobilize the fleet immediately. Encircle the Gray Void planet, and leave them no opportunity to escape. Understood. With the order given, dozens of Federation warships pivoted like ferocious beasts, charging towards the Gray Void planet. Yun Huan watched the rapidly approaching red dots on the radar screen, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. They've taken the bait. Bai Lingwei calmly nodded, a barely discernible smile gracing her lips. Now, let us see how they struggle within the illusions they have crafted. She gently pressed a button, and the spacecraft released the final batch of jamming signals, simultaneously detonating several preset bombs. The surface of the Gray Void planet erupted in flames, shockwaves from the explosions rippling through the cosmos. On the Federation fleet's radar, these detonations were interpreted as signals of a large-scale enemy operation. Commander Liusen's expression hardened, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. All warships, full attack. However, as the Federation fleet unleashed its firepower, the skies above the Gray Void planet revealed nothing but emptiness. Only desolate mountains and barren deserts burned silently in the inferno. Meanwhile, the true backbone of the Twilight Base approached the Federation fleet's rear with stealth. In the darkness of the Twilight Galaxy, small warships glided like phantoms, silently closing in on the Federation fleet's rear. The spacecraft's engines were set to minimal power, a faint blue glow flickering at the rear. Yun Huan stood in the command room, his gaze sharp, fixated on the red dots on the radar. Those red dots were gathering frantically towards the Gray Void planet, while they stealthily approached the blank space behind those red dots. All warships enter stealth mode and prepare to launch an attack at any moment. Bai Lingwei's voice carried a chill as her fingers glided across the control panel, precisely coordinating the positions of each warship. The image of Cold appeared on the screen, his expression grave. They have fallen into the trap, but we have but one chance that if we shatter their rear, their entire defense will crumble. Bai Lingwei nodded slightly. Her gaze resolute. We shall seize this strike. Yunhuan inhaled deeply, an unprecedented determination in his eyes. It is time to close the net to end the orbit of the gray void planet, under Commander Liusen's command. A torrential barrage of firepower rained down, mercilessly bombarding the lifeless planet. Explosions flickered across the desolate terrain, shockwaves shattering large boulders, sending plumes of dust soaring into the heavens. Within the command cabin, a cold smile appeared on Liusen's face. Let us see how long they can hide. However, the lieutenant's face betrayed a hint of unease. Commander, the enemy has not mounted a significant counterattack. Could it be that what else could they possibly devise? Liusen interrupted impatiently. This time, they have no escape. Their complete annihilation is merely a matter of time. Yet at that moment, a dense cluster of green dots suddenly appeared on the radar, resembling a net that had unfolded, rapidly encircling from behind. Alarms blared within the command cabin. Commander, a multitude of enemy warships has emerged from the rear. We are surrounded. Liusen spun around, his pupils dilating in shock. What? On the screen, the warships of the Twilight Base descended like tigers from the mountain, converging from all directions to encircle the unsuspecting Federation fleet. To the rear of the Federation fleet, Bai Lingwei's gaze was as cold as frost, her voice resolute and commanding. All warships, unleash full firepower. And grant them no respite. Understood. Dozens of beams of light sliced through the darkness, akin to the sides of death, striking precisely at the vulnerable points of the Federation fleet. Explosions erupted in succession, flames blossoming in the cosmos as the Federation warships were repeatedly struck, their hulls splintering and sparks flying. Yunhuan witnessed this spectacle, an indescribable thrill surging within him. We did it. They had no time to react. Bai Lingwei's lips curled into a cold smile. They fancied themselves the hunters, unaware that they were the true prey. Within the Federation flagship, Commander Liusen's complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, a tempest of anger and fear swirling within him. Retreat. All warships, retreat immediately, he shouted through gritted teeth. Yet by this point, the Federation fleet had already been thrown into disarray. Communication disruptions and enemy firepower suppression rendered them like a scattered deck of cards. Each warship fought desperately for survival, each striving to escape, the AN operator reported in a trembling voice. Commander, the escape route ahead is blocked. We have nowhere to retreat. Despair flickered in Liusen's eyes. This cannot be. On the Twilight Base warship, Cold's image reappeared on the screen, his eyes gleaming with fervor. They are in complete disarray. Now is the time to eradicate them. Bai Lingwei nodded, her voice steely. Deliver the final blow. Dozens of energy beams converged into a torrent of destruction, sweeping towards the Federation flagship. Boom! The flagship's shield shattered with a thunderous roar, the hull violently shuddering as flames erupted from the fissures, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion, reducing it to cosmic dust. The battle concluded. The remnants of the Federation fleet drifted through the cosmos, the flames gradually extinguishing, and the starry sky returned to serenity. Yunhuan gazed at this scene, disbelief shimmering in his eyes. Have we truly won? Bai Lingwei exhaled deeply, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, we have triumphed. But this is merely the beginning. That Cold's image conveyed a hint of admiration. Your plan has dealt a significant blow to the Federation. This victory will serve as a beacon of hope for the rebels. Bai Lingwei's gaze grew profound, her voice unwavering. We must make it known that the Federation is not invincible. United, we can tear through the darkness and usher in the light. Yunhuan clenched his fists, hope igniting in his eyes. We shall continue to fight until we have utterly vanquished them. Bai Lingwei looked at him, a trace of tenderness in her gaze. Together, the two stood side by side, the starlight of the universe cascading upon their faces, as if heralding the dawn of a new era. Chapter 13. The dawn amidst the maze. The cosmic dust of the Twilight Galaxy gently brushed against the hull of the spacecraft, leaving behind faint scratches. The smoke had dissipated, and the aftermath of battle continued to resonate in space, but the fleet of the Twilight Base had returned safely home. Each spacecraft bore its share of scars, reminiscent of warriors who had undergone a baptism of fire. Yunhuan peered through the porthole, watching as the battered warships slowly descended onto the base's landing pad, his palm pressed lightly against the cold glass. Complex emotions swirling within him, difficult to articulate. Bai Lingwei stood beside him, her gaze profound, as if piercing through the mist of the starry sky. This victory is commendable, but the Federation will not relent. Yunhuan nodded, his fist clenching slightly at his side. We have merely shattered one of their claws. The true blade remains hidden in deeper shadows. Thus, we must strike again before they can react. Bai Lingwei's voice was as firm as iron. The fire of resistance cannot burn solely in this galaxy. Cold strode over, bearing the solemnity and fatigue characteristic of a soldier. His voice was low, yet exuded a sense of uplift. Your plan succeeded. The Federation fleet has been severely weakened, and this victory has reverberated across the star systems. The oppressed have finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. A warm current surged within Yunhuan, but he remained vigilant. Hope is merely the beginning. True victory must completely shatter the shackles of the Federation. Cold regarded Yunhuan with appreciation. You grasp this truth well, young man. Bai Lingwei turned her gaze to Cold, her expression resolute. Now is the optimal moment to unite with other resistance forces. The Federation has been struck hard by us, and their focus will inevitably be concentrated on this galaxy. We must seize this opportunity to ignite a storm of resistance in other star domains. Lung Feng pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. I will reach out to other covert resistance organizations. However, you must understand that the Federation's power is deeply entrenched, and some may be reluctant to step forward. Then let us show them hope. Let them know that resistance is not in vain. Bai Lingwei's voice resonated with an intangible strength. Yunhuan's gaze shimmered with unwavering resolve. Once the spark is ignited, it will surely spread like wildfire. After the meeting, in the corridors of the base, Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei walked side by side, their footsteps echoing against the metallic floor, accompanied by a low, somber resonance. Sister Wei, this victory has illuminated an essential truth for me. Yunhuan's voice softly broke the silence. Bai Lingwei turned her head to look at him, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting. What truth? Yunhuan took a deep breath, his gaze steadfast and profound. Strength does not solely derive from weapons, but from conviction that as long as our beliefs are resolute enough, even the mightiest adversary will reveal their vulnerabilities. That a gentle softness shone in Bai Lingwei's eyes as she spoke softly. You have grown into a true warrior. Yunhuan, a faint blush crept onto Yunhuan's face as he scratched his head. It's all thanks to your guidance. Bai Lingwei halted, a rare tenderness flickering in her gaze. No, you possess your own wisdom and courage. We are all seeking our own paths in this battle. Yunhuan gazed at her, his eyes sincere and focused. No matter what the future holds, I will walk alongside you. Bai Lingwei was momentarily taken aback. Then a radiant smile graced her lips, her gaze sparkling like starlight. I know. Meanwhile, in the distant capital of the Federation, the Radiant Fortress, within the highest command center of the Federation, the atmosphere was stifling. As if the very air had solidified, that a massive holographic screen replayed the battle records of the Twilight Galaxy. The scars of defeat striking every onlooker like lashes. That a man clad in a black military uniform stood before the command podium, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. His face bore no anger, only a chilling and unfathomable gloom. The defeat in the Twilight Galaxy is our disgrace. His voice was low, yet reverberated like thunder in everyone's ears. He slowly turned around, his piercing gaze sweeping over every general present. These rebels are no longer mere buffoons, but a nest of venomous serpents. They lurk in the shadows, ready to strike at our throats the moment an opportunity arises. Commander, we need a more comprehensive encirclement plan, the general spoke softly, his tone laced with trepidation. Encirclement? The commander scoffed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. No, we must let them understand the consequences of daring to provoke the Federation. He cast his gaze toward the screen displaying the rebels' battle records, his eyes dark. Issue the order. Activate the Shadow Hunter plan that I intend to extinguish their hopes in the depths of despair. Back at the Twilight Base. In the Operations Command Center, Bai Lingwei's fingers glided across the screen, a series of intelligence reports flashing before her. Each data point, every piece of information felt like a puzzle piece, gradually revealing a more significant truth. The Federation will not relent. They are undoubtedly concocting a more extensive conspiracy. That a slight furrow appeared on her brow, a wave of unease surging within her. Yun Huan approached her, concern evident in his eyes. We are prepared. No matter what plans they devise, we shall not retreat. Bai Lingwei looked up at him, warmth flickering in her gaze. Indeed, we have come this far. There is no turning back. She gently pressed a button, magnifying the star map on the screen, laying the entire Milky Way before them. Next, we must find allies willing to fight alongside us in this expanse of stars. That a fervor ignited in Yun Huan's eyes. The spark has been lit, and it shall surely spread. Bai Lingwei nodded, her gaze as resolute as iron. Let us find our dawn amid this labyrinth. The meeting room was dimly lit, a massive star map suspended in the center. The Milky Way's layout projected with precision. Each galaxy, every trade route, flickered with faint points of light against the endless darkness, as if signifying the intertwining of hope and despair. Lung Feng stood before the star map, his fingers gliding over each galaxy, his brow furrowed. The battle in the Twilight Galaxy has offered us a brief respite, but the Federation will not grant us much time to breathe. We must take the initiative to preserve this slender thread of life. Yun Huan stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the star map. Sister Wei mentioned earlier that we need to find allies willing to fight alongside us. But under the Federation's oppressive rule, how many rebels are willing to step forward? Lung Feng sighed, a hint of weariness in his eyes. That is precisely the most challenging aspect. Rebels are scattered far and wide. Some struggle for survival in the darkness, while others have long lost faith in victory. To unite them is no small feat. Bai Lingwei's eyes glimmered with determination, her voice resolute. The human spirit is like a spark buried beneath a stone. As long as we clear the way and let them see the light, they will ignite. What we need is an opportunity, a chance for those hidden embers to realize that resistance is not a solitary struggle. Her finger pointed to a dim star region on the map, known as the Storm Sea Galaxy. Yun Huan's gaze fixed on that region, momentarily taken aback. The Storm Sea Galaxy, is that not already designated as a forbidden area by the Federation, where all resistance activities have been suppressed? A slight smile graced Bai Lingwei's lips, a glimmer of sharpness in her eyes. Precisely because of that, the rebels there yearn even more for victory. It is rumored that the Storm Sea Galaxy harbors a resistance force, known as the Tianhua Alliance, which has survived the Federation's relentless suppression. That if we can find them and persuade them to join us, our strength will be greatly enhanced. Lung Feng contemplated for a moment before slowly nodding. I have heard of the Tianhua Alliance. Their leader, Ling Lai, is a remarkably courageous warrior. However, his whereabouts are elusive, and the Federation has failed to capture him despite multiple encirclements. That a flicker of hope ignited in Yun Huan's eyes. Then we shall venture to the Storm Sea and seek out Ling Lai, persuading him to join us. Bai Lingwei gazed at the star map, her eyes resolute. This is a gamble, but we have no other choice. That a bitter smile crossed Lung Feng's face. Since you dare to gamble, I shall accompany you on this journey. Hours later, the spaceship ascended into the sky, heading straight for the Storm Sea Galaxy. That in the cockpit, starlight sparkled like fine silver dust against the endless darkness. Yun Huan sat at the main control panel, his gaze fixed on the vast universe ahead, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Yun Huan, are you nervous? Bai Lingwei's voice, soft and soothing, broke through his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Yun Huan managed to smile. A little, but more than that, I feel anticipation that we are one step closer to true victory. Bai Lingwei smiled gently, her eyes shimmering with warmth. No matter what dangers lie ahead, we are in this together. That a tremor of reassurance surged in Yun Huan's heart as he gazed intently at her. Yes, together. The spaceship traversed the starry expanse, gradually nearing the Storm Sea Galaxy. Designated as a forbidden area by the Federation, the galaxy's periphery was shrouded in dense dark energy clouds, with lightning dancing within, releasing an unsettling wave of energy. The entrance to the Storm Sea lay just ahead. Bai Lingwei's gaze sharpened, her fingers deftly manipulating the control panel. The energy interference is substantial. We must be careful not to deviate from our course. Yun Huan nodded, gripping the control stick tightly as the spaceship slowly entered the dark cloud. Within the Storm Sea Galaxy, amidst the dark energy clouds, the spaceship navigated through. Lightning crackling outside the viewport, bathing everything in a blinding light, while the atmosphere felt stifling and suffocating. Shield energy has dropped to 70. Yun Huan's voice betrayed his tension. Bai Lingwei focused intently on the navigation screen, her tone calm. Maintain course. Hold on a little longer. We are almost through this cloud. Suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the ship. Unknown spacecraft detected, approaching rapidly. Yun Huan exclaimed in alarm. Bai Lingwei's expression hardened. Prepare for defense. Let's see who they are. Outside the viewport, a shadow flickered within the cloud, ghost-like as it drew near their ship. In the next moment, a cold voice crackled through the communication channel. This is the Tianhua Alliance. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into the Storm Sea? Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei exchanged glances. And Bai Lingwei pressed the communication button, her voice steady. We are allies of the Anti-Federation Alliance, here to seek cooperation. There was a momentary silence on the channel before the voice returned. Evidence. Bai Lingwei's fingers swiftly tapped the control panel, transmitting footage and intelligence of their battles against the Federation that on the screen. The shadow slowly materialized, revealing a black warship adorned with a blazing flame emblem. Welcome to the Storm Sea. Follow us. Leader Ling Lai is awaiting you. 10 minutes later, the spaceship landed on a planet covered in gray mountains. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei descended the ramp, the biting wind striking them with a chilling intensity. In the distance, a group of figures stood on the cliff, led by a middle-aged man clad in black armor, his eyes sharp and weathered. You are the rebels from the Twilight Galaxy. The man's voice was deep and authoritative. Bai Lingwei stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. Indeed, we wish to fight alongside you to overthrow the tyranny of the Federation. The man's eyes flickered uncertainly, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly replied, You must understand. There is no turning back on this path. Yun Huan declared firmly, We have long since run out of retreat. That a glimmer of approval appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes as he extended his hand. I am Ling Lai, and I welcome you to the Tianhua Alliance. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei shook his hand tightly, and amidst the howling cold wind, a new force was quietly gathering. Chapter 14. The Convergence of Storms on a Night in the Storm Sea star system. The clouds rolled ominously in the sky, and purple lightning erupted silently within the cloud cover, akin to a voiceless roar. The earth lay still and cold, sharp rocks piercing the heavens as if to rend the very firmament. Yun Huan stood upon a ridge, the biting wind swirling around his clothing that I in the distance. The base of the Tianhua Alliance lay concealed among the mountains, its black metallic structures slumbering like colossal beasts. Exuding a solemn pressure, he inhaled deeply, his expression grave. Bai Lingwei stood beside him, her silver hair billowing in the wind, her gaze profound and calm. This star system harbored countless perils that a hint of unease laced Yun Huan's voice. Bai Lingwei nodded gently. The Tianhua Alliance has survived in the Storm Sea star system not merely through courage, but also through wisdom. They must have their own survival rules. Let us hope they are willing to cooperate with us. Yun Huan murmured, his fists clenching slightly. Bai Lingwei turned to him, a trace of tenderness in her gaze. Regardless of the outcome, we have arrived at this juncture. What remains is to see our sincerity and their resolve. At the Tianhua Alliance base, in the main conference hall, a dozen core members of the Alliance sat around a circular table, each face etched with the weariness and sternness wrought by time. Ling Lai occupied the seat of honor, his gaze sharp, hands folded on the table, silent. Bai Lingwei and Yun Huan stood before the table, facing the assembly. You wish to join us against the Federation? A stern-faced, middle-aged woman spoke, skepticism evident in her voice. We have survived in the Storm Sea for 10 years. The Federation's oppression is omnipresent. Why approach us only now? Bai Lingwei met her gaze directly, her eyes unyielding. Precisely because the Federation's oppression is ubiquitous. We need to unite even more. You have struggled here for 10 years. If this continues, in another 10 or 20 years, you will still only be grappling in the darkness. The woman's countenance shifted slightly, her fists clenching unconsciously. Bai Lingwei speaks the truth. Yun Huan's voice was resolute and powerful that we need an opportunity. One that offers hope to all rebels. And that opportunity is now. Silence enveloped the conference hall, broken only by the winds howling through the cracks in the walls. Ling Lai's gaze swept over Bai Lingwei and Yun Huan, a profound light flickering in his eyes. You are not mistaken. But why should we trust that your victory is not a fleeting mirage? The Federation's strength is unfathomable, and we cannot afford the cost of failure. Bai Lingwei paused momentarily before speaking slowly. Trust requires time to cultivate. Yet courage often demands but a single decision that if we do not stand today, tomorrow we may not even have the chance to rise. Her gaze traversed each core member, her voice unwavering. We possess plans, courage, and weapons capable of inflicting pain upon the Federation. And you have experience and wisdom for survival. Together, we can become a force that the Federation cannot ignore. Ling Lai squinted slightly, his fingers drumming on the table as he pondered. The atmosphere in the conference hall grew increasingly tense, as if the air itself had solidified under invisible pressure. That moment, a messenger burst into the hall, pale and trembling. Report. The probe has detected the Federation fleet approaching the Storm Sea Star system. What? An uproar erupted in the conference room. Ling Lai sprang to his feet, fury igniting in his eyes. How did they find this place? Yun Huan's mind raced, suddenly recalling a possibility, his expression shifting drastically. Someone has betrayed you. A glint of cold light flashed in by Ling Wei's eyes as she murmured, the Federation would not have discovered this place without solid intelligence. Ling Lai's face turned ashen, his fists cracking ominously. There must be an insider among us. Now is not the time to assign blame. Bai Lingwei said coolly that we must immediately devise a response plan. Otherwise, this place will become a second gray nether planet. Ling Lai took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and looked at Bai Lingwei. Do you have a plan? Bai Lingwei's gaze was sharp, her finger tracing key points on the holographic map. The Federation fleet will likely attack along this route. They will divide into multiple squads to block all escape routes that we can strike them piecemeal while they are scattered. Yun Huan added, his gaze resolute. Ling Lai scrutinized the map, brow furrowed, but our forces are limited. We do not have the advantage in a direct confrontation. Bai Lingwei's lips curled into a slight smile. We do not need to confront them head-on. Our objective is to disrupt their rhythm and plunge them into chaos. Her finger glided over the map, marking several narrow interstellar passages. Here, and here are the natural barriers of the Storm Sea, and we can use these barriers to set ambushes and divide their fleet. A glimmer of light sparked in Ling Lai's eyes, his voice low but firm. Very well. We shall proceed with this plan. Several hours later, at the periphery of the Storm Sea Star system. In the dark cosmos, the Federation fleet approached stealthily like a pack of bloodthirsty sharks, their hulls black and lights extinguished, moving like phantoms. Inside the command ship, the Federation commander observed the star map on the screen with a cold gaze, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. This time, we must ensnare them completely. However, at the very moment the fleet entered the Storm Sea Star system, the surrounding energy fluctuations abruptly became chaotic, and lightning erupted violently within the clouds. Alert! Sensor systems malfunction. Unknown energy fluctuations detected ahead. The commander's expression shifted. What is happening? Simultaneously, beams of light shot from the shadows, striking the Federation fleet's weak points with precision. Boom! 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 Explosive flames blossomed in the cosmos, plunging the Federation fleet into disarray. Ambush! They have laid an ambush! The commander shouted in terror. Meanwhile, in the darkness, the Tianhua Alliance and Twilight-based warships maneuvered swiftly, like arrows weaving through enemy lines, relentlessly harvesting the lives of the Federation fleet. Yun Huan watched the battle unfold on the screen, his heart racing with excitement. They are in disarray. Bai Lingwei's gaze remained calm, her voice resolute. This is our opportunity to utterly vanquish them. In the pitch-black cosmos, the flames of war erupted like fireworks, illuminating the Storm Sea Star system. The Federation fleet, caught off guard by the sudden assault, found their coordinated efforts shattered in an instant. Beams crisscrossed, shockwaves from the explosions rippled through space, and massive metal debris flew in all directions, as if the universe were weeping softly. Yun Huan fixed his gaze on the tactical screen, his voice urgent yet filled with fighting spirit. Their vanguard has been divided. Our warships can take them down one by one. Bai Lingwei analyzed the battlefield with composure. The guerrilla tactics of the Tianhua Alliance are proving highly effective. They are familiar with every terrain here. If we can hold on just a little longer, the Federation's command system will collapse entirely. The image of Lung Feng appeared on the communication screen, his face alight with excitement and fatigue. Your plan is working. They are in utter chaos. Yuan Huan's lips curled into a smile. Then let us press the advantage and make them fully understand that this star domain is not theirs to manipulate at will. Inside the Federation flagship, the commander's face was ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Then on the vast tactical screen, the red dots representing their forces continued to vanish, while the green dots of the enemy advanced rapidly. Like a hawk diving toward its terrified prey. How is this possible? How could they be so familiar with the terrain here? The vice commander, pale and trembling, exclaimed, "Commander, our fleet has been divided. We cannot regroup and must retreat." Retreat. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in the commander's eyes, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. "We are the elite of the Federation. How can we flee before these traitors?" But the next moment, the ship shuddered violently. Alarms blaring piercingly. Hull damage to the rear. Power systems incapacitated. The commander's eyes widened, his face turning ashen. "Are we surrounded?" Deep within the Storm Sea Star system, Bai Lingwei's gaze was as cold as frost. Her voice echoing through the communications system across the fleet. "All warships, tighten the encirclement. Leave them no chance of escape." The determined light flickered in Yuan Huan's eyes. "This time, we will make them understand that in the darkness of the galaxy, the flame of rebellion has already been ignited." The warships of the Tianhua Alliance converged like a pack of silent hunters from all directions. Under the relentless pressure of overwhelming firepower, the Federation fleet began to retreat in disarray. Their shields collapsing as flames gushed forth from the breaches. "The enemy flagship has lost power. We have succeeded." The voice of Lung Feng was tinged with an unmistakable excitement. Bai Lingwei gazed at Yuan Huan, her eyes softening slightly. "Yuan Huan, issue the command." Taking a deep breath, Yuan Huan's voice resonated powerfully. "All warships, cease fire and issue a final ultimatum to the enemy fleet. Lay down your weapons and surrender, or face annihilation." Within the Federation fleet, the commander's face was ashen, his fingers trembling as they hovered over the control console. Silence enveloped the surrounding soldiers, fear spreading like a contagion in their eyes. "Commander, what should we do?" The voice of the adjutant was faint, akin to the whisper of a mosquito. The commander's gaze grew distant, finally letting out a bitter smile as he slumped into his command chair. "Let us surrender." "We have lost." The utterance of those words, the atmosphere in the command chamber seemed to collapse instantaneously. The soldiers bowed their heads, relinquishing their weapons. From the communicator came Yuan Huan's resolute voice. "Your fight is over. Lay down your arms, and you may yet survive." The battle had ended. The remnants of the Federation fleet slowly powered down their weapon systems, drifting in the cosmos like lifeless debris. The warships of the Tianhua Alliance and the Twilight Base fleet gradually converged, encircling them. Yuan Huan surveyed the scene before him, his inner excitement beyond words. That he turned to Bai Lingwei, a slight smile gracing his lips. "We have triumphed." Bai Lingwei nodded gently, her eyes sparkling with determination. "This is a victory on the road to rebellion. Yet our journey is far from over." Lung Feng stepped forward, his eyes filled with admiration. "You have accomplished the seemingly impossible." Ling Lai approached as well, and after a moment of silence, extended his hand to Bai Lingwei and Yuan Huan. "From this day forth, the Tianhua Alliance shall fight alongside you, that we will unleash the storm of rebellion upon the entire galaxy." Bai Lingwei grasped his hand firmly, her gaze profound and resolute. "Together, we shall fight for freedom." Beneath the starry sky, the forces of rebellion began to converge. This was not merely a victory. It was the spark of hope ignited in the hearts of the resistors. Under the oppressive rule of the Federation, the once suppressed embers had now coalesced into a blazing inferno. Yuan Huan gazed into the vast sea of stars, his eyes brimming with hope and determination. "One day, this river of stars will welcome the light that belongs to us." Bai Lingwei stood beside him, softly saying, "The darkness will eventually dissipate, and the starlight will guide our path forward." Their figures appeared steadfast and grand against the backdrop of starlight, and this storm was merely the beginning. Chapter 15. Beneath the undercurrents, the tranquility of the Storm Sea Star system gradually resumed, yet this calm did not signify peace. Rather, it resembled the hidden undercurrents of the deep sea, poised to drag everything into an unknown abyss. Inside the Tianhua Alliance's base, the atmosphere remained taut. The echoes of victory had not yet faded, but the eyes of everyone were laced with vigilance and fatigue. Did I end the corridor? Soldiers hurried along, the sound of armor scraping reverberating against the metallic walls. Yun Huan stood atop the observation deck, gazing at the barren mountains in the distance, his heart devoid of much joy. Although the battle had been won, it was but a small step forward. The true challenges were just beginning. Bai Lingwei approached, her light footsteps drawing Yun Huan from his reverie. Are you still pondering what comes next? Her voice was gentle, yet carried a hint of insightful perception. Yun Huan managed a wry smile, looking up at her. Indeed, the Federation will not concede so easily. Their counterattack is surely on the way. Bai Lingwei nodded slightly, her expression grave. This victory may have disrupted the Federation's rhythm, but it has also exposed us to their scrutiny. They will undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate this threat. After a moment of silence, Yun Huan replied, we must act faster than they do. Our next move must be meticulously planned. Bai Lingwei stared into the distance, her eyes gleaming with contemplation. Ling Lai and Lung Feng are already discussing the next operation. We must strike them hard before the Federation can regroup. She turned to face Yun Huan, her voice resolute. But this time, we cannot rely solely on brute force, that we need to find a breakthrough from within. Yun Huan was momentarily taken aback, then pondered. You mean to seek allies within the Federation? Bai Lingwei nodded, her gaze sharp as a blade. The Federation is not an unbreakable monolith. Some seek power, others are weary of tyranny, and some merely wish to survive. And if we can identify these individuals, we can leverage the entire Federation. Yun Huan furrowed his brow. But how can we find them? More importantly, will they trust us? Bai Lingwei's lips curved into a subtle smile, a hint of warmth in her demeanor. That requires a touch of patience and strategy. At the same time, in the capital star of the Federation, the radiant fortress loomed majestically beneath the heavens, its cold metallic outer walls reflecting the blinding sunlight, as if mocking the futility of all resistance. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was as frigid as frozen ice. Before the massive round table, the high-ranking officials of the Federation wore varied expressions, yet each bore traces of anger and unease in their eyes. The Supreme Commander, Lei Jian, stood at the center of the table, his gaze sweeping over everyone, his voice as cold as steel. The defeat in the Storm Sea has cost us an elite fleet. This is not merely a tactical failure. It is a provocation to the Federation's dignity. His fist slammed onto the table, the metallic surface echoing ominously. The rebels were no longer a mere band of guerrillas. They had evolved into an organized and cunning force. With a sinister glint in his eyes, he continued, we must crush this force at all costs. The An elderly counselor sighed softly. Lei Dian. How long can such suppression last? Discontent is spreading between the star systems. Our foundations of rule are not unassailable. Lei Dian's icy gaze swept over him, a cold smile curling at his lips. Thus, we need a decisive victory to make everyone understand that the cost of rebellion is destruction. What is your plan? A general asked in a low voice that a glimmer of malice flickered in Lei Dian's eyes as he slowly replied, we will draw the snake out of its hole. In the Storm Sea star system, within the operations room of the Tianhua Alliance base, the projection screen displayed a rotating galactic map, with regions controlled by the rebels appearing like burning embers against the darkness. Ling Lai stood before the map, his gaze profound, weariness etched on his face. The Federation's next moves are difficult to predict, but one thing is certain. They will not grant us a moment's respite. Lung Feng stood nearby, his demeanor solemn. We need intelligence, precise intelligence. Only then can we catch them off guard before the Federation strikes. Bai Lingwei raised her head, her eyes resolute. I have a plan. All eyes turned toward her. There must be those within the Federation who are discontent with the current state, that if we can reach out to them, we can gain insight into the Federation's movements. Her voice was calm and firm. I am willing to infiltrate the Federation myself and find these individuals. Ling Lai's brows furrowed sharply, concern evident in his eyes. That is far too dangerous. You are among the most wanted in the Federation. If you are recognized, it would mean certain death. Yun Huan felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively saying, no, I cannot allow you to take that risk. Bai Lingwei looked at Yun Huan, her gaze softening for a moment, then returning to calmness. This is not a risk. It is our opportunity that if we can embed a mole within the Federation, the battles to come will be much easier. Let me accompany you. Yun Huan's voice was firm, his eyes unwavering, that a flicker of complexity crossed by Ling Wei's eyes. But ultimately, she nodded gently. Very well. We shall go together. In the preparation room. Dim light illuminated their faces. Yun Huan was checking his equipment, his expression grave. Bai Lingwei stood beside him, quietly observing, her eyes shimmering with indescribable emotion. This infiltration will not be as easy as before. Bai Lingwei remarked softly. Yun Huan paused in his actions, looking up at her with sincere eyes. No matter what happens, I will be by your side. A slight smile graced Bai Lingwei's lips. With you here, I feel at ease. They held each other's gaze for a long moment, an unspoken understanding binding them. Outside the window, the vastness of the starry sky loomed, dark currents swirling, while their journey had only just begun. The air in the preparation room felt as though it had solidified, a chill permeating every corner. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei had changed into civilian attire of the Federation, their combat suits and distinctive gear cleverly concealed. Their identities, presence, and demeanor had all been meticulously disguised. Yun Huan's eyes swept over his reflection in the mirror, both unfamiliar and familiar. Bai Lingwei stood beside him, her fingers lightly grazing the microdagger at her waist. Her gaze met Yun Huan's through the mirror, worry evident in her eyes. In this infiltration, we cannot afford a single misstep. Yun Huan took a deep breath, managing a smile to ease the tension. Do not worry. I am fully prepared. For a fleeting moment, Bai Lingwei's gaze softened. Then she regained her composure. Let us depart. On the landing pad of the Tianhua Alliance base, a ship disguised as an ordinary cargo vessel awaited liftoff. Its engines humming softly. Lung Feng and Ling Lai stood nearby, their expressions serious. You must be cautious. The voice of Lung Feng resonated with a low timbre. The Federal Capital Star was a perilous den, where any minor misstep could prove fatal. A trace of gravity flickered in Ling Lai's eyes. This mission was exceedingly dangerous, yet it was our sole opportunity. I wish you all success. Yun Huan nodded. Ascending the gangway alongside Bai Lingwei, the hatch slowly sealed, shutting out the chilling winds from the outside world. The spacecraft ignited, gradually ascending, piercing through the thick clouds and steering towards the boundless starry expanse. Yun Huan gazed out the porthole at the receding base, silently vowing, no matter how treacherous the path, he would complete this mission alongside Bai Lingwei. The Federal Capital Star, the City of Radiance. The spacecraft descended gently into the vast spaceport. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei disembarked with the throng, surrounded by towering skyscrapers, as aerial vehicles wove through the air, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Cold as a colossal machine. While everything appeared resplendent, it concealed countless shadows. Bai Lingwei's voice was barely audible. Yun Huan scanned the surroundings, his gaze alert. Where do we go now? Bai Lingwei replied softly. To the rendezvous point first. They navigated through the bustling crowd, entering a concealed alley. The shadows of the towering buildings enveloped the passage, as if isolating them in another realm. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at an unremarkable metal door. Bai Lingwei knocked thrice, paused, then knocked twice more. The door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man in a hood, his face etched with the marks of time, his gaze sharp as a blade. That you finally arrived. The man's voice was hoarse, tinged with fatigue. Bai Lingwei nodded. Lao Zhou, has everything gone smoothly? Lao Zhou glanced at them, gesturing for them to enter. It's not safe to talk outside. They swiftly entered the room. And the door closed silently behind them. Inside the room, Lao Zhou lowered his hood, revealing a weathered face that a flicker of vigilance and helplessness glimmered in his eyes. The current Federation is under tight scrutiny. Your actions must be more cautious. Bai Lingwei seated herself, her gaze piercing. We need intelligence regarding the Federation's next military moves. Lao Zhou sighed, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. The Federation has recently tightened its grip on various star systems, particularly targeting resistance organizations. Yet, fractures have also begun to emerge within. The rift between the military and politicians is widening. Yun Huan pondered, the military and politicians, what conflicts of interest exist between them? Lao Zhou scoffed. The military seeks to thoroughly suppress the rebels, while some politicians fear that such actions may provoke a larger-scale uprising, threatening their hold on power. That a glint of realization sparked in Bai Lingwei's eyes. This is precisely our opportunity. If we can exploit the fissures within, the entire structure of the Federation could tremble. Lao Zhou nodded. But this requires exceptional skill and patience that I possess. A list here detailing individuals dissatisfied with the current state of the Federation, including both military officers and political figures that he handed a chip to Bai Lingwei, concern evident in his gaze. But you must tread carefully. They may not be willing to align with us. And if exposed, the consequences could be dire. Bai Lingwei accepted the chip, solemnly nodding. We understand that as night descended, the city of Radiance remained aglow with lights. Bai Lingwei and Yun Huan sat in an inconspicuous CAF. The cacophony of voices surrounding them, yet their focus remained on the chip before them. Who shall we approach first? Yun Huan inquired softly. Bai Lingwei's gaze swept over the names that appeared on the chip, her finger pausing at one. Lin Xiao, a major in the federal military, that a glimmer of significance shone in her eyes. He once deliberately released a group of rebels during a suppression operation. He may be the key to our breakthrough. Yun Huan nodded, determination flickering in his gaze. Then we shall begin with him, in the dead of night, within the federal military's official residence district. A brightly lit mansion housed Lin Xiao, who stood in his study, his expression grave as he scrutinized the documents before him. The papers contained orders to intensify the suppression of resistance organizations. His brow furrowed, inner turmoil and anger flashing in his eyes. Continuing down this path will only plunge more into despair, Lin Xiao murmured. Just then, a faint tapping at the window broke the silence. He spun around, instinctively reaching for the weapon at his waist. Outside the window, the silhouettes of Bai Lingwei and Yun Huan flickered in the night. Lin Zhao's expression shifted abruptly, yet he quickly regained his composure. Approaching the window, he inhaled deeply and slowly opened it. Who are you? His voice was low, laced with caution. Bai Lingwei met his gaze, her expression resolute and sincere. We are here in search of hope. Lin Xiao paused, a complex emotion crossing his features before he finally stepped aside. Come in. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei deftly entered the study, the night breeze rustling the curtains, and under the light. The shadows of the three intertwined. Chapter 16. The undercurrent agreement within Lin Zhao's study. The light was dim and ambiguous. The night wind gently swaying the curtains through the slightly ajar window, carrying a chill. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei stood still, their eyes fixed intently on the federal major Lin Xiao. Dressed in civilian attire, Lin Zhao's upright military demeanor could not conceal the inner conflict he faced. His gaze lingered on the two for a moment before he took a deep breath and slowly closed the window. Do you understand what this means? Lin Zhao's voice was low, as if suppressing some emotion. Bai Lingwei's gaze was calm as water as she began. Yes, if discovered, we will all perish. But we are willing to take the gamble. That a flicker of complexity crossed Lin Zhao's eyes, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. The rhythm chaotic and urgent. Yun Huan observed Lin Xiao, tentatively speaking. Major, we understand your internal struggle. The Federation's oppressive measures have alienated the populace, and you have seen through it all. Lin Zhao's brow furrowed slightly, a flash of pain evident in his eyes. I have indeed seen the truth. Yet sometimes, seeing the truth does not equate to having the power to change it. Bai Lingwei's gaze sharpened, locking onto Lin Zhao's eyes. Change has never been an easy endeavor. The fate you hold in your hands is not merely your own, but that of countless oppressed souls. Lin Zhao's fingers stilled, and silence enveloped the room, the only sound being the slow ticking of the clock on the wall. He raised his head, a flicker of struggle igniting in his eyes, as if battling with some inner force. I once believed that loyalty to the Federation was for the protection of the people. Lin Zhao's voice carried a hint of self-mockery, yet with each innocent life lost to the bombardment, I realized that I was merely safeguarding the interests of those in power. Yun Huan felt a slight tremor in his heart, sensing the long-suppressed anger and anguish within Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. Bai Lingwei spoke slowly, her voice tinged with earnestness. You have the power to choose a choice that will leave you with a clear conscience. Lin Zhao's gaze gradually solidified, turning to Bai Lingwei, his voice low yet resolute. What do you want me to do? The following morning, dawn broke. Lin Xiao donned his crisp military uniform, the insignia on his shoulder gleaming in the morning light, but he stood at the entrance of the military headquarters, his gaze calm, as if he had buried the weighty decision of the previous night deep within. Not far away, hidden among the crowd, Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei quietly watched him. Can he do it? Yun Huan whispered, concern flickering in his eyes. Bai Lingwei observed Lin Zhao's upright figure, nodding gently. He is a soldier. But more importantly, he is a man of conscience. Once he makes a decision, he will not easily regret it. Yun Huan fell silent for a moment, silently wishing, may this gamble not end in dire loss. Inside the Federal Military conference room, the atmosphere was as oppressive and frigid as ever. The Federation flag hung silently on the wall, and generals from various military districts filled the conference table. Their expressions grave, eyes sharp as blades. Redian stood at the head of the table, hands pressed on the surface, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk. Last night, our intelligence from the Storm Sea was leaked once again. The strength of the rebels is rapidly swelling. His voice was cold, tinged with barely concealed fury. We must intensify our suppression and can no longer tolerate their existence. Lin Xiao sat at one side of the table, calmly observing Redian, though a fire raged within him that he slowly spoke. Supreme Commander, perhaps we should consider an alternative approach. Redian's gaze snapped to him, a sharp glint in his eyes. Major Lin. What are your thoughts? Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, his demeanor tranquil. Merely suppressing them will only provoke more resistance that we should seek to appease and negotiate, fracturing the rebels from within, gradually dismantling their strength. Redian's expression turned icy, a hint of derision curling at his lips. Appeasement. Do you believe those rebels will accept such a proposition? They are traitors and must be eradicated. Lin Xiao's grip tightened slightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palm. Yet his expression remained calm. If we can identify the divisions within them, we can strike decisively rather than exhausting our forces. Redian scoffed. You mean to suggest we negotiate with traitors? Lin Xiao's gaze was steadfast, his voice neither submissive nor overbearing. Negotiation is a facade. Division is the reality. Only through cunning can we eradicate them completely. Did I end the conference room? A profound silence enveloped the space as the assembled generals exchanged glances, seemingly weighing Lin Zhao's proposal. Ledian fixed his gaze upon Lin Xiao, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. After a moment's pause, he spoke coldly, Major Lin, I shall consider your suggestion. However, should we fail this time, you are aware of the consequences. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, his expression tranquil. I am willing to bear all consequences. After the meeting, in the corridor of the Ministry of Defense, Lin Xiao stood before a window, gazing at the bustling street below, a heavy weight resting on his heart. But he understood that this gamble had only just begun, and every step he took was akin to treading upon the edge of a blade. A gentle breeze swept by, and he cast his gaze into the distance, murmuring softly, I hope this step I take can bring a modicum of change to this decaying world that I in a shadowy alleyway at the corner of the street. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei awaited, their eyes fixed on the entrance of the military headquarters. Shortly thereafter, Lin Zhao's figure emerged, and he approached the two with a steady gaze and spoke softly. The plan has commenced. Bai Lingwei nodded slightly, a sharp glint in her eyes. Excellent. We shall assist you from the shadows. Lin Xiao regarded them, a faint smile gracing his lips. Together, we shall stir this storm. Yun Huan clenched his fists, his gaze resolute for freedom. The hands of the three quietly overlapped, and in the darkness, a light was quietly brewing. Chapter 17. Beneath the thunder, the sky above the capital of the Federation remained bright, with flying vehicles weaving orderly between towering buildings and pedestrians hurriedly passing by, all in harmonious order. However, beneath this brilliance, a turbulent undercurrent surged with increasing intensity. Standing amidst the crowd, Yun Huan craned his neck to gaze at the distant military building. The skyscraper, constructed of steel and glass, pierced the heavens, symbolizing the unassailable authority of the Federation. Yet he knew that the seemingly impregnable edifice was already riddled with cracks at its foundation. Bai Lingwei stood beside him, her eyes deep with contemplation. Huining has commenced operations. The detention point for the Dark Blade plan is being relocated. This is our opportunity, indeed, our only chance. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, suppressing the tension within him. Once the operation begins, there will be no retreat. Bai Lingwei gently squeezed his hand, the chill of her fingertips penetrating his skin, yet offering a semblance of reassurance. No matter what transpires, we shall stand side by side. Yun Huan's gaze grew resolute, a smile gracing his lips. Let us proceed and show them our determination. Inside the command room of the Federation's military headquarters, a live feed displayed a convoy of armored vehicles slowly departing the city, en route to a clandestine base in the wilderness. Each vehicle held within it those labeled as traitors and dissenters. Huan Ning stood before the screen, his eyes cold, a cruel smile creeping upon his lips. Once these individuals are relocated to the final base of the Dark Blade Plan, the hopes of the insurgents will be utterly extinguished. N8 approached, reporting in a hushed tone, "Commander, the convoy has set off and is expected to arrive at the designated location in 2 hours." Huan Ning nodded, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. "Good. Mobilize all forces to seal off the surrounding areas. Any suspicious individuals are to be eliminated without mercy down on the outskirts of the city, in the shadows beneath an elevated bridge." Yun Huan, Bai Lingwei, Lin Xiao, and a squad composed of elite members from the Tianhua Alliance and Twilight Base concealed themselves, awaiting the arrival of their prey. Lin Xiao glanced at his watch and quietly stated, "The convoy is expected to enter the ambush zone in 10 minutes. Prepare yourselves." Bai Lingwei picked up her communicator, her gaze sharp. "All teams, take position and enter a state of heightened readiness." Confirmation echoed through the earpiece from various teams. And while Yun Huan's heart raced, his expression remained calm. "Yun Huan," Bai Lingwei called softly. Then he turned to her, finding steadfastness and warmth in her eyes. "Believe in yourself. We can do this." Yun Huan took a deep breath and nodded. "I understand that." In the distance, the shadows of the convoy began to materialize. The engines of the armored vehicles rumbled powerfully, each one resembling a mobile fortress. The turret atop each vehicle slowly rotating in vigilant defense. Lin Zhao's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. "The target is within range. 321. Engage." In an instant, beams of light sliced through the darkness, striking precisely at the roadway ahead of the convoy. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated. A deep crater blasted into the ground, flames shooting skyward. The convoy's path was obstructed, and soldiers scrambled from their vehicles, frantically searching for the source of the attack. "Enemy attack. All personnel. Remain alert." The commander's voice roared through the communication channel. That a glint of cold light flashed in Yun Huan's eyes. Now, the insurgent squad surged forth from all directions, laser beams crisscrossing in the darkness. The sounds of explosions and shouts erupting in an instant. Soldiers fell amidst the chaos, while the insurgents swiftly approached the armored vehicles. Lin Xiao led a group of soldiers towards the command vehicle at the center of the convoy. He kicked the door open, gun barrel aimed directly at the terrified commander. "Drop your weapon." The commander froze, disbelief etched across his face upon recognizing Lin Zhao's military uniform. "Major Lin." "You." Lin Zhao's gaze was icy, his voice as firm as steel. "I am doing what I must." With a gunshot, the commander's body slumped to the ground. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, surveying the surroundings. "Rescue the hostages." Soldiers rushed forth, opening the armored vehicle doors and liberating the imprisoned insurgents one by one. Yun Huan approached an armored vehicle. Witnessing the pale, bruised faces of the captives, a pang of sorrow piercing his heart. "You are free," he whispered. That a middle-aged man gazed at him, tears shimmering in his eyes, his voice trembling. "Thank you. Thank you all." Yet at that moment, the distant sound of revving engines pierced the air. Lin Zhao's expression shifted as he looked up to see the Federation's reinforcements encircling from all directions, the turrets of the armored vehicles beginning to lock onto them. Bai Lingwei's voice resonated through the communicator, calm and decisive. "Enemy reinforcements have arrived. All teams, withdraw immediately." Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, glancing at Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei. "You take the hostages and leave first. I will cover your retreat." "No," Yun Huan exclaimed instinctively. But Bai Lingwei grasped his arm, her gaze resolute. "Lin Xiao is right. We must ensure the safety of the hostages." Lin Xiao looked at them, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Rest assured, I shall return alive." With that, he turned to face the enemy, his figure gradually merging with the darkness. As they retreated, the sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed around them. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei escorted the hostages swiftly through the ruins, flames roaring behind them as the Federation's artillery drew ever closer. Bai Lingwei's gaze was sharp, yet a pang of anguish stirred within her heart. She understood that while this mission had successfully rescued the hostages, they had also exposed themselves to the scrutiny of the Federation. Finally, they crossed the blockade, and the rescue team from the Tianhua Alliance awaited them ahead. Yun Huan glanced back, a hint of concern in his eyes. Lin Xiao, Bai Lingwei spoke softly. He will be fine. Yet they both knew that what remained on that battlefield was shrouded in uncertainty and peril. Above the distant city, alarm bells rang, and the Federation's wrath was brewing. Did I end this moment? The flames of rebellion had already begun to illuminate the dark corners of existence. Amidst the smoke-filled ruins, the echoes of explosions lingered in the air, and the sounds of gunfire and cries gradually faded. Lin Xiao stood upon the scorched street, his breath quickened and heartbeat racing. His uniform was stained with dust and blood, yet his gaze remained eerily calm. The Federation's reinforcements closed in from all sides, the heavy armored vehicles rumbling ominously, their turrets coldly aimed at Lin Xiao. Major Lin, you have betrayed the Federation. An armed officer stood atop an armored vehicle, his tone laced with barely concealed fury and malice. Traitors like you have no right to live. That a cold smile crept upon Lin Xiao's lips. A flicker of resolve in his eyes. It is you who have betrayed this world, betrayed those you swore to protect. The officer's expression darkened, and with a wave of his hand, he coldly uttered a single word: fire. Boom! The muzzle flared, and a shell whistled towards him. Lin Xiao rolled away just in time, narrowly escaping the explosion, debris scattering and grazing his cheek. Ignoring the pain, he swiftly rose to his feet and dashed towards an abandoned building. Inside the dilapidated structure, Lin Xiao navigated rapidly through the crumbling corridors, the sounds of pursuing footsteps and shouts echoing behind him. Each corner, each hallway could potentially be a deadly trap. That he gasped for breath, sweat blurring his vision, yet his resolve remained unyielding. With every step, it felt as though he was marching towards the abyss of fate. He retrieved his communicator and quickly pressed the switch. Yun Huan. Bai Lingwei, have you successfully evacuated? Bai Lingwei's voice came through, low and tense. We have safely withdrawn. What about you? Lin Xiao's lips curved slightly, his tone calm. I'm still playing hide and seek with them. Bai Lingwei's voice trembled slightly. Lin Xiao, hold on. We will come back for you. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, a hint of tenderness in his gaze. No need that I know what must be done. You have already embarked on the right path. I cannot become your burden. Yun Huan's voice came through urgently. No, Lin Xiao, you must return alive. The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth lifted, a hint of serene smile gracing his features. Yun Huan. Bai Lingwei, it has been a pleasure to meet you. Let us tear apart the darkness of the Federation and allow this world to see the light once more. As soon as he spoke, he severed the communication. Outside the building, the encirclement of pursuers grew tighter. Standing atop the building, Lin Xiao gazed down at the throngs of Federation soldiers and armored vehicles below. He understood that there was no retreat left in this escape. A glance at the explosive device at his waist brought him an unsettling calm. His fingers brushed gently over the military insignia on his chest, memories flooding back like a tidal wave. The innocent civilians slaughtered by the Federation, the rebels he had once let go, and the oaths he had sworn to justice. That a single tear rolled down his cheek, imbued with bitterness and liberation. It is over, he murmured, pressing the switch of the explosive device. Boom! The sound of a cataclysmic explosion erupted, the entire building collapsing in a blaze of fire, dust soaring into the sky. Debris, steel, and shards of glass scattered, consuming everything in their path. Lin Xiao's figure vanished within the inferno, leaving only the flames reaching for the heavens, seemingly intent on incinerating the darkness of the Federation. That on a distant hillside, Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei stood behind cover, watching the firelight erupting from the city, their hearts feeling as if they were being violently torn apart. Bai Lingwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling. He sacrificed himself. Yun Huan clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, his eyes bloodshot. We cannot let his sacrifice be in vain. Bai Lingwei took a deep breath, suppressing the grief within, her gaze sharpening anew. Lin Xiao's blood will not be shed in vain. We must carry this resistance through to the end. Yun Huan nodded, determination flickering in his eyes. It is time for the Federation to pay for their crimes. That the temporary command center of the Firestorm Alliance. Lung Feng and Ling Lai awaited news. A flicker of hope and tension etched on their faces as Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei returned. Lung Feng inquired urgently, "Where is Lin Xiao?" Bai Lingwei paused momentarily, her gaze frosty. He used his life to win us a moment of respite. The command room fell into a heavy silence, everyone bowing their heads, burdened with sorrow. Ling Lai spoke slowly, his voice deep and resolute. Lin Zhao's sacrifice will not be in vain. From this moment forth, our resistance will be fiercer. The Federation must understand that their rule is teetering on the brink. Lung Feng nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. Let the flames of this resistance engulf the entire galaxy. Beneath the starry sky, the fury of the rebels burned bright, the stars twinkling in their gaze. As if mourning for the fallen heroes, Lin Zhao's sacrifice became the straw that broke the Federation's will. His name would be etched alongside countless others who fought for freedom in the annals of history. And for Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei, their steps grew ever more resolute. The battles ahead remained long and arduous, yet they believed that dawn would inevitably arrive. The darkness would be torn asunder. Beneath the thunder, light would surely break forth. Chapter 18. Before dawn the night, over the capital star of the Federation was shrouded in layers of dark clouds, the city's neon lights piercing through the gloom, casting a cold and austere glow that a storm was brewing, the howling winds carrying an oppressive weight. Yun Huan stood by the window of the Firestorm Alliance's temporary command center, gazing at the distant city skyline. His eyes deep with contemplation. The city of radiance still shone brightly. But in his eyes, it was no longer the once majestic seat of power, but rather a colossal tower poised to collapse at any moment. Bai Lingwei approached his side, speaking softly. Lin Zhao's sacrifice has revealed the Federation's fragility. Yet this strike has merely scratched the surface. The true battle has yet to come. Yun Huan remained silent for a moment, then replied quietly, "We need a larger operation to demonstrate that the hope of resistance has not been extinguished." Lung Feng and Ling Lai entered, their expressions solemn. Lung Feng spoke first, his voice firm. "We have confirmed that the Federation's internal defenses are in disarray following Lin Zhao's sacrifice. However, this chaos will not last long. They're rallying new forces to bolster the defenses of Capital Star." Ling Lai added, "While their defenses are still unsteady, we must take action that we have allied with several resistance organizations from the outer star systems. Once the timing is right, we can launch a multi-pronged assault against the Federation." That a glimmer of light shone in Yun Huan's eyes. "This is our only chance." Bai Lingwei nodded softly, pointing to the star map with a finger. Her tone icy. "The Federation's energy supply chain is their lifeblood, that if we sever the energy supply to Capital Star, their defense systems will collapse, and that will be our prime opportunity to strike." Lung Feng's brow furrowed slightly. "The energy supply chain is heavily guarded. Once we act, it will undoubtedly provoke a furious counterattack from the Federation." Yun Huan's gaze sharpened like a blade. "Thus, we require a feint to divert their attention." Ling Lai pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "We can create a ruse in the outer star systems, leading the Federation to believe our main force is there. Once they disperse their troops to reinforce, we can then launch a surprise attack on the energy supply chain." Bai Lingwei's eyes sparkled with approval. "Once their forces are diverted, our chances of success will greatly increase." Yun Huan's fist tightened slightly, determination radiating from his gaze. "For Lin Zhao, for all those who sacrificed, we must succeed." 2 days later, the operation commenced. The fleets of the Firestorm Alliance and Twilight Base split into two groups, one creating a stir in the outer star systems to draw the Federation's attention, while the other, led by Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei, advanced towards the energy supply chain of Capital Star. In the pitch-black cosmos, the warships moved forward in silence, like lurking cheetahs poised to strike with lethal precision. Yun Huan stood on the bridge, gazing at the extensive energy supply chain stretching into the distance. It was a colossal network of space stations, transmission pipelines, and satellites, delivering energy from the mining planets to Capital Star. If this chain were severed, the entire defense system of Capital Star would collapse. Bai Lingwei's voice resonated beside him, calm and resolute. "Once we begin the attack, we will only have 15 minutes to complete the destruction. After 15 minutes, Federation reinforcements will arrive." Yun Huan nodded, taking a deep breath. 15 minutes will suffice. The outer perimeter of the energy supply chain, the Federation's base defense system suddenly blared its alarms. The soldiers within the base looked up in terror at the radar screens, watching the rapidly approaching dots of light. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! However, before they could react, beams of light pierced through the darkness. striking the shield nodes of the base with precision. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, the shield system collapsed, and a breach was torn open in the defense line. "Assault Team Move!" by Ling Wei commanded, and dozens of assault team members clad in black combat suits leaped from the landing craft. Swiftly charging towards the energy base, Yun Huan and Bai Ling Wei led the charge, laser beams tracing deadly arcs through the darkness. Although the enemy's resistance was fierce, the sudden assault quickly overwhelmed their defenses. "Sever the main transmission pipeline," Yun Huan bellowed. Several team members swiftly placed explosive devices, the red countdown flashing ominously in the dark. "Countdown, 10 seconds." Bai Ling Wei grasped Yun Huan's hand, determination glinting in her eyes. "Retreat." They hurried back to the landing craft, and with a thunderous explosion, the entire energy base was engulfed in flames. The massive transmission pipeline ruptured, flames and debris scattering through the cosmos. The energy supply to Capital Star was instantaneously severed. The city's lights beginning to flicker as the energy shields of the defense system faded away, the military command center of Capital Star. Huining stared at the pitch-black screens before him. His face pale, fists clenched, nails digging deeply into his palms. Damn rebels. How dare they attack the energy supply chain? His voice was laced with fury and fear. The adjutant's voice trembled. "Commander, the city's defense system is down. We cannot stop their assault." Huining gritted his teeth, madness gleaming in his eyes. "Mobilize all troops. At all costs, hold Capital Star." In space, the rebel fleet steadily advanced. Yun Huan stood on the bridge, watching as Capital Star gradually succumbed to darkness, a complex array of emotions surging within him. This was the darkness before dawn. Bai Ling Wei approached him, her gaze resolute, marking the commencement of a new world. Yun Huan clenched his fists, determination radiating from his eyes. "Having come this far, we cannot turn back." Lung Feng's communication image flickered onto the screen, his voice deep and invigorating. "All warships, prepare for attack. Let us tear through this darkness once and for all." Beams of light sliced through the gloom, the flames of resistance igniting into a full blaze. The rebel warships, like dragons leaping from the abyss, surged towards Capital Star with a fury to annihilate all in their path. Energy beams traced brilliant arcs across the dark cosmos, explosions resonating in a cacophony, flames blossoming against the starry backdrop, reminiscent of the symphony of destruction and rebirth. Yun Huan stood on the command ship's bridge, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed firmly on the battlefield. Before the holographic screen, the formation of the Federation fleet was rapidly shifting, desperately attempting to reorganize their defensive line. However, the paralysis of their energy systems rendered their movements sluggish and chaotic. Bai Ling Wei's voice resonated in the air, calm yet resolute. "The Federation's defense system is left with only a few autonomous turrets. While they have yet to recover, we must strike with unrelenting force and completely tear apart this defense." Yun Huan nodded, his voice unwavering. "All warships, concentrate fire and launch an assault on the main defense node." The battle suddenly intensified. The rebel artillery fell like a torrential storm upon the Federation's final line of defense. Each shell, each beam, struck precisely at the defense nodes, tearing through armor plates and causing flames to erupt from the fissures. "Left flank fleet, suppress the enemy's anti-aircraft turrets." Bai Ling Wei's voice pierced through the command channel with cold determination. The image of Lung Feng appeared on the communication screen, a trace of blood on his face. But his eyes burned with exhilaration. "They are already in disarray. Give them one more strike." Yun Huan took a deep breath, his gaze fierce. "Assault team, prepare to board." Aboard the Federation flagship, the Glorious. Huining stood at the center of the command room, his face pale, eyes fixed on the flickering red alerts on the screen, that a glint of madness and defiance shone in his eyes. How could the energy system fail and the outer defense line be breached? His voice trembled, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The officer reported, trembling, "Commander, the enemy fleet is closing in, and our firepower is insufficient to stop them." Huining's gaze suddenly sharpened, his facial muscles twitching. "No, we still have one last chance. Initiate the self-destruct sequence and perish together with them." The officer looked up in horror, his voice quaking. "Commander, this will destroy the entire Capital Star. They do not deserve victory." Huining's voice was a whisper that echoed from the depths of hell. Yet, just as he was about to press the self-destruct button, The hatch of the command room exploded violently, and a team of shadows surged in. Bai Lingwei, laser gun in hand, her eyes as cold as ice. "This ends here, Huining." Huining's hand froze in midair. His face ashen, his voice trembling. "You dare." Yun Huan followed closely, coldly stating, "It was you who left us no choice." Huining let out a maniacal laugh, his eyes flashing with madness. "Do you think this means you've won? The Federation's rule is deeply entrenched. You are merely struggling in vain." Bai Lingwei's gaze was sharp, her voice resolute. "The decaying rule shall ultimately crumble, and we are but the igniters of this collapse." No sooner had the words left her mouth than the laser gun in her hand flared, a beam piercing through Huining's chest. His smile froze on his face as his body slowly fell, the madness in his eyes gradually dissolving into an eerie silence. The alarms of the flagship continued to blare, but this time it was a herald of victory. Bai Lingwei looked at Huining's lifeless body, exhaling softly, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. This battle is finally over. Yun Huan stepped forward, gently grasping her hand, his voice resolute. "But our journey has only just begun down on the streets of the Federation capital Star." The aftermath of the flagship's downfall unfolded. The city's broadcasting system was seized by the rebels, displaying images of Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei. The Federation's oppression had reached its end. All oppressed people, rise and join us in welcoming the new dawn. The crowd on the streets stared blankly at the screen, their eyes filled with confusion and hope. At last, someone raised a fist high, letting out a deafening roar. "Long live the rebellion." This cry ignited like a spark, swiftly setting the entire city ablaze. People flooded into the streets, tearing down the Federation's banners, hoisting the flag of freedom, greeting this long-awaited dawn. Aboard the command ship, Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei gazed down upon the liberated city. The morning light gradually ascended, sunlight filtering through the clouds and casting a golden hue upon the earth. Bai Lingwei sighed softly, her gaze profound. "Lin Xiao, do you see? We did it." Tears glimmered in Yun Huan's eyes, a smile playing at his lips. "This is our dawn." Chapter 19. Echoes of the storm. The morning light fell upon the ravaged Federation capital Star, golden rays piercing through the thick dust, casting a faint warmth over the charred ruins that on the city streets. The remnants of battle whispered tales of the previous night's conflict, and for the first time, the eyes of the people glimmered with a flicker of hope. Yun Huan stood atop a collapsed skyscraper, surveying the entire city. Once a majestic and solemn, glorious city, it had now become a scarred wasteland, yet it was from this desolation that the seeds of rebellion finally broke ground. Bai Lingwei slowly approached his side, her gaze fixed on the horizon, softly saying, "The liberation of the city is merely the beginning. The remnants of the Federation still struggle across various star systems. We cannot afford to relax." Yun Huan nodded, his expression resolute. "I understand that we have won a battle, but the war is far from over." Lung Feng's voice came from behind, laced with excitement. "The cleansing operations in various districts are nearly complete, and the remnants of the Federation are retreating. The oppressed people are beginning to spontaneously organize, assisting us in maintaining order." Ling Lai also stepped forward, barely concealing his exhilaration. "This is the dawn we have long awaited. As long as we stabilize this star system, the flames of rebellion shall not be extinguished." Bai Lingwei's gaze was as deep as the ocean. "But in times like these, we must not let our guard down. The Federation will not accept defeat. They will surely concoct new schemes." Yun Huan took a deep breath, his fists slightly clenched. "Their counterattack will not be long in coming. We must be prepared." On the outskirts, an abandoned military base served as the temporary command center for the rebels, its walls marked with the scars of battle. Yet the hall was filled with a bustling atmosphere. Soldiers hurried to and fro, relaying various intelligence and orders. Yun Huan stood before the holographic map, his gaze sweeping over the marked strongholds of the Federation's residual forces, each red that represented a potential threat. Bai Lingwei's fingertip glided across the map, her voice steady. "The Federation's 7th Fleet is gathering in the outer star systems. It seems they intend to reorganize for a counterattack." Lung Feng furrowed his brow. This fleet's combat power should not be underestimated. Should they manage to regroup, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage. Yun Huan's eyes flickered. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "We must launch a precise strike before they can gather." Ling Lai looked at Yun Huan, concern evident in his eyes. But our forces have just endured a fierce battle. Can we sustain a second offensive? Bai Lingwei raised her head, her gaze unwavering. We do not need to engage them head-on. We can set a trap, luring them into our clutches. A faint smile curled at the corners of Yuan Huan's mouth, a glint of cunning in his eyes. We will draw them out, making them believe we are in retreat, thus lowering their guard. When they enter our ambush, it will be our moment to counterattack. Lung Feng's eyes sparkled with approval. Brilliant! We can feign the retreat of a small portion of our fleet, enticing them deeper, then launch a full encirclement. Ling Lai nodded, his spirit reignited. Let us proceed as planned. A few hours later, the rebel fleet commenced an orderly retreat. Yuan Huan and Bai Lingwei stood on the command ship, watching as the fleet gradually withdrew from the defenses of the Federation capital star, retreating toward the outer star systems. The voices of rebel soldiers on the communication channel carried a hint of confusion, but more so, a trust in their commander. All fleets maintain formation. Do not reveal our true intentions. Bai Lingwei's voice resonated through the communicator, reaching every ship in the fleet. Yuan Huan took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the distant starry expanse. They will surely take the bait. Meanwhile, aboard the command ship of the Federation's 7th Fleet, a middle-aged general clad in silver-gray military attire coldly scrutinized the screen, displaying the retreating rebels. A sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. The insurgents are nothing but this. They have begun to retreat. His voice dripped with disdain. The officer beside him wore an expression of excitement. General, this is a golden opportunity for our counterattack. If we pursue them, we can wipe them out completely. The general's eyes glinted with greed. Order the entire army to pursue. This time, I will annihilate them completely. The warship engines roared to life as the Federation's 7th Fleet, like a ferocious beast, surged forward in pursuit of the retreating rebels that in the desolate asteroid belt of interstellar space. The rebel fleet lay quietly hidden behind the asteroids. All engines powered down, weapon systems on standby, resembling a pack of dormant hunters. Yuan Huan's gaze peered through the viewport, fixated on the approaching Federation fleet, his palms slightly sweating. Bai Lingwei's voice rang out, calm and resolute. They have entered the ambush zone. Prepare all warships. Lung Feng's voice followed, tinged with suppressed excitement. Closer, just a bit closer. The Federation fleet, oblivious to the impending danger, glided into the asteroid belt. The surroundings silent, only the asteroids drifting slowly. The general surveyed the empty starry sky, his brow furrowing slightly. What is happening? Where are the rebels? Just then, Yuan Huan's voice echoed through the rebel communication channel. Cold as ice. Welcome to our trap. Open fire. Behind the meteorite, dozens of rebel warships simultaneously ignited with brilliance, their energy beams shooting forth like arrows, precisely striking the hull of the Federal fleet. Enemy attack. It's an ambush. The countenance of the Federal fleet's commander changed dramatically, fear evident in his eyes. Yet it was too late. The rebels' firepower descended like a torrential storm, plunging the Federal fleet into utter chaos. Yuan Huan's gaze was sharp, his voice resolute. This time, we shall make them thoroughly understand that justice will not remain silent forever. The spatial combat within the asteroid belt instantly reached a boiling point. The rebel ships surged forth from their concealed positions, akin to a pack of wolves tearing into their prey, charging towards the Federal 7th Fleet. Explosions erupted in the darkness, metal fragments scattered in all directions, accompanied by the piercing sound of tearing. Yuan Huan's eyes were fixated on the holographic screen, his fingers deftly tapping the console, continuously adjusting the attack direction of the warships. Enemy ships are attempting to break through on the right. Team 3, intercept immediately, he commanded calmly. Bai Lingwei stood beside him, her gaze keen, her hands swiftly operating the console. The reinforcements have arrived from the rear. Our encirclement is complete. On the screen, the encircling formation of the rebel ships gradually constricted, cornering the Federal 7th Fleet into a dire predicament. On the flagship of the Federal 7th Fleet, shield systems compromised. The port side is breached. The enemy is closing in. Alarms blared within the flagship, red warning lights flashing incessantly. The commander's complexion turned pale, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his eyes reflecting terror and despair. We've fallen into a trap. His voice trembled, veins prominent in his eyes. The face of the aide also drained of color. General, We must retreat. If we don't, we will face total annihilation. The commander gritted his teeth, his fists crashing against the command platform. Retreat. The entire fleet withdraw immediately. Yet his order came too late that on the rebel command ship, a cold smile appeared on Lung Feng's face, his tone resolute. Want to escape? Not so easily. All ships, intercept their retreat route. Orders were swiftly disseminated, and the rebel ships rapidly reformed their ranks, completely sealing off the Federal fleet's escape path. Lock onto the flagship. Concentrate fire. Yun Huan's voice was unwavering and icy. Dozens of beams converged into a devastating torrent. Hurtling towards the Federal flagship, boom! A tremendous roar erupted as the Federal flagship's shield shattered entirely. Its hull torn apart, flames bursting forth from the fissures. The immense vessel slowly descending into the depths of the meteorite belt. Ultimately reduced to dust amidst a fiery blaze. The battle concluded. Silence once again enveloped this expanse of the cosmos, the only remnants being the flickering embers still ablaze. The remnants of the Federal 7th Fleet surrendered one after another, and the rebel soldiers erupted into thunderous cheers. Yun Huan gazed at the results displayed on the screen. Exhaling deeply, the weight in his heart finally lifted. Bai Lingwei gently patted his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with a gentle light. We succeeded. Yun Huan turned to her, his gaze resolute. This battle has granted us a moment to breathe. But we must seize this opportunity to thoroughly dismantle the remnants of the Federation's power. Back at the temporary command center of the rebels, Lung Feng and Ling Lai entered the conference room, accompanied by several officers, their faces adorned with the joy of victory. Lung Feng remarked, Yun Huan, Bai Lingwei, this triumph has instilled hope throughout the entire star system. Messages from various resistance organizations have flooded in, expressing their willingness to join us. Ling Lai's eyes were filled with determination. The foundations of the Federation are beginning to tremble. This is our best opportunity to completely overthrow their rule. Bai Lingwei surveyed the assembly in the conference room, her tone calm. We must not let our guard down. The core strength of the Federation still exists, particularly among their high-ranking commanders and the noble class that controls resources. They will not sit idly by. Yun Huan nodded, his expression grave. What we need is a storm that sweeps across the entire galaxy. Not merely a localized victory, that a glint of sharpness flickered in Lung Feng's eyes. So, where shall our next target be? Bai Lingwei's finger gently tapped on the star chart, indicating the Titan star system, the resource hub of the Federation. The Titan star system controls over 60% of the Federation's resource supply. If we can seize the Titan star system, the Federation will lose its capacity to continue fighting. Ling Lai inhaled deeply, a hint of astonishment in his gaze. That is the last bastion of the Federation, heavily fortified. Can we succeed? Yun Huan's eyes shone with unwavering resolve. No fortress is impenetrable. Every stronghold has its weaknesses that if we strike at the right moment, we can deliver a fatal blow. Bai Lingwei spoke softly. Prepare yourselves. This will be the decisive battle. After the meeting, as night enveloped the city, Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei stood on the rooftop of a high-rise, the gentle breeze brushing against their faces, alleviating some of their fatigue. The battles ahead may be even more brutal, Bai Lingwei murmured, her gaze profound. Yun Huan looked at her, his eyes soft. No matter how brutal it may be, we will face it together. Bai Lingwei's lips curved into a slight smile as she leaned gently against his shoulder. With you by my side, I am unafraid. Yun Huan grasped her hand, his gaze cast towards the distant starlit sky. Once all this is over, we shall truly behold the freedom of the cosmos. Chapter 20. The Scheme of Nirvana in the Vast Depths of the Starry Sea. The Titan star system gleamed like a brilliant jewel against the dark canvas of the universe. This region controls over 60% of the Federation's resource supply, filled with bustling mining bases, energy transmission conduits, and military factories. Each satellite, each planet, serves as a vital artery for the Federation's sustained rule. Yun Huan stood on the bridge of the rebel flagship, his eyes fixed on the holographic star chart before him. The defenses of the Titan star system were dense, resembling a complex spider's web that secured the entire system within. Bai Lingwei stood beside him, her brow furrowed, her fingertips gliding gently over the various defensive nodes on the star chart. Their defense system is exceedingly tight. A reckless assault would only lead us into their encirclement. Lung Feng's image appeared on the holographic screen, a serious expression adorning his face. According to our reconnaissance teams, the core defense hub of the Titan star system. The Eye of Titan can monitor the movements of the entire system in real time. Once we approach, they will detect us immediately. Ling Lai's fists clenched tightly, his gaze piercing. If we cannot break through this line of defense, we will be unable to approach the Titan star system at all. Yun Huan's gaze deepened, thoughts racing through his mind. Every defense system has a critical weakness that if we can identify this weakness, we can carve out an opening. Bai Lingwei nodded gently, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. Their defense relies on the monitoring system of the Eye of Titan that if we can temporarily disable it, we can create a breach. Lung Feng raised an eyebrow, excitement glimmering in his eyes. To incapacitate the entire monitoring system. That sounds more challenging than destroying their warships. Bai Lingwei's lips curled into a subtle smile. A cold glint in her eyes. Every system has its vulnerabilities. What we need is the right opportunity. Yun Huan took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Then let us create that opportunity. On the outskirts of the Titan star system, at a covert rebel base, the atmosphere in the dimly lit conference room was tense and solemn. The commanders of the resistance gathered around, the holographic screen displaying detailed intelligence regarding the Titan star system. Bai Lingwei stood at the forefront, her gaze sweeping across each individual present, her voice calm and firm. Our target is the Eye of Titan. This monitoring hub is the core of their defense system. If we can render it inoperative, we can open the pathway to the Titan star system. An older commander furrowed his brow. The Eye of Titan is heavily defended and located within a small asteroid. How can we approach? Bai Lingwei pointed to a route on the star chart, her gaze sharp. Every 36 hours, the Eye of Titan requires energy calibration. During this window, their external shields will temporarily shut down. This is our only opportunity. Lung Feng raised an eyebrow. But this also means our window of action is extremely limited. Yun Huan nodded, his gaze unwavering. We have only 15 minutes to execute the raid and destroy the main control system of the Eye of Titan. Ling Lai spoke in a low voice. The success of this operation hinges on speed and stealth that if they detect us, we will have to withdraw. Bai Lingwei inhaled deeply, her eyes sharp as blades. Therefore, we must ensure that not a single detail is overlooked that on the night of the operation, the cosmos was as tranquil as ever. The rebel assault team, aboard several miniature stealth vessels, silently approached the asteroid housing the Eye of Titan. In the pitch-black universe, they glided like ghosts hidden in the night, maneuvering under the very noses of their enemies. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei occupied the command seats, their eyes fixed on the unassuming asteroid ahead. It appeared calm on the surface, yet they knew it concealed the power to incapacitate the entire star system. Bai Lingwei's voice resonated through the communicator, reaching every team member. All teams. Prepare to enter attack positions. Countdown. 10 minutes. Understood. The calm responses of the assault team echoed through the communicator. Yun Huan glanced at the time, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily, that he turned to Bai Lingwei, determination flickering in his eyes. This time, we must succeed. Bai Lingwei clasped his hand gently, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. We will undoubtedly succeed at the Eye of Titan asteroid. With its external defense system, as the countdown reached 0, the rebels' miniature stealth ships surged forth from the shadows like lightning. Laser cutters swiftly slicing through the asteroid's metallic exterior, shadows darting inside with remarkable speed. The alarm system began to flash, yet due to a temporary malfunction caused by energy calibration, the alarm sound did not reverberate within the planet's interior. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei led their assault team through the narrow corridors, advancing rapidly towards the control room. Guards ahead, Bai Lingwei whispered. Yun Huan nodded, gesturing for 2 assault team members to proceed quietly. Their silenced weapons efficiently neutralizing the guards. Time slipped away second by second, each step akin to walking on the edge of a blade. At last, they arrived before the control room door. Behind it lay the core system of the entire Eye of Titan. Prepare for detonation. Yun Huan commanded softly. One team member swiftly affixed the explosive device to the door, and the countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1. With a faint explosion, the heavy alloy door was torn open, and the rebel assault team surged in like a tempest. The Federal soldiers within the control room had not yet reacted when they were struck down by precise laser fire. Bai Lingwei dashed towards the control console, her fingers flying across the keyboard. The control system is shutting down. Failure in 15 seconds. Her voice was laced with urgency. Yun Huan shielded her, his gaze sharp. Everyone, prepare to retreat. The countdown numbers flickered, each second hanging like a suspended sword. 3, 2, 1, system shut down. The brilliance on the control console extinguished in an instant, plunging the entire monitoring system of the Eye of Titan to silence. We did it. Joy sparkled in by Ling Wei's eyes. Yun Huan grasped her hand firmly. Let's go. In the void of space, the rebel fleet awaited with bated breath. With the failure of the Eye of Titan, the defensive barrier of the Titan system crumbled instantaneously, revealing a clear passage to the core. Cold Fang's voice resonated through the communicator, infused with exhilaration. All battleships, charge! Countless beams pierced the darkness as the rebel fleet surged forth like a deluge, racing towards the heart of the Titan system. The space battlefield of the Titan system ignited in an instant, the sounds of explosions echoing like thunder. The rebel fleet poured in like a tidal wave, tearing apart the seemingly unbreakable defenses of the Titan system. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei's assault team had returned to the flagship, standing on the bridge with resolute gazes, observing the fateful battle unfold. All ships, take heed. The defensive barrier of the Titan system has collapsed. This is our only opportunity. Yun Huan's voice reverberated across the fleet's communication channel. Cold Fang's warship led the charge into the battlefield, cannon fire cascading like rain. Brothers, let the Federation see that we are not their playthings. Explosions erupted in a series of brilliant flashes amidst the darkness, the Federal battleships retreating in disarray as their command system descended into chaos without the support of the Eye of Titan. Ling Ye's voice was steady and calm. Seize the moment while their formation is disrupted. Swiftly cut off their retreat, leaving them no chance to breathe. The rebel battleships quickly reformed their ranks, encircling the remnants of the Federal fleet. Inside the command center of the Federal Titan system, the blaring alarms pierced through the air, and the atmosphere in the command room descended into despair. General Rosen, the highest commander of the Titan system, appeared pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He fixed his gaze on the holographic screen before him, watching the rebel fleet like beasts devouring his defenses. How could this be? The Eye of Titan has failed. How could our defenses be breached? Rosen's voice trembled with disbelief and fear. His aide, face pale with terror, stuttered. General, our defense system is completely paralyzed. The enemy's fleet is approaching the main planet. We can barely hold on. Rosen's fingers quivered slightly, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. Order all troops to resist with their lives. We cannot allow them to set foot on Titan soil. But, General, our soldiers have lost their will to fight. Enough. Rosen suddenly drew his laser pistol, aiming it at his aide's head, his eyes flashing with madness. Anyone who dares to falter shall be executed on the spot. Just then, the entire command room shook violently. The lights overhead extinguished, plunging the room into darkness that a soldier's terrified shout crackled through the communication channel. General, the enemy has breached the planetary orbital defense line. Their assault team is advancing towards the command center. Rosen's face turned ashen, his lips trembling, eyes filled with despair that on the surface of Titan, the rebel assault team had already landed. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei led their elite forces through the steel jungle, the sounds of explosions and gunfire deafening. The Federal soldiers' resistance weakened with each passing moment, fear and despair spreading among their ranks. We are closing in on the command center. Cold Fang's voice crackled through the communicator, tinged with excitement. Yun Huan looked up at the towering command building in the distance, his gaze sharp. Today, this fortress of oppression will fall. Bai Lingwei tightened her grip on her laser pistol, determination shining in her eyes. This is the opportunity won with Lin Xiao's life. We cannot fail. The assault team swiftly approached the command center. The Federal soldiers along the way swiftly overwhelmed, the morale of the rebel warriors soaring, each pair of eyes ablaze with the light of hope. Inside the command center, General Rosen slumped in his command chair. His gaze hollow as he watched the door being blasted open, rebels flooding in like a tide. Yun Huan stepped forward, his laser pistol steadily aimed at Rosen. General Rosen, your era has come to an end. Rosen looked up at Yun Huan, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Have you truly won? Bai Lingwei stepped closer, her eyes icy. We have won not just this battle, but the hearts of the people. A fleeting look of relief crossed Rosen's eyes as he gently closed them. Perhaps this was all fated. The sound of gunfire rang out, and Rosen's body slowly crumpled to the ground. Marking the end of a once mighty federal figure, above Titan, the flag of the rebels rose slowly. Did I end the streets? People cheered exuberantly, the long-suppressed cries merging into a sea of jubilation. They surged into the streets, tearing down the federal flags and hoisting the banner of freedom high. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei stood atop a high building, overlooking the once cold city, their hearts awash with mixed emotions. Cold Fong approached, eyes shimmering with joy. We have won. The entire Titan system is under our control. Ling Lai chimed in excitedly. The foundation of the Federation has been utterly shaken. This rebellion will sweep across the galaxy. Bai Lingwei gently clasped Yun Huan's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. Lin Xiao, can you see? We did it. Yun Huan took a deep breath, determination gleaming in his eyes. This is a new beginning. The dawn of freedom is illuminating the entire starry river. Chapter 21. The depths of the labyrinth, the smoke from the battle in the Titan system had yet to dissipate, the acrid scent of explosions lingering amidst the ruins. Yet, among the remnants of destruction, smiles long forgotten emerged on people's faces. The flag of liberation fluttered in the wind, symbolizing that the flame of rebellion had ignited throughout this star domain. Within the temporary command center of the rebels, Yun Huan stood before the holographic star map, his gaze profound, and on the map, the federal territories appeared as if corroded iron, cracks widening continuously. Meanwhile, the control zones of the rebels were coalescing, forming a force capable of toppling the galaxy. Cole Fong pushed open the door, his expression serious. The intelligence team has detected anomalies. Yun Huan withdrew his gaze and turned to Cole Fong. What anomalies? Cole Fong inserted a data chip into the holographic projection table, and a series of flashing red dots appeared on the star map. This is intercepted federal communication. They did not fully retreat after their defeat, but have been moving between several star systems repeatedly. These movements seem chaotic, but upon closer analysis, he paused, his voice growing somber. They are strategizing. They are concealing a larger operation. Bai Lingwei stepped forward, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. They are creating a FAAD, leading us to believe they are in disarray, while in reality, they are preparing for a new counteroffensive. Ling Lia's brow furrowed. What is their goal? Do they intend to retake the Titan system? Yun Huan remained silent for a moment before declaring, no, their target will not be here. They understand that the loss of the Titan system is a foregone conclusion. The spirit of rebellion in this region has been thoroughly ignited. Unless they can turn this place to ashes, they cannot regain control. Cold Fong contemplated. Then what is their objective? Bai Lingwei's fingertips tapped lightly on the table, and a star system named Dawn Star gradually magnified on the holographic star map. Her voice carried an icy undertone. Dawn Star is our supply base for the rebels. If it is destroyed, our logistics chain will collapse completely. The conference room fell silent in an instant. Yun Huan's fists clenched slowly, his gaze sharp. They are luring us to divide our forces. Once we return to defend Dawn Star, they will strike at our core strength. Ling Lai's expression darkened. However, if we neglect Dawn Star and its resources are obliterated, we too shall not endure for long. That a flicker of light glimmered in Bai Lingwei's eyes as she spoke softly. Thus, what they have laid out is a double-edged sword. Yun Huan nodded slowly, his gaze reflecting deep contemplation. Then let us turn their blade upon themselves. Dawn Star, the supply base of the resistance. Transport ships darted between the installations, mechanical arms deftly relocating cargo to designated spots. Soldiers bustled about in an orderly fashion, utterly oblivious to the encroaching peril. Commander Fong Yu stood atop the observation deck, surveying the base with a hint of concern etched upon his face. Commander, a deputy rushed over, urgency evident on his countenance. We've just received intelligence. Federal fleets are advancing towards us. Fong Yu's pupils constricted suddenly, his complexion paling. How many ships? Preliminary estimates indicate 2 fleet formations, comprising at least 300 warships. The deputy's voice trembled slightly. Fong Yu inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain composure. Immediately contact headquarters and request reinforcements. But at that moment, alarms blared abruptly, piercing red lights flashing throughout the base. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In the outer space of Dawn Star, the Federal fleet surged like ominous clouds, their cannons already trained on the base's defenses. Fire! The Federal commander commanded coldly. Searing beams of light tore through the void, the defense shields quaking violently under the ferocious assault. Explosive flames erupted in the darkness, resembling blossoms of annihilation. Feng Yu stood in the command room, his face ashen, his voice hoarse. Activate all defensive firepower. Hold them off! The barrage retaliated, yet faced with a federal fleet vastly outnumbering them, the base's defenses appeared woefully fragile. Just as despair enveloped Feng Yu, a familiar voice crackled through the communicator. Dawnstar. Hold your position. We are on our way. It was Yuan Huan's voice, steadfast and composed. In the depths of space, a resistance fleet stealthily approached. Yuan Huan stood on the bridge, his gaze fierce. Lung Feng. Execute the plan. Lung Feng nodded, a cold smile playing on his lips. Rest assured, this time they shall not prevail. Bai Lingwei, beside him, her eyes sharp, declared, let them understand that the line between prey and predator is but a thought away. The resistance fleet suddenly emerged from behind the federal ships, an onslaught of fire raining down without warning, instantly obliterating several federal warships. The federal commander's expression shifted drastically. There's an enemy attack from the rear. How could they be here? Yuan Huan's voice resonated over the battlefield, laced with determination and fury. Did you truly believe that your traps would sow chaos among us? Now, you shall taste the bitterness of your own machinations. The resistance fleet swiftly encircled, trapping the federal forces in a vice. The federal fleet attempted to break through, but every escape route was precisely sealed off. Fire exchanged in the darkness. The federal warships were torn asunder like leaves in a tempest. As the battle concluded, silence reclaimed the cosmos. The remnants of the federal fleet scattered in retreat, and only the banners of the resistance remained, fluttering in the pitch-black void. Yuan Huan gazed at the supply base of Dawnstar on the screen, exhaling a sigh of relief. We have triumphed. Bai Lingwei gently grasped his hand, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. This victory is the result of our mutual trust. Lung Feng laughed heartily. They thought they were the ones strategizing, oblivious to the fact that we are the true players. Ling Lai's eyes gleamed with martial spirit. We have achieved a victory, yet this war is far from over. Yuan Huan's gaze turned to the distant starry sky, his voice resolute and powerful. Regardless of the multitude of traps and illusions that lie ahead, we shall dismantle them one by one for this path. We can no longer turn back. Chapter 22. Shadows emerged. The echoes of battle on Dawnstar gradually subsided, the starry expanse returning to tranquility. The resistance fleet landed gently on the supply base's landing pad, soldiers disembarking from the vessels, their weary bodies illuminated by the glimmer of victory in their eyes. Yuan Huan and Bai Lingwei walked side by side through the corridors of the base, the air thick with the mingled scents of gunpowder and oil, each step traversing the line between ruin and hope. Our supply line has been preserved, but the Federation will not relent. Yuan Huan's voice was steady and calm. Bai Lingwei nodded gently, a contemplative expression gracing her features. This victory has momentarily stabilized our situation. Yet we remain oblivious to the Federation's hidden cards at that moment. Lung Feng approached briskly, his face taut with gravity. You both need to come to the command room. There's new information. Inside the Resistance command room, a holographic screen displayed a blurry image that depicted a colossal space fortress, its grim exterior adorned with heavy armor, surrounded by a multitude of warships. Lung Feng tapped the screen, magnifying the image, his voice low. This is footage just transmitted by our intelligence officer. The Federation is gathering its final forces in a covert star system, and they appear to be constructing a superweapon. Yuan Huan's pupils narrowed slightly, a chill creeping into his gaze. A superweapon? Do we have any detailed intelligence? Lung Feng shook his head, his countenance grave. The information is scant. We only know this weapon is codenamed Shadow Hammer. Once completed, it could annihilate an entire star system. Ling Lai's complexion shifted abruptly. They intend to go all in. Bai Lingwei's eyes sharpened, her tone resolute. We must destroy this weapon before they complete it. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Yuan Huan turned to Lung Feng. Has the location of this space fortress been confirmed? Lung Feng nodded, pointing to a shadowy area on the star map. It lies within the Annihilation Starfield, a treacherous region filled with stellar debris and black holes, where navigation systems can easily fail. Ling Lai furrowed his brow. Annihilation Starfield. That is a forbidden zone in the cosmos, A moment's carelessness could lead to being consumed by a black hole. Yuan Huan pondered briefly, his gaze resolute. Precisely because it is dangerous, they would choose to construct Shadow Hammer there. Regardless of the peril, we must proceed. Bai Lingwei nodded, her eyes filled with determination. This battle will determine the future of the galaxy. 2 days later, the Resistance convened for a combat meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy and solemn. Commanders from various squads gathered, their eyes reflecting tension and resolve. Yuan Huan stood before the star map, his finger tracing over the Annihilation Starfield. Our objective is the Federation's secret fortress, Shadow Hammer. The peril of this mission is self-evident. Failure would yield catastrophic consequences. Lung Feng added, our fleet will be divided into 3 groups. The main fleet will directly engage the enemy warships while the assault team infiltrates the fortress to destroy the core of Shadow Hammer. Ling Lai supplemented, according to intelligence, the fortress is heavily guarded, and the assault team will require exceptional stealth and demolition capabilities. Yuan Huan surveyed the room, his gaze unwavering. For this mission, there is no retreat, that we must succeed. The soldiers responded in unison. Yes. On the day of departure, the Resistance fleet assembled that in the vastness of the cosmos. The Resistance ships prepared for launch beneath the starlight, their dark hulls reflecting a faint, cold glow. Yuan Huan stood on the bridge of the flagship, gazing at the endless sea of stars, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. This path, every step fraught with thorns and blood, left no possibility of retreat. Bai Lingwei approached him, her voice gentle. Are you ready? Yuan Huan smiled slightly, taking her hand. With you by my side, I am ready. Their hands clasped tightly, their gazes meeting, an unwavering conviction silently conveyed between them. Lung Feng's voice crackled through the communicator. The entire fleet is prepared and ready for departure. Yuan Huan inhaled deeply, his voice steady. Let us depart. The roar of engines echoed through the cosmos as the Resistance fleet surged forth like a shooting star, heading towards the Annihilation Starfield. Annihilation Starfield, shadows lurking. Here, the starry sky lay still and dark. Remnants of stars drifted through the void, the warped gravitational fields rendering everything eerie and perilous. Black holes loomed like monstrous abysses, devouring all approaching objects. The Resistance fleet navigated cautiously through this sea of death, each movement akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. Yuan Huan's gaze was sharp, fixated on the navigational screen. Maintain formation. Do not deviate from the course. Bai Lingwei's voice was calm and resolute. 5 more minutes, and we will see our target. Time ticked by, each second stretched like a taut bowstring, poised to snap at any moment. At last, a massive space fortress emerged from the darkness, its cold metallic shell reflecting a faint glow under the starlight. Countless warships circled the fortress, like sharks sensing blood. Lung Feng's voice dropped. Target confirmed. It's Shadow Hammer. A glint of cold light flashed in Yuan Huan's eyes, his voice laced with determination. All squads prepare, proceed according to plan. Bai Lingwei looked at Yuan Huan, softly asking, can we succeed? Yuan Huan grasped her hand, his gaze unwavering. We cannot afford to fail. Within the vast and boundless Annihilation Starfield, darkness consumed all, save for the faint lights of the Resistance warships flickering in the silent cosmos. Yuan Huan gazed intently at the colossal space fortress, Shadow Hammer, on the horizon, every nerve within him taut with tension. The fortress loomed like a slumbering behemoth, cold and merciless, surrounded by a densely packed fleet of Federation ships. Vigilant and on high alert, that an energy shield enveloped the entire fortress, resembling a distorted veil of light, seemingly mocking any entity daring to approach. That a low voice resonated through the communication channel. The main fleet is in position, awaiting your command. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Huan's gaze sharpened. Assault team, prepare for infiltration. Bai Lingwei nodded, pressing the button on the command console. One by one, the miniature stealth ships silently detached from the main fleet, gliding towards the fortress like phantoms in the night. Everyone, pay attention, enter stealth mode. Bai Lingwei's voice echoed through the comms, reaching the entire assault team. Understood. The response from the team members was brief yet resolute. Imbued with the determination to face death head-on, that on the outskirts of Shadow Hammer, the stealth ships cautiously navigated the perimeter, evading the search beams of the Federation patrol vessels. Yuan Huan's breathing slowed. each movement executed with utmost care. The cabin was enveloped in a profound silence, save for the flickering lights on the dashboard, reminding them of their continued existence. 200 meters to go, Bai Lingwei's voice dropped to a near whisper. Suddenly, the alarm system emitted a faint ticking sound, and a red dot appeared on the screen. A patrol boat was closing in on them. Yun Huan's heart tightened, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Maintain speed, do not stop, Bai Lingwei instructed in a voice as sharp as ice. The miniature stealth ship continued moving at a slow pace as the patrol boat glided past them, seemingly oblivious to the lurking specters. As the patrol boat drifted away, both Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei let out a sigh of relief simultaneously. Entering the deployment point, Yun Huan murmured. The hatch slowly opened, and a fully armed team of assault troops swiftly leapt out, merging with the fortress's exterior like shadows, adhering to the metallic surface. Bai Lingwei was the last to jump out, turning back to Yun Huan with unwavering resolve. Come back alive, that a subtle smile graced Yun Huan's lips. Together, the two vanished into the darkness with a graceful leap. Inside the fortress, the corridors were frigid and dimly lit, sporadically swept by cautionary beams of light. The assault team crawled forward, their movements so light they barely made a sound. 20 meters ahead, two guards reported one team member in a hushed tone. Bai Lingwei gestured, and two team members advanced silently, their short blades glinting ominously. Before the Federation guards could utter a sound, they fell lifeless to the ground. Continue moving, Yun Huan commanded coldly, though his mind raced with calculations for their next move. Their objective was the energy core of the fortress. Once the core was destroyed, the entire fortress's defense system would collapse. Paving the way for the main fleet's assault point, 300 meters remaining, Bai Lingwei observed. Glancing at her wrist-mounted locator, at the end of the corridor stood a heavy alloy door blocking their path. Yun Huan signaled, and several team members swiftly affixed explosives to the door, preparing for detonation. 3, 2, 1, boom. A muffled explosion tore through the air, leaving a massive gash in the alloy door. Alarm bells blared, and red warning lights flashed frantically. Hurry! They've discovered us, Bai Lingwei shouted. The assault team surged into the energy core chamber, where dozens of Federation soldiers awaited them, laser beams carving deadly trajectories through the air. Covering fire! Target the central control console. Yun Huan yelled, returning fire. The battle erupted into a frenzy. Bai Lingwei rolled to evade a laser beam, rapidly closing in on the control console. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, attempting to breach the energy system's protective protocols. Give me 10 more seconds, she cried out. Hold on. Yun Huan's voice was calm yet resolute, his laser gun accurately striking an enemy approaching Bai Lingwei. 9, 8, 7 beads of sweat formed on Bai Lingwei's forehead. But her fingers never faltered. Meanwhile, outside the fortress, in the starry expanse, Lung Feng's main fleet engaged in fierce combat with the Federation's defensive forces. The roar of cannon fire echoed, and explosions illuminated the dark cosmos. Assault team, how much longer? Lung Feng's voice was laced with urgency. The communicator crackled with Yun Huan's response. 5 more minutes, gritting his teeth. Lung Feng's eyes glinted with determination. All fleets, hold the line. We must not let the enemy breach our defenses. In the energy core chamber, Bai Lingwei exclaimed, successfully breached. Her eyes sparkled with triumph. Detonate. Yun Huan shouted. Bai Lingwei pressed the detonation button, and the core's light flared blindingly. Retreat. The assault team swiftly pulled back. Just as they burst from the chamber, a cataclysmic explosion erupted behind them. The entire fortress trembled violently, flames and smoke billowing from the corridor. Yun Huan grasped Bai Lingwei's hand. Sprinting towards the awaiting stealth ship. Hurry, he yelled. The hatch sealed shut, and the stealth ship's engines roared to life, hurtling into the vastness of space. Outside the fortress, Lung Feng's gaze was fixed upon the structure as a tremendous explosion resonated through the cosmos. Boom! The shield of Shadow Hammer crumbled instantaneously, the entire fortress disintegrating in a blaze of fire. We did it. Lung Feng shouted exuberantly. All fleets, launch full assault. The morale of the resistance fleet surged, and cannon fire rained down like a tempest, utterly dismantling the Federation's defensive forces. Aboard the command ship, Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei watched the fortress engulfed in flames, a torrent of complex emotions surging within them. Though we did it, Bai Lingwei murmured softly. Yun Huan nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. This is the beginning of the collapse of darkness. Chapter 23. The spark of insurrection as the smoke of the Titan star system began to dissipate. The starry expanse gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility. Yet beneath this veneer of calm, currents of turmoil churned, and dangers lurked. Yunhuan stood on the bridge of the command ship, surveying the recently liberated star domain. The sky above remained resplendent, yet within that brilliance lay an undercurrent of fatigue and unease. Bai Lingwei stood beside him, her voice gentle yet resolute. Following the liberation of the Titan star system, numerous resistance organizations and other star systems have begun to respond. Our forces are expanding. Yunhuan nodded, though his brow remained furrowed. The Federation will not sit idly by. The more we expand, the more frantically they will retaliate. Lung Feng's voice came from behind, heavy with gravity. We have intercepted new movements from the Federation. They are secretly mobilizing a batch of elite troops, codenamed Tiange, intending to execute an assassination operation against us. Ling Lai furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp. Assassination? They plan to undermine our command structure from within. Taking a deep breath, Yunhuan's eyes gleamed like blades. If they wish to play dirty, we shall return the favor in kind. Bai Lingwei's eyes sparkled with intelligence. We can exploit this to infiltrate their intelligence network and uncover the true vulnerabilities of the Federation's high command. Lung Feng raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on his lips. This is a perilous gamble. Yunhuan's lips curved slightly, his eyes glinting with icy determination. Let us take the gamble and see whose blade is swifter. 3 days later, at the interstellar border of Fallen Shadow Star, this desolate and barren planet, perpetually shrouded in a blanket of black dust, rendered the starry sky here dim and lifeless. The IT served as a haven for various criminals and smugglers, as well as a hotbed for intelligence trading. Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei donned civilian attire, blending into the marketplace of Fallen Shadow Star. The streets buzzed with cacophonous shouts of vendors, the air thick with a mingling scent of metal and decay. Bai Lingwei spoke softly. Our target is the black market informant known as Cursed Wing. He possesses intelligence regarding the mobilization of the Federation's Tiange unit. Yunhuan nodded slightly, his gaze scanning the surroundings, cautiously observing every corner. With each step they took, it felt as if they were walking a tightrope, on the brink of plummeting into a chasm. The pair navigated through the bustling crowd, arriving at an inconspicuous tavern. The dimly lit interior was shrouded in gloom, light filtering through grimy glass, casting a desolate glow on the floor. In a corner, a small, hunchback man curled up next to a table, fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface. His expression wary, Bai Lingwei approached him, stating flatly, "Beneath the shadows, the truth endures." The man looked up, revealing murky yet sparkling eyes, a sly smile creeping across his lips. "Who are you?" Yunhuan produced a metal badge engraved with the emblem of the resistance from his pocket. Gently placing it on the table, "That we seek information on Tiange," he stated plainly. A flicker of hesitation crossed Cursed Wing's eyes as he absently tapped his fingers on the table. "Do you understand what this entails?" Bai Lingwei's voice turned icy. "We know more than you might imagine." Cursed Wing let out a bitter laugh, slowly extracting a data chip. "This information was procured at the risk of my life. I hope you understand the gravity of your actions." Yunhuan accepted the chip, nodding slightly. "Thank you." Just as they turned to leave, Cursed Wing suddenly whispered, "Be careful. They are tracking you." Yunhuan's heart suddenly sank. As Bai Lingwei's hand swiftly moved to her weapon at her waist, on the street, an atmosphere of lethal intent surged. Just as the two emerged from the tavern, the surrounding crowd abruptly parted, and dozens of fully armed federal soldiers closed in from all directions, their dark muzzles aimed squarely at them. The leading officer bore a cold smirk, his eyes glinting with mockery. "Yunhuan, Bai Lingwei, truly a case of seeking you out with great difficulty. How dare you walk into the trap?" A bead of sweat formed in Yunhuan's palm, yet his demeanor remained unflinching. "Do you really think this can capture us?" Bai Lingwei's gaze was sharp as she whispered, "Are you ready?" Yunhuan smiled faintly, his voice calm. "At any moment." Just then, a deep explosion echoed from a distant high-rise, a firework-like flash erupting in the sky. It was the Resistance's signal for extraction. Yunhuan swiftly drew his weapon, and Bai Lingwei nearly simultaneously evaded, the two launching themselves like lightning towards the nearest enemy. The beam from a laser gun sliced through the air, and a federal soldier crumpled to the ground in response. "Chase them!" the officer bellowed. The street descended into chaos, terrified crowds scattering in all directions. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei weaved through the throng. Bullets whizzing past their ears that a glint of cold determination shone in Bai Lingwei's eyes. Into the alley, the two quickly pivoted and darted into a narrow side street, the gunfire fading behind them. At the end of the alley, a miniature spacecraft had already powered up, Lung Feng standing anxiously at the hatch. "Hurry up!" Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei scrambled aboard the ship, the hatch slamming shut behind them. "Engage!" Lung Feng shouted. The engines roared to life, and the ship soared into the sky, breaking free from the atmosphere of the fallen shadow star and heading towards the boundless cosmos. Inside the spacecraft, the atmosphere was heavy. Yun Huan gasped for breath, fists clenched. "The Federation has anticipated our movements." Bai Lingwei lifted her head, her eyes shining with resolve. "But we have also acquired intelligence on Tiange." Lung Feng inserted a data chip into the console, a flurry of dense commands and coordinates materializing on the holographic screen. This was their operational route, that a hint of satisfaction colored Lung Feng's voice. "We now have an opportunity to counterattack." Yun Huan gazed at the data on the screen, his expression profound. "In this hunt, we must make them aware of who the true hunters are." Bai Lingwei gently clasped his hand, her eyes reflecting both determination and tenderness. "No matter how perilous it may be, we shall face it together." Yun Huan nodded slightly, his gaze as deep as the galaxy. "Indeed, forever together." After the ship broke free from the atmosphere of fallen Shadow Star, it swiftly engaged in spatial jump mode. The starlit sky outside transformed into flowing streams of light, yet the tension within the cabin remained unrelieved. Lung Feng's fingers flew across the console, meticulously analyzing the intelligence regarding Tiangu operations. His expression shifted with the information on the screen, growing increasingly grave. The Federation's Tiangu operation was not merely an assassination mission. Lung Feng stated somberly, "Their true objective is a comprehensive infiltration of our core command system." Yun Huan approached the console, his eyes fixed on the dense coordinates and commands displayed. "They aim not only to eliminate our commanders, but also to utterly dismantle our communication and intelligence network." Bai Lingwei added softly, "If they succeed, our resistance will be plunged into information paralysis, allowing the Federation to launch a full-scale counteroffensive." That a fierce voice crackled through the communicator. No wonder they would take such risks. "If successful, it would deal us a fatal blow." That a glint of cold light flickered in Lung Feng's eyes. "However, we now possess their operational plan. Next, it is up to us to devise a countermeasure." Within the Resistance Command Center, a strategy meeting commenced swiftly. The holographic star map displayed the infiltration points and routes of the Tiange forces, each red that marked a stronghold of Federal agents, weaving an invisible net attempting to envelop the core area of the resistance. Bai Lingwei's gaze swept over the star map, her voice calm and resolute. "Their plan consists of 3 steps. First, information sabotage. Second, high-level assassinations. Finally, a devastating strike on the core base." Yun Huan's finger pinpointed several key strongholds on the map. "These strongholds are the nodes of their infiltration network. That if we can destroy these nodes, their plan will be rendered utterly impotent." Lung Feng raised an eyebrow. "But these nodes are scattered across multiple star systems with tight defenses. That if we divide our forces, we risk spreading ourselves too thin." Bai Lingwei gently shook her head, a glint of sharpness in her eyes. "We do not need to destroy all nodes simultaneously. We merely need to disrupt their coordination. Severing the core nodes will cause their network to collapse." A cold smile crept across Ling Lai's face. "That is indeed a brilliant idea. Let their plan collapse upon itself. Faster than we can take action. 3 days later, the Resistance began its phased operations. Lung Feng led a fleet straight toward the peripheral strongholds of the Tiangu operation, engaging in fierce combat with the Federation's defensive forces. Fiery artillery lit up the starry expanse, the explosions deafening. All ships, full assault, ensure to suppress enemy fire. Lung Feng's voice resonated through the communication channel, imbued with an indomitable spirit. Simultaneously, Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei led a strike team deep into the core node of the Tiangu operation, a secret base hidden within stellar remnants. Within the secret base among the stellar debris, the battle was poised to erupt. The strike team approached the base, silently aboard a cloaked vessel, the atmosphere within so tense that even their breaths seemed audible. Bai Lingwei commanded softly. Upon confirming the target, swiftly breach the control center. Avoid direct confrontation. Prioritize destroying the communication equipment. Yunhuan nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade. Everyone, maintain radio silence. The cloaked vessel gradually descended onto the open ground outside the base. The hatch slowly opening, and the strike team flowed out, swiftly merging into the shadows surrounding the base. Inside, the patrols of federal soldiers moved methodically, yet they remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Patrol frequency is every 5 minutes. Bai Lingwei whispered that we have a 2-minute window. With a wave of his hand, Yunhuan signaled several team members to swiftly infiltrate the passage, closing in on the control center under the dim light. Inside the control center, the Federal Corps commander was focused on the display screen before him. Behind him, several technicians busily tapped away at keyboards, data streams flickering rapidly on the screens, weaving a massive web of intelligence. Suddenly, a faint sound came from outside the door. The commander abruptly looked up, brow furrowed. "Who's there?" However, before he could finish his sentence, a shadow fell from above, striking precisely at the nape of his neck. The commander collapsed silently, and the technicians behind him were swiftly subdued before they could react. "The communication devices are over there," Bai Lingwei urged, rushing toward the control console. Yunhuan drew his weapon, vigilantly guarding the doorway. His gaze swept the area, ears attuned to every faint sound. 1 minute remaining. Bai Lingwei's fingers flew over the keyboard, attempting to crack the control system. But just then, an alarm blared. Piercing red lights flashing within the control center. "That they've found us," Yunhuan shouted. Soldiers within the base quickly converged on the control center, intense gunfire erupting throughout the corridor. Bai Lingwei gritted her teeth. Her fingers relentless. "Just give me 10 more seconds." Yunhuan stood protectively in front of her, laser fire precisely, repelling the advancing foes. "Hurry, done," Bai Lingwei shouted, pressing the detonation button. The control console was instantly engulfed in silence. The data streams on the screen halting abruptly to go. Yunhuan grasped Bai Lingwei's hand, leading the strike team in a swift retreat. Outside the base, the flames from the explosion soared into the sky. The collapse of the control center triggered a chain reaction, engulfing the entire base in flames, the alarms wailing drowned out by the roar of explosions. The strike team boarded the cloaked vessel. The ship's engines roaring to life as they burst through the base's defensive perimeter, vanishing into the darkness of the cosmos. Within the Resistance Command Center, good news arrived. Lung Feng's fleet had successfully suppressed the peripheral strongholds. While Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei's operation had utterly dismantled the core node of the Tiangu operation, the Federation's infiltration network lay in ruins within a matter of hours. Ling Lai gazed at the battle report on the screen, his eyes alight with exhilaration. Their plan has crumbled to dust. Bai Lingwei exhaled in relief, leaning back in her chair, yet a flicker of concern lingered in her eyes. This is a victory. But the Federation's counterattack will only be more frenzied. Yunhuan's gaze was as deep as the sea, his voice steady and resolute. We will bring forth more victories to put an end to their madness. Chapter 24. The Sands of Time in the Silent Cosmos. Countless stars twinkled like innumerable eyes watching over fate. Though the battle in the Titan galaxy had reached a lull, the nerves within the Resistance remained taut. Victory never brings comfort. It only heralds a greater storm. Yunhuan stood on the bridge of the command ship, his expression stern down on the holographic star map. A new threat slowly emerged. A mysterious operation dubbed Li SH. Intelligence had confirmed that the Federation was mobilizing a covert team, codenamed Li SH, their target being our rear supply lines. The voice of Lung Feng conveyed a hint of fatigue, yet remained resolute. Ling Lai, with a somber expression, stated, "If they succeed in severing our supply lines, the frontline troops will be plunged into dire straits." Bai Lingwei nodded gently, her gaze sharp. "The objective of Lish is clear, and their methods are clandestine. This time, they do not intend to engage in direct confrontation, but rather aim to erode us through continuous sabotage." Yunhuan gazed intently at the star map, his brow furrowed. "Lusha, a natural course. Concealing daggers within silk. They seek to undermine our foundations without alarming our main forces." Lung Feng snorted coldly. "Indeed, they are astute, but this time, we shall ensure they reap what they sow." Yun Huan's eyes deepened with contemplation. Quickly calculating. To counter them, we must discern their operational patterns. Bai Lingwei sighed softly, a trace of concern in her eyes. The Federation's agents are notoriously cunning. This operation surely has contingencies, should we misjudge. We risk falling into their trap. Yun Huan's gaze sharpened, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. This time, let them believe we have truly erred. The starry supply route from Chinsi Star to Expedition Star lay before them. This route was the lifeblood of the Resistance's logistics, with countless cargo ships traversing its expanse. The safety of each vessel was paramount to the survival of the frontline forces. Yet now, this passage lay in the calm before the storm. Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei stood within the cockpit of a cargo spacecraft. While the exterior appeared unremarkable, the interior was replete with concealed surveillance and weaponry systems. The ship was fully disguised. Lung Feng's voice crackled through the communicator. We will follow them in the shadows. The moment we detect the Liuxia operative team, we will act immediately. Bai Lingwei surveyed the flickering route on the holographic screen. Her brow knitted. They will not act recklessly unless they believe the timing is right. Yun Huan's gaze remained steadfast, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. Thus, we must create a ripe opportunity for them. Along the route, the ship advanced slowly in the dark cosmos. Everything appeared so tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Yet beneath this calm, an invisible threat was stealthily encroaching. Suddenly, a series of faint light points flickered on the ship's radar screen, hidden behind the asteroid belt, appearing and disappearing. Bai Lingwei's expression sharpened. They are coming. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, his voice steady. Proceed as planned. Do not reveal any vulnerabilities. The ship continued its slow progression. Seemingly oblivious, the concealed light points crept closer, like lurking serpents poised to strike. Within the cargo hold, a group of Resistance soldiers held their breath, weapons loaded and eyes gleaming with lethal intent. Remain silent. Await orders. Came Lung Feng's voice through the earpiece. Time ticked by, each second hanging like a sword poised to drop. The target is now within 300 meters. Bai Lingwei reported in hushed tones that a glint of cold light flashed in Yun Huan's eyes as his finger gently pressed a button on the control panel. The metal plates outside the cargo hold slowly opened, laser cannon ports stealthily emerging, targeting the enemies lurking in the shadows. Prepare 3, 2, 1, fire. In the cosmos, lasers sliced through the darkness in an instant. The concealed ships had yet to react when they were met with a barrage of fire. The explosion's brilliance illuminating the asteroid belt in a series of fiery blooms. Enemy attack. They have discovered us. The panic cries echoed through the communications channel of the Federation's operative team. But it was already too late. The Resistance's warships surged from all directions, completely sealing off the enemy's escape routes. Lung Feng's voice, laced with coldness, resounded. Liuxia has now become your grave. The remaining Federation ships struggled to flee. Yet their resistance appeared utterly futile against the onslaught of the Resistance. Yun Huan's vessel slowly approached the enemy command ship, the communication channel connecting, revealing the face of a Federation operative captain. Filled with terror and despair. Yun Huan, how did you know we would be here? Yun Huan's gaze was icy, his voice calm. Your Liuxia operation was exposed long before you made your move. Bai Lingwei interjected. Her eyes sharp. You were overly confident, which granted us the opportunity to exploit. The captain's face paled, lips trembling. You will not always emerge victorious. The Federation will not fail. Yun Huan smiled coldly. The wheel of history rolls ever forward. The decade shall ultimately be crushed, as the words fell. Bai Lingwei gently pressed a button, and the image on the screen vanished in an instant. The enemy command ship was obliterated in a resounding explosion. After the battle, the cosmos returned to silence. The Resistance fleet commenced clearing the battlefield, gathering the remnants of supplies and intelligence. Yun Huan stood on the bridge, gazing into the distant starry sky, a trace of weariness evident in his eyes. Bai Lingwei approached him softly, speaking gently. This victory was achieved through our intellect. Yun Huan grasped her hand firmly, his gaze resolute. Yet such victory shall not be our last. The two stood side by side, as if seeking a glimmer of light amidst the endless darkness. Chapter 25. Luring the snake into the pit in the dark cosmos, the stars seemed shrouded in a veil of silence, only occasionally pierced by the fleeting tails of comets, leaving ephemeral glimmers in their wake. The Resistance fleet in the orbit of Chensi Star awaited in silence, each warship resembling a beast, lurking in the boundless darkness. Awaiting the approach of prey, Yun Huan stood on the bridge of the command ship, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze as profound as the night. His pupils constricted slightly as he observed the red light points on the holographic star map, steadily advancing along the anticipated trajectory of the Federation fleet into this ambush starfield. They have indeed taken the bait. That a slight smile graced Yun Huan's lips, his voice cold. Bai Lingwei stood beside him, her eyes sharp as cold stars, her fingertips lightly tapping the control panel. The gamble has begun. Lung Feng's face appeared on the holographic communication screen, a hint of a smirk evident. The Vanguard forces are now within 500 kilometers. Shall we continue to entice them as planned? Yun Huan's gaze narrowed slightly as he nodded slowly. Continue, stretch their defensive line. Make them believe we are dispersing our forces. Ling Lai's voice followed, tinged with caution. But be careful. Morrison is not an easy adversary, that if he senses our intentions, he may withdraw unexpectedly. Yun Huan's lips curled upward, a glimmer of brilliance in his gaze. Precisely because he is cautious. We must make him believe this is an opportunity to annihilate us, that I in the depths of the cosmos, on the Federation flagship, the Judicator. General Morrison stood at the center of the bridge, his gaze coldly fixed on the starfield ahead. On the holographic star map, the Resistance's warships appeared to be slowly retreating, seemingly pressed back by their fleet. The excitement in his aide's voice rang clear. General, their fleet is retreating. Our three-pronged fleets are encircling their defenses. Just 100 kilometers closer, and we can encircle them. That a chilling light flickered in Morrison's eyes, a smile creeping onto his lips. Yun Huan, this time you have nowhere to escape. Yet he did not issue the command for a full-scale attack. Instead, he spoke solemnly. Let the Vanguard forces continue to advance, maintain formation, do not recklessly push forward. The aide appeared puzzled, a frown on his face. General, is this not a prime opportunity to annihilate them? Morrison chuckled coldly, his eyes betraying a hint of ruthlessness. The better the opportunity, the more cautious one must be. Yun Huan will never allow anyone to easily take advantage, the periphery of Chensi Star. Within the Resistance's ambush circle, the Resistance warships maintained their retreating posture, yet every ship's cannon had already covertly adjusted its aim, targeting the quietly approaching Federation fleet. Bai Lingwei's gaze sharpened. Morrison is indeed cautious. He has not been fooled. The Vanguard forces are advancing very slowly. Yun Huan nodded slightly, a trace of approval in his eyes. However, this is precisely what we desire. Luring the snake into the pit must not be rushed. He turned to Lung Feng, commenced the second phase, detonate the deployed interference bombs, leading them to believe our systems have malfunctioned. Lung Feng grinned. Understood. Let them think we are struggling in despair. In the Federation's Vanguard fleet, flames suddenly erupted in the darkness. Report. High-energy reactions detected ahead. It seems the Resistance's ship engines have malfunctioned and are undergoing emergency repairs. A soldier's voice rang with excitement. The commander of the Federation's Vanguard grinned savagely. It seems they cannot hold on any longer. Immediately report to the general, requesting a full-scale assault. On board the Judicator command ship, Morrison received the report. His gaze flickering slightly, yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Resistance engine malfunction, he murmured, his fingers drumming on the armrest. The aide urged, General, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We cannot hesitate any longer. Morrison's expression darkened, finally making up his mind. All fleets, heed my command, launch a full-scale assault to eliminate the Resistance. In the orbit of Chensi Star, the hunters in the darkness revealed their fangs. Yun Huan's eyes were sharp as knives, a cold smile gracing his lips. They have taken the bait. Bai Lingwei spoke softly. The encirclement begins. All fleets converge. In an instant, the rebel fleet illuminated the darkness from all directions. Massive energy beams slicing through the void, encircling the Federal fleet with sudden ferocity, that in the cosmos. The abruptly blooming energy beams resembled a meteor shower, tearing apart the silent abyss, casting the orbit of Dawn Star into a brilliance akin to daylight. The Federal fleet found itself ensnared within the meticulously orchestrated trap of the rebels, their advancing formation collapsing in an instant, with explosions erupting incessantly across the battlefield. Damn it, we are surrounded. The Federal Vanguard commander's face turned pale, as he pounded the command console, terror evident in his eyes. Amidst the chaos, Morrison's visage flickered onto the screen, his countenance ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. Steady the formation. Do not panic. Break through to the right. But scarcely had his words faded when countless silhouettes of warships emerged ominously from the darkness to the right. The assault fleet led by Lung Feng, forming an impenetrable steel wall that blocked the Federal fleet's escape route. Lung Feng's voice, laced with chilling amusement, resonated through the communication. Morrison, General, welcome to our hunting ground. Aboard the Rebel command ship, Yun Huan gazed at the holographic star map depicting the slowly collapsing Federal fleet, his expression calm and profound. His eyes swept across the battlefield, akin to a master strategist maneuvering each piece with precision. Bai Lingwei stood beside him, her gaze sharp. The Federal fleet has been utterly severed. Their communication systems are compromised, and the command chain is in disarray. Now is the moment to strike with full force. Yun Huan's voice was steady and icy. All fleets, unleash fire suppression. Do not grant them a moment's respite. Orders were swiftly relayed, each combat unit piercing into the heart of the Federal fleet like daggers. The Rebel warships spewed forth searing beams of light, reducing Federal vessels to fragments. Aboard the Judgment, chaos reigned. Morrison clenched his fists tightly, despair and fury flashing in his eyes. The rebels have set such a trap. How could they know our movements? The lieutenant's face was ashen, his voice trembling. General, we must retreat. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. Morrison's eyes widened in rage, his body trembling as if pinned by an invisible force of anger and humiliation. He gritted his teeth, sent an emergency retreat signal to the rear fleet, break through with all our might. But at that moment, alarms blared on the console. Warning! Port shield failure. Numerous enemy ships are closing in. Morrison shot up, peering through the viewport, only to see a blinding light rapidly enlarging, hurtling towards the Judgment. Boom! A violent explosion rent the hull, the entire command ship shaking violently, flames and smoke billowing everywhere. Inside the bridge, screams and alarms intertwined, creating a cacophony of terror. Morrison stumbled back 2 steps, his face a mask of horror, muttering, "It's over. We are finished." Then on the battlefield, the morale of the Federal fleet collapsed utterly. The Rebel warships descended upon the remnants of the Federation like an iron fist, rendering them powerless to retaliate. One by one, Federal vessels raised white beams symbolizing surrender, and the chaotic battlefield gradually fell silent. Lung Feng's ship glided through the debris, his voice cold. Seize enemy ships, capture enemy soldiers, and thoroughly cleanse the battlefield. Aboard the command ship, Yun Huan surveyed the displayed results of their victory. Exhaling a long breath, Bai Lingwei gently grasped his hand, her eyes shimmering with warmth. "We have won." Yun Huan nodded, his gaze still profound. "In this battle, we have not only defended Dawnstar, but have also made the Federation aware that they can no longer act with impunity." Ling Lai stepped forward, his face betraying uncontainable joy. "The main Federal fleet has suffered severe losses. Now we have ample time to solidify our defenses and further expand our gains." Lung Feng laughed heartily. "This battle today will be quite a lesson for them. That old fox Morrison has taken a major fall." Yun Huan's lips curled into a cold smile. "This battle is merely the beginning. The foundation of the Federation still exists. The true decisive battle lies ahead." Bai Lingwei spoke softly. "No matter the difficulties that lie ahead, we shall face them together." Yun Huan gazed deeply at her, his resolve unwavering. "Indeed, together." After the battle, under the night sky of Dawnstar, the lights shone brightly. People flooded the streets, their cheers rising in jubilant waves. The long-suppressed hope ignited anew, like flames rekindled. Yun Huan stood upon a high platform, observing the crowd that raised their arms in exultation. His heart a tempest of emotions. Once, this land was rife with despair and fear. Now, the dawn of freedom slowly ascended on the horizon. Bai Lingwei approached him, speaking softly. "Seeing their smiles makes all our sacrifices worthwhile." Yun Huan tightened his grip on her hand, his gaze fixed upon the distant starry sky, his voice resolute and warm. "This is our mission, our future, and no matter how dark it may be, we shall bring light back to this galaxy." Chapter 26. Thunderclouds gathering in the cosmic shroud outside Dawnstar. A somber gloom enveloped the expanse, as if even the starlight was conspiring to conceal its presence. The rebel fleet lay in silent ambush within the shadows of the void, their cannons harboring a chilling intent. The silhouettes of the warships melded seamlessly with the silent universe, resembling a pack of predatory hunters poised to spring. Yuan Huan stood on the bridge of the command ship, his gaze penetrating the darkness, fixated on the red dots gradually encroaching on the holographic screen. Each bead of cold sweat congealed on his spine. Each second of waiting felt like walking on the edge of a knife, that a faint smirk graced his lips, a semblance of cold amusement. Morrison is about to meet his reckoning. Beside him, Bai Lingwei stood tall, her brow slightly furrowed. Her fingers lightly tapped the command console, her eyes sharp as blades. Morrison is cautious. He will not fall for a simple ruse, but sometimes the human heart is more easily breached than a warship. Indeed, Yuan Huan nodded, his voice steady. The more careful he is, the greater our opportunity. The communicator crackled with Lung Feng's voice, laced with a touch of cynical coldness. The old fox is walking into the trap. Be cautious. If he detects us, he may retaliate. Ling Lai's voice followed, resolute. Once the serpent's head appears, we shall find a way to crush it. Yuan Huan remained silent, inhaling deeply, his gaze sweeping across the star map. This battle had been in the works for days. Every detail needed to be as precise as a mechanical gear, lest the entire strategy collapsed on the bridge of the federal flagship Judgment. General Morrison stood silently, the light and shadow of the holographic star map reflecting on his chiseled features, revealing the depth and coldness in his eyes. His fingertips lightly drummed on the command console. The rhythm akin to a countdown clock. The rebel fleet is retreating, the lieutenant reported softly, a hint of elation in his tone. Their second fleet has exposed vulnerabilities. They seem to lack sufficient manpower. Morrison's brow furrowed, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Yuan Huan's scheme cannot be this simple. What is he plotting? He fixated on the moving lights on the star map, his suspicions coiling around his reason like a venomous snake. General, an aide cautiously suggested, perhaps this is their limit. We should seize the opportunity to launch an attack. Morrison remained silent for a moment, his lips pressed into a thin line. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, cold and resolute. Order the vanguard forces to advance with all their might. The main fleet shall disperse its formation to prevent encirclement. His words struck like a hammer on a cold winter's day, resonating in every soldier's heart that on the outskirts of Dawnstar, aboard the rebel command ship. Bai Lingwei voiced a note of relief. They are beginning to disperse. Yet the sharpness in her eyes grew more pronounced. Yuan Huan's gaze ignited with intensity, a smile gracing his lips. Caution is both Morrison's strength and his weakness. Let them advance into our ambush, then we shall close in. Lung Feng's laughter carried a hint of malice. This time, we shall make them understand what true entrapment means at the heart of the battlefield. The sea of stars erupted in a brilliance of death. The Federal Vanguard fleet advanced towards the periphery of Dawnstar. Preparing to strike, countless beams of light suddenly ignited from the shadows of the cosmos. Laser cannons and energy beams descended like thunderbolts from the heavens, instantly tearing through the void, enveloping the federal vessels in a cataclysm of obliteration. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Federal Vanguard commanders shouted in terror. But their cries were drowned out by the roar of explosions, as warships were reduced to cosmic dust amidst the flames that Morrison's complexion drained of color, his pupils constricting, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it. We've fallen into their trap. All fleets, immediately contract formation, retreat to the rear. The main rebel fleet surged forward, advancing like a relentless tide. Lung Feng's warships were the first to breach the heart of the Federal fleet, their cannons spewing forth fury and resolve. Brothers, tear them to shreds. Ling Lai's fleet followed closely, forming an impenetrable barrier that sealed off the Federal retreat. Yuan Huan's voice remained steady and icy, encirclement complete. Initiate full suppression, that on the bridge of the Judgment. Alarms blared urgently that Morrison's hands clenched into fists, his nails digging into his palms, despair and rage swirling in his eyes. Yuan Huan, how did you come to know our plans? The lieutenant's voice trembled. General, we are surrounded by rebels on all sides. We have no way out. Morrison's chest heaved violently, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. All warships, heed my command. Fight to break through. Even in death, we shall take a piece of flesh with us. Yet, At that very moment, a devastating beam of light surged from the distance, piercing the hull of the Judicator. Boom! Amidst the ferocious explosion, the bridge swayed as if caught in a tempest. Morrison's figure danced amidst the flames, ultimately freezing in the boundless void. The battle concluded, and the cosmos fell into silence. The rebel fleet lingered quietly in the orbit of Dawnstar, remnants drifting around as if narrating a harrowing tale of life and death. Yun Huan stood on the bridge, his gaze deep, a faint smile gracing his lips. In this round, we have triumphed. Bai Lingwei gently approached him, her eyes shimmering with a tender light. But the war is far from over. Yun Huan nodded, grasping her hand, his voice resolute. The road ahead is still long. Regardless, we shall not falter. Chapter 27. The Star Fortress conundrum in the cosmos outside Dawnstar. The echoes of battle had yet to dissipate. The tension in the air hung like invisible shackles, tightening everyone's nerves. The victorious cheers still reverberated in their ears. Yet Yun Huan's gaze betrayed no hint of relaxation. Instead, it deepened with gravity. Down on the flagship's bridge, Bai Lingwei furrowed her brow slightly, a trace of contemplation flickering in her eyes. Morrison's fleet was annihilated too thoroughly. This is uncharacteristic of him. Standing beside her, Yun Huan's expression bore no joy of a victor, only heightened concern. I share your unease. The Federation's frontline commander could not have so easily fallen into our trap. A communication image of Lung Feng flickered to life, his tone infused with excitement. Yun Huan, we have achieved a resounding victory. Morrison has been decisively crushed, and the Federation has suffered significant losses. We can pursue our advantage. Yet, Yun Huan shook his head, maintaining his calm demeanor. No, we must not rush into an offensive. This victory may merely be a fade constructed by the Federation. We need to ascertain what lies concealed behind it. Ling Lai stepped forward, his gaze piercing, his voice laced with confusion. Yun Huan, are you suggesting that there is more to this battle than meets the eye? The light of contemplation flickered in Yun Huan's eyes. Though the fleet we defeated was vast, it appears to lack a genuine core command. While Morrison is a renowned general of the Federation, his final desperate counterattack revealed that he had lost the true source of his orders. Bai Lingwei nodded slightly, her voice steady. In other words, this confrontation may be merely a part of a grander scheme orchestrated by the Federation, with Morrison as a pawn sacrificed in their game. Meanwhile, in the Federation's central star system, Star Fortress, a colossal space fortress hovered silently in the darkness of the universe, surrounded by a myriad of defensive turrets and warships, resembling a slumbering behemoth that instilled dread in all who beheld it. Within the depths of the fortress, the command hall exuded a somber and oppressive atmosphere. Holographic projections of battle reports from Dawnstar flickered incessantly. The rebels' triumph, piercing the hearts of all present like a thorn, a cold, harsh voice shattered the silence. Morrison's failure was anticipated. His sacrifice was merely a component of our plan. The speaker was a tall, middle-aged man, his gaze frigid, his features chiseled as if sculpted from stone. His name was Soren, the Federation's supreme military strategist, lauded as the iron-blooded chess master. The officers in the hall, upon hearing his words, exchanged solemn glances, fully aware that this defeat was but a cog in Soren's grand strategy. Their task was to transform this setback into leverage for future victories. That a young officer murmured, "Sir, do you mean to say that we are already prepared for the next step?" Soren's lips curled into a slight, cold smile. The rebels' victory has temporarily lulled them into complacency. Next, we shall lead them blindly into the true darkness of our design. At the Rebel Command Center on Dawnstar, Yun Huan stood before a holographic star map, his gaze fixed upon the region marked as Star Fortress. This star system was encircled by formidable defenses, a veritable bastion of the Federation. Bai Lingwei's voice drifted from behind him, laced with a chilling clarity. If our suspicions are correct, then Star Fortress is the true command center of the Federation. Morrison's defeat was merely a smokescreen for their next course of action. Yun Huan nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. They aim to use this setback to bait us into a reckless assault, depleting our forces. Ling Lai clenched his fists, his brow furrowed. Shall we do nothing? Allow them to regroup their strength? Yun Huan's gaze swept over the assembly, his voice low yet resolute. We will act, but not according to their script. That To break the stalemate. We must first compel them to reveal their true hand, that a glint of cunning flickered in Lung Feng's eyes. Do you have a plan? Yun Huan's lips curled slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade. We shall turn the tables. As night fell upon Dawnstar, the main rebel fleet quietly began to adjust its formation down on the surface. They appeared to be conducting ordinary defensive maneuvers. Yet covertly, an elite squad stood ready to embark. Yun Huan, Bai Lingwei, Lung Feng, and Ling Lai donned special operatives attire, standing on the landing pad. Before them, a small stealth spacecraft gleamed with a cold metallic luster against the night. Bai Lingwei spoke softly. Are you certain you wish to go in person? The risks of infiltrating Star Fortress are immense. Yun Huan grasped her hand, his gaze tender yet unwavering. Only by witnessing their plans firsthand can we ensure we do not fall into their trap. Lung Feng clapped his chest, grinning. Fear not, with me around, we can weather any storm. Ling Lai's gaze was resolute, his voice resonant. This operation bears the fate of the entire rebellion. We must succeed. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, his gaze cast towards the ink-black sky, his voice steady and determined. Let us depart. The spacecraft's engines hummed softly, ascending silently into the vast darkness, heading towards the perilous Star Fortress. Outside Star Fortress, a grave silence enveloped the surroundings that in the tranquil cosmos. The massive fortress loomed, resembling an ancient stronghold, awaiting the arrival of challengers. As Yun Huan's spacecraft approached slowly, each occupant held their breath, palms slick with sweat. This mission required them to dance on the edge of a razor. Skin deactivated, entering manual mode, Yun Huan murmured. Bai Lingwei's fingers flew across the control panel, the spacecraft gliding like a phantom. Soundlessly penetrating the fortress's defense, net point 500 meters ahead. There's a patrol ship. Lung Feng's voice trembled with tension. Yun Huan's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. Maintain speed. Stay close to the asteroid belt for cover. The spacecraft glided past the asteroid field, enormous rocks floating in the darkness like slumbering giants, providing them with natural concealment. Everything unfolded according to plan. However, just as the spacecraft was about to breach the final defense line, alarms blared suddenly, an ear-piercing red light engulfing the cabin. Have we been discovered? Ling Lai's expression shifted, that a glint of coldness flashed in Yun Huan's eyes. Prepare for battle. The shrill alarm echoed within the cabin. Red warning lights flashing furiously, illuminating the faces of the crew as if time had frozen. Yun Huan's expression was icy, his pupils narrowing, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his brow. Their defense system was far more sensitive than anticipated. Bai Lingwei's voice, calm yet tinged with urgency, echoed as her hands flew over the control panel. The stealth system has failed. Switching to backup protocol. Lung Feng gripped the control stick tightly, his gaze fixed on the rapidly approaching enemy patrol ship on the screen. We don't have time. Their patrol ship has locked onto us. Ling Lai drew his weapon, his tone resolute. If we've been discovered, then we must carve a path through. Yun Huan's face bore no hint of panic. His mind raced, analyzing every potential escape route. After a moment, a glimmer of resolve appeared in his eyes. Ling Lai, prepare the demolition charges. Lung Feng, push the spacecraft's power system to its limits, that we will disguise ourselves as a destroyed vessel and infiltrate the fortress amidst the chaos. Bai Lingwei's eyes widened slightly as she instantly grasped Yun Huan's intent. You plan to create a ruse, making them believe we have been obliterated. Yun Huan nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. The enemy's confidence is our best cover. Lung Feng's fingers danced rapidly over the control panel, the roar of the spacecraft's engines suddenly diminishing as the power system entered self-destruct countdown. Demolition charges ready. Ling Lai's voice rang out powerfully, the bomb in his hand glinting coldly. Yun Huan took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a blade. 3, 2, 1, detonate, boom. A violent explosion erupted in the cosmos, a searing blaze instantly engulfing the spacecraft. Debris scattering like the remnants of a deadly firework that in the distance. The Federation patrol ship swiftly received the explosion signal, and the soldiers inside beheld the burning wreckage on their screens, relief washing over their faces. The target has been destroyed, a soldier reported. The patrol ship's commander cast a cold glance at the screen, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. A bunch of overconfident rats. Daring to intrude upon Star Fortress, that he waved his hand. Continue the patrol. The patrol ship slowly altered its course, vanishing into the abyss of the cosmos. Deep within the asteroid belt, Yun Huan, Bai Lingwei, Lung Feng, and Ling Lai concealed themselves behind a massive asteroid, clad in form-fitting spacesuits, suspended in the weightlessness of space. Their spacecraft had been reduced to mere debris, yet they had managed to evade disaster. Yun Huan's breathing was steady, his face devoid of any sign of panic, but he gently pressed a button on his wristwatch, and a faint signal light flickered momentarily before extinguishing. The patrol ship had departed. From now on, we must rely on ourselves. Yun Huan murmured that a flicker of fatigue passed through Bai Lingwei's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. We have 2 kilometers to reach the Star Fortress. We must arrive before the next patrol. Lung Feng gritted his teeth, a cold smile gracing his lips. 2 kilometers of swimming through a vacuum. Exhilarating. Ling Lai snorted, his gaze resolute. I'm already used to it. Let's go. The 4 swiftly activated the miniature thrusters on their spacesuits, utilizing the cover of the asteroids as they gradually approached the Star Fortress. The Star Fortress, a colossal metallic bastion. Its exterior was stark and unyielding, radiating a chilling metallic sheen. Patrol beams swept across the outer wall, resembling countless sharp eyes scrutinizing every inch of space. The 4 clung to the fortress's outer wall, moving with utmost caution. Each propulsion was controlled to the millimeter. A moment's carelessness could result in detection by the patrol beams. Ahead lay a maintenance passage, their entrance, Bai Lingwei whispered, pointing to a concealed metallic fissure nearby. Yun Huan nodded. Prepare to enter. The 4 cautiously approached the maintenance passage, and Bai Lingwei lightly tapped her wrist controller, sending forth a feeble wave of electricity. With a soft click, the passage door slowly opened. They swiftly glided inside, the door closing silently behind them, restoring tranquility to the outside world. Within the fortress, dark currents stirred. The dim passage was illuminated only by weak, flickering lights. The metal walls were adorned with various wires and pipes, and the air was thick with a frigid, mechanical scent. Yun Huan spoke in a hushed tone. We are now in the outer maintenance layer of the fortress. To enter the core area from here, we must circumvent 3 lines of defense. Ling Lai tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze ablaze. As long as we locate the Federation's core command room, we will uncover their true intentions. Bai Lingwei surveyed their surroundings, her expression calm. We must avoid gunfire during our operation. If we expose ourselves, all our efforts will be in vain. Lung Feng grinned. Don't worry, I promise not to shoot recklessly. They pressed against the shadows of the passage, gradually advancing toward the core area. Suddenly, footsteps echoed ahead. Yun Huan swiftly gestured, and the 4 instantly melted into the shadows. 2 Federation soldiers approached, scanning the area with their devices while conversing. What bad luck. It's our turn to stand watch tonight. One of them complained. Stop complaining. If Commander Soren hears you, you'll be in for it. The other replied with a sneer. As the 2 passed, Yun Huan and his companions held their breath, waiting until the footsteps faded completely before continuing on. Soren? Lung Feng whispered. It appears the puppeteer of the Federation is indeed here. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yun Huan's eyes, his voice low. We must find him quickly and unravel this conspiracy. They pressed onward, the passage stretching beneath their feet like a path leading into an unknown abyss. Within this immense steel fortress, the air grew increasingly thick with danger. Each step could lead to the precipice. Chapter 28. The steel jungle outside the Morning Star. The remnants of battle lingered, the acrid scent of gunpowder seemingly still resonating in the void, yet within the confines of the Star Fortress. Amidst a world of unyielding metal, time appeared to stand still, the atmosphere stiflingly oppressive. Yun Huan Bai Lingwei, Lung Feng, and Ling Lai pressed against the cold alloy walls, gliding through the dim passageway. Their breaths were barely audible, yet their heartbeats thundered in their ears, ever ready to confront any sudden peril. The shadows of the 4 elongated under the dim lights, resembling taut strings ready to snap. The design of this place is truly torturous. Lung Feng muttered quietly, his eyes scanning the surveillance cameras on either side. I seriously doubt the person who designed this ever got lost as a child. Ling Lai coldly interjected. Perhaps they got lost too often, and decided to torment all subsequent intruders. Bai Lingwei raised an eyebrow, her voice light. You 2, on enemy territory, seem to have rather loose tongues. Yun Huan smiled gently, though his gaze remained vigilant. When tension rises, A bit of levity can be beneficial. Let us move. Ahead lies the security control room. Before the security control room, two Federation soldiers paced back and forth, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Their eyes reflected professional indifference. But a hint of fatigue lingered in their brows. Clearly, the continuous alerts had frayed their nerves. "Tonight's patrol duty is truly exhausting," one soldier muttered. "If anyone else barges in, I'd prefer they just send me straight to confinement." "Shut up," the other soldier shot back, glaring at him. "If Soren hears you, your meals will be served with a side of regret." The two were engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the four shadows lurking in the dark. Yun Huan whispered, "Bai Lingwei, can you hack into their surveillance system?" Bai Lingwei nodded, her fingers dancing rapidly over the touchscreen of her wristwatch. "Give me 10 seconds. 10 seconds. What if they suddenly decide to change shifts early?" Lung Feng scoffed. Ling Lai shot him a cold glance. "Then you can use your jokes to stall them." Lung Feng raised an eyebrow, a semblance of a resigned smile appearing. "Fine, but if I get caught?" "You better remember to publish my joke collection. Enough chatter." Yun Huan's voice was low and commanding. 76.5 Bai Lingwei's voice was calm as water. Time seemed to stretch, each second feeling interminably long. Yun Huan's gaze was sharp as a hawk, ready to strike. 3, 2, 1 done. The red light of the surveillance camera flickered out instantly, and the two soldiers remained blissfully unaware. "Act." Yun Huan waved his hand. Ling Lai and Lung Feng surged forth like cheetahs, swiftly seizing the soldiers by their throats. The soldiers' eyes widened. Yet before they could emit a sound, they were rendered unconscious, collapsing limply to the ground. Lung Feng shook his wrist, muttering, "Their necks are surprisingly tough." Yun Huan shot him a glance, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. "Then practice more." Inside the control room, the cold light screens displayed surveillance feeds from various locations within the fortress. Bai Lingwei approached the control console, her fingers flying over the keyboard, freezing the images on the screens one by one. "That I have blocked all surveillance signals in the corridors," Bai Lingwei declared, a glimmer of confidence in her eyes. Yun Huan scanned the screens, his gaze profound. "Excellent. Now, we shall strike at the heart of the matter." Lung Feng's face lit with excitement. "Finally, I can stretch my legs that I've nearly suffocated from this cat-and-mouse game." Ling Lai sneered, "Be careful not to become the mouse that gets caught by the cat." Yun Huan's gaze was steady as iron. "Let us go. Target the core command room." The core passage was eerily silent. The four advanced cautiously, each step treading upon a wire of nerves. The defensive turrets flanking the passage glimmered ominously, as if death itself awaited to awaken. "The security level here has clearly escalated," Bai Lingwei murmured, her eyes scanning the concealed sensors. Lung Feng grinned. "Looks like we're finally going to meet the big boss." Ling Lai replied coldly, "Don't celebrate too early. The closer we get to the target, the greater the danger." Yun Huan's gaze was as sharp as a blade. "Be cautious. There are 3 soldiers guarding ahead. 3 fully armed soldiers stood at the end of the passage. Their eyes keen as hawks, weapons poised for immediate fire." Yun Huan exhaled softly, whispering, "This time, let us not confront them head-on." "Bai Lingwei, prepare the smoke grenades." Bai Lingwei retrieved 2 small smoke grenades from her waist. Tossing them lightly, boom. A pale gray mist rapidly enveloped the area, obscuring the soldiers' vision. "What is happening?" "Alert! We have an intruder!" Before their words could fully escape, Yun Huan and Ling Lai surged forth like shadows. Swiftly overpowering them, as the smoke dissipated, the 3 soldiers lay sprawled on the ground. Lung Feng approached, kicking one of them lightly. "Sorry, your night shift has ended prematurely." Before the core command room lay the final obstacle. A heavy alloy door adorned with intricate electronic locks and scanning devices stood before them. Bai Lingwei crouched down, her focus intense, her fingers dancing swiftly. "I need 2 minutes to crack it." "We'll keep watch for you." Yun Huan drew his weapon, his eyes resolute. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time trickled away, faint footsteps echoing from the depths of the passage. "Hurry, they're coming." Lung Feng gritted his teeth. "All done." Bai Lingwei breathed a sigh of relief as the door lock clicked open. The alloy door slowly creaked open, revealing a brightly lit interior. "To go in." Yun Huan uttered a low growl. The 4 individuals swiftly stormed into the command center. The door ceiling shut behind them, isolating them from the cacophony of the outside world. Inside the command room, the light was glaring and frigid. A tall, middle-aged man stood with his back to them. The holographic screen before him displaying the star map of the Dawn Star. He slowly turned to face them, revealing a countenance of sternness, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment and a cold smirk. Yun Huan, you have finally arrived. His voice was deep and chilling. Yun Huan's gaze was sharp, his weapon aimed at him, a slight smile gracing his lips. So Lyran, this game is about to end. So Lyran's lips curled into a cruel arc. End? No, the game has merely begun. Chapter 29. Still waters run deep within the core command center of Starfort. The bright, incandescent lights were so piercing they seemed capable of penetrating everything. The air was suffused with a faint scent of disinfectant and the cold, hard essence of metal. The arrangement of the entire room was meticulously ordered, reflecting the owner's immense desire for control and scrupulous nature. Yun Huan's fingers tightened slightly, the cold touch of his weapon resonating at his fingertips. His keen eyes were fixated on So Lyran, who stood at the center. So Lyran turned to face them, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. His gaze profound and inscrutable. His military uniform was impeccably tailored, metals glistening faintly under the harsh light, yet that faint shimmer resembled a sheathed blade, evoking an unsettling chill. Yun Huan, after such a long absence. You finally stand before me. So Lyran spoke slowly, his tone steady, as if conversing with an old friend. Yun Huan did not lower his guard, his eyes sharp as a hawk. Spare me the pleasantries. Your game ends here. So Lyran's lips curled slightly, revealing a trace of derision. Game? No, the game has just begun. You believe victory is assured, yet the true trap lies within yourselves. Bai Lingwei's gaze was piercing as she tilted her head slightly. Her tone icy. Are you merely bluffing at this moment, apart from your tongue? What else can you command? So Lyran ignored her taunt, slowly raising his hand to press a button on the table that in an instant. Numerous holographic screens emerged from the walls of the room, each displaying the movement trajectories of the rebel fleet. Yun Huan's pupils constricted sharply, a tempest of turmoil raging within him that in the vastness of outer space. At the Dawnstar defense line, the rebel fleet was deploying according to the predetermined strategy, warships aligning one after another along their orbits. The commanders bore expressions of post-victory elation, oblivious to the peril that was stealthily encroaching. An inconspicuous gray drone circled the edge of the Dawn Star's orbit, transmitting faint signals to the distant void. Those signals traversed multiple hops, ultimately converging within the central control system of Starfort. So Lyran chuckled derisively, pointing at the screen, his voice dripping with profound confidence. You think you have infiltrated successfully, yet every step you take is under my control. Ling Lai's expression darkened suddenly, his fists clenched, despicable. You actually planted spies within our fleet. So Lyran remained unfazed, replying coolly, This is war, not a game. The so-called justice and light are worthless in the face of victory. Lung Feng smirked, revealing a hint of exasperation. You speak quite sincerely. No wonder you remain single to this day. So Lyran's gaze faltered momentarily. Then he coldly retorted, Witty words cannot alter the outcome. Yun Huan's thoughts raced, his gaze icy as it swept across the screens. You intend to lure our fleet together. Then ensnare them all? Clever, So Lyran replied nonchalantly, his face bearing the calmness of a victor. I have ambushed a stealth fleet on the periphery of the Dawnstar. Once your fleet enters the encirclement, this war will come to a definitive end. Bai Lingwei's expression grew grave, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. You wish to trade a false victory for our annihilation. So Lyran nodded, a hint of pity in his gaze. You are but pitiful idealists. While I am the master of this game. Inside the command room, the air seemed to solidify. Yun Huan took a deep breath, calmly stating, Do you truly believe that the victory of the rebels relies solely on a single battle? You underestimate the power of the human spirit. So Lyran's eyes flickered slightly, the smile on his lips freezing momentarily. The human spirit. Can your so-called human spirit withstand the fire of starships? Yun Huan stepped forward slowly, his eyes blazing. True victory has never been about winning or losing a single battle. You may destroy a fleet, but you cannot extinguish the yearning for freedom within people's hearts. Bai Lingwei nodded gently, her voice resolute. You think you control everything, yet you overlook that all oppression breeds a stronger resistance. So Lyran's expression shifted slightly, a glimmer of doubt crossing his eyes. But soon he regained his indifference. Such words are mere empty comforts for the defeated. Just then, Yun Huan's communicator vibrated subtly did a hidden channel open quietly, and Lung Feng glanced swiftly, a smile of amusement spreading across his face. It seems your perfect plan is about to encounter some complications. So Lyron's brow furrowed. What? Yun Huan raised his head, confidence gleaming in his eyes. You think you can monitor all our actions, but some things cannot be controlled. But he pressed the communicator, and a holographic image materialized in the air. The image depicted a fully armed rebel fleet quietly assembling at the periphery of the Dawn Star, poised against So Lyron's encirclement. Ling Lai grinned widely. We anticipated you would make such a move and deliberately set up countermeasures. Bai Lingwei softly remarked. You are right, this is war, not a game. The tricks you play have long been perceived by our comrades. That So Lyron's face changed dramatically, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He gritted his teeth. Impossible. How could you know my plan? Yun Huan's gaze was like lightning, his voice low and powerful. Because your greatest mistake was underestimating those you deemed foolish. The power of the masses is the true cornerstone of this war. In the starry expanse of outer space, the flames of battle ignited abruptly. The rebel fleet surged forth from all directions, clashing fiercely with So Lyron's ambush forces. Beams of light and fiery explosions intertwined. The battlefield resembling a torn night sky, blood and flames dancing in the darkness. So Lyron's eyes brimmed with despair, his voice trembling. How could this happen? I clearly. Yun Huan slowly lowered his weapon, his gaze resolute and profound. You have lost, not to me, but to your own arrogance. So Lyron's face turned ashen, sweat trickling down his temples. His lips quivered, as if he wished to retort, but the flashing battle conditions on the screen brutally suppressed his pride. In the cosmos outside the Dawn Star, the rebel fleet surged with astounding speed into the Federation's encirclement, tearing So Lyron's meticulously laid stealth fleet into chaotic fragments. Flames erupted, warships plummeting into the void amidst explosions. Once mighty iron fortresses now reduced to smoldering wreckage in the universe. Yun Huan's gaze was profound, his tone steady. So Lyron, you fancied yourself the player, yet you forgot that we had placed our pieces upon the board. Lung Feng scratched his head, grinning cheekily. To be honest, your stealth fleet was quite impressive, though it could have been better concealed. When we discovered it, we thought it was merely a new model of drone. Ling Lai scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. You always believed yourself to be high and mighty. Yet little did you know, before you initiated this ambush, we had already sown the seeds of counterattack. So Lyron's eyes reflected disbelief, muttering, How did you know? My plan was flawless. It was impossible for anyone to detect. Yun Huan slowly approached him, his gaze piercing through his pride like a blade. No plan is without flaws. You monitored us in the shadows, and we observed you just as diligently. Every troop movement, every information transmission left traces. Bai Lingwei's voice was as cold as ice. You may manipulate human hearts, but you cannot entirely erase your own footprints. That IT is your overconfidence that revealed your vulnerabilities. So Lyron swayed slightly, as if all strength had been drained from him, but he collapsed into his chair, his eyes vacant as they stared at the burning warships on the screen. I lost. Impossible. How could I lose to you rebels? Yun Huan did not spare him another glance, turning to face the holographic screens within the command room. That on the screens, the flags of the rebel fleet waved proudly in the cosmos, symbolizing freedom and hope. Outside the command room, alarms blared suddenly. Alert! Alert! Intruders have breached the core command room. All units proceed to assist immediately. So Lyron's final line of defense was activated, the heavy alloy doors echoing with urgent footsteps and the sound of weapons being readied. Lung Feng licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It seems we are short on time. How about we hold a spirited farewell ceremony? Ling Lai scoffed, raising his weapon for inspection, his tone frosty, since they wish to welcome us. Let us entertain them. Yun Huan's gaze swept over the four of them, his voice low and resolute. Ling Lai, Lung Feng, you guard the entrance. Bai Lingwei, join me in taking over the fort system. Bai Lingwei nodded and swiftly approached the central control panel, her fingers flying across the virtual keyboard, as the data on the holographic screen began to reorganize at an astonishing pace. That I need 1 minute to take control of the fortress's defense system. Yun Huan stood beside her, his gaze sharp as a blade, his voice calm. Rest assured, we will hold the line. Outside the command room, gunfire raged like a torrential downpour. Ling Lai and Lung Feng leaned against the doorframe, the blue light of their laser guns flashing incessantly as they repelled the advancing federal soldiers. These guys really are playing for keeps. Lung Feng shouted, excitement etched on his face. Ling Lai, calmly taking aim, retorted coldly, if they weren't, how would we stand out? Lung Feng laughed heartily. Well said, let's give them a grand surprise. He retrieved a high-explosive grenade from his backpack, deftly pulled the pin, and hurled it outside. A gift has arrived. Catch it! Boom! The shockwave from the explosion shook the entire command room, and screams echoed from outside. Meanwhile, Bai Lingwei's fingers danced rapidly on the keyboard. 10 seconds, 5 seconds to completion. She pressed the confirmation key with force. And the defense system on the screen displayed. Control taken. Yun Huan's eyes narrowed, and he spoke solemnly. Initiate the fortress self-destruct sequence. Bai Lingwei clicked, and a countdown appeared on the screen. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Detonation in 15 minutes. Yun Huan glanced at Sun, a hint of complexity in his gaze. Sun, your failure stems from forgetting the essence of war. Not all victories can be achieved through calculation and control. Solian's eyes were hollow, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. Perhaps you are right, but my era has come to an end. Time was of the essence, and Yun Huan waved his hand. Retreat. The four of them dashed out of the command room, sprinting down the corridor they had come from. The alarm blared deafeningly, and the entire fortress began to tremble, the metallic walls groaning uneasily. Hurry, the fortress could explode at any moment. Yun Huan shouted. Lung Feng, panting, wore an exhilarated smile. I've wanted to say goodbye to this hellhole for ages. Ling Lai scoffed. Then pray you don't get blown to bits here. The escape ship was ready. The four rushed into the vessel, and Yun Huan commanded, take off. The ship's engines roared to life, hurtling through the passageway and into the boundless cosmos. Behind them, the star fortress erupted in a tremendous explosion. Flames soaring into the sky, and metal debris scattered across the universe like a grand fireworks display. Yun Huan gazed at the burning ruins through the viewport, his expression profound. Bai Lingwei spoke softly. We have won. Yun Huan nodded, his voice resolute. But this war is far from over. Lung Feng reclined in his seat, exhaling deeply. At least this battle was exhilarating. Ling Lai replied coldly, exhilarating or not. We have a pile of mess to clean up back home. Yun Huan looked into the distance, his eyes shining like stars. The dawn of freedom is risen, and we will continue our march forward. Chapter 30. The light of dawn. The universe resembled an infinite black curtain. The aftermath of the Star Fortress's explosion still reverberating through the void, shattered metal debris scattering like stardust. The flames extinguished in the darkness, replaced by a profound silence, as if the breath of a colossal beast had finally ceased. Yun Huan sat in the main control seat of the ship, his gaze penetrating the viewport, fixated on the dying flames. His eyes were deep and calm, as if he were etching this scene into his memory. The Star Fortress has been destroyed. Bai Lingwei's voice came from beside him, tinged with complexity, her hand gently brushed against the control panel, her eyes shimmering with a blend of relief and concern. Lung Feng leaned back in his chair, releasing a long sigh, a characteristic smile spreading across his face. It's finally over, that I thought we would be blown to cosmic debris. Ling Lai scoffed, casting him a glance. If you're so afraid of death, why not just go home and tend to your garden? Lung Feng raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk forming. Afraid of death? I just don't want the universe to lose such a genius like me. Yun Huan smiled faintly, but quickly sobered, his expression turning serious. This battle's end signifies nothing more than a temporary respite. The war is far from concluded. Suddenly, the communication device's indicator light began to blink that a message from the Resistance Command had arrived. Yun Huan pressed the answer key, and the stern face of Pei Yuan, the head of the command center, appeared on the screen, background noise indicating that the battle was still ongoing. Yun Huan, you have succeeded. Pei Yuan's voice was laced with uncontainable relief, yet his brow remained furrowed with worry. However, now is not the time to relax. The Federation has regrouped in the Ninth Star System, preparing to launch a large-scale counterattack. Bai Lingwei furrowed her brows, her voice steady. How long do we have to regroup our forces? Pei Yuan sighed. I'm afraid there is no time. The Federation's fleet is already approaching us. They will reach our defenses in as little as 10 hours. Lung Feng frowned. 10 hours? They intend to leave us no breathing room. Pei Yuan nodded, his gaze resolute. This is a common tactic of the Federation, to crush our hopes while we are still reeling, that we need you to return immediately to command the next phase of defense. Yun Huan's fists clenched lightly, his gaze steely. Understood. We will return at once. The screen went dark, and the atmosphere in the cabin grew, increasingly tense. The ship accelerated, weaving through the darkness of the cosmos. The low hum of the engines filled everyone's ears, while time slowly trickled by in anticipation. Ling Lai sat nearby, inspecting his weapon, his tone steady. The next battle will be our most daunting test. Bai Lingwei nodded softly, her eyes glimmering with resilience. We have no retreat, nor do we need one. Lung Feng's smile faded slightly, his gaze drifting into the distance. To be honest, I kind of missed that bowl of hot noodles after the last battle. Yun Huan turned his head slightly, smiling faintly. Once this battle is over, I will treat you. Lung Feng blinked, his face brightening with a relaxed smile. Then I'll need a larger portion. And throw in a meat bun while you're at it. The atmosphere in the cabin lightened slightly, humor serving as a flicker of warmth to melt away the tension. Resistance main base Dawnstar. The ship descended slowly onto the base's landing pad, the hatch opening to reveal air imbued with a faint metallic and dusty scent. Soldiers rushed about, their expressions tense as they relayed information about the impending battle. Yun Huan and his companions stepped off the ship, where Pei Yuan awaited them. His eyes were bloodshot, his face weary, yet he stood tall. What is the situation? Yun Huan asked directly. Pei Yuan took a deep breath. His brow furrowed. The Federation's main fleet consists of 200 warships, more than we anticipated. Their objective is clear, to utterly demolish our will to resist. Lung Feng stroked his chin, smirking. 200 ships? This battle is bound to be thrilling. Ling Lai shot him a cold glance. Thrilling. You're surprisingly optimistic. Pei Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. We only have 50 warships, but we possess the advantage of the terrain in this star system. With proper command, we may yet have a chance. Yun Huan's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the bustling soldiers around them, his voice steady. Prepare the defenses. All warships enter concealment mode. The enemy is coming in haste. And they will surely leave us openings that we must use our wits to tear apart their lines. I in the command hall. A holographic star map projected into the air. Surrounding Dawnstar, the approach routes of the Federation fleet resembled sharp blades, heading straight for the heart of the resistance base. Bai Lingwei narrowed her eyes, her finger gliding over the star map. If we lay an ambush in this asteroid belt, we might disrupt their formation. Ling Lai nodded. Use a small fleet to harass them, preventing them from concentrating their fire. Lung Feng snapped his fingers, grinning. Then we can deliver a crushing blow from behind. Pei Yuan scanned the group, his tone serious. Everyone's thoughts align. This is our final opportunity. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, determination flickering in his eyes. Relay the order. Everyone prepare for battle. S night enveloped Dawnstar. The base S lights flickered dimly. Soldiers sprinted down the runway, the engines of the warships roaring to life, ready to face the impending storm. Yun Huan stood on the high platform, looking down at the city that was about to be engulfed in flames. His gaze was profound, and his heart unwavering. Bai Lingwei approached him, speaking softly. Do you believe we can win? Yun Huan turned to her, warmth in his eyes. We will certainly win, for we fight not for ourselves. Bai Lingwei's lips curled slightly. Indeed, behind us are countless souls yearning for freedom. Lung Feng and Ling Lai stepped forward, their faces set with resolve. Are you ready? Yun Huan's voice was firm and powerful. Ready to obey orders. The group responded in unison. In the darkness of the universe, a dawn of light was brewing. Chapter 31. The tide turns. The low hum of the warship's engine reverberated deep within the earth. As soldiers silently busied themselves at their respective posts, their eyes shimmering with a blend of resolve and fatigue. In the command hall, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if the air had been compressed. On the holographic star map, the red dots representing the Federal fleet resembled a pack of bloodthirsty sharks, gradually encroaching upon the outer defenses of Dawnstar. Yun Huan's gaze swept sharply across the star map, his voice steady. The enemy fleet is expected to reach our defenses in 6 hours. During this time, we must complete all preparations. Pei Yuan stood beside him, his brow furrowed. Our forces are insufficient. If we engage directly, our fleet may not withstand 2 hours. Lung Feng smirked, a hint of roguishness crossing his features. Then let us not engage directly, that I have always detested a head-on clash. Ling Lai shot him a cold glance. A trace of mockery in his tone. Afraid of getting your nose bloodied, are you? This is called strategic avoidance of battle. Lung Feng straightened his back, maintaining a serious demeanor while his smile remained bright. Bai Lingwei gently cleared her throat, suppressing a smile at the corner of her mouth. All right, enough fooling around. Lung Feng is correct. We indeed cannot afford a direct confrontation, though we must find their vulnerabilities and disrupt their formation at minimal cost. Yun Huan nodded, his gaze intense. Our objective is simple. Distract their forces and seize the opportunity to strike them down one by one. Then he extended his hand and lightly tapped the star map, revealing the asteroid belt surrounding Dawn Star, a region filled with irregularly shaped asteroids. A complex environment perfect for an ambush, that we shall lie in wait here with an elite squad, ready to strike when their vanguard fleet arrives. Pei Yuan's eyes flickered. What if they see through our intentions and bypass us? A cold smile crept onto Yun Huan's lips. Then we shall let them believe this is our only retreat. Inside the spacecraft, the silence loomed before the strike. Lung Feng gazed at the laser gun in his hand, exhaling softly. I always feel a bit anxious before going into battle. Does this mean I am, in fact, a pacifist? Ling Lai scoffed, his fingers gliding over the cold metal of his weapon. A pacifist? Then I must be a monk. Bai Lingwei secured her safety belt, a faint smile gracing her lips. You too. One a boastful pacifist and the other never without his blade. Seemed quite the pair. Yun Huan chuckled softly, yet his gaze remained calm. Ready yourselves. Our mission is to lure the serpent into the cave and deliver a fatal blow. The spacecraft's engines gradually ignited. Amidst the low rumble, their vessel surged forth like a nocturnal predator, stealthily penetrating the depths of the asteroid belt that I am the cosmos. The asteroid belt lay in silent stillness. Debris floated in the pitch-black void, resembling countless cold eyes silently watching the intruders. The rebel spacecraft lay hidden behind the asteroids, all engines shut down, their dark shells blending seamlessly with the cosmos. Yun Huan observed the approaching Federal Vanguard fleet through the screen, their warships gleaming like a cadre of sharp blades. Lung Feng licked his lips and lowered his voice. They're coming. Bai Lingwei's fingers danced across the console, lightly tapping a few times as a series of data illuminated the screen. The Vanguard fleet consists of 15 warships, 5 designated for reconnaissance and 10 for protection. Ling Lai narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming. 15? Just enough to fill the gaps. That Yun Huan's gaze was electric, his voice somber. Wait until they are fully within the ambush zone before we strike. The atmosphere within the spacecraft was stifling, every individual holding their breath in anticipation of that moment. Time seemed to stretch, each second stretching into eternity. That Yun Huan's palm clenched slightly, a thin sheen of sweat forming in his palm. The Federal Vanguard fleet slowly entered the asteroid belt, their ships navigating cautiously like a giant iron python. Fearful of triggering the ambush done on the flagship, Commander Allen's eyes were sharp, his voice icy. All reconnaissance ships, heighten your vigilance. Watch for any anomalies that a soldier reported. No enemy presence detected, yet that Allen's gaze flickered momentarily. His brow furrowing tighter. It's too quiet. Something feels off. His fingers lightly tapped on the command console, scanning the surrounding asteroids. Move 2 reconnaissance ships forward 50 kilometers to search for suspicious areas. The 2 reconnaissance ships advanced slowly, stealthily approaching Yun Huan and his team's hiding spot. Lung Feng held his breath, a slight sweat forming in his palms. Have they discovered us? Yun Huan's expression remained calm. His voice low, wait a moment longer. The reconnaissance ships drew nearer, the red warning dots on the screen almost touching their vessel. The air felt as if it had frozen, every heartbeat echoing in their ears. Just as the reconnaissance ships were about to reach their hiding spot, a glint of sharpness flashed in Yun Huan's eyes. Strike. The spacecraft's engines ignited in an instant, energy cannons firing simultaneously, that a blinding beam of light tore through the darkness, striking a reconnaissance ship's power core directly. Boom. The violent explosion blossomed within the asteroid belt, debris scattering, while another reconnaissance ship, caught off guard, was overturned by the blast's aftershock, colliding with a massive asteroid. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Commander Allen's face paled dramatically as he bellowed. All warships, enter combat mode. Lung Feng shouted with exhilaration. Dinner is served. Bai Lingwei deftly maneuvered the spacecraft to evade, her voice calm. The enemy fleet is now in disarray. Yunhuan's voice was as sharp as a blade. Full-scale assault. While they are still unprepared, let us finish them. The rebels' warships surged forth like a pack of wolves that had long been lying in wait. Erupting from the asteroid belt, unleashing a barrage of fire that instantly shredded the Federal Vanguard fleet to pieces. The barrage tore through the darkness, flames and explosions erupting successively within the asteroid belt. The rebels' warships glided through the debris like phantoms, each appearance accompanied by devastating attacks. That Lung Feng's ship traced an elegant arc. Deftly avoiding enemy fire, he wore a smile, his fingers deftly maneuvering across the console. Come on. If you can't keep up with my rhythm, don't embarrass yourselves here. An energy beam shot from the flank of an enemy warship, but Lung Feng gently pulled the control stick, the spacecraft evading the attack with the grace of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. The explosion erupted behind him, yet he appeared to be admiring a fireworks display. That Ling's ship followed closely, casting a cold glance at Lung Feng. Stop showing off. Be careful not to get yourself killed. Rest assured, this is called art. Lung Feng laughed heartily in response, as his ship once again turned nimbly, firing back to strike an enemy vessel, the explosion illuminating his grinning face. Aboard the Federal flagship Leviathan. Commander Allen's expression was ashen, his gaze fixed on the screen depicting the fleet descending into chaos, gritting his teeth in frustration. Where on earth did these rebels come from? An aide frantically reported. The enemy is using the asteroid belt as cover. Our firepower cannot concentrate, and the fleet is gradually being divided. Allen slammed his fist on the command console, fury igniting in his eyes. All warships, retreat from the asteroid belt and regroup. Do not engage with them here. His command was swiftly relayed, and the Federal fleet attempted to pull back. However, in the tumultuous battleground, each turn became a fatal flaw. Yunhuan's gaze remained calm as he monitored the enemy's movements on the holographic screen. A cold smile forming. Now you wish to leave. It's too late, he waved his hand. All fleets, block the exits. Do not let them escape the asteroid belt. The rebels' warships sprang into action, surrounding the Federal fleet's retreat route from all directions. Bai Lingwei's voice was calm, yet resolute. The enemy fleet has been completely encircled. That Linglia's eyes were sharp, his voice tinged with determination. Let us capture them all. In the depths of the cosmos, the battle reached a fever pitch. The Federal warships found themselves ensnared by the rebels, like beasts caught in a hunter's net. The more they struggled, the deeper their wounds became. Left flank fleet lost contact. Right flank fleet suffered heavy losses. The aide's voice quivered with fear. Commander Allen's eyes blazed red, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. Impossible! We cannot lose to this rabble. Yet the harsh reality had already crushed his hopes. Beams of light struck the vital points of the Federal warships with precision, the explosions creating a conflagration akin to hellfire igniting within the cosmos. Lung Feng's ship maneuvered effortlessly through the battlefield, his smile tinged with madness. Today's fireworks are truly splendid, Commander Allen. How thoroughly are you enjoying this dance? Linglia's voice was as unyielding as iron. In their struggles, Yunhuan's gaze was tranquil as water. All forces, the final round of attack. The rebels' warships ignited in flames, a torrential downpour of artillery raining down. The Federal fleet crumbled amidst this tempest, their vessels torn apart. Flames and debris intertwining, creating a cosmic elegy. Commander Allen slumped before the command console, despair and unwillingness etched in his eyes. He murmured, "How could we possibly lose to?" The crimson dots on the screen flickered out one by one, until the last of the Federation warships was consumed by flames, reduced to mere dust. The battle concluded, and the cosmos fell into silence. The rebel fleet gradually converged, the smoke of war dissipating to reveal only the floating debris and the lonely starlight. Yunhuan stood on the bridge, his gaze devoid of joy, replaced instead by a profound contemplation. Bai Lingwei approached him, softly stating, "We have won." Yunhuan nodded slightly, his eyes deep. "Indeed, but this is merely the first step." Lung Feng shrugged, a relaxed smile adorning his face. "At least give me a few minutes to celebrate that a win is a win. Must we weep over it?" Ling Lai replied coolly, "Do not be too pleased. The battles ahead will only become more arduous." That Yunhuan's gaze was resolute, his voice steady. "Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we shall continue forward." This path is one we have chosen, and it is one we must protect. Bai Lingwei gently clasped his hand, her eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. No matter how far, we shall walk side by side. At the rebel base on Dawnstar, the jubilant cheers of soldiers resonated throughout. Flags fluttering in the wind that I end this moment. They had secured the dawn of freedom, igniting even greater hope. Yunhuan stood upon a platform, surveying the crowd, warmth swelling within him. Pei Yuan stepped forward, a long-awaited smile gracing his face. You did it. This victory will become the faith of all. Yunhuan inhaled deeply, his gaze directed toward the horizon. The war is not yet over, but we have glimpsed the light of dawn, deep within the starry expanse. A new dawn was brewing. Chapter 32. The undercurrents, the sky over Dawnstar was still shrouded in the somber hues of battle aftermath, a faint glimmer of impending dawn piercing through the broken clouds. The air was thick with the remnants of gunpowder. Although the people within the base were utterly exhausted, each face bore a smile of victory. Yunhuan stood atop the observation tower, his gaze penetrating the distance. Night had not yet relinquished its hold, yet he felt the dawn's light beckoning. This is merely the beginning, he whispered, a tone of resolve lacing his voice. Bai Lingwei softly joined him, her gaze also fixed on the horizon. The Federation will not relent. We have shattered their fangs, and they will retaliate with even greater ferocity. Yunhuan nodded, his expression contemplative. Indeed, every subsequent step must be taken with utmost caution. Lung Feng's voice chimed in from behind, laced with his habitual levity. Oh, come on, you two. Don't be so serious. A win is a win. Otherwise, how are we mere foot soldiers supposed to survive? Ling Lai shot him a cold glance. If you don't take this seriously, you may find yourself unable to survive one day. Lung Feng pouted, shrugging. Aren't you all here to protect me? Besides, with my exceptional talents, a bit of optimism is necessary to highlight the contrast between us. Yunhuan's lips curled slightly, the chill in his eyes softening. All right, stow away your optimism and prepare for the meeting. Inside the war room, the atmosphere was taut like a drawn bowstring that a holographic star map hovered at the center, detailing the skirmishes surrounding Dawnstar. The remnants of the Federation's fleet were marked in glaring red, slowly gathering in the Ninth Star System. Pei Yuan pointed to the star map, his tone steady, although the Federation's main fleet suffered damage in the last battle. Their reinforcements are en route, that we have at most 3 days to regroup. Only 3 days. Lung Feng furrowed his brow. That is hardly enough for a nap before the next fight. Bai Lingwei's fingers tapped the table, her gaze icy. In these 3 days, we must prepare thoroughly. Yunhuan spoke gravely. The Federation's reinforcements will undoubtedly arrive with increased firepower. We cannot gamble on luck, as we did last time. We need a battle that will fundamentally alter the situation. Ling Lai nodded, determination glimmering in his eyes. What is your plan? Yunhuan's gaze swept over the assembly, his voice calm but resolute. Lure the snake out of its hole. Within the base's tactical center, Yunhuan stood before a massive war simulation table, a laser pointer in hand. With a gentle sweep, the table displayed a complex terrain and fleet deployments. The Federation's command center was located at the Ninth Star System's Celestial Pivot Fortress, a floating stronghold with formidable defenses and ample resources that if we can entice their main force away from the fortress, we can deliver a decisive blow, he explained. Bai Lingwei frowned slightly. Do you think they will fall for such a ruse? Yunhuan's gaze sharpened, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. We must provide them with a reason they cannot refuse. Lung Feng raised an eyebrow, grinning. You're not suggesting we send them an invitation, are you? Ling Lai scoffed. If we were to send an invitation, it had better be wrapped in explosives. Yunhuan replied nonchalantly. Our intelligence operatives have infiltrated the Federation. They will spread false information about our upcoming large-scale resource redistribution on Dawnstar. This news will undoubtedly be a tempting morsel for the Federation, eager to suppress us. Pei Yuan's expression grew serious. Are you certain they will take the bait? Bai Lingwei's gaze was unwavering. After the failure at Swolian, the Federation's higher-ups are desperate to restore their credibility. This temptation will be hard for them to resist. Yunhuan nodded. Their arrogance and impatience are our greatest opportunities that on the periphery of Dawnstar. Warships silently assembled. Soldiers busied themselves on the decks, checking weapons, maintaining engines, and verifying tactics. Determination was etched on every face. They understood that this battle could alter the entire course of the conflict. Lung Feng stood beside his ship, patting its hull, murmuring, "Old buddy, it's all on you soon." Ling Lai approached, coldly remarking, "Do not forget, you are merely a pilot, not a poet. Da. You really lack an appreciation for art." Lung Feng shrugged, his smile unwavering. Yun Huan approached, his gaze sweeping over them, his voice steady. "This mission is exceedingly perilous, but we have no alternative." Bai Lingwei gently grasped Yun Huan's hand, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "We will walk this path together." Yun Huan's gaze remained resolute as he nodded lightly. "Yes, together." The rebel fleet slowly departed from Dawn Star, vanishing into the cosmic darkness. Their target was the Ninth Star System, that fortress renowned as impregnable. The celestial pivot that in the depths of the universe, undercurrents stirred, and a battle that would determine their fate was quietly approaching in the vastness of space. Darkness enveloped like a shroud, serene yet concealing countless dangers. The rebel fleet moved like silent phantoms, weaving through the shadows of the star systems. The engines of their warships hummed almost silently, each inch forward filled with careful deliberation. Yun Huan stood at the command platform of the flagship, his eyes fixed intently on the holographic star map, focusing on the red-marked fortress, the celestial pivot. This bastion was the heart of the Federation in the Ninth Star System and the key objective of their operation. Bai Lingwei's voice broke through his concentration, calm and clear. "The reconnaissance team has reached the perimeter. They're gathering defense data on the fortress." Lung Feng leaned against the control panel, a smirk playing on his lips. "I must say, the name Celestial Pivot sounds quite mystical. Once we dismantle it, should we not rename it Celestial Decline?" Ling Lai shot him a glance, his tone flat. "Do not forget, if we fail, Celestial Decline will be our own fate." Lung Feng rubbed his nose, muttering defiantly, "What a jinx you are." Yun Huan remained focused, his voice steady. "Do not let your guard down, we are racing against time. Once the Federation's main fleet receives the news and turns back, we will be in dire straits." Bai Lingwei nodded, her gaze sharp. "The reconnaissance team reports the Celestial Pivot's defense system remains on high alert. They have not detected our bait." "Excellent." Yun Huan exhaled slowly, his eyes glinting with contemplation. "The operation begins." Outside the Celestial Pivot, in the shadows, several small rebel warships silently emerged from their concealed positions, their dark hulls nearly merging with the cosmos, stealthily approaching the fortress. Inside the ships, soldiers breathed lightly, their eyes radiating resolute determination. Lung Feng piloted one vessel, a faint smile on his lips, yet his eyes sparkled with sharp intensity. "All teams, maintain radio silence." Bai Lingwei's voice echoed through the communication channel. Lung Feng took a deep breath, applying slight pressure on the control stick. "Understood. Ghost Team is commencing infiltration." The ship glided into the shadows surrounding the fortress like a wisp of smoke, the radar scanning beams sweeping past without detecting their presence. Ling Lai's voice was low and calm. "Control the temperature of the thrusters. Leave no trace. Rest assured, I am more cautious than a ghost." Lung Feng replied softly, his gaze fixated on the massive steel fortress ahead. The fortress's defense turrets stood silently, their barrels gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the darkness, as if poised to unleash flames of destruction at any moment. On the command ship, Yun Huan's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's point, 500 meters to the attack point. Bai Lingwei's fingers gently tapped the control panel. Her voice steadied as Yun Huan's expression sharpened, his voice resolute. "Lung Feng, initiate the disruption." "Received." With a subtle smile, Lung Feng swiftly glided his fingers across the panel, sending forth a faint signal that a series of minute interference waves flickered on the radar screen of the fortress, prompting the soldiers on guard to furrow their brows. The radar had detected some interference signals, likely due to the magnetic fields of the meteor belt. The commander knitted his brows in annoyance, his tone somewhat impatient. "Enhance the scanning. Do not allow anything to approach." Yet at that very moment, as they adjusted the scanner, Lung Feng's spacecraft had silently slipped through the radar's blind spot, pressing against the fortress's outer wall. Inside the fortress, the mechanical hum of operations reverberated. Lung Feng and Ling Lai donned the uniforms of the Federation soldiers, leaping from their ship to gently land on the metallic corridor of the fortress. Lung Feng lowered his voice, chuckling. "This uniform fits rather well." Ling Lai retorted coldly. "Less chatter, focus on the mission." They swiftly infiltrated deeper into the corridor, their objective being the energy core of the fortress. If they could detonate the core, the fortress would be rendered completely incapacitated. Then on the command ship, time trickled away. Bai Lingwei felt a slight sweat in her palms, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. Lung Feng and the others have a 3-minute window. Yun Huan's eyes glinted like ice. They will succeed. That I end the energy core area of the fortress. Lung Feng and Ling Lai pressed against the wall, cautiously approaching the heavily guarded energy control room. 2 Federation soldiers stood at the entrance, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Lung Feng blinked, whispering, "What if I pull a hero-esque rescue stunt to distract them?" Ling Lai scoffed. "Do you truly see yourself as a hero? Not heroic? Then how about a classic someone fainted act?" Lung Feng feigned innocence. Ling Lai, uninterested, raised his hand. With a flick of his finger, 2 tiny tranquilizer darts shot forth, accurately striking the necks of the 2 soldiers. The soldiers' eyes widened in shock, yet before they could utter a sound, they slumped down limply. Lung Feng raised an eyebrow. "You really lack a sense of humor. Completing the mission is more important than humor." Ling Lai retorted coldly. They quickly entered the control room, installing explosives on the energy core. Ling Lai pressed the detonation countdown, the screen displaying, "Explosion in 10 minutes. Retreat." Ling Lai commanded with a wave of his hand. On the command ship, Bai Lingwei's voice trembled as it echoed. They succeeded. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, his gaze sharp as a blade. "All fleets, prepare for evacuation." Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the Tianshu fortress. The blaring red lights flickered, causing chaos among the Federation soldiers. The commander bellowed, "The energy core has been implanted with a bomb. Everyone evacuate." Now, but it was all too late. Boom, a violent explosion tore through the fortress's core. Flames erupting from within, and the entire Tianshu fortress collapsed into a sea of fire in the cosmos. The rebel ships swiftly retreated, gazing at the aftermath of the explosion from a distance. Yun Huan's eyes were profound as he softly stated, "In this battle, we have won." Bai Lingwei nodded gently, tears glistening in her eyes. "But we must continue onward." Lung Feng's voice crackled through the communicator. "I say, could we get a reward? Perhaps a steaming bowl of noodles?" Yun Huan's lips curled slightly. "Wait until we return home." Chapter 33. The Eye of the Storm as dawn broke over the skies of Morningstar. A pall of somberness still loomed over the base. The victory of the previous night served as a potent tonic, rekindling hope within everyone. Yet before the warmth of that hope could dissipate, a new crisis loomed ominously on the horizon. That I in the command hall. The holographic screen flickered with a myriad of red dots, akin to a swarm of ants encroaching upon Morningstar. Yun Huan stood before the command platform. His eyes fixed intently on the screen, his brow furrowed. Bai Lingwei stood beside him, her expression grave. Pei Yuan's voice was hoarse. "The Federation reinforcement fleet has traversed the 8th star system. They are expected to arrive at the periphery of Morningstar in 5 hours." Lung Feng leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped behind his head, expressing a hint of exasperation. "These guys are moving at an alarming speed. Why aren't they playing by the rules?" Ling Lai's gaze was steely, his fingers lightly tapping on the table, as if honing his internal resolve. "They intend to strike decisively and shatter our defenses completely." Bai Lingwei narrowed her eyes. Speaking softly, "This time, they will not afford us a moment's respite." Yun Huan inhaled deeply, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Their objective is clear, to demoralize us. That we must withstand them. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain." Pei Yuan spoke solemnly. "Yun Huan, this battle cannot afford any missteps. However, our warships have suffered significant losses. Fewer than 30 ships remain operational." Lung Feng sighed, a wry smile appearing on his face. "It seems this challenge requires us to stake our lives." Yun Huan shook his head resolutely, his gaze unwavering. "This is not a gamble. It is a defense that we must protect Morningstar, safeguard this spark of hope." Outside Morningstar, the warships readied themselves for battle. The roar of the ship engines echoed like distant thunder, and although the soldiers bore signs of fatigue, an indomitable spirit blazed within their eyes. Yun Huan stood on the flagship's deck, surveying the starry expanse that was about to ignite with the flames of war. His gaze swept across each warship, silently recalling the names of every soldier. Bai Lingwei approached him gently, her voice soft. "You always remember everyone's names." Yun Huan's lips curled slightly, his expression imbued with profound warmth. They are not mere numbers. Nor are they combat power metrics. They are comrades fighting alongside us, flesh and blood individuals. Bai Lingwei nodded softly, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. Indeed, it is precisely because of this that we must give our all to protect their hopes. Inside the ship, Lung Feng and Ling Lai sat side by side at the control console. Lung Feng adjusted the ship's weapon systems, muttering, "Once this battle is over, I intend to sleep for 3 days and nights straight. No one is to disturb me." Ling Lai replied coldly, "Rest assured, if you dare doze off during battle, I will personally kick you awake." Lung Feng rolled his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. "Truly, you are unyielding, comrade Ling Lai. With your personality, I fear you might even be practicing marksmanship in your dreams." Ling Lai paid him no heed, meticulously inspecting the weapons. "Hey, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart." Lung Feng stretched, cheerfully adding, "But honestly, I do feel quite reassured working alongside you." That a flicker of warmth crossed Ling Lai's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. "Less chatter, prepare for battle." In the depths of the cosmos, the Federation fleet loomed like a storm cloud. On board the flagship Judgment, Federation Commander General Carlson stood at the center of the bridge, his gaze icy as he surveyed the battlefield displayed on the screen. His voice was low and authoritative. "This time, do not grant the rebels any breathing room. Crush them decisively, and let Morning Star become their grave." The officers responded respectfully. "Understood. The entire fleet is entering combat status." Carlson sneered coldly, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light. Resistance? Merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The periphery of Morning Star, the tranquility of the starry sky was ruthlessly torn apart. The Federation fleet advanced like a wall of iron, steadily closing in. The rebel fleet of Morning Star, poised like the tip of a spear, awaited their moment to strike. Yun Huan's voice rang through the communication channel. "Steady and resolute. All warships, be advised, the enemy is closing in. Prepare for engagement." Lung Feng inhaled deeply, a smile curling on his lips. "All right, old comrades, it's time to wager our lives once more." Ling Lai's finger rested on the launch button. His expression steely. "Prepare." Bai Lingwei's voice was calm and decisive. Enemy main forces within range. Yun Huan's gaze sharpened as he suddenly waved his hand. "Fire." Simultaneously, the rebel warships ignited with light. Countless energy beams tearing through the void, cascading towards the Federation fleet. Boom! 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 The shields of the Federation warships flared violently under the onslaught, yet Carlson maintained a cold smile. Counterattack. The artillery of the Federation fleet unleashed devastating beams of light, a torrential wave of energy descending upon them. The rebel ships rocked amidst the bombardment, their shields on the brink of collapse, yet not a single vessel faltered. Yun Huan's voice rang out with conviction. "Maintain formation. Hold strong." Bai Lingwei's fingers danced swiftly across the control panel, adjusting the defensive mode. "The left flank needs support. Lung Feng, Ling Lai, you two provide cover for the left flank." Yun Huan commanded. Lung Feng's ship surged forward, tracing a graceful arc as it positioned itself before the left flank. "Brothers, follow me." Lung Feng shouted, leading a squad towards the enemy lines. Ling Lai's ship followed closely behind, unleashing a barrage of fire. The concentrated energy beams driving back the enemy vessels. "Hold firm." Ling Lai's voice was as sharp as a blade. The battle intensified, explosions and gunfire erupting across the starry expanse, the boundaries between life and death intertwining endlessly. Yun Huan's gaze swept across the battlefield, his heart burdened as if 1,000-pound stone pressed upon it. There could be no delay. He had to find a breakthrough. His voice was heavy with urgency. Bai Lingwei's eyes brightened, pointing at a vulnerable spot on the star map. "There lies the weak flank of the enemy flagship's escort. A decisive strike could breach it." Yun Huan's gaze sharpened, his voice calm. "All warships, concentrate fire on that point. We shall tear through their defenses." Yun Huan's voice resonated with a calm steadiness, echoing through the communication channels. The rebel fleet swiftly adjusted its formation. Gun barrels aimed squarely at the flanks of the Federal fleet. Beams of energy sliced through the void like countless bolts of lightning, targeting the enemy's vulnerabilities with precision. "Fire at will." Bai Lingwei's eyes glimmered with determination as her fingers flew across the control panel. On the Federal fleet's flank, flames erupted suddenly, and the shockwave tore through several corvettes, flames twisting and dispersing in the vacuum. General Carlson's face turned ashen, his fist striking the command console with fury. How did they discover our weakness? He ground his teeth, rage igniting in his gaze that a staff officer's voice trembled with fear. General, the enemy's firepower is overwhelming. Our flank is on the brink of collapse. Carlson inhaled deeply, suppressing his anger, his eyes icy. All capital ships. Adjust firepower to cover the flank. They think they can break through. Not on my watch. On the battlefield, both sides unleashed their artillery like a torrential storm. The ship piloted by Lung Feng darted between the barges, its speed akin to a fleeting shadow, gritting his teeth. A mad excitement gleamed in his eyes. Everyone, just hold on a little longer. This line is about to shatter. An energy cannon grazed the ship, causing it to tremble violently. Yet Lung Feng merely smiled lightly and pressed on. Lung Feng, be careful. Bai Lingwei's voice held a note of urgency. Don't worry, I'm tougher than I look. He jested, deftly maneuvering the ship. Linglai followed closely, a stern expression on his face. Don't be careless. The Federal counterattack won't be so simple to as if on cue. The Federal fleet's retaliation intensified abruptly, a barrage of concentrated beams sweeping towards them like a tempest. Here it comes. Lung Feng's gaze sharpened, yanking the control stick as the ship navigated through the dense fire. On the rebel flagship, Yun Huan's brow furrowed slightly on the screen, while the Federal flank appeared to be teetering. It had yet to be completely breached. Bai Lingwei spoke softly. They are fighting tooth and nail to defend. Our time is running short. Yun Huan took a deep breath, his gaze electric. We can't delay any longer. All attack ships. Prepare for a forced breakthrough. Pei Yuan's voice crackled through the comms. Laced with concern. Yun Huan, this is too dangerous. This is our only chance. Yun Huan replied, his voice as resolute as iron. If we cannot tear apart their defenses, we will be trapped here forever. He glanced at the ships on the screen, his expression solemn. This time, we must give it our all. On Lung Feng's ship. Yun Huan's command echoed through the communicator. Lung Feng, Linglai, you lead the charge and create an opening. Lung Feng grinned broadly, a fierce light in his eyes. I've been waiting for you to say that. Linglai's tone was cold and unwavering. Understood, engage. The two ships surged forward like arrows loosed from a bow, leading a death squad toward the Federal flank. Everyone, follow me. No matter what lies ahead, charge through. Lung Feng's voice held a hint of madness. Explosions erupted around them, shockwaves violently shaking the ship, yet they showed no sign of retreat, instead accelerating their assault. The Federal corvettes fought desperately to intercept, but under the rebels' relentless charge, ship after ship was torn asunder. The breakthrough was within sight. Hold the line. Linglai's voice was icy and resolute. Amidst the violent explosions, a breach finally tore open that we've broken through. Bai Lingwei's voice carried a note of exhilaration. Yun Huan's gaze sharpened, his voice like steel. All ships, full speed ahead. Break them. The rebel ships surged forward, racing through the newly formed gap and into the heart of the Federal fleet. The Federal formation descended into chaos, General Carlson's face paling, shock filling his eyes. How is this possible? They've truly breached our lines. General, our defenses have collapsed. The staff officer's voice was tinged with despair. Carlson gritted his teeth, madness flickering in his eyes. All ships, retreat. Fall back temporarily. The Federal fleet began to disintegrate, and cheers from the rebels erupted through the communication channels. Lung Feng laughed heartily. Finally, they know what pain feels like. Yet Linglai's tone remained cold. Don't be complacent. They're merely retreating for now. Yun Huan's gaze remained steady, his voice resolute. We have won this battle. But the war is far from over. Bai Lingwei nodded gently, a glimmer of warmth in her eyes. But at least, this time, we held our ground. The sky over Chinxi's star gradually brightened, the dawn's light piercing through the heavy clouds, casting its glow upon the earth. Soldiers cheered joyfully, their faces adorned with long-lost smiles that I end this battle. They had preserved hope and secured their future. Yun Huan stood on the observation platform, his gaze profound and unwavering. No matter how arduous the journey, we shall press on until the day of freedom arrives. Chapter 34. Between light and shadow, the sky over Chintzy Star was gently illuminated by the rising sun, the smoke of battle still lingering in the air. A reminder of last night's grueling fight and victory. The remnants of destruction on the ground spoke of the bitter struggle they had endured. Yet beneath this facade of triumph, dark tides still surged. The rebel flag fluttered proudly above the base, soldiers weary, yet filled with hope. The joy of victory momentarily dulled their pain, but Yun Huan knew this was merely a fleeting calm amidst the storm. Standing on the observation platform, Yun Huan's gaze traversed beyond the base to the distant mountains. The morning light bathed the ridges in a golden hue, as if hope was quietly taking root. Bai Lingwei approached his side, her gaze also fixed on the horizon, her voice soft and steady. They are celebrating. Such a rare day. Yun Huan's expression remained sharp, unwavering. They need this celebration. But our fight is not over. Observing the outline of his profile, Bai Lingwei's lips curled into a slight smile. You always bear the weight of the world on your shoulders. Yun Huan paused for a moment, exhaling gently. This burden is not mine alone. It belongs to all of us. At that moment, Lung Feng's voice chimed in through the communicator, laced with his usual levity. Hey, don't just stand there looking profound. Commander, the soldiers are waiting for your address. Yun Huan smiled faintly, gathering his thoughts. Let us go. It's time to give them an account that I end the base is square. Soldiers stood in neat rows, their faces a mix of fatigue and exhilaration. Lung Feng waved from the crowd, a mischievous grin plastered on his face. Our heroic commander has arrived. Ling Lai stood nearby, his expression stoic. Mind your image. Lung Feng shrugged, whispering, in occasions like this. We need a light-hearted atmosphere. Yun Huan ascended the steps, his gaze sweeping over each soldier, his chest rising and falling as he took a deep breath. Last night, we emerged victorious, he declared, his words simple yet powerful. A roar of cheers erupted from the soldiers, arms raised in triumph, their eyes sparkling with the light of victory. Yun Huan raised his hand, signaling for silence, and continued, But we all know the cost of this victory. Our comrades sacrificed their lives in battle, their blood staining this land. The cheers gradually subsided, replaced by a heavy silence. Why do we fight? We do not fight for conquest, but for freedom, for our families and friends. For those who cannot resist yet yearn for liberation, Yun Huan's voice resonated with strength. Bai Lingwei gazed at him from the platform, admiration and warmth glimmering in her eyes. Each of his words sparkled like flames, igniting the hearts of all present. Our enemies have not given up. They will return at any moment. But as long as we stand united, as long as our resolve remains unbroken, they can never defeat us. The soldiers' spirits ignited, their fists clenched tighter, morale surging once more. For freedom. Yun Huan raised his fist high. For freedom. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices thunderous that I end the conference room. The atmosphere turned serious once more. On the holographic map, the remnants of the Federal fleet were slowly gathering at the periphery of the 8th star system. Pei Yuan pointed at the map, his brow furrowed. Our intelligence indicates that the Federal fleet is awaiting reinforcements. In no more than 2 days, their main forces will be back on our doorstep. Bai Lingwei lightly tapped the table, her tone calm. Our fleet has sustained severe damage. If we face another battle like this, it may be difficult to endure. Lung Feng shrugged, a wry smile on his lips. So, we can only rely on strategy. Ling Lai's gaze was sharp, his tone resolute. We need to find their weakness and strike decisively. Yun Huan's expression deepened as he pointed to a specific area on the star map. Here lies the Federal fleet supply line that if we can sever their supplies, we can undermine their offensive. Pei Yuan's eyes brightened, nodding. But this supply line is heavily guarded. Cutting it off will be no small feat. Yun Huan's lips curled into a faint smile, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Thus, we require a feint to draw their attention. Lung Feng raised an eyebrow, grinning. Ah, my favorite tactic of luring the snake out of its hole? Bai Lingwei smiled slightly. Just don't go too far this time. Lung Feng patted his chest, chuckling. Don't worry, I value my life. Ling Lai remarked calmly. Then let us hope your life is resilient enough. Beyond the dawn star, the night once again descended. The fleet of the resistance quietly ascended. Drawing near to the supply lines of the Federation to end the darkness, their ships resembled phantoms, moving silently. Yun Huan's voice resonated through the communication channel. All battleships, maintain radio silence, and prepare for action. The ship of Lung Feng soared at the forefront, gripping the control stick with keen eyes. Everyone, just wait and watch me as the ships gradually approached the supply lines. Numerous Federation transport vessels advanced cautiously under the protection of their escorts. Bai Lingwei's voice was calm and precise. There are 10 enemy escorts, arranged in a fan-shaped formation. Yun Huan's gaze was sharp. Lung Feng, prepare to draw their fire. Understood. Lung Feng grinned, abruptly pushing the control stick. And the ship surged forth like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon the Federation's escort vessels. The Federation escorts were instantly roused, alarms blaring. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The commander bellowed, ordering a counterattack. Lung Feng's ship nimbly weaved through the barrage, laughter echoing across the channel. Come on, chase me. Meanwhile, Yun Huan led the main fleet stealthily, gradually closing in on the unsuspecting transport ships. The firepower of the Federation's escorts erupted, their concentrated artillery pursuing Lung Feng's vessel like a storm. His ship traced perilous arcs across the starry sky, narrowly escaping the brink of explosions each time. Hey, you all are quite accurate, aren't you? But catching me won't be so easy. Lung Feng smirked, deftly maneuvering the control panel as the ship glided effortlessly like a soaring swallow. The commander of the escort fleet wore a grim expression. Damn it. This guy is toying with us. All ships, concentrate fire. Don't let him escape. Several escort vessels broke away from the supply line, fervently pursuing Lung Feng, their fire becoming increasingly frantic. Lung Feng cast a glance at his pursuers, his expression cooling slightly. So many of you have come. This time it's a bit too much. Lung Feng, be careful. Bai Lingwei's voice crackled through the communication, tinged with concern. Don't worry, I know my limits. Lung Feng inhaled deeply, determination flashing in his eyes. His ship suddenly accelerated, charging into a field of asteroids. The escorts, seeing this, hastily followed suit. Meanwhile, the Federation supply lines were now exposed before the resistance. Yun Huan's gaze was piercing, his voice steady. The opportunity has arrived. All battleships, attack the supply ships with full force. The resistance vessels surged forth from the shadows, unleashing their artillery upon the unsuspecting transports. Alarm! The resistance has attacked the supply lines. The captain of the Federation supply ship shouted in terror, "We've been tricked." The commander of the escort fleet's face turned pale, realizing too late. The Resistance's assault was swift and precise, as transport ships were struck one after another. The explosions illuminating the dark cosmos, debris scattering like burning remnants. Yun Huan's gaze was frigid, his voice resolute. Annihilate their supplies. Reduce their rear to ruins. Pei Yuan's flagship unleashed its firepower, the barrage dense as a torrential downpour, tearing the supply ships into shreds. The enemy supply lines have been severed. Bai Lingwei's voice carried a note of exhilaration. Within the asteroid field, Lung Feng was engaged in a life-and-death chase with the escort ships. Asteroids sped past his vessel, each resembling a high-velocity blade. A collision would spell certain doom. Lung Feng gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his brow. You all are quite persistent. Let me present you with a grand gift. His fingers deftly maneuvered, and two high-explosive mines ejected from the ship's rear, glowing with an eerie blue light. Here is a firework for you. Enjoy. Lung Feng's lips curled into a smile. The two mines detonated rapidly within the asteroid field. A violent shockwave kicking up dust, asteroids scattering, and the escort ships, unable to dodge, were struck by the explosive remnants and debris, their hulls disintegrating. Lung Feng's ship rocked slightly in the aftermath of the explosion, but he quickly steadied the controls and sped away from the battlefield. All done, everyone, I'm back. Lung Feng's laughter echoed through the channel. Yun Huan's voice carried a hint of relaxation. Well done, Lung Feng. Of course, Lung Feng grinned. I am a genius. The Federation supply lines lay utterly destroyed, and the remaining escort ships began to retreat in terror. When General Carlson received the news, his expression darkened, his fist striking the command platform with force. Damn it. How dare these insurgents do this? A trembling aide reported, General, our supply lines have been cut off, and the frontline fleet cannot sustain prolonged combat. A frenzied light flickered in Carlson's eyes. Immediately mobilize all resources from the rear. I want to crush these insurgents completely. In the command hall of Dawnstar, the soldiers of the resistance erupted in cheers. Pei Yuan wore a faint smile. Their supply line is severed. In the upcoming battles, they can no longer act recklessly. Bai Lingwei exhaled softly, fatigue evident in her gaze. We have finally turned the tide. Yun Huan's expression remained calm, his voice steady. This is merely the beginning. The Federation will not rest. They will surely launch a more frenzied counterattack. Ling Lai approached him, coldly stating, "Then let them come. We are prepared." Lung Feng sat back in his chair, exhaling deeply, chuckling. "Honestly, I think I should apply for the Best Decoy award this time." Bai Lingwei chuckled softly. "You certainly have guts that, of course, in the dictionary of a genius, there are no words for cowardice." Lung Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride on his face. Yun Huan's lips curled slightly as he looked at his comrades, warmth swelling in his heart. "Each of us is vital in this battle, as long as we unite. Nothing can break us." The skies over Dawnstar gradually cleared, sunlight piercing through the thick clouds, illuminating every face. Did I end this battle? They had temporarily repelled the Federation's onslaught, but the road ahead remained fraught with thorns. Yun Huan gazed up at the azure sky, his eyes resolute. The storm continues, but we shall persist until the true dawn arrives. Chapter 35. The thunder's grief in the skies above Dawnstar. The distant clouds were painted a pale gold by the rising sun, yet the atmosphere at the base remained heavy. The victory of the previous night had not brought much joy. Instead, it felt like a brief calm before the storm. Everyone was acutely aware that the Federation would not let them off easily. Inside the command hall, the atmosphere was as solid as ice. The latest movements of the Federation fleet were vividly displayed on the holographic star map. The numerous red dots resembling a pack of beasts about to pounce. Bai Lingwei's fingers lightly tapped the control panel, her gaze icy. According to intelligence, the main fleet of the Federation is regrouping, and their target is unmistakably us. Pei Yuan's expression darkened, his voice low. Although their supply lines have been cut, the combat strength of their main fleet remains formidable. Once they launch a full-scale assault, it will be difficult for our defenses to hold. Lung Feng leaned back in his chair, fiddling with a small screw, a bitter smile on his lips. "So, are we waiting for them to come to their doom? Or are we going to deliver it ourselves?" Ling Lai shot him a cold glance. "Less sarcasm. Do your job." Bai Lingwei surveyed the surroundings, letting out a soft sigh. "I hope our luck won't be too dire." Yun Huan approached her, his gaze firm. "We are not relying on luck, but on everyone's effort." Bai Lingwei lifted her head, a soft light flickering in her eyes. "You are always so composed." Yun Huan smiled faintly. Someone must remain composed. Meanwhile, the Federal fleet was steadily advancing towards Thunder Gorge. On board the flagship, the Judgment, Admiral Carlson stood before the command console, his expression grim, his gaze fixated on the star map ahead. His voice low and frigid. "They cannot evade us for much longer. All fleets maintain vigilance and be prepared to strike at any moment." The staff nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, Admiral," that a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in Carlson's eyes. "This time, I shall make them aware of the cost of defiance." The winds of Thunder Gorge howled, and lightning danced amidst the dense clouds. The soldiers of the resistance held their breath, concealed in the shadows, their fingers tightly gripping their weapons. The air was thick with tension, as if even the wind had stilled. Yun Huan's gaze pierced through the thick fog, catching a distant flicker of light. "They are coming," he declared in a deep, resolute tone. Bai Lingwei's fingers trembled slightly, but she quickly steadied herself, her voice calm. "All units, prepare for battle." Lung Feng inhaled deeply, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "The stage effects are quite impressive this time. It all depends on our performance." Ling Lai remarked coldly, "I hope you don't botch it." "Fear not. Even the heavens are on our side," Lung Feng replied, glancing at the storm clouds above, blinking playfully. Yun Huan's voice resonated through the communication channel. "Wait until they enter the gorge, then fire at my command." The Federal fleet slowly navigated into Thunder Gorge. The destroyer sensors frequently malfunctioned due to magnetic field interference, alarms blaring continuously. "Report. Radar is disrupted and cannot scan properly." Admiral Carlson's brow furrowed deeper. "Proceed with caution. Do not disperse." The flagship moved sluggishly within the gorge, surrounded by towering rock walls, as if invisible giants were watching them. That moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the clouds, illuminating the entire gorge. Now, Yun Huan's voice thundered. The resistance warships suddenly sprang to life, their cannon ports igniting in unison, a torrential downpour of fire raining down upon the Federal fleet. Boom, boom, boom. The Federal destroyers were thrown into chaos by the sudden assault, the explosion's flames lighting up the entire gorge. Enemy attack. It's the resistance, cried the staff in terror. Carlson's expression changed dramatically, fury filling his eyes. Counterattack. All ships retaliate. The battlefield descended into disarray. Explosive flashes intertwined with lightning, the wreckage of warships soaring through the air. The flames casting a crimson glow over the gorge. Lung Feng piloted his ship through the artillery fire, a look of exhilaration on his face. Come on, let me show you the true art of flying. Ling Lai's ship followed closely, accurately targeting a Federal destroyer. Don't get cocky. Stay focused. Yun Huan's gaze remained calm as he swiftly analyzed the battlefield. The left flank breach has been opened. All units, advance to the left flank. Bai Lingwei's voice was steady. The enemy's formation is in disarray. We have an opportunity. Yun Huan's eyes sharpened, his voice like iron. All forces, charge. All forces, charge. Yun Huan's command sliced through the cacophony of battle. The resistance warships accelerated fiercely, swiftly pouring through the breach on the left flank, unleashing a barrage of fire, a deadly net of energy beams tearing the Federal fleet apart. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive flashes constantly illuminated the gorge. The deafening sounds of explosions mingling with a rumble of thunder, as if doomsday had arrived. Lung Feng's ship darted across the battlefield like a silver lightning bolt, excitement glimmering in his eyes. A wild smile on his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, the ball has just begun. A Federal destroyer locked onto his ship, its cannon glowing ominously. Think you can catch me? Practice a few more years. Lung Feng suddenly yanked the control stick, his ship plunging downward to evade the deadly attack, then swiftly pulled up, firing back and turning the destroyer's turret into a fireball. Ling Lai's ship followed closely, coolly aiming for the enemy's vulnerabilities. Every shot hitting its mark with precision. His voice was frosty. Don't overplay your hand. Be careful not to get yourself blown up. Lung Feng laughed heartily, maneuvering his ship in an elegant arc through the air. Relax, I'm not that easy to take down. On the Federal flagship Judgment, Admiral Carlson's face was ashen, but he stared fixedly at the holographic battlefield, witnessing his fleet being systematically dismantled, rage boiling within him. Damn it. How dare they set an ambush here? The staff, pale and trembling, spoke. Admiral, our left flank defense has collapsed. If we do not retreat now, silence. Retreat. Carlson spun around, madness flickering in his eyes. We cannot afford to lose. All ships, concentrate fire and utterly crush the resistance. He gritted his teeth, pointing at the screen displaying the resistance flagship. Aim for their command ship. Sink it. An alarm blared on Yun Huan's flagship. Warning. Enemy capital ships have locked onto us and are initiating a saturation attack. Bai Lingwei's expression shifted slightly, her fingers flying over the control panel, shields at full power. Yun Huan's gaze was sharp as a blade, solemnly instructing, all personnel, prepare to withstand this wave of attacks. Intense energy beams erupted from the Federal capital ships, like furious thunderbolts striking straight for the resistance flagship. Boom. The shields flickered violently, the energy field nearly torn asunder, the ship vibrating violently, warning lights flashing frantically. Lung Feng's voice came urgently. Are you holding up? I don't want to be collecting corpses. Bai Lingwei's forehead glistened with sweat, yet her voice remained calm. The shields can hold for another 5 minutes. Yun Huan took a deep breath, determination sparkling in his eyes. 5 minutes is enough. The storm in the gorge intensified. Thunder and lightning roiling through the thick clouds, as if the heavens were in wrath. The resistance warships fought valiantly against the Federal fleet, each explosion marking the demise of yet another vessel. Ling Lai's voice echoed through the channel. Yun Huan, we can't hold much longer. The enemy's firepower is too fierce. Yun Huan's grip tightened on the control stick, his gaze sharp as an eagle. All warships, prepare to execute the final strike. Bai Lingwei suddenly looked up, astonished. You intend to use the thunderstorm? Yun Huan nodded resolutely. It's time to let them taste the fury of this land. Lung Feng swallowed nervously, a flicker of anxiety crossing his face. That thing might not spare even us. Then, we take a gamble. Yunhuan's voice was calm and resolute. Follow my orders. All warships, swiftly retreat from the gorge. In the clouds, the thunder's roar grew increasingly urgent. The Resistance warships pivoted rapidly, soaring out of the gorge, while the Federal fleet relentlessly pursued. Admiral Carlson watched the retreating Resistance warriors, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Thinking of escaping? Too late. All fleets pursue. Just as the Federal fleet delved deeper into the gorge, Yunhuan suddenly commanded, "Detonate the lightning field." Bai Lingwei's finger pressed the detonation button with urgency. Boom! The entire Thunder Gorge seemed to ignite in an instant. Countless bolts of lightning striking down from the clouds. As if divine retribution had descended, the violent currents instantly ripping apart the formation of the Federal fleet. Ah! Cries of anguish echoed among the Federal ranks as shields crumbled under the relentless bombardment of lightning. Their ships' electronic systems utterly incapacitated, hulls torn to shreds by the electric fury. Admiral Carlson's face turned pale, despair etched in his eyes. No, it can't be. A bolt of lightning struck the flagship directly. A violent explosion engulfing the entire vessel. The storm of thunder finally subsided, leaving a haunting silence in its wake. The Resistance warships hovered outside the gorge, the soldiers gazing at the obliterated battlefield. Speechless for a long time, Lung Feng exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair. That was a close call. Bai Lingwei's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. We won. Yunhuan's gaze was profound as he looked at the smoldering ruins. His voice low and firm. The war is not over, but we have taken the first step out of the darkest shadows. The sky over Chinsu Star gradually cleared, a crimson sun rising slowly. The light of dawn bathed every face in warmth and resolve that we are still alive. Yunhuan murmured softly. Hope flickered in the soldiers' eyes. They knew the dawn of this war was slowly coming into view. Chapter 36. Fates intertwined. The sky over Chinsu Star was completely illuminated by the first light of dawn, the gray clouds gradually dispersing to reveal a clear azure expanse within the base. Soldiers busied themselves repairing damaged warships, the air thick with the scent of welding and machine oil. Though last night's victory invigorated the spirits, everyone understood it was merely a fleeting calm before a greater storm. Yunhuan stood on the observation deck, his gaze penetrating the mist, observing the diligent soldiers in the distance. His face bore no joy, only deep contemplation. Bai Lingwei approached quietly, following his gaze, and softly remarked, "You always fall silent after a battle." Yunhuan offered a slight smile, tinged with bittersweetness. Every victory comes at the cost of more lives lost. The further we tread, the heavier our burdens become. Bai Lingwei gazed at him, a flicker of tenderness illuminating her eyes. "You always shoulder all the responsibility alone." Yunhuan shook his head, his gaze resolute. "This is my choice. The path to freedom will not be easy." At that moment, Lung Feng's voice crackled through the communicator, imbued with his usual nonchalance. "Hey, you two, stop standing there getting all sentimental. We have serious matters to attend to." Bai Lingwei chuckled softly. Lung Feng's reminder is indeed quite timely. Yunhuan nodded, collecting his thoughts. "Let us go. It's time for the meeting." Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was heavy and tense. The holographic star map illustrated the star system surrounding Dawnstar, with the remnants of the Federation's fleet gathering like dark clouds on the periphery. Pei Yuan pointed at the star map, his brow furrowed. "Although we have destroyed their main fleet, reinforcements from the Federation are already on their way. They will not allow Dawnstar to fall into our hands." Bai Lingwei lightly tapped the table, her voice calm. "Our fleet has suffered severe damage. If we engage them head-on, our chances of victory are slim." Lung Feng spread his hands, chuckling. "So you're saying we are a bunch of wounded soldiers facing a pack of ravenous wolves?" Ling Lai interjected coldly. "At least we are not lambs to the slaughter." Yunhuan's gaze was profound, his voice steady. "Though the Federation's offensive is fierce, they also have weaknesses that we must find their vulnerabilities." But he traced a line on the star map, indicating a region in the southern part of Dawnstar. "This is the Shadow Nebula. The starlight struggles to penetrate here, and a natural light-shadow dislocation makes it an ideal ambush point." That a flicker of doubt crossed Pei Yuan's eyes. "But that area is equally fraught with danger. The navigation systems are nearly inoperative, and if we lose our way, escape will be difficult." Yunhuan's eyes sparkled with intensity. Precisely because of that, the Federation's fleet will not anticipate that we would utilize this area. They will undoubtedly choose to break through head-on. We shall catch them off guard and deliver a fatal blow. Lung Feng whistled, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Sounds like another gamble with our lives. Ling Lai replied expressionlessly, if you don't wish to gamble, you can choose to flee. Come on, I've always hated running away. Lung Feng shrugged, grinning. Besides, it's much more fun to gamble with you guys around. As the operational meeting concluded, the soldiers swiftly entered a state of readiness. Above Dawnstar, battleships ascended one after another, their tails emitting brilliant blue flames, slicing through the darkness like swords. Yun Huan stood on the bridge of the command ship, his gaze unwavering, silently reciting in his heart, "This time we must succeed." Bai Lingwei gently stood beside him, whispering, "Are you certain we can succeed this time?" Yun Huan turned to her, confidence shimmering in his eyes. Success or failure does not lie with fate, but with our choices. Outside the Shadow Nebula, the cosmos resembled a dark, deep sea. The light here was obscured by countless floating particles, the starlight sparse, with only the occasional flicker. Akin to the eyes of ghosts, the rebel fleet stealthily infiltrated this dim star region, all engines reduced to a whisper, nearly undetectable in the darkness. Lung Feng's voice echoed through the communicator, tinged with suppressed excitement. "I feel like a shark lurking beneath the water." Ling Lai replied coldly, "Let us hope you don't end up like a fish caught in a net." Yun Huan's voice was calm yet firm. "All ships, maintain radio silence and await my signal." Meanwhile, the Federation's reinforcements were advancing towards Dawnstar in full force. And on the flagship, the Apocalypsis, Federation Commander General Grant stood at the center of the bridge. His face a mask of cold, murderous intent. The remnants of the rebels were merely fish in a barrel. "All fleets, full speed ahead. We must seize Dawnstar in one fell swoop." "Yes," the staff responded in unison. In the darkness, the battle was on the brink of eruption. Yun Huan observed the approaching Federation fleet on the screen, his expression as frigid as ice. Bai Lingwei's fingers lightly tapped the control panel. "They have entered the ambush zone." Yun Huan's gaze sharpened, his voice steady, prepared to detonate the trap. Lung Feng gripped the control stick, a smile tugging at his lips. "Godspeed. Wish me luck." That in an instant, countless beams of light erupted in the darkness. Like stars exploding. "Open fire." Yun Huan's voice thundered. The rebel ships unleashed their deadly barrage simultaneously, beams intertwining in the darkness to form chains of death, tearing the Federation's vanguard to shreds. Enemy attack. The rebels have set an ambush here. Chaos erupted within the Federation fleet. General Grant's expression changed drastically, fury flashing in his eyes. All fleets, counterattack immediately. But amidst the chaos, the formation of the Federation fleet had already been disrupted. The rebel ships descended upon them like a pack of ferocious beasts. Tearing at their vulnerabilities, in the dark, the flashes of cannon fire streaked across the night sky like meteors, the explosions illuminating the Shadow Nebula in an erratic glow. The vanguard of the Federation fleet fell into disarray. Their command systems unable to coordinate amidst the turmoil, collisions and confusion compounding their plight. Yun Huan's gaze was icy as he monitored the flashing red dots on the screen. "Lung Feng, take your team deep into the enemy lines and disrupt their command system." Yun Huan's voice was calm, yet resolute. "Receive, boss. You know I relish giving the enemy a headache." Lung Feng grinned, his fingers deftly gliding over the control panel, the ship accelerating suddenly like an arrow released from the bow, piercing into the enemy's core. Ling Lai followed closely, coldly remarking, "Don't falter." Lung Feng teased, "Relax, I'm sturdier than any chain done on the Federation flagship Apocalypsis." General Grant's face turned a deep shade of gray, bloodshot eyes filled with despair. "Damn it! How could these rebels be here?" His fist slammed down on the command console. The staff, pale and trembling, reported in panic, "General, the Vanguard fleet has lost contact. Enemy skirmishers are assaulting our command center." Grant took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "All fleets, converge on the command center and protect the command system. Simultaneously, order the rear forces to flank from both sides." Lung Feng's ship weaved through the Federation fleet's gunfire, skillfully evading deadly attacks. "But they're quite responsive," he mused with a hint of a smile, though his gaze remained intensely focused. Ling Lai fired steadily. destroying the escort ship attempting to intercept them. Less chatter. Let us take out their command system quickly. Lung Feng's fingers danced across the panel, the ship nimbly maneuvering through enemy lines, circling to the flank of a command ship. A glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. Here is a little surprise for you. He pressed the launch button, sending several missiles streaking away from the ship, trailing long tails of flame, heading straight for the command ship's weak point. Boom! In a violent explosion, the command ship was engulfed in flames, its hull shaking violently, communications severed. The command system has been destroyed. The Federation fleet was plunged into deeper chaos. Yun Huan's gaze sharpened as he seized the moment, his voice resounding with authority. All forces, charge forward and utterly crush them. The rebel ships surged forth like unbridled beasts, attacking the Federation fleet from all sides, their firepower fierce and morale soaring. Bai Lingwei's fingers flew across the control panel, adjusting tactical deployments, her voice calm and decisive. The enemy ships on the right are beginning to flee. Their defenses have collapsed. A hint of excitement flickered across Pei Yuan's face that we won. Yun Huan's expression remained composed, though his voice bore a note of caution. Do not let your guard down. Sweep the battlefield. Within the Federation flagship Apocalypsis, alarms blared incessantly. General Grant was engulfed in despair, watching the dwindling red dots on the screen. Mumbling, how could this happen? How could we lose to these rebels? His aide, pale and trembling, stammered, General, the battle is irretrievable. We must retreat. Grant's fists tightened, his nails digging into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers. His eyes flickered with resentment and rage. Finally, he took a deep breath, voice trembling as he commanded, all remaining fleets, retreat. The Federation fleet began to disband entirely, the ships fleeing the Shadow Nebula like wild beasts in retreat. The rebel soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers, the joy of victory blooming on every face. Lung Feng's ship circled the battlefield, his laughter ringing through the communication channel. Hey, we played this gamble beautifully. Ling Lai remarked coolly, don't get too cocky. The war is not over yet. Bai Lingwei exhaled softly, her eyes shimmering with tears that at least this battle. We held our ground. Yun Huan stood on the command platform, his gaze deep and contemplative, watching the enemy's ships gradually retreat. His heart devoid of any sense of relief. The Dawn Star base. Dusk settled in. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the land, the base bustling with activity as soldiers repaired the warships and carried away the wounded. Their faces etched with fatigue, yet tinged with satisfaction. Yun Huan stood on the observation platform, surveying the land, a tide of unutterable emotions surging within him. Bai Lingwei gently approached his side, her gaze tender. We won. Yun Huan nodded, a flicker of determination in his eyes. But this war is far from over. Bai Lingwei gently clasped his hand, her voice soft yet resolute, and no matter how many challenges lie ahead, we will walk side by side. Beneath the starry sky, the banner of the rebellion flutters in the wind. This time, they have secured a pivotal victory. Yet, greater challenges await them on the horizon. Chapter 37. The spark ignites, the heavens above Dawn Star have completely cleared. The smoke of battle gradually dissipating, yet an atmosphere of tension and urgency still envelopes the base. Soldiers are busy repairing warships, inventorying supplies, and tending to the wounded. It seems everyone has grown accustomed to this fleeting tranquility. Each shard of shattered armor and every mended crack bears witness to the life and death struggles and glories they have just endured. Yun Huan stands atop the command tower, quietly surveying the scene. The light of dawn bathes him, sharply defining his resolute silhouette. Bai Lingwei approaches, standing beside him, her gaze softening as she observes him. We won this battle, yet you appear far from at ease. Without turning, Yun Huan's voice is low yet unwavering. We have triumphed in a single battle, but the war is far from over. I am contemplating our next course of action. After a moment of silence, Bai Lingwei speaks softly. We cannot remain confined here indefinitely. Dawn Star requires protection, but freedom cannot be limited to just one planet. Yun Huan's gaze deepens, and he slowly replies, It is time to spread our sparks of rebellion to more distant star realms. In the conference room, the atmosphere is heavy and solemn. The holographic map clearly delineates the areas currently under the control of the rebellion and the dominion of the Federation. Surrounding Dawn Star is a vast expanse firmly under the Federation's grip. akin to an impenetrable net ensnaring them. Pei Yuan points at the star map, his brow furrowed. According to intelligence, after enduring several successive strikes from us, the Federation is amassing forces, preparing for a more extensive siege on Dawnstar. They will not permit our continued existence. Ling Lai's gaze is stern, his voice low. If we persist in our defensive stance, we will ultimately be consumed piece by piece. Lung Feng leans back in his chair, discontent evident on his face. This is the pitfall of a stagnant defense. It feels as though we are trapped like mice in a cage. Yun Huan's sharp gaze sweeps over the assembly, and he speaks slowly. We can no longer afford to remain passive. It is time to alter our strategy. Bai Lingwei nods, her voice clear and resolute. We must take the initiative, drawing the flames of conflict into the heart of the Federation. Forcing them to divide their focus, that a flicker of concern crosses Pei Yuan's eyes. But our strength is limited. If we rashly split our forces, we may suffer mutual destruction. Yun Huan's gaze remains steady, his tone resolute. I do not propose to divide our forces, but rather to ignite more sparks of rebellion, that we must let other oppressed planets know that they are not alone. Once the spark is lit, it can ignite a prairie fire. Ling Lai nods slightly, recognition glimmering in his eyes. As long as more planets join our ranks, the Federation will no longer be able to concentrate solely on besieging us. Lung Feng blinks and grins. Sounds like we're going underground with our propaganda. I like it. Yun Huan casts him a sidelong glance, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This time, it is not mere propaganda, but a genuine initiative. With the combat plan finalized, the call to arms has been sounded that in the hangar of the Dawnstar base, soldiers are busily preparing for the offensive. Warships gleam under the sunlight, their hulls emblazoned with the resolute insignia of the rebellion. Lung Feng stands before his ship, patting its body with a confident smile. Old buddy, this time we're going to soar even farther. Ling Lai approaches, his gaze piercing. Do not underestimate this. The mission is not simple, can't you give me a bit more confidence? Lung Feng pouts, though seriousness flickers in his eyes. Ling Lai responds tersely. I will give you confidence. But you must promise to return alive. Lung Feng grins widely, giving a thumbs up. Deal. Yun Huan strides over, his gaze sweeping over the assembled warriors, his voice steady and powerful. Our mission is to ignite the flames of rebellion in the Federation's star realms. Remember, our goal is not destruction, but awakening, that we must illuminate hope for those who are oppressed, letting them know they are not alone. The soldiers respond in unison. Understood. Bai Lingwei gently clasps Yun Huan's hand, her eyes glimmering with warmth. You must take care of yourself. Yun Huan nods, his gaze steadfast. Rest assured, I will not allow the flame of hope to be extinguished. The spacecraft ascends, piercing the sky of Dawnstar, racing toward the far reaches of the cosmos. The vast universe stretches infinitely, the cold starlight observing their journey, in the darkness. The sparks of rebellion quietly soar toward more distant star realms, the spacecraft weaves through the void. The stars stand as silent sentinels, watching over this band of rebels challenging fate. Beyond the porthole, faint points of light shimmer in the endless sea of stars, akin to flickering flames of hope, awaiting the moment they can be fully ignited. Lung Feng pilots the ship, his gaze focused, a trace of ease gracing his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, our destination is Vardastar. I've heard the scenery there is quite splendid, especially the glow of battle. Ling Lai's voice crackles through the communicator, as cold as ever. Do not forget, our mission this time is not sightseeing, but to ignite the rebellion on Vardastar. Yun Huan's voice is steady and resolute. Vardastar is a crucial mining planet for the Federation. Its inhabitants have long suffered under oppression. Our task is to awaken them, to let them know that rebellion is possible. Bai Lingwei gently taps the control panel in the co-pilot seat, bringing up a holographic image of Vardastar. The planet is marred by numerous mining veins, deep fissures resembling scars etched upon its surface. The miners here are on the brink of collapse, but what they lack is a spark to ignite their fury. Bai Lingwei whispers, a hint of worry in her eyes, that we are that spark. Yun Huan's gaze is intense, his voice unwavering. The spacecraft descends slowly to the outskirts of Vardastar, like phantoms creeping in the shadows. Above the mining area, thick dust obscures the sunlight, and a profound silence blankets the land. The distant roar of machinery sounds like a merciless whip, urging the miners to labor incessantly. Lung Feng surveys the desolate scene, whistling softly, the smile fading from his face. This place is even more oppressive than I imagined. Ling Lai's tone is cold. The people here have long become accustomed to despair. Our mission is to shatter that habit. Yunhuan nods, his gaze sharp. Commence the operation that I end the underground passages of the miners' quarters. Currents of tension swirl. Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei lead a small squad of soldiers, stealthily navigating the dimly lit tunnels. The walls are precariously held up, and the air is thick with the scent of rust and sweat. Not far away, a group of weary miners toils under the oppressive weight of despair, their eyes hollow, as if they have long since lost hope for life. Yunhuan takes a deep breath, slowly stepping forward, speaking softly. Brothers, do you wish to remain forever oppressed? The miners pause, raising their heads to gaze at this unfamiliar figure. Their eyes filled with confusion and numbness. An older miner, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, hoarsely inquires, "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Bai Lingwei's gaze is resolute as she responds, "We are the rebels, here to tell you that the Federation's oppression is not insurmountable." The older miner lets out a bitter laugh, a flicker of despair in his eyes. "Rebellion? We are unarmed. What can we use to resist? It will only invite harsher repression." Yunhuan's voice pierces like a sharp blade. "Your despair is the very tool the Federation uses to maintain its rule. You fear rebellion, yet without it, you shall remain forever on your knees." The miners fall silent, their eyes reflecting a struggle, anger, but more so, fear. Bai Lingwei steps closer, her voice gentle yet firm. "We do not expect you to take up arms immediately. The first step we must take is to help you understand that the flames of rebellion have already ignited on various planets. You are not alone. At that moment, heavy footsteps resonate from above. Federation soldiers are patrolling. Their movement. A soldier shouts. The alarm blares suddenly, plunging the mine into chaos. Yunhuan's gaze sharpens, and he commands, "Retreat! Protect the miners!" Lung Feng's voice comes through the communicator. "Boss, we've already attracted attention. Should we give them a little surprise?" Yunhuan decisively replies, "Engage. Received." Lung Feng grins widely, pressing the detonation button. Boom! Several Federation outposts outside the mine are instantly engulfed in flames. Debris flying in all directions. The miners stare in shock and fear at the unfolding scene. Yunhuan's voice booms. "Did you see that? They are not invincible as long as we stand up. They will tremble in fear." Tears glisten in the older miner's eyes as he trembles. "Can you truly lead us to freedom?" Bai Lingwei nods firmly. "As long as you are willing to take the first step." Federation soldiers begin to surge into the mine, the flames casting a crimson glow throughout the tunnel. Ling Lai's voice is cold and resolute. "Time is short. We must withdraw." Yunhuan looks at the miners, his voice deep and powerful. "Now, come with us, or continue to be enslaved by them." After a moment of silence, the older miner grits his teeth. "We will go." The miners set down their tools, their eyes igniting with a spark of long-lost hope. Outside the mine, the rebel spacecraft awaited them. Yunhuan led the miners through the passage, boarding the vessel. Lungfeng, seated at the controls, quipped, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. Our next destination, freedom." The engines roared to life as the ship ascended, shaking off the pursuing federal soldiers. The elder miner gazed at the receding Varda star, tears glistening in his eyes as he murmured, "Freedom can truly be grasped." Yunhuan looked at him with unwavering resolve. "This is merely the beginning. The flame of resistance will spread from here to the far reaches of the universe." Chapter 38. The flame ignites. The spacecraft soared swiftly through the interstellar route. The starry expanse outside resembling a flowing canvas, with points of light racing past as if time were mercilessly stretched into luminous trails. The miners gathered in the main cabin, their faces etched with anxiety and confusion. For decades, they had labored in darkness, tamed into mere shadows of themselves by chains and oppression, and now, the metallic floor beneath and the vast starry sky above left them feeling adrift. Elder Miner Han Laosan leaned against the cabin door, his face a map of age with deep lines, his gaze sweeping over the bewildered miners, letting out a soft sigh. Lungfeng leaned back in his seat, glancing at them with a forced smile. "Don't look so glum." After all this time in that pit, you act as if you've lost your very souls. Han Laosan raised his weary eyes to him. Young man, the path of resistance is not so simple. Lung Feng shrugged, resting his hands behind his head with a teasing grin. If it were simple, it wouldn't be called resistance. But a challenging road is what makes it worthwhile. Ling Lai stood by the control panel. His expression stern. Less chatter, prepare for landing. Next stop, Black Iron City. That Yunhuan's voice resonated from the command station, steady and resolute. Black Iron City will be the next ignition point for the flames of resistance. Your escape will kindle hope for many more who are oppressed. At a flicker of emotion passed through Han Laosan's eyes. His fists clenched and then relaxed, his voice hoarse. Can we truly change anything? Bai Lingwei stepped forward gently, her gaze soft yet firm. A single match cannot ignite an entire forest, but each spark will make the darkness tremble further. Black Iron City, an industrial stronghold under federal control, was perpetually shrouded in thick smoke, with towering factories echoing the relentless clamor of steel done on the streets. Workers clad in drab uniforms hurried with heads bowed, their eyes vacant, as if the city itself had crushed their very souls. Yunhuan's spacecraft silently descended onto an abandoned construction site outside the city. The hatch opened slowly, and Lingfeng was the first to leap out, arms outstretched, inhaling the air tinged with rust, exclaiming dramatically, "Ah! This air is suffocating," as if it could give one pneumonia in a single breath. Ling Lai shot him a cold glance. "Then you may hold your breath." Yunhuan descended the gangway, surveying the desolate ruins around them. Speaking in a low voice, "Everyone, stay alert. Patrols may be nearby at any moment." Bai Lingwei and Han Laosan led the miners off the ship. Han Laosan gazed at the distant Black Iron City, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. All these years, this city remains unchanged, and IT will not remain unchanged forever. Yunhuan replied firmly, "We will show it hope." Deep beneath Black Iron City lay the secret stronghold of the resistance. Under dim lights, a group of ragged workers sat in a circle, their expressions a mix of anger, fear, and numbness. That a middle-aged man stood at the center of the crowd, weariness and determination etched into his features. His name was Feng Dong, the leader of the resistance in Black Iron City. "That as long as the federal oppression continues, we will find no peace," he said, his voice low and pained. "But our strength is too feeble. Each act of resistance is crushed, and every suppression brings more sacrifice." Among the crowd, someone murmured, "Perhaps resistance holds no hope at all." Just then, a clear and resolute voice rang out. "Hope never vanishes on its own. It is only abandoned by those who give up." The crowd turned suddenly, their gazes fixed on the entrance of the underground passage. Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei entered with Han Laosan and the miners. Feng Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. "You are..." Han Laosan stepped forward, choking on his words. "Feng Dong, it's me that we escaped." Feng Dong stared incredulously. "You really escaped?" Han Laosan nodded, tears brimming in his eyes. "The rebels saved us. They told us the flame of resistance is already burning." Feng Dong's hands trembled slightly, his eyes flickering with hope and conflict. But he took a deep breath, looking at Yunhuan. "Are you truly rebels?" Yunhuan's gaze was profound as he nodded. We aim to shatter the shackles of the Federation, and you are the hope of this resistance." That a flicker of flame ignited in Feng Dong's eyes. His fists clenched. "Tell me, what must we do?" In the night of Black Iron City, the lights remained dim. The clamor of factories gradually subsided, and patrolling soldiers strolled lazily, believing all was as usual. Yet in the shadows of the city, a group of workers quietly gathered, their eyes ablaze with long-buried anger and hope. Feng Dong stood at the forefront of the crowd, his voice low yet powerful. "Brothers, today we are no longer slaves. We shall rise and fight for our freedom." Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei stood among the awakened souls, Yunhuan's gaze unwavering. "Remember, our goal is not slaughter, but freedom. Let those oppressors know their reign is on the brink." Lingfeng chuckled lightly. "It's time for this city to witness what true flames look like." Feng Dong raised his fist high, shouting, "For freedom! For freedom!" The workers echoed in unison, their voices resonating through the night sky of Black Iron City. Under the cover of darkness, the workers concealed themselves in the shadows, clenching whatever weapons they could find. Rusted steel pipes, sharpened metal scraps, even discarded mechanical parts. These crude instruments of war now served as blazing torches. illuminating the long-dormant hope within their hearts. Feng Dong stood at the forefront, his gaze fierce, his voice resolute. Brothers, our enemies wield guns, armor, and machines. We possess only our anger and courage. But today, we shall make them understand that true power lies not in weapons, but in awakened souls. Awakened souls, echoed the crowd, voices coalescing into a low, powerful tide. Yunhuan stood aside, his sharp gaze sweeping over the oppressed, silently calculating every detail of their actions. Bai Lingwei gently reminded, "The patrols will pass by here in 10 minutes. Our time is limited." Lung Feng clapped his hands, wearing a relaxed smile. "Don't worry, soon they will experience a surprise." Ling Lai cast him a sidelong glance. "Don't overdo it. Our goal is for the workers to seize control, not to create meaningless chaos." Lung Feng shrugged, smirking. "Rest assured, I know how to maintain balance." Yunhuan nodded, speaking softly. "Each squad, act according to plan. Secure the factory entrances, sever communication systems, and minimize innocent casualties." Feng Dong took a deep breath. Raising his fist high, "Brothers, move out." In the factory district of Black Iron City, flames erupted. Long alarms shattered the night's tranquility, and the workers surged forth like a long-suppressed flood, breaking through the dam and flooding into every corner of the factory. "Rebels attack! Rebels attack!" The federal soldiers shouted in panic, raising their weapons but struggling to organize an effective defense amidst the chaos. Feng Dong led a group of workers toward a massive machinery workshop. Wielding a thick steel pipe, a soldier barely had time to react before he was struck down. "Seize the control room. Cut off the power supply," Feng Dong roared, his eyes ablaze with determination. The workers unleashed furious roars, charging into the workshop, clashing with the startled soldiers. Lung Feng moved like a specter, darting between the battleground, holding a homemade explosive device, which he deftly tucked into the Federation's heavy machinery. "Here's a little gift for you." Dante mentioned it. He whistled as he swiftly retreated. Boom! A massive explosion erupted within the workshop, flames instantly engulfing several heavy machines, debris scattering everywhere. Ling Lai, wielding an energy rifle, calmly aimed at every soldier attempting to resist. His marksmanship was impeccable. Each shot disarmed an enemy, rather than killing them outright. "Surrender, otherwise bear the consequences." His voice was cold and authoritative. The soldiers exchanged glances, caught between the enraged workers and the icy gun barrels, choosing to lower their weapons. Inside the control room, Bai Lingwei rapidly typed on the console. The main power was shut down, and communication systems were disabled, rendering them unable to call for reinforcements. She looked up at Yunhuan, her gaze resolute. Yunhuan nodded. "Excellent. Now we must ensure the safe evacuation of the workers to AT." That moment, an urgent shout emanated from the communicator. "Bad news. The armored troops are gathering here, and they are equipped with heavy weaponry." Yunhuan's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze steely. "Time is of the essence. We cannot linger in battle. Everyone, prepare to retreat." Lung Feng's voice carried a hint of indifference. "To say, we can't let the fire we just ignited extinguish so easily." Yunhuan replied coldly, "Preserving the embers is far more crucial than incinerating everything." That a flicker of struggle crossed Feng Dong's face, but he took a deep breath and nodded. "Understood. We will retreat." On the streets of Black Iron City, the rebels swiftly withdrew, the flames casting a crimson hue across the night sky. The towering factory swayed perilously in the blaze, a symbol of the Federation's oppressive machinery, now appearing as fragile as paper. The elder miner, Han Lao San, glanced back at the burning factory, tears glistening in his eyes. At last, this fire has been kindled. Standing at the rear of the ranks, Yunhuan's gaze remained resolute. "This is merely the beginning. The flames will burn even brighter." Bai Lingwei gently grasped his hand, her eyes softening. "We have ignited hope." That eye in the distance, the Federation's armored forces finally arrived, their heavy treads crushing the debris on the streets. The searchlights of the armored vehicles swept across the chaotic factory, soldiers scouring the area under the furious commands of their commander. Yet, the rebels had long vanished into the night, leaving only the smoldering ruins and the cries of liberated workers behind. The spaceship ascended once more, the glow of Black Iron City fading into a distant speck. Lung Feng leaned back in his seat, exhaling deeply. "Ah, we have survived again," Ling Lai coldly remarked. "Do not rejoice too soon. This is just the beginning. Yun Huan's gaze grew profound as he looked out at the endless starry sky through the porthole, his voice steady and powerful. A spark has been ignited. What follows will be a raging inferno. Bai Lingwei nestled closer to him, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. As long as there is hope, this universe shall never dwell in eternal darkness. Chapter 39. In the midst of the mist, the spaceship wove through the pitch-black cosmos, hidden within the shadows of the starry sea. The flames of Black Iron City had long been left behind. Yet that fire seemed to burn within each heart, lingering indelibly. Yun Huan stood before the observation window of the cockpit, his gaze penetrating the distance. The universe sprawled infinitely, stars twinkling as if silently narrating endless tales. Lung Feng turned his head from his seat and chuckled. "Boss, stop staring out there. The universe is so vast. Do you think you can pierce through it?" Yun Huan did not turn around. Responding coolly, "I gaze upon it merely to discern our direction." Lung Feng shrugged, muttering, "Isn't the direction right ahead? We're already in a predicament." Bai Lingwei approached Yun Huan's side and gently inquired, "We have come quite a distance. But are you still harboring concerns?" Yun Huan slowly withdrew his gaze, nodding slightly. "Indeed, while our victory has ignited hope, the Federation's counterattack will not be long in coming. We require more allies, more planets to rise in solidarity." Ling Lai entered through the hatch, his expression as unyielding as ever. "Next stop, Miss Star." "Miss Star?" Lung Feng frowned. "Can that wretched place even be considered an ally? I've heard the inhabitants there are indifferent to worldly affairs and self-sufficient." Ling Lai's tone remained calm. "Precisely because of that, they are the most easily overlooked force, that if we can awaken them, Miss Star will become a crucial foundation for our resistance." Yun Huan's gaze sharpened as he nodded, regardless of their willingness. "This journey is imperative. Miss Star, a grayish speck on the interstellar map. From above, the planet lay shrouded in thick gray fog, like a veil that never lifted. The mist not only obscured visibility, but also interfered with most electronic devices. As if this place had been forgotten by the world. The spaceship gradually penetrated the atmosphere, the scenery outside the porthole becoming increasingly blurred, the gray fog wrapping tightly around the planet like a massive net. Lung Feng gazed out the window, unable to suppress a shiver. The atmosphere here is truly oppressive. It feels like falling into an old witch's cauldron. Bai Lingwei smiled softly. "You may consider yourself a frog being boiled." Ling Lai coldly retorted, "Even frogs know to escape. Do not become a boiled fool." Lung Feng pouted. "You really have no sense of humor." Yun Huan smiled faintly, yet his expression remained grave. Caution is paramount. Though this planet appears tranquil, the more serene a place, the more concealed the unknown dangers. The spaceship slowly descended onto an expanse of marshland, the hatch opening to allow a rush of damp, cold mist to envelop them. As though an icy hand caressed each face that I in the marsh, a profound silence reigned. Yun Huan led the group down from the spaceship, the mud beneath their feet emitting soft, squelching sounds. The thick fog obscuring their vision, rendering everything around them hazy and distorted. "Welcome to Miss Star, where everything is concealed within the fog," Bai Lingwei remarked with a hint of lament. "This truly is a place where one can easily lose their way." Lung Feng observed, unease etched across his face. Yun Huan's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the surroundings. "Stay close to me. Maintain formation. Ling Lai, take charge of the rear guard." Ling Lai nodded, gripping his energy rifle tightly. His icy gaze scanning the area, they cautiously advanced, the mist acting as an invisible barrier, isolating them from the outside world. The occasional sound of dripping water echoed, as if some unknown creature was lurking in the shadows. After walking for about half an hour, Yun Huan suddenly halted, signaling for everyone to conceal themselves. From the depths of the fog ahead, low murmurs and footsteps could be faintly discerned. Shadows flickered in the mist, resembling phantoms. "There are people," Bai Lingwei whispered, instinctively tightening her grip on her weapon. Yun Huan's expression sharpened, and he whispered, "Do not alert them. Let us observe first." The shadows gradually came into focus, revealing a group of indigenous inhabitants of Miss Star clad in rudimentary armor. Their faces bore a hardened resolve, eyes alert, each step taken with utmost care, as if evading something. "They are patrolling," Ling Lai whispered. "It seems this place is not as peaceful as it appears." Yun Huan's brow furrowed slightly. "Continue to follow them." Let us discern their purpose. The group stealthily trailed behind, traversing the marsh until they reached a concealed encampment. The camp consisted of makeshift tents, and the flickering light of the campfire danced in the fog, illuminating the weary yet defiant faces of the people. Yun Huan's heart jolted as he beheld the residents, many of whom were elders and children, huddled around the fire, clad in tattered garments, their eyes filled with fear and helplessness. How could they be in such a state? Bai Lingwei murmured, a flash of anger and compassion crossing her features. Suddenly, an indigenous warrior spotted them, raising his weapon and shouting fiercely. "Who goes there?" Yun Huan slowly stepped forward, hands raised to indicate he bore no ill intent. "We are the resistance, here to seek allies." The warrior's face registered surprise, quickly followed by anger. "Resistance? We do not need allies. You will only bring war and destruction." Yun Huan's gaze remained steadfast, his tone calm. "If we do not resist, destruction will come eventually." The warrior's eyes flickered with internal conflict, yet he quickly retorted coldly, "Return to your own planet. Miss Star does not welcome you." Yun Huan inhaled deeply, his voice resonating. "We will not leave until you understand that resistance is the only way forward." The warrior's expression hardened, hands still gripping his weapon. His gaze icy and fixed upon Yun Huan, as though ready to attack at any moment. Yun Huan stood resolute, his demeanor tranquil as the damp mist wrapped around him. His voice was steady and powerful. "I understand your fear of war. But please believe, the Federation's oppression will not cease due to your compliance. Only through resistance can this all be changed." The warrior's gaze flickered, as if Yun Huan's words had struck a chord deep within him. His throat bobbed, yet his voice remained hoarse. "Our ancestors have lived in this fog for centuries. Our way of survival is endurance. Your war will only bring destruction." At that moment, Bai Lingwei stepped forward, her voice gentle. "We do not seek to bring destruction, but rather to bring hope. You may evade the Federation in this mist for a time, but one day, their iron hooves will shatter this tranquility." Her eyes held sincerity, and her voice exuded a persuasive strength. The other indigenous inhabitants in the camp turned their gazes towards these unexpected outsiders. That an elderly elder slowly emerged from the crowd. His back slightly hunched, eyes etched with the marks of time. Leaning on an ancient wooden staff, he silently regarded Yun Huan before softly inquiring, "Why have you come here? Does this barren land merit such risks from you?" Yun Huan inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. "Because every oppressed soul deserves salvation. Freedom and dignity should not be buried beneath this fog." The elder's eyes reflected a complex emotion, and he gently closed them, as though recalling a distant memory. The campfire flickered, the air thick with dampness and silence. Lung Feng observed the scene quietly, muttering softly. "What a stubborn bunch," Ling Lai remarked softly. "Their stubbornness stems from a profound fear of survival." Yun Huan exhaled gently, approached the elder with sincerity in his gaze, and implored, "Elder, grant us an opportunity. Allow us to demonstrate that resistance does not equate to destruction, but rather to rebirth." The elder opened his eyes, revealing a depth of wisdom, and replied, "You possess courage, yet courage alone is insufficient to secure victory." Yun Huan responded resolutely, "Courage is merely the first step. Thereafter, we shall prove ourselves through action." The elder fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. "Very well, I am willing to grant you a chance. But remember, should you fail, the consequences will be dire." Yun Huan nodded firmly, asserting, "I shall not allow such a fate to befall us." The atmosphere within the camp gradually softened as the indigenous people gathered, listening intently to Yun Huan and Bai Lingwei recount tales of the resistance. In their eyes, the initial skepticism and fear slowly transformed into determination and fervor as a long-suppressed emotion surged within them, a hope that had been stifled for far too long. Lung Feng observed their expressions and chuckled softly. "It appears our discourse has proven quite effective." Bai Lingwei cast him a sidelong glance, smiling. "This is not merely a speech. It is the truth." Yun Huan approached the campfire, his voice deep and resonant. "The iron heel of the Federation has tread upon countless planets. If we do not rise, they will inevitably find this place. Resistance is our only path forward." Feng Dong stood, his gaze fierce. "We are willing to join you. However, we require time, weapons, and training." Yun Huan nodded. "We will assist you. teaching you how to fight and protect yourselves. Training commenced at I in the damp, chilly fog. The soldiers of the resistance and the indigenous warriors of Miss Star trained side by side. Shooting, hand-to-hand combat, and tactical coordination were practiced in meticulous detail. Lung Feng observed a young indigenous warrior and encouraged, "Do not be anxious. Steady your grip, aim at the target ahead, and envision it as your most despised foe." The young man took a deep breath and squeezed the trigger. A beam of energy, striking the bullseye with precision, that a glimmer of excitement and surprise flickered in his eyes. "See, you did it." Lung Feng winked, teasing, "It seems you have quite a few people you dislike." Bai Lingwei approached and gently patted the young man's shoulder. "Remember, this weapon is not for slaughter, but to protect those you hold dear." The young man nodded vigorously, determination shining in his eyes. Days later, the Federation's reconnaissance ship stealthily approached Miss Star. Alarms blared suddenly throughout the camp, and the indigenous people gripped their weapons tightly, their faces a mix of tension and resolve. Yuan Huan stood upon a platform, his gaze icy. "Everyone, this is our first test. Prepare for battle." The elder approached Yuan Huan's side and nodded slowly. "May the mist protect you. The mist is our cover. But it is also their grave." Yuan Huan's voice was cold and resolute. The Federation reconnaissance ship began its descent, soldiers pouring out, scanning their surroundings with caution. Suddenly, a faint rustling emerged from the dense fog. "There's movement." A soldier cried, but before he could finish, a beam of energy shot from the mist, striking his weapon. "Ambush! Enemies!" The soldiers frantically opened fire, but in the thick fog, their shots found only empty earth. Within the mist, the rebels advanced silently, like phantoms of the night, taking down one enemy after another with precision. Yuan Huan's voice echoed through the comms. "Be swift and decisive. Do not allow them to escape." Lung Feng, firing his weapon, chuckled. This time, they truly encountered a ghost. The battle concluded swiftly. The Federation soldiers were utterly defeated, and the remaining ships were obliterated. Miss Star remained shrouded in fog, yet within that mist now burned the flames of hope. The elder gazed at the dissipating smoke, his eyes profound. "You have succeeded." Yuan Huan nodded, his gaze unwavering. "This is but the first step, and it shall not be the last." Chapter 40. The blade of dawn. The night on Miss Star was still heavy with fog, as if an eternal curtain enveloped the entire land. The campfire flickered weakly, casting shadows that danced across the faces of those gathered, their expressions shifting between light and dark. The fears and hesitations of the past few days had been gradually worn away by training and battle, replaced by a long-awaited sense of hope and resolve. Yuan Huan stood upon a prominent rock, surveying the warriors of Miss Star. Their eyes sparkled with determination. Though their weapons remained rudimentary, their stances had transformed dramatically from just days prior. He spoke slowly, his voice piercing through the mist like a beacon. "You have taken the first step toward resistance, yet this journey has only just begun. The Federation will not allow us to remain unchallenged. They will dispatch greater forces and unleash harsher oppressions. But remember, what they fear is not our weaponry, but our awakening." Feng Dong stood at the forefront, the lines on his face seeming to deepen with each passing day. He raised his fist high, his voice hoarse, yet filled with strength. "We shall no longer hide. We will protect our homeland, protect our homeland." The warriors shouted in unison, their voices reverberating through the mist, shaking the very earth beneath them. Inside the command tent, the atmosphere was tense and grave. Bai Lingwei tapped on the control panel, the holographic map before her displaying a series of red dots. The Federation fleet advancing toward Miss Star. Lung Feng whistled and shook his head. "Wow, this is quite the display. It seems the Federation intends to swallow us whole." Ling Lai furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze icy. "The Federation never shows mercy. This suppression force aims to uproot Miss Star entirely." Yuan Huan's eyes blazed with intensity as he spoke solemnly. "The greater their fleet, the more likely they are to underestimate us. The mist is our natural barrier. If utilized properly, their formidable weapons will be rendered useless here." Bai Lingwei nodded, pointing to several key areas on the map. "Here is the canyon, here is the wetland, and here is the narrow passage they must traverse. If we set up ambushes in these locations, we can take them down one by one." "That sounds like a solid plan." Lung Feng smirked. "However, if they catch wind of our intentions, we may not have a chance to flee." Yuan Huan inhaled deeply, his resolve unwavering. Thus, we must ensure they become disoriented within the mist. Lung Feng, take a team to create false signals to lead them into our traps. Lung Feng raised an eyebrow. Chuckling, don't worry, leading people in circles is my specialty. Ling Lai retorted coldly, just don't get yourself lost in the process. Hey, you have no faith in me. Lung Feng pouted, yet his expression was devoid of frivolity. Eyes glinting with seriousness. Deep within the mist, the Federation fleet advanced cautiously, then on the bridge of the flagship Thunder. Commander Eisen's expression was grim. His gaze sharp as an eagle's, he studied the holographic map before him. Brow furrowed. Report. Severe mist interference. Radar scanning is ineffective, a communications officer reported anxiously. Eisen scoffed, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. A bunch of rats hiding in the mist can stir up no tempest. Maintain course. Once we touch down, we will crush them utterly. Yes, General. In the mist, Lung Feng led a small team of warriors as they stealthily advanced. They wielded rudimentary jamming devices, burying signal emitters into the muddy earth of the wetlands. All right, once they enter, it'll be like they've fallen into a pot of stew. Lung Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning. Retreat quickly. Don't let their scouts spot us, a young warrior urged nervously. Lung Feng clapped him on the shoulder, reassuring, relax, young one. We are but shadows in the night. Just as he finished speaking, the roar of engines echoed from afar as several Federation reconnaissance aircraft emerged slowly from the mist. Lung Feng's expression changed, and he lowered his voice. Get down. They quickly concealed themselves in the muddy wetland, the cold, clammy water seeping through their clothing and chilling their bones. Lung Feng gritted his teeth, internally cursing. This cursed mist is so what it even seeps into my bones. The reconnaissance aircraft glided overhead, beams of light sweeping across the wetland, but the thick fog dulled their effectiveness, failing to reveal their presence. Once the aircraft had flown far, Lung Feng cautiously rose, whispering, return to the camp. Prepare to welcome their grand arrival. Within the camp, Yun Huan was already suited up and ready. He looked at the warriors before him, his gaze resolute. The enemy will arrive soon that I end this battle. We shall bury them within the mist. Feng Dong raised the spear in his hand, his eyes ablaze. The mist is our cover. Their grave! The warriors shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the mist, awakening like a slumbering beast. Bai Lingwei stood beside Yun Huan, gently holding his hand, whispering, we will surely succeed. Yun Huan nodded, his eyes sharp as lightning, we will. Deep within the mist, the Federation fleet had entered the ambush zone. General Eisen surveyed the blurred surroundings, a hint of unease swelling within him. He furrowed his brow and coldly commanded, all ships on alert. Prepare to descend. However, at that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated through the ground, flames soaring skyward as dirt and debris erupted. We are under attack. Enemies surround us. The soldiers shouted in a frenzy. Eisen's complexion shifted dramatically as he bellowed. Counterattack. Clear this area completely. Yet their artillery fire found no target in the fog, striking only the void of air. That Yunwan's voice emerged through the comms. All troops, attack. The warriors surged forth from the mist. Energy beams and primal spears unleashed in unison, catching the Federation soldiers off guard. Cold stood atop a rock, waving with a smile. Welcome to the nightmare of the fog. The smoke of battle filled the air. Piercing beams of light sliced through the murky environment, while explosions roared like thunder. The cries of Federation soldiers and the charge of the resistance mingled into a suffocating chaos. Major General Eisen's face turned ashen. His fingers clenched into fists, veins bulging. Through the holographic projection, he attempted to command his troops to withdraw from this mire-like battlefield, but the fog ensnared them like an invisible prison. Damn the fog. Where are the intelligence officers? Why was I not informed that this would become hell? The communications officer, drenched in cold sweat, trembled as he spoke. Major General, our radar is completely down. The enemy is ambushing us from all sides, and we cannot ascertain their exact positions. Eisen inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth as he shouted. All soldiers, form a defensive formation. Rally towards the central axis. Do not scatter. But scarcely had his words fallen when another series of explosions erupted behind the ranks. The resistance fighters, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain, launched relentless guerrilla attacks, plunging the Federation soldiers into a quagmire of despair. Meanwhile, Yunhuan led the main force through the mist. Brandishing an energy dagger, he pressed himself against the muddy ground, advancing silently. Each step was steady and light, like a hunter navigating through the fog. The enemy's defenses had been breached, and we must seize this moment to obliterate their command structure, Yunhuan whispered. A cold glint flickering in his eyes. Bai Lingwei followed closely, softly cautioning, "Be careful, their remnants are still lurking about." Yunhuan nodded. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flicker of movement in the mist not far away. A faint light blinked momentarily before swiftly extinguishing. "Over there," Yunhuan pointed, signaling the team to surge towards that direction. They approached rapidly, discovering a half-destroyed Federation command vehicle quietly resting in the mire, residual sparks flickering across its body. Barely operational, Major General Eisen stood before the vehicle, pallid and drenched in cold sweat, flanked by fewer than 10 soldiers, each bearing expressions of sheer terror. Yunhuan slowly rose, emerging from the fog, his voice icy as a blade. "Major General Eisen, your army has lost." Eisen shot his gaze upwards, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "You rebels, do you think you have achieved victory? The power of the Federation is beyond your imagination." Cold emerged from the mist, whistling mockingly. "Oh, I am quite curious. Where is your so-called power now?" Eisen's hand trembled slightly as he pointed at Yunhuan. "You will ultimately fail. Your resistance is but a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Yunhuan's gaze was piercing, his voice low and resolute. "It is you, the rulers blind to reality, who are like the mantis. True power lies with the countless people you have overlooked." He slowly raised his energy dagger, its cold light glimmering in the mist. Eisen crumpled to the ground, his complexion ashen, murmuring, "This is impossible." Before his words could finish, a warrior from the Mist Star lunged forward, striking him at the nape of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Feng Dong stepped forward, his gaze complex as he looked at the fallen Major General Eisen, his voice hoarse. "Is this the enemy that once instilled fear in us? It seems they are but mortals." Bai Lingwei sighed softly. Fear is the tool they wield to maintain their dominion. Yet once fear dissipates, they are nothing. Yunhuan turned to Feng Dong, his voice resolute. "You have won this battle. But this is merely the beginning." Feng Dong inhaled deeply, nodding. "We will continue to fight until true freedom arrives." The battle subsided, the fog still shrouding the land, yet within the hearts of the people, a flicker of hope ignited. The resistance and the warriors of Mist Star stood united, gazing at the defeated Federation soldiers and the smoldering ruins, emotions surging within them that were beyond words. Cold dusted off his clothes, muttering, "We finally won this time, but can we have a drier place next time?" Linglai shot him a cold glance. The battlefield never chooses its location. Bai Lingwei smiled gently, her gaze soft. "At least we succeeded." Yunhuan stood high, surveying the mire below, his voice steady. "The fog will eventually clear, and light will undoubtedly come." The warriors looked skyward, though the view remained a dreary gray. They had already glimpsed the dawn of a new day within their hearts. The spacecraft ascended once more, the surface of Mist Star gradually fading into a blurred shadow. Yunhuan stood by the porthole, watching the receding planet, silently reflecting. This war is far from over, and we must ignite more sparks of rebellion, allowing the darkness of the universe to be utterly consumed in flames. Bai Lingwei gently approached him, grasping his hand, whispering, "We will see this through to the end." Yunhuan nodded, his gaze resolute. "Indeed, until the very end." Chapter 41. Undercurrents. The aftershocks of the battle on Mist Star had yet to dissipate. Yet the turmoil of the cosmos never ceased. Each flame of rebellion ignited was like a stone cast into a lake, rippling outward in expanding circles until it stirred up tumultuous waves. Yunhuan stood in the cockpit of the spacecraft, his gaze piercing as he peered through the porthole at the boundless sea of stars before him. His expression was stern, a hint of barely perceptible anxiety etched between his brows. Though the victory at Mist Star was invigorating, he understood well that it was merely the faint light before dawn. The Federation would never relent. "Boss, if you keep staring at the stars, be careful, they might shy away." Cold's voice broke the silence in the cabin with a teasing tone. Yunhuan snapped back to reality, a slight smile tugging at his lips. If the stars really could feel shy, that would indeed be amusing. Cold winked and leaned towards Bai Lingwei, whispering, "It seems the boss is in a good mood. I was planning to tell him a joke." Bai Lingwei chuckled softly, shaking her head. "Save the jokes. We are about to face greater troubles." She traced her finger across the holographic map, where a cluster of red lights flickered, indicating the Federation's latest defensive deployment. Ling Lai strode in, his voice cold and firm. "Intelligence indicates the Federation is mobilizing its 4 major fleets, preparing to impose a complete blockade on the planets we have liberated. A blockade." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yunhuan's eyes. "They intend to snuff out our rebellion in its cradle." "Precisely," Ling Lai nodded, his expression grave. "If their blockade succeeds, we will lose all the planets we have liberated. The flames of resistance will be extinguished before they can even ignite." Cold stretched lazily, his tone casual. Yet his eyes gleamed with sharpness. With such a grand display, are they not afraid of breaking their own backs? Yunhuan took a deep breath, his gaze profound. "They are betting that our rebellion lacks unified strength. As long as we fight individually, they can defeat us one by one." Bai Lingwei's eyes narrowed. She spoke slowly. "Therefore, we must disrupt their plans and unite all the oppressed planets." The spacecraft maneuvered through the interstellar routes, heading straight for the crucial Celestial Nexus system. The Celestial Nexus system is an essential energy hub for the Federation, controlling the resource supply for over a dozen surrounding planets. That if the Resistance can seize control here, the Federation's blockade will falter. Our target is Celestial Nexus. Yunhuan stood at the center of the command room, the holographic star map revolving slowly before him. This operation was pivotal for the survival of the entire Resistance. Cold rubbed his chin, excitement seeping into his tone. "Celestial Nexus. Now that's a tough nut to crack. But hey, I enjoy tackling hard ones." Ling Lai's gaze remained calm and sharp. "Intelligence indicates that Celestial Nexus's defense system is impregnable. A frontal assault would be tantamount to suicide." Yunhuan nodded, his eyes glimmering with thought. "We will not launch a frontal attack, but rather undermine it from within." Bai Lingwei smiled gently, a spark of intelligence illuminating her eyes. "It seems you already have a plan in mind." Yunhuan smiled faintly. "We need an accident." Outside Celestial Nexus, the starport was ablaze with lights. This was the Federation's most crucial energy transfer station, with hundreds of cargo ships and supply vessels bustling in and out. Everything appearing orderly, yet hidden dangers loomed ever closer. An inconspicuous cargo ship quietly descended in a secluded area of the starport. The ship's hatch slowly opened, and Yunhuan, Cold, Bai Lingwei, and Ling Lai swiftly descended the gangway. Disappearing into the shadows of the starport, Cold glanced around, lowering his voice. "This time, we are dancing in the dragon's den. If we are discovered, we won't even have time to escape." That Yunhuan's gaze was sharp as he whispered. "Therefore, we cannot afford any mistakes." Bai Lingwei glanced at the time and softly remarked, "The internal support should be arriving soon." And no sooner had she spoken than a figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Clad in the uniform of a federal worker, the brim of his hat cast a shadow over much of his face. "You have finally arrived," he murmured, his voice somewhat hoarse. Yunhuan scrutinized him, his gaze penetrating. "Are you our contact?" The man nodded and lowered his voice. "Follow me, and do not attract attention." They swiftly trailed behind him through the logistics corridor of the starport, the dim lighting casting mottled shadows upon the walls. Each step was taken with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing any patrolling guards. The security system was upgraded just 3 days ago. Now it has virtually no blind spots, the contact whispered as he walked. Lung Feng scoffed, muttering under his breath, "This certainly adds a layer of difficulty to our task." Ling Lai's icy gaze hardened as he lowered his voice. The greater the challenge, the more significant the triumph. At last, they reached a massive energy storage facility. The towering metal doors flickered with red warning lights, and the air was thick with a frigid mechanical atmosphere. The energy storage facility is the heart of Tianshu Star. Destroying it will incapacitate the entire defense system of the galaxy, Yunhuan stated with a steady and resolute tone. Bai Lingwei nodded, retrieving a small control device to begin hacking the facility's defense systems. "I need 5 minutes. Do not disturb me." Her voice was calm and focused. "Rest assured, with us here, no one will approach." Yunhuan replied, his gaze sharpening as he slowly raised his weapon. Suddenly, alarms blared. "Intruder! The energy storage facility is under attack." The shouts of federal soldiers echoed through the corridor. Lung Feng's eyes widened as he exclaimed dramatically, "What is happening? I haven't even done anything yet. How could we be discovered?" Ling Lai replied coldly. "Clearly, our contact has faltered." The contact's expression changed drastically, his voice quavering. "I didn't betray you. I don't know what is going on." Yun Huan's gaze was as frigid as ice as he commanded. "Regardless, prepare for battle." The alarm reverberated through the narrow passage, the red warning lights pulsating on the walls like bloodthirsty eyes, fixated on Yun Huan and his party. The tense atmosphere felt like a taut bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Lung Feng rolled his eyes, drawing his energy pistol and grumbling, "I really can't believe it. Plans never keep pace with change." Ling Lai had already entered battle mode. His energy rifle steadied on his shoulder, his gaze frigid. "Enough talk. Prepare to confront the enemy." Yun Huan took a deep breath and made a swift decision. "Bai Lingwei, continue hacking the defense system. We'll cover you." "Understood." Bai Lingwei's eyes were resolute as her fingers danced rapidly across the hacking device, the cold metal keyboard echoing with urgent clicks, each second feeling like a race against death. At the corridor's end, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, and shadows of federal soldiers began to emerge under the red warning lights. "Identify the intruders and eliminate them," the leading soldier commanded. And the energy guns flared with blinding light. Bang, bang, bang. The beams shot forth like venomous serpents, instantly filling the corridor. Lung Feng sidestepped, taking cover behind a metal crate, retaliating with a blue beam that struck a soldier's shoulder with precision. The soldier let out a cry of agony as his weapon slipped from his grasp. "Could you at least show us some courtesy and let us carry out our sabotage in peace?" Lung Feng shouted while firing. "Less chatter. Focus on the fight," Ling Lai replied, his voice steely as his rifle unleashed a torrent of deadly light, systematically taking down the soldiers attempting to rush them. Yun Huan's gaze was sharp as an eagle, scanning the battlefield while calmly directing. "Lung Feng, cover the left flank. Ling Lai, suppress fire on the right. Do not let them near Bai Lingwei." "Received," the two responded in unison. Amidst the hail of bullets, beads of sweat began to form on Bai Lingwei's forehead. Yet her hands remained steady as the data on the hacking device scrolled rapidly, intricate symbols flashing on the holographic screen. 30 seconds remaining. "Do not let them near." Bai Lingwei gritted her teeth, urgency lacing her voice. The federal soldiers increased their assault, steadily advancing with their energy weapons unleashing searing beams that charred the metal walls. The cacophony of battle was deafening, the air thick with the acrid scent of burning metal. Suddenly, Lung Feng spotted an energy grenade arcing from the enemy's position, heading straight for Bai Lingwei. "Oh no!" A grenade! Lung Feng's pupils dilated as he leaped towards Bai Lingwei. Boom! The explosion erupted in midair, sending waves of heat and debris scattering. Lung Feng crashed heavily to the ground, his back scorched by the searing blast. His face contorted in pain. "Ah! Those bastards are really ruthless." Bai Lingwei's complexion turned pale, fear flickering in her eyes. "Lung Feng, are you all right?" Lung Feng gritted his teeth, propping himself up with difficulty, forcing a smile. "Just a minor injury. It's nothing that I'm made of steel." Yun Huan's gaze flickered with concern, but his tone remained resolute. "Lung Feng, fall back and rest. Ling Lai, provide cover." Ling Lai nodded, his rifle-esque fire becoming even more ferocious. Each shot akin to the scythe of death. "The defense system has been breached." Bai Lingwei's voice trembled with barely contained excitement as the massive metal doors began to creak open with a heavy thud. "Go! Charge in!" Yun Huan gestured, and the group swiftly entered the energy storage facility. The metal doors of the corridor sealed shut behind them, isolating the pursuing federal soldiers outside. Yun Huan surveyed the surroundings. Within the storage facility, colossal energy tanks stood in neat rows, arcs of electricity coursing through them, as if harboring an endless power of thunder. This explosion will suffice to cut off all energy supplies to Tianshu Star. Lung Feng gasped, his eyes glimmering with exhilaration. Bai Lingwei retrieved the demolition device, quickly setting it at the base of one of the energy tanks, a red countdown flickering to life. In 10 minutes. This place will be reduced to ruins. Yun Huan took a deep breath, his voice calm, yet imbued with strength. "Let us go. Our mission is accomplished." The spaceship ascended, traversing the skies above Tianshu Star. Yun Huan stood before the window, watching the planet recede into the distance, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. In the final second of the countdown, A blinding light erupted from the surface below. Boom! The violent explosion tore through the energy storage facility, flames soaring into the sky as a tremendous shockwave radiated outward, instantaneously crippling the entire defense system of Tianshu Star. The Federal patrol fleet above descended into chaos. Their defensive barriers collapsing, communication systems failing. Bai Lingwei released a soft breath, a hint of exhaustion in her gaze. We succeeded. Yun Huan's voice was low and resolute. This is merely the beginning. The fall of Tianshu Star will inspire hope in many more planets. Lung Feng leaned back in his seat, grinning. Every act of sabotage is so exhilarating. I've truly come to love this job. Ling Lai replied coolly, let us hope you live long enough to enjoy it. Yun Huan gazed into the boundless sea of stars, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. The spark has ignited. The flames have begun to burn. The darkness of this universe shall ultimately be torn asunder. Chapter 42. Gazing into the abyss in the profound expanse of the universe, starlight flickered in the vast darkness. Akin to countless silent witnesses quietly observing a storm that had silently begun to unfold. Yun Huan stood in the command cabin of the spaceship. Outside the viewport, the aftershocks of Tianshu Star's destruction had yet to fully dissipate. Flames flickering across the planet's surface like a dying beast making its final struggles. Lung Feng stood beside him, stretching lazily and yawning. Boss, this mission was executed flawlessly. But what's next? We can't just keep setting fires everywhere. Can we? Bai Lingwei sat at the console, her hands dancing across the keyboard as the holographic star map unfurled. She looked up at Yun Huan, her gaze clear and serene. The Federal defense line has been breached. But they will soon retaliate that we need to identify the next point of breakthrough. Yun Huan's gaze deepened as he scanned the flickering dots on the star map, as if each planet concealed countless fates behind it. The next target. Yun Huan's finger gently hovered over a planet. Deep Abyss Star. Lung Feng's eyes widened in surprise, his lips twitching. Deep Abyss Star, the so-called cosmic prison? Boss, are you serious? Ling Lai approached with a furrowed brow. That place is used by the Federation to detain serious offenders and political prisoners, and its defenses are formidable. Furthermore, there are rumors of abnormalities there. Bai Lingwei nodded solemnly, her expression grave. Indeed, Deep Abyss Star is not merely a prison. It is where the Federation holds those deemed inconvenient to execute. Many key figures of resistance organizations are incarcerated there that if we can rescue them, we can strengthen our forces. Yun Huan's eyes gleamed like a sharp blade, his voice unwavering. Precisely for that reason, we must go. The spaceship set its course towards Deep Abyss Star, the atmosphere thick with tension. Lung Feng's demeanor shifted from his usual levity to a rare seriousness. He sat cross-legged on the ground, meticulously cleaning the energy gun in his hands, while muttering softly to himself. I say, this time we are venturing into the dragon's lair and tiger's den that if we fail. I certainly do not wish to be stuck in such a cursed place for eternity. Fear not. Yun Huan's voice was calm and resolute. We shall not fail. Ling Lai inspected his weapon, his tone icy as he remarked. Failure equates to death. Abyss Star will not grant us a second chance. Bai Lingwei's gaze swept gently over the group, her voice soft yet firm. We have weathered greater storms. This time, we shall also succeed. Abyss Star, the periphery of the interstellar prison. Abyss Star was a planet shrouded in a dark, foreboding atmosphere, resembling a corroded iron sphere in the vastness of the universe. The surface of the planet was marred by immense fissures. As if the Earth was silently groaning in agony, the spacecraft glided slowly through a concealed route, descending into a desolate canyon. This place was devoid of life, the oppressive sky weighing heavily upon one's chest. Yun Huan stepped down the gangway, the muddy ground beneath him emitting a dull thud with each step. Lung Feng followed closely behind, shivering slightly. This place truly sends chills down my spine. It feels as if despair hangs thickly in the air. The more despair there is, the more hope is needed, Yun Huan declared, his eyes sharp as he scanned the surroundings. Everyone, check your gear and prepare for action. Bai Lingwei activated the holographic map, pointing to the concealed entrance of a base ahead. This is the underground passage to Abyss Prison that if we can infiltrate from here, we will reach the prison's core area directly. Ling Lai coldly stated, I will scout ahead. You all follow closely behind. Yun Huan nodded. Be careful. Ling Lai took a deep breath, his body leaping into the shadows like a panther, vanishing into the darkness. Inside the underground passage, a chilling atmosphere prevailed. Yun Huan and his companions advanced cautiously, the damp moss on the walls glimmering with a ghostly light under the faint illumination. Each step echoed dully, as though the abyss was responding to their footsteps. "That I truly despise this place," Lung Feng murmured, his lips twitching slightly. "There isn't even a ghostly shadow around. Precisely because of that, it is easier to conceal ourselves." Bai Lingwei whispered. Suddenly, Ling Lai's voice emerged from ahead. "I have spotted guards, 2 of them, patrolling." Yun Huan's expression hardened. "Eliminate them." Ling Lai moved along the wall like a specter, the energy dagger in his hand glinting with a cold light. The guards, barely sensing anything amiss, felt a sudden chill at their throats before losing consciousness. "It's done," Ling Lai whispered. The group swiftly advanced, passing over the fallen guards and delving deeper into the passage. Core area of the prison, that a colossal metallic door adorned with a complex security system loomed before them, red beams sweeping across the ground. Any movement would trigger an alarm. Bai Lingwei crouched down, swiftly dismantling the control panel, her fingers dancing across the surface. "Give me 3 minutes." Time ticked away, each second feeling like a blade suspended above their heads. Lung Feng pressed against the wall, his ear against the metallic door, murmuring, "It seems there is some commotion inside." Yun Huan furrowed his brow, speaking in a low tone. "Accelerate the process." Bai Lingwei bit her lip, sweat trickling down her cheek. With a sudden press of her finger on the final key, the lock emitted a soft click. Done. The metallic door creaked open slowly, a chill air rushing forth, carrying an indescribable sense of oppression. Yun Huan stepped inside, his gaze sweeping over the gaunt faces within the cells. The prisoners lay or sat in despondent silence, their eyes hollow, as if their souls had long been imprisoned. "The resistance is here to rescue you." Yun Huan's voice was deep and resolute. That a middle-aged man, his face rough with stubble, slowly lifted his head, a flicker of light sparking in his eyes. "Who are you?" "We are your hope." Yun Huan's gaze burned with intensity. The air in the cell felt as though it had solidified, heavy and stifling. The man's eyes lingered on Yun Huan's face for a moment, seemingly assessing the truth. His stubble formed a dense patch, his eye sockets sunken, the once keen gaze dulled by time and despair. "Hope." His voice was hoarse, tinged with disbelief, for in this hell, no one had dared to utter that word for far too long. Yun Huan's eyes were steadfast as a mountain, his voice low yet powerful. "But today, we shall take you away and allow you to see the light once more." These words rippled through the stillness like a stone cast into stagnant water. The other captives slowly raised their heads, their eyes glimmering with a long-lost yearning and uncertainty. Their faces were smeared with grime and weariness, yet deep within their gaze, a spark seemed ready to ignite. Lung Feng scanned the surroundings, lowering his voice. "Boss, we need to hurry. This place will inevitably be discovered." Bai Lingwei was already busy at the control panel, attempting to unlock all the cells. "Give me 2 minutes. And I can open all the locks. That we don't have much time," Ling Lai said coldly, tightening his grip on the energy rifle, his eyes scanning the passages in like a hawk. "I hear footsteps. The guards are approaching." Yun Huan took a deep breath, surveying the emaciated figures within the cells, his voice low yet filled with conviction. "Everyone, are you ready? Will you once again take up arms and fight for your freedom?" A profound silence enveloped the cell, yet within that stillness, a current seemed to surge. The middle-aged man trembled as he stood, fists clenched, a flicker of fire igniting in his eyes. "I am willing." "So am I. Take us out. Resist to the end." Voices rose in unison, the souls once consumed by despair reignited. "The locks are undone." Bai Lingwei's voice rang out like a clarion call, as with a soft hum. All the cell doors creaked open. The prisoners surged forth from their cells, their eyes ablaze with fury and hope, a long-absent strength surging within their frail bodies. Yun Huan drew his energy dagger high, his voice booming. "Follow us! Escape this hell!" Tears glimmered in the middle-aged man's eyes as he seized a guard's weapon, roaring, "Fight our way out! For our freedom!" The alarm blared abruptly, the shrill red lights flooding the prison. Federal guards charged in droves, the light of energy weapons piercing through the darkness, illuminating the entire passage. "Rebels! They are here! Open fire!" The guards' furious shouts mingled with gunfire, plunging the prison into chaos. Lung Feng deftly dodged an energy beam, muttering, "It's always so enthusiastic. It's truly overwhelming." Ling Lai stood firm on the front line, his rifle accurately sweeping across, energy beams toppling guards to the ground. His gaze was steely, as if this battle were merely a rhythmic rehearsal in his eyes. "Cover their retreat," Yun Huan shouted, his dagger cutting through the air with a chilling arc, felling an oncoming guard in an instant. Bai Lingwei, positioned in the midst of the group, continuously directed the prisoners towards the exit. Her expression focused and resolute, each command acting as a stabilizing anchor for their hearts. At the passage's end, the exit loomed tantalizingly near. Yet, at that moment, a heavy figure obstructed their path, a federal officer clad in heavy armor. Wielding an energy greatsword, his gaze frigid, voice like steel scraping. "Do you think you can escape? This is your grave." Yun Huan's eyes narrowed, voice steady. "You are mistaken. This will only be the grave of your tyranny." No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward, his dagger clashing with the great sword midair, sparks flying. The federal officer sneered, sweeping his sword in a wide arc, the gust pushing Yun Huan back repeatedly. "Futile. You are merely trapped beasts," the officer's voice dripped with icy contempt. "Then let us see you try." Lung Feng suddenly leaped from the side, accurately tossing a grenade at the officer's feet. Boom! The explosion sent the officer sprawling, his heavy armor cracking and revealing charred seams. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Huan thrust his dagger through the air, piercing the officer's chest. The officer's eyes widened, a low growl escaping his lips before he collapsed. Blood seeping from the crevices of his armor. "Go." Yun Huan gasped, signaling everyone to rush towards the exit. The spacecraft's engines roared to life, the hatch opened wide like outstretched arms awaiting their return. The prisoners boarded the ship in droves, each face alight with the exhilaration of having survived and newfound determination. Bai Lingwei glanced back, ensuring everyone was aboard before exhaling gently. "We have succeeded." Yun Huan's gaze remained sharp, eyeing the approaching federal soldiers in the distance. Lung Feng, Ling Lai, cover the retreat. The two nodded and swiftly leapt onto the ship. The hatch began to close slowly. And Yun Huan took one last look at the cold prison, his eyes ablaze with resolute fire. The abyss could no longer imprison the human spirit. The engines roared, and the spacecraft soared into the sky, piercing through the darkness and ascending towards the boundless sea of stars. Chapter 43. Shattered Cage. The vessel darted through the cosmic void at breakneck speed, the starlight outside stretching into luminous streaks, resembling a silent river of time that bore witness to the remembered escapes and acts of defiance. Yun Huan stood resolutely at the helm, his gaze deeply fixed upon the infinite starry ocean ahead, his heart tumultuous with unquiet waves yet to settle. The operation to rescue from Abyss Star had succeeded, yet he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning of a new chapter. The individuals they had liberated were the sparks of rebellion, the hope of the oppressed, but their frail bodies and weary spirits required reforged to stand firm in this merciless universe. What shall we prepare for next? Bai Lingwei's voice was gentle, yet tinged with profound concern. Yun Huan withdrew his gaze, a resolute expression surfacing upon his face. These people need rest, but more crucially, they require an opportunity for rebirth. We must provide them with a safe haven, a place where they can recuperate in peace. Lung Feng leaned against the hatchway, half jesting and half serious. "Boss, are you sure this group isn't just looking to lie around and sleep for 3 days and nights?" Yun Huan smiled faintly, his eyes unwavering. "They may rest, but they must not forget the humiliation of oppression and the terror of fleeing. These memories will become the catalyst for their transformation." Ling Lai stood nearby, his gaze sharp as a blade. "We need a secret and fortified stronghold that can accommodate these individuals while also serving as a bastion of resistance." Bai Lingwei's fingers glided over the holographic star map, the starlight flickering before finally settling upon a desolate star system. This domain, known as the Sea of Annihilation, was once a mining area but had been abandoned by the Federation after the resources were depleted. Desolate and remote, it was an ideal place for concealment. Yun Huan's gaze sharpened. "The Sea of Annihilation is where we shall rebuild our strength to end the Sea of Annihilation star system, lay the barren, shadowy planet." This world was rife with dark-hued rocks and arid land, the sky shrouded in heavy clouds of dust, with dim, yellow light trickling through the gaps, evoking a sense of oppression. The spacecraft descended gradually, the hatch opening to reveal a blast of icy wind laden with sand and grit. The prisoners stepped out, their faces alight with a long-lost sense of freedom, yet tinged with confusion. Their bodies were frail, complexions pale, and their eyes conveyed unease, as if they might collapse at the slightest gust. Yun Huan walked at the forefront, surveying the desolate land before turning to address the crowd behind him. This is Shadowy Planet. From this day forth, it shall become our new homeland. His voice was low and resolute, imbued with an irresistible force that a middle-aged man slowly stepped forward. His name was Gu Yuan, a former commander of a resistance organization. That he looked at Yun Huan with a complex expression, his voice hoarse. Do you truly believe we can rebuild hope here? Yun Huan met his gaze steadily, his voice calm yet firm. Hope is never handed to us. It is something we must forge ourselves. The reconstruction commenced. Under the leadership of Yun Huan, Lung Feng, Ling Lai, and Bai Lingwei, the group of prisoners who had escaped from Abyss Star took their first steps towards a new life. They cleared the land, erected temporary camps, and efficiently distributed the supplies from the spacecraft. Each person fulfilling their role, Gu Yuan picked up a rusted shovel, silently beginning to dig the foundation. His palms were calloused, his body weary, yet his eyes shone with fierce determination that we must survive. When he uttered this statement, his voice was as hard as steel. Yun Huan stood by, observing their diligent efforts, a sense of solace swelling within him. He understood that this group had begun their metamorphosis. Yet the challenges were not solely about rebuilding their lives. They also needed to reshape their spirits. One morning, a young prisoner named Han Yu complained, "Working like this every day. How is it any different from Abyss Star?" Gu Yuan halted his work and approached Han Yu, coldly stating, "Do you think freedom falls from the sky? If you lack the courage to rebuild your homeland, how can you expect to fight?" Han Yu was taken aback, his lips quivering, yet he found himself unable to retort. Yun Huan stepped closer, placing a reassuring hand on Han Yu's shoulder, his tone calm, yet profound. "The price of freedom is sweat, blood, and even life. That if you feel weary, take a rest, but do not give up." Han Yu bowed his head, silent for a long moment, before finally clenching his fists with determination. I do not wish to give up." A glimmer of approval shone in Yun Huan's eyes as he nodded. "Excellent. This is what I wish to see." That night, the campfire cast a warm glow on everyone's faces. The weary individuals gathered around the fire, the air thick with the scent of burning wood. Bai Lingwei gently grasped Yun Huan's hand, whispering, "They're beginning to change." Yun Huan nodded, his gaze profound. "This is merely the first step. The road ahead is still long." Lung Feng yawned and half-joked, "If only we had a good jug of wine." Ling Lai shot him a glance, coldly remarking, "Alcohol will dull your vigilance." Lung Feng shrugged helplessly. All right, stay vigilant. You really know how to suck the fun out of things." Laughter erupted among the group, the previously heavy atmosphere lightening considerably. The firelight illuminated their faces, revealing rare smiles. This laughter seemed to dispel all darkness and fear. However, beneath this tranquility, currents of tension continued to swirl. In the distant depths of space, the Federation's fleet was assembling. Orders surged from the highest command, and plans to encircle the rebels were being hastily formulated. A man wearing a silver mask stood on the bridge, his gaze as cold as ice. No matter where they flee, they must be eradicated. Starlight reflected off his mask, casting a chilling glow, akin to the scythe of death, silently drawing near. In the night of Shadowy Planet, the flickering campfire cast shadows on weary yet resilient faces. The cold wind howled, stirring dust and grit, as if breathing new life into this long silent land. Yun Huan stood quietly at the edge of the camp, his deep gaze fixed upon the starry expanse. In the vastness of the universe, undercurrents surged, and the shadow of the Federation lurked like a specter in the dark corners. No matter where they fled, they must be eradicated. This phrase echoed incessantly in his mind, his fists unconsciously clenching, the knuckles emitting a faint crackling sound. "What are you pondering?" Bai Lingwei approached him silently, her voice gentle. Yun Huan exhaled softly, his tone grave. "The Federation will not spare us. Shadowy Planet is merely a temporary refuge. We need strength. We need more people to rise. Only then can we truly change everything." Bai Lingwei's gaze was soft, yet imbued with undeniable resolve. We will have it. Every individual who escapes is a spark. When the sparks gather, they can ignite a conflagration. Yun Huan smiled faintly, turning to her, warmth flickering in his eyes. You always instill confidence in me. Bai Lingwei shook her head lightly, a smile gracing her lips. That is because you have never relinquished hope. Their gazes met in the darkness, as if an invisible force flowed between them that I end that moment. No matter how profound the darkness, it could not obscure that flicker of weak yet unwavering light. In the center of the camp, Gu Yuan gathered a group around a makeshift metal table. The map unfurled under the dim light, detailing the terrain of Shadowy Planet, resources available, and regions yet to be explored. Gu Yuan's brow furrowed, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, his eyes sweeping over the map. Here, and here can serve as points for establishing fortifications. Once the Federation's troops arrive, we will at least have places to resist. Lung Feng grinned widely, reclining in his chair with his hands behind his head. Old Gu, don't be so tense. Fortifications are essential, but we also can't let fear paralyze us, hiding like mice from cats. Gu Yuan shot him a cold glare. Your levity is merely because you have yet to taste the bitterness of failure. Hey, I'm naturally optimistic. Failure is just the starting point for my next victory. Lung Feng replied with a grin, though a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Ling Lai stood nearby, his gaze icy. We must prepare for both scenarios. Defense is necessary, but if we can take the initiative and lure the enemy into our traps, that would be even better. Gu Yuan nodded, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. Traps require intricate layouts and bait. The Federation is not foolish. They will not easily fall for it. Yun Huan approached steadily, his voice resolute. They will because they are arrogant and self-assured, believing they control everything. That is precisely their weakness. His finger lightly tapped on a hidden canyon on the map. We can utilize this place to lead them to their doom. Lung Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this location is easy to defend yet hard to attack. If we can bleed them here, that would be quite interesting. Bai Lingwei sighed softly. However, traps are double-edged swords. Should we fail, we will have nowhere to escape. Yun Huan nodded, his gaze sharp. Therefore, this operation must be flawless. That a few days later, the atmosphere within the camp began to thicken with tension. Everyone was busily engaged in erecting fortifications, setting traps and preparing weapons, transforming the once desolate gray shadow star into a living fortress. Han Yu clutched a makeshift energy gun, a hint of anxiety flickering in his eyes, his palms slightly damp with sweat. Gu Yuan approached him, his expression grave as he spoke. Nervousness is natural, but remember, in battle, fear will only hasten your demise. Han Yu inhaled deeply and looked up at Gu Yuan, determination gleaming in his gaze. I will not let everyone down. Gu Yuan nodded slightly, a rare smile gracing his lips. Good. Remember, the gun in your hand is not just for yourself, but for those behind you. That eye in the darkness. A blinding light suddenly illuminated the distant sky. The sharp wail of an alarm sliced through the night air, the atmosphere thick with a palpable sense of impending violence. Enemy attack. The Federation's fleet has arrived. The communications officer's voice trembled. Yun Huan stood atop the command platform, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Everyone, prepare for battle. Cold foam caressed the energy gun in his hand, licking his lips. Here it comes, the grand performance is about to begin. Bai Lingwei took a deep breath, her hands deftly manipulating the control panel. The communication jamming system is activated, and our traps are set. Ling Lai stood at the front lines, his voice icy. Let them see. This is not a place they can invade at will. In the distance, the Federation's warships descended like iron behemoths. Beams of light swept across the ground, the cold mechanical voice resonating through the night. All resistors, surrender immediately, or we shall commence a complete extermination. Yun Huan let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with battle fervor. Complete extermination? Come and try. Fire erupted as energy beams shot from the camp's defenses, tearing through the darkness, intertwining with the Federation's artillery in a brilliant dance of explosions. Akin to fireworks, for freedom, charge! Gu Yuan raised his weapon, leading the warriors into the fray. Han Yu followed closely, clarity replacing his previous confusion. His eyes shining with resolve, he squeezed the trigger, a beam of light striking a Federation soldier with precision. I did it. he shouted, joy radiating from his face. Cold Foam, firing as he spoke, remarked, "Kid, don't celebrate too early. The battle has just begun." The combat raged on in the darkness, the flames and shouts weaving into a magnificent tapestry of valor. Yun Huan observed the battlefield keenly from his elevated position, silently calculating the next move. The Federation's strength was formidable, but our will is stronger. His voice was low, yet imbued with boundless strength. Bai Lingwei stood beside him, gently grasping his hand. "We will prevail." Yun Huan nodded, his gaze resolute as the stars. "Yes, we shall undoubtedly emerge victorious." Chapter 44. Baptism by blood and fire. The howling winds swept dust across the entire camp of Grey Shadow Star. The sky above torn asunder by the flames of battle, shattering the darkness into fragments of crimson. Cannon fire roared from the Federation fleet, raining down like meteors upon the earth, the explosions echoing incessantly. The defenses at the camp's perimeter were on the brink of collapse, metal plates twisted and deformed, the scorched earth riddled with deep craters. Every inch of land bore witness to the brutality of combat. Yun Huan stood at the command platform, dust and wind clinging to him, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Despite the fatigue etched on his face, the fire of battle within his eyes burned ever brighter. The enemy was advancing from the southeast, their firepower intensifying. Bai Lingwei's voice carried urgency, the holographic map displaying red dots clustered like swarming ants, progressively encroaching upon the camp's perimeter. Cold Foam gritted his teeth. Tapping his fingers on the gun's grip, his tone tinged with reluctance. "If this continues, our defenses will surely be breached." Ling Lai, expressionless, redirected his gun, unleashing a torrent of energy beams that felled several approaching Federation soldiers. "If we can't hold, then we carve a bloody path," he stated coldly. "That can't hold." Yun Huan's gaze turned frigid, his voice as unyielding as steel. "We have no retreat. This is our homeland, and we must defend it." The sharp whistle pierced the air, drawing the camp's warriors' attention. That Gu Yuan raised his rifle high, his voice hoarse yet resonant with power. "Brothers, we have no retreat left. It is either fight or die." "Fight! Fight!" The warriors' roars reverberated between heaven and earth, as if to shatter the Federation's oppressive might. Han Yu stood amidst the crowd, palms clammy, breath quickening. Though the fear within still gnawed at him, the light in his eyes shone with unwavering determination. He gripped his energy gun tightly, his voice trembling yet resolute. I will not back down anymore. Remember, the gun in your hand is not just for you, but for everyone behind you." Gu Yuan patted Han Yu's shoulder, admiration evident in his gaze. The enemy's artillery intensified, the camp's defenses teetering on the brink. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing, prepared to execute the second plan, full counterattack. Finally, the moment had arrived. Cold Foam licked his lips, a hint of excitement illuminating his face. Bai Lingwei swiftly operated the control panel, issuing commands. Hidden artillery within the defenses slowly rose, their barrels trained on the encroaching Federation soldiers. "Open fire!" The thunderous roar shattered the silence. Searing flames ripping through the darkness, energy beams shooting from the artillery, obliterating the enemy's vanguard in an instant. The Federation soldiers' formation disintegrated, panic-stricken cries echoing in the chaos. "Counterattack! Break through!" Yun Huan commanded, leading the warriors forward. On the battlefield, shadows danced with flashing blades, gunfire falling like rain. Armed with an energy dagger, Yun Huan claimed the lives of his foes with each precise strike. His form moved like a specter through the enemy ranks. Actions both exact and lethal. Cold Foam followed closely behind, firing as he laughed. "Boss, if you keep this up, the enemy will think you're a reaper from hell." Yun Huan scoffed, his gaze sharp as a knife. They were meant to descend to hell. Ling Lai, a cold embodiment of a war god, fired with deadly accuracy, each shot laden with chilling intent. Bai Lingwei, commanding from the rear, guided the warriors in their coordinated efforts, her clear voice resonating through the comms. "Left flank. Pull back. Right flank. Provide cover. Do not give them a moment to breathe." Smoke from the battle filled the air, the scent of blood and burning lingering. Han Yu crouched behind a rock, his chest heaving, the gun in his hand trembling slightly. "Oh, not fear. Do not fear," he muttered to himself, striving to steady his breath. Suddenly, a Federation soldier charged from the side, weapon aimed at him. Han Yu's pupils dilated. Time seemingly frozen in that instant. Fire! Gu Yuan's voice thundered in his ears. Han Yu squeezed the trigger, a beam striking the soldier squarely in the chest. The soldier collapsed, eyes wide, his weapon clattering to the ground. Han Yu gasped for air, elation and fear flickering in his eyes. I did it. Gu Yuan nodded, his voice steady. Remember, you're no longer who you once were. The Federation soldiers' lines began to waver. The Resistance's counterattack gaining momentum. Yun Huan's gaze blazed like lightning across the battlefield, his voice steady and commanding. Continue advancing, utterly crush them. The warriors' morale ignited, their roars shaking the heavens, reverberating like thunder. The Federation commander turned pale, his voice trembling. Retreat! Fall back quickly! The battle finally concluded. The Federation soldiers scattered in disarray, fleeing Gray Shadow Star that on the ground. The warriors collapsed in exhaustion, yet every face radiated the joy of victory. Yun Huan, surveying the crowd from his elevated position, spoke in a low, resolute tone. This victory has been earned through your blood and sweat. Yet the war is not over. The road ahead remains long. Bai Lingwei approached him, softly stating, Having come this far, we will surely reach the end. Cold Fong laughed heartily, stretching lazily. Finally, we can rest for a bit. Ling Lai shot him a cold glance. Do not grow complacent. The next battle will come swiftly. Han Yu stood amidst the throng, the light in his eyes unwavering, and he sensed that within him, strength had burgeoned beyond measure compared to before Dadae's night fell. The bonfire rekindled. The night sky of Gray Shadow Star sparkled with stars, a testament to the unoppressed light of freedom. Yun Huan clenched his fists, silently vowing, The darkness shall be torn asunder. Light will surely illuminate every oppressed soul. Chapter 45. The abyss of deep blue deep within the Annihilation Gorge. Silence reigned supreme. Towering stone walls loomed, shrouded in eerie blue mist that floated like specters, intertwining with the jagged rocks, emitting a faint luminescence. A chilling wind swept through, carrying a damp coldness, as if countless icy hands were gently tugging at one's skin. Yun Huan stood atop a protruding rock, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the dense fog ahead. His dark hair billowed in the wind, a steadfast and resilient aura coalescing between his brows. Bai Lingwei stood beside him, her eyes shimmering with a ghostly blue light, her voice low. The energy fluctuations are intensifying. The very fabric of space here seems to be tearing apart. Cold Fong shrugged his shoulders, a smirk gracing his lips. This place is so eerie it sends shivers down one's spine. If I were a ghost, I wouldn't want to dwell here either. Enough with your nonsense. Ling Lai shot him a cold glance, his hand resting on the hilts of his twin blades, his expression vigilant. Gu Yuan took a deep breath, his fists clenched tightly, his voice booming like thunder. Spare us the chatter. Prepare for battle. Yun Huan nodded, his gaze sharp as a blade. We have but one objective. Seize the core of the Annihilation Mine. No matter what transpires, retreat is not an option. The group echoed in unison. Understood. The team advanced slowly, their footsteps crunching on the gravel, producing a faint rustling sound, as if disturbing the sinister spirits lurking in the shadows. The energy fluctuations in the air intensified, akin to countless tiny currents surging across their skin. Yun Huan narrowed his eyes, peering into the darkness ahead. There a ghostly blue aura flickered in and out of sight, resembling a colossal eye observing them from the abyss. Do you feel that? Bai Lingwei whispered. Yun Huan nodded slightly. The Annihilation Mine ahead is emitting some unstable energy. The danger draws nearer, Ling Lai remarked in a low voice, applying slight pressure to the hilt of his blade. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed from the thick fog. Hiss! The ground trembled slightly, and countless dark figures emerged from the mist, the Annihilation giant lizard, massive in size. With scales of a ghostly blue hue, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint, that they're here. Cold Fang's eyes sparkled with excitement, a wicked grin forming on his lips. Perfect for warming up, Yun Huan cautioned. Be careful. These giant lizards are stronger than those we encountered before. The battle erupted instantaneously. Kill, Gu Yuan bellowed, his fists enveloped in true energy, akin to two flames, striking fiercely at the leading giant lizard. Boom! The lizard was sent flying several meters, crashing against the rock wall with a dull thud. Cold Fong raised his energy rifle, pulling the trigger. Pew pew pew! A barrage of searing energy beams shot forth. striking the lizard's head, ghostly blue blood splattering everywhere. Bai Lingwei stood at the rear, clutching her energy gun, her eyes sharp. Every shot she fired found its mark at the lizard's vital points. Ling Lai's figure flickered in the darkness, his dual blades dancing like silver lightning. With each slash, a life was extinguished. Yun Huan wielded an energy dagger, weaving through the horde of giant lizards like a wraith, each flash of his blade sending lizards crashing to the ground. However, the numbers of Annihilation giant lizards seemed endless, as if they were inexhaustible. This cannot continue, Gu Yuan gasped, sweat trickling down his forehead. Bai Lingwei's eyes flickered with urgency. They're stalling for time. Yun Huan's gaze turned icy. The target is us. We must not allow them to succeed. Cold foam. Cover me. Yun Huan commanded, darting towards the direction of the Annihilation mine. Understood. Cold foam grinned, his energy rifle unleashing a frenzied barrage to clear the path for Yun Huan. Yun Huan moved like lightning, his dagger gleaming coldly as he dispatched the lizards blocking his way. Soon, he reached the core of the Annihilation mine. Before him floated a massive energy crystal, radiating a ghostly blue light that distorted the surrounding space. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, the true energy within him surging violently. Break! He swung his dagger fiercely, piercing the energy crystal. Boom! The crystal erupted with a resounding blast, cracks sprawling across its surface as a torrent of chaotic energy surged forth. The Annihilation giant lizards let out anguished wails, collapsing and writhing before dissolving into pools of blood. We did it. Cold foam shouted, exhilaration evident in his voice. Yet, just then, a chilling voice echoed through the air. An impressive discovery, but this is where your journey ends. Yun Huan's expression shifted dramatically as he turned abruptly, that a silver figure emerged slowly from the fog, clad in shimmering silver armor that glinted ominously in the ghostly light. The captain of the Federal Special Forces, Bai Yi. Bai Yi smirked coldly. A mere swarm of ants, daring to covet the Annihilation mine. Yun Huan's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his voice icy. What we intend to take. No one can stop that. That's so. Bai Yi drew his energy sword, its blade shimmering with a chilling light. The air thickened with tension, a murderous intent enveloping the valley, that a battle was imminent. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, his true energy surging wildly. Prepare for combat. He roared, his figure darting forward like a flash of lightning, the dagger aimed directly at Bai Yi's heart. Bai Yi chuckled, his form shifting, the energy sword thrusting towards Yun Huan's throat. The dagger and sword clashed, igniting a shower of blinding sparks. Clang! The two swiftly separated, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. This clash not only determined their fates, but the destiny of the entire resistance. Chapter 46. The dark currents of the void deep within the Annihilation Canyon. The ghostly blue fog hung like a curtain, obscuring vision and concealing unknown dangers. Scattered stones littered the damp, cold ground, each step taken upon the irregular rocks producing creaks and groans, as if traversing the back of some colossal beast. Yun Huan stood at the forefront of the team, his black combat attire clinging to his form, his gaze sharp and frigid. With each step, his hand instinctively rested on the energy dagger at his waist, as though it provided a modicum of reassurance that he took a deep breath, the chill rushing through his nostrils. Sharpening his senses, Bai Lingwei followed closely behind, her energy detector glowing with a pale blue light, the waves on the display indicating the intensity of energy fluctuations. The energy fluctuations are growing stronger. Bai Lingwei murmured, her tone laced with unease. The space here seems distorted by some force. We must proceed with caution. Ji Yuan clenched his fists, a fierce glint flickering in his eyes. Whatever ghastly creature it may be, we'll smash it to pieces upon its arrival. Cold Foam raised his energy rifle, shrugging with a grin. Don't speak so ominously. I specialize in dealing with such ghastly creatures. Stay alert, Ling Lai warned coldly, his hands resting naturally at his sides, fingers slightly curled, ready to draw his blade at a moment's notice. Their banter, while seemingly lighthearted, belied the tension coursing through each of them. The core area of the Annihilation Canyon concealed both their objective and unknown peril. Yun Huan's gaze sharpened, his voice low and resolute. We are nearing the core of the Annihilation Mine. Regardless of what we encounter, maintain formation and do not stray. The team pressed onward, the dense fog swirling like a tide. occasionally revealing flickering, ghostly blue points of light, akin to countless eyes watching intently. Suddenly, Bai Lingwei's detector emitted a frantic series of beeps, the energy fluctuation on the screen skyrocketing, the numbers fluctuating wildly. "Something is approaching," she exclaimed, her complexion shifting. Yunhuan immediately raised his hand, signaling the team to halt, every member holding their breath, eyes fixated on the fog ahead. Rustle, 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 a faint sound of scraping emerged, reminiscent of scales dragging across the ground as some creature crawled. In the next moment, the fog was torn apart by a fierce wind, and dozens of dark figures erupted from within. It was a horde of annihilation giant lizards, each exceeding 3 meters in length, their bodies cloaked in ghostly blue scales, eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glow. Their tongues flickered erratically, sharp fangs glinting ominously. "That they're here." Cold Fang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he raised his hand to pull the trigger. Pew pew pew, a volley of searing energy beams shot forth, striking the leading giant lizard. The lizard's scales were instantly scorched, emitting a piercing scream of agony. Jiu Yuan roared, swinging his fists, true energy swirling around them like 2 blazing flames. Bang! A punch struck the lizard's head, deforming it instantly, blood splattering as it collapsed, twitching a few times before falling still. Bai Lingwei stood in the center of the team, energy gun in hand, aiming at every exposed vulnerability of the lizards. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire rang out in succession, every bullet finding its mark in the lizard's vital spots. Her movements were proficient and composed, akin to a finely tuned machine. Ling Lai maneuvered across the battlefield, his dual blades slicing through the air, each strike accompanied by the fall of a giant lizard. Yun Huan, wielding his energy dagger, moved like a specter, each thrust aimed directly at the lizard's vital points. The dagger scraped against the scales, producing a shrill sound. Ghostly blue blood splattering onto the ground with a hissing, corrosive noise that don't linger in battle. "Resolve this swiftly," Yun Huan urged coldly. "Understood," the others replied in unison. Yet the number of giant lizards seemed inexhaustible. For every batch they felled, another emerged from the mist. "How can we not finish these creatures?" Cold Fang gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Bai Lingwei scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. Suddenly noticing something, her expression shifting. "They're stalling for time." Yun Huan furrowed his brow, speaking gravely. "What are they covering for?" At that moment, a low, resonant humming reverberated through the fog, reminiscent of some colossal machine in operation. Then, the ground began to tremble violently, a ghostly blue beam of light shooting skyward from the depths of the canyon, tearing through the darkness. "It's the energy core of the Annihilation Mine," Bai Lingwei exclaimed. Yun Huan's gaze sharpened, his expression steely. "The target is ahead. Charge!" "Yes." The squad swiftly adjusted their formation and charged towards the direction of the radiant column. The Annihilation behemoths surged forth like a relentless tide. Yet their pace showed not the slightest sign of faltering. In each individual's eyes, a resolute glimmer shone brightly. In the core area of the Annihilation Mine, an ethereal blue beam shot skyward, warping the very fabric of the surrounding space. Beneath this luminous column, a colossal crystal hovered silently, emanating a terrifying wave of energy. Surrounding the crystal, over a dozen Federal Special Operations soldiers clad in silver armor stood poised for battle. The leader among them was a stern-faced, middle-aged man. Intricate runes etched upon his silver armor, his gaze radiating a frigid light. "The Federal Special Operations Team, Bai Yi," Yun Huan murmured, a hint of trepidation flickering in his eyes. A cold smile crept across Bai Ye's lips as he spoke with a chilling arrogance. "You have finally arrived." Yun Huan tightened his grip on his dagger, his voice unwavering and forceful. "What we seek to take, no one can stop." Bai Yi responded with a mocking scoff. "Then let us see if you possess the capability." In an instant, the air thickened with tension as the intent to kill permeated the canyon. Combat was imminent. In the heart of the Annihilation Canyon, the azure beam soared into the heavens, refracting eerie ripples through the thick mist. Yun Huan's gaze was locked upon Bai Yi, an intangible pressure emanating from him, instilling a sense of extraordinary peril. This man was not merely the captain of the Federal Special Operations Team. He was a formidable force of unfathomable strength. The atmosphere seemed to solidify as the breaths of the team members grew shallow, beads of sweat forming in their palms. Bai Ye's lips curled into a slight smirk, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. You rebels truly overestimate your worth. Enough with the idle chatter, Yun Huan retorted coldly, his dagger vibrating slightly, a faint halo shimmering upon its blade. Bai Ye's pupils constricted, his expression sharpening. You seek death. Before the words left his lips, his figure erupted forth like a silver bolt of lightning, dashing towards Yun Huan, his energy sword slicing through the air in a dazzling arc aimed at Yun Huan's heart. Yun Huan sidestepped narrowly, evading the deadly strike, while simultaneously countering with a backhanded sweep of his dagger, a flash of cold light grazing Bai Ye's shoulder. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying in a brilliant display. The swiftness of Bai Ye's assault sent a tremor of alarm through Yun Huan. This adversary was likely stronger than himself, continued to destroy the energy core. I will handle this, Yun Huan commanded in a low voice, determination flashing in his eyes. Boss, Cold Foam exclaimed, a hint of urgency evident, and no time for hesitation. Yun Huan barked go. Bai Lingwei gritted her teeth, inhaling deeply. We move. Complete the mission. Gu Yuan, Cold Foam, and Ling Lai followed closely behind Bai Lingwei, racing towards the luminous column. Bai Yi chuckled coldly, a glint of amusement in his gaze. Your team will not escape. That will depend on your ability to stop me. Yun Huan's voice was icy as he propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from its bow, directly targeting Bai Yi. Bai Yi snorted dismissively, the energy sword in his hand flaring with intensity as it collided once more with Yun Huan's dagger. Clang! Sparks erupted as their figures twirled through the air, their speed leaving only afterimages in their wake. Yun Huan's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down his brow as he understood that in a one-on-one confrontation, he was no match for Bai Yi. He needed to buy time for his comrades to fulfill their mission. Bai Yi seemed to read his thoughts, a cold smile gracing his lips. Buying time? A futile endeavor. Before his words had fully dissipated, his body suddenly erupted with a ferocious energy, silver light coalescing around him to form a protective barrier. Yun Huan's pupils dilated, a sense of dread washing over him. Was this domain power? Bai Ye's voice was merciless. Do you truly believe you can escape from my grasp? He raised his hand. Fingers splayed, an invisible pressure converging from all directions, pinning Yun Huan firmly in place. Yun Huan felt as though invisible chains had ensnared his body, each breath becoming a struggle. This force was beyond the realm of the starry universe. Shock coursed through him, yet he maintained his composure. It is time to end this. Bai Ye's voice was frigid as he lifted his energy sword, its tip aimed menacingly at Yun Huan's throat. In that critical moment, a silver flash descended from above, striking forcefully against Bai Ye's back. Boom! Bai Yi was knocked back several steps, his shield shattering instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Huan broke free from the oppressive force and retreated swiftly, creating distance between himself and Bai Yi. Who? Bai Ye's countenance darkened, rage flickering in his eyes. That a tall figure emerged slowly from the mist, clad in silver-white armor, his countenance handsome yet austere, eyes sparkling with intelligence. It seems your domain is not as formidable as you believed, the newcomer said calmly. Yun Huan gazed at him in astonishment. Who are you? The figure offered a slight smile, his eyes deep with wisdom, an ally. Bai Ye's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty as he coldly replied, Those who meddle in affairs that do not concern them seldom live long. Is that so? The newcomer smiled gently, a silver light sword materializing in his hand, runes glowing upon its blade, exuding an aura of righteousness. That a flicker of wariness crossed Bai Ye's eyes as he retorted coldly, Consider yourselves fortunate. But this war is far from over. With that, his form transformed into a silver streak, vanishing into the mist. Yun Huan exhaled a sigh of relief, turning his gaze towards the mysterious figure. Thank you. The figure smiled slightly. No need for thanks. Our goals align. Yun Huan nodded, determination glistening in his eyes. Let us proceed. Our mission remains unfinished. That I end the core area of the Annihilation Mine. The azure light continued to pulse, the energy fluctuations growing increasingly violent. Bai Lingwei stood before the crystal with her team, a resolute expression gracing her features. Destroy it, boom! Deafening roar echoed as the energy core of the Annihilation Mine was obliterated. The radiant column vanished instantaneously, plunging the entire canyon into darkness. Watching this unfold, Yun Huan felt a swell of hope within him. This war, we shall surely win. Chapter 47. The rising tide, the Annihilation Canyon fell into an eerie silence, the air thick with a faint scent of gunpowder. The remnants of the destroyed Annihilation Mine core sent aftershocks that distorted the very space itself. With the azure beam dissipated, the light within the canyon seemed consumed by darkness, leaving only a murky haze. Yun Huan stood upon a protruding rock, his gaze fixed intently into the distance. His black battle attire bore the scars of combat, revealing the blood seeping beneath, yet he paid it no mind. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. This war is far from over. Mission accomplished, yet why do I still feel uneasy? Cold Fong, shouldering his energy rifle, furrowed his brow and gazed skyward, murmuring, "This is the calm before the storm." Bai Lingwei remarked gravely, her loose strands of hair tousled by the cold wind, adding a touch of resilience to her demeanor, that we have destroyed the core of the Annihilation Mine, but the federal counterattack will not be so simple. Thus, we must withdraw swiftly. Ling Lai's voice remained steady, his eyes like two frozen pools, surveying their surroundings. Bai Yi would not relent easily. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, his voice unwavering. Immediate retreat to the Void Bastion. The group nodded, hastily gathering their equipment and making their way to the canyon's exit. However, each heart knew that while this mission had succeeded, the true crisis had only just begun down on the outskirts of the Annihilation Canyon. A dense thicket of black trees loomed silently, resembling a multitude of lurking beasts awaiting their prey. The shadows swayed in the gentle breeze, producing a rustling sound that sent chills down the spine. "There is something off about this forest," Gu Yuan whispered, his fists clenching tightly, muscles taut as iron. The forest served as both a natural barrier and a hidden ambush point. Bai Lingwei glanced at the detector, noting the energy fluctuations were exceedingly weak, that I cannot detect any anomalies. Yet therein lies the issue. Yun Huan narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze scanning the darkness, the sounds of the wind, rustling leaves, and distant heartbeats reaching his ears. Suddenly, he raised his right hand sharply, signaling everyone to halt. "There are others." His voice was low and resolute. Cold Foam gripped his rifle tightly. The smile that had once adorned his face vanished, replaced by a chilling intensity. "Where?" Ling Lai slowly unsheathed his twin blades, their edges reflecting faint glimmers of light. Yun Huan did not respond, taking a deep breath before softly uttering two words, "Be cautious that I am the next moment." The stillness of the forest erupted into a cacophony of piercing, whistling sounds. Countless shadows shot forth from the thickets, like arrows released from a bow, targeting Yun Huan and his companions. "Enemy attack!" Bai Lingwei shouted, swiftly activating her energy shield, a pale blue barrier unfurling before her. Boom! A barrage of metallic arrows clashed against the energy shield, producing a series of muffled thuds and sparks that its the federal mechanical crossbows. Cold Foam gritted his teeth, pulling the trigger, a searing beam of energy sweeping into the woods. Boom, boom, boom. The trees exploded upon impact, igniting into roaring flames. Illuminated by the firelight, the concealed Federal Special Operations soldiers were revealed. "Kill!" A low command echoed from the shadows as dozens of Federal soldiers, wielding energy swords, surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Battle formation. Yun Huan issued a fierce shout, propelling himself forward with great force. The dagger slicing through the air, tracing a chilling arc bang. The energy sword of a Federal soldier was deflected by the dagger, and Yun Huan seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to his chest. Sending him flying several meters, the Ji Yuan roared in fury, his fists swinging as the gusts of his punches repelled several enemies. Lung Feng stood at the rear of the formation, his rifle firing in rapid succession, each bullet striking true at the enemy's vital points. Bai Lingwei provided support. Yun Huan commanded in a low voice. Bai Lingwei swiftly adjusted her energy guns mode, switching to sniper mode, holding her breath as she aimed at the distant enemy commander. Bang! A blue beam cut through the darkness, striking its target with precision, causing the enemy commander to collapse. "Well done." Lung Feng gave a thumbs up. However, the enemy's assault showed no signs of abating. In fact, it grew increasingly ferocious. "That we are surrounded," Ling Lai stated calmly, his twin blades glimmering ominously in the dark. Yun Huan gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "That we must break through." His voice was cold and resolute. At that moment, a deep, mocking laughter echoed from the depths of the forest. Breakthrough? Do you truly believe that is possible? Yun Huan's expression shifted, and he abruptly looked up. The silver battle armor shimmered in the firelight as Bai Yi slowly emerged, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You have nowhere left to run. Bai Ye's voice was icy and self-assured. Yun Huan tightened his grip on the dagger, determination flickering in his eyes like two swords piercing the darkness. Then let us fight to the bitter end. Bai Yi scoffed, a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly delusional. The air was thick with the heavy scent of bloodlust as the curtain of battle was drawn once more. The night was deep. In the dark woods outside the Annihilation Canyon loomed like a colossal cage, trapping Yun Huan and his companions within. Flames danced among the branches, casting dim shadows, while the atmosphere was charged with tension and a sense of impending doom. Bai Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the silver armor reflecting a chilling light, a look of disdain on his face. The rebels, you are merely flailing in your death throes. Yun Huan's grip on the dagger tightened, cold sweat pooling in his palm, but his gaze remained sharp, like two blades piercing the night. Do not let him provoke you. He is buying time, Bai Lingwei whispered, quietly switching her energy gun to high explosive mode. Did I know? Yun Huan's lips quivered slightly, his voice as frigid as frost, yet he underestimated us as well. Bai Yi slowly raised his hand, gesturing, and the surrounding federal special forces swiftly spread out, forming a tight encirclement around Yun Huan and his companions. Since you refuse to surrender, allow me to send you on your way. Bai Ye's tone was flat, yet it carried an undeniable aura of lethal intent. Before his words had fully dissipated, his figure darted forth like a specter, the energy sword in his hand, transforming into a silver flash aimed directly at Yun Huan's heart. Yun Huan's eyes narrowed, evading to the side and retaliating with a swift thrust of his dagger, the cold light grazing Bai Ye's arm, only to be blocked by his energy shield. Clang! The jarring sound of metal clashing rang out, their figures intertwining in an instant, stirring up a fierce wind. His speed has increased beyond measure, Yun Huan thought to himself, his eyes flashing with calm resolve. Bai Yi sneered, your end is nigh. As soon as the words left his lips, he vanished once more, reappearing behind Lung Feng with his energy sword raised high. Lung Feng, watch out, Bai Lingwei cried out. Lung Feng reacted with lightning speed, spinning around to raise his gun, unleashing a torrent of energy beams. Boom! Bai Ye's sword was forced to halt, yet the tremendous backlash sent Lung Feng hurtling several meters, crashing heavily against a tree. Lung Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. Lung Feng. Gu Yuan roared, rushing forward, his fists ablaze with intense energy, striking at Bai Yi. Bai Yi disdainfully snorted, waving his hand, an invisible force repelling Gu Yuan. Futile struggles, Bai Ye's voice dripped with coldness. Your efforts will only hasten death's arrival. Yun Huan's pupils constricted slightly. Bai Ye's power had already surpassed their understanding. Our current strength is utterly insufficient to contend with him, he pondered inwardly, cold sweat breaking out upon his forehead. Yet he knew full well that to surrender now would lead to certain death. Just then a low, resonant hum suddenly reverberated through the heavens and earth, as if some ancient power were awakening. Bai Ye's expression flickered, glancing skyward, a hint of confusion passing through his eyes. What is that sound? Bai Lingwei murmured that a strange sensation surged within Yun Huan, as if something were summoning him. The others stood bewildered. The ground began to tremble slightly, and ethereal blue beams of light slowly emerged from the earth, coalescing into a luminous veil that enveloped Yun Huan and his companions. This the residual energy of the Annihilation Vein. Bai Lingwei exclaimed in astonishment. No, this power is far older, Yun Huan whispered, his eyes shimmering with complexity. Bai Ye's countenance shifted between shadow and light, sensing the unfathomable rules embedded within this power. This is impossible, he bellowed, abruptly swinging his sword at the luminous veil. However, the instant the energy sword made contact, it was repelled by an unseen force. Yun Huan felt his internal energy begin to stir, resonating with that force, as though it sought to tear his very being apart. Yun Huan, Bai Lingwei cried out anxiously. I am fine. Yun Huan gritted his teeth, sweat trickling down his forehead, yet his gaze grew increasingly bright. That moment, he sensed a new threshold beckoning him, as if crossing it would grant him a glimpse of a higher realm of power. Bai Ye's eyes gleamed with madness. You shall not break through. He charged at Yun Huan, intent on completely annihilating him before he could ascend. Stop him. Yun Huan shouted to Jiu Yuan, Bai Lingwei, and Ling Lai surged forward without hesitation, engaging Bai Yi in fierce combat. Yun Huan sat cross-legged, closing his eyes, his mind sinking inward to commune with that vast and unfamiliar power. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, the sounds of battle fading into the distance. In Yun Huan's consciousness, a sea of stars unfurled slowly, brilliant celestial bodies twinkling around him, distant and enigmatic. Did I ask this the power of a higher order? He mused, the energy within him flowing gently, intertwining and resonating with the starry expanse. In an instant, his body felt as if it transformed into a meteor, shattering some invisible shackles and entering an entirely new realm. When he opened his eyes once more, faint starlight shimmered within his pupils. Bai Yi was locked in combat with Gu Yuan and the others when he suddenly sensed a shift in Yun Huan's aura, causing his heart to clench. You have broken through? Yun Huan rose slowly, the dagger in his hand enveloped in a soft starlight, emanating a sharp and formidable presence. That it is time to conclude this. His voice was calm, yet it bore an irresistible authority. Chapter 48. The shattered sea of stars. The dark woods outside the Annihilation Canyon still reeked of gunpowder and bloodlust. The flickering flames cast a somber light upon every face, heightening the gravity of the moment. Yun Huan stood slowly, the starlight flickering in his eyes, seemingly connecting him to the world around him. His aura had undergone a subtle transformation, one that defied verbal description. Each person could sense the deeper, more profound power within him, akin to an infinite sea of stars in the night sky. Mysterious and majestic. The mockery in Bai Ye's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a palpable wariness that he gripped his energy sword tightly, for the first time feeling a twinge of fear towards this young rebel. Do you think this changes anything? Bai Yi said coldly, his tone betraying a hint of barely concealed panic. Yun Huan offered no reply, merely raising his dagger with deliberate slowness. Under the interplay of firelight and starlight, the dagger seemed to become the brightest star in the cosmos. Your game is over. Yun Huan's voice was eerily calm, yet it contained a suffocating power. Bai Ye's expression shifted slightly, and he growled. You seek death. In the next moment, his form transformed into a silver flash, darting toward Yun Huan like a bolt of lightning. The energy sword sliced through the air, producing a piercing whistle. However, this time, Yun Huan did not evade. His gaze remained tranquil as he shifted his body slightly, the dagger gliding effortlessly. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed, as Bai Ye's energy sword was deflected, while Yun Huan's dagger carved a faint fissure upon his shield. Bai Ye's pupils constricted in disbelief, staring at Yun Huan. This is impossible. Yun Huan replied coolly, your domain is but this. Enraged, Bai Yi launched another charge, the energy surging violently upon his blade, morphing into a roaring silver beast. Buzz! Yun Huan's gaze sharpened, the starlight on his dagger shining brightly as he moved with the grace of the wind, plunging into the maelstrom of energy. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, dust swirling as trees splintered into fragments. When the smoke cleared, everyone beheld Yun Huan standing firm, while Bai Yi staggered back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This kid is truly broken through. Did I end the hushed whispers of the White Knight? Disbelief flickered in his eyes. Yun Huan's countenance bore no trace of smugness. He understood that he had merely crossed a threshold, while the depths of Bai Ye's power remained unfathomable. Your failure lies not in strength, but in your arrogance. Yun Huan's voice was cold and detached. Bai Ye's face turned ashen. The energy sword in his grasp trembled slightly. He had never anticipated feeling threatened in the presence of such insignificant beings. I will not lose, Bai Yi gritted his teeth, as the energy within him surged violently, coalescing into spirals of silver light around him. That a sense of foreboding settled in Yun Huan's heart. He sensed Bai Yi was burning his vitality for a fleeting surge of power. He is desperate, Bai Lingwei exclaimed, a flicker of concern in her eyes. Lung Feng, Gu Yuan, take Bai Lingwei and leave. Yun Huan commanded, his gaze firmly fixed on Bai Yi. No, we cannot abandon you. Lung Feng shouted vehemently. That is an order. Yun Huan's voice rang out, resolute and undeniable. That a fleeting pain crossed Bai Lingwei's eyes, but she resolutely nodded. We shall depart. Lung Feng and Gu Yuan gritted their teeth and followed by Ling Wei. Hastening towards the edge of the forest, Bai Yi sneered. Can you escape? With a sudden, forceful sweep of his right hand, a silver flash sliced towards the retreating trio like a blade. Not on my watch. Yun Huan propelled himself forward, becoming a mere shadow that shielded his companions from Bai Yi. The clash of their powers erupted with a deafening roar. Yun Huan was hurled by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yun Huan, Bai Ling Wei cried out. Slowly, Yun Huan rose, his gaze unwavering. Leave now. Bai Yi scoffed. You are truly foolish to sacrifice yourself for them. Wiping the blood from his lips, Yun Huan managed a faint smile. It is precisely for that reason that I cannot afford to lose. That a flicker of unease crossed Bai Ye's eyes. He suddenly felt an unsettling power emanating from this young man. Not from strength, but from an indomitable belief. It is time to end this game. Bai Ye's voice turned frigid. He raised his hand, and the surrounding silver rings began to whirl rapidly, conjuring a cataclysmic force. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, feeling the nascent power within him awaken, his gaze becoming increasingly serene. Come at me. Under the fiery glow, the figures of the two men collided like meteors. The explosion of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the entire forest. The aftermath of their battle reverberated through the air, as if narrating an unavoidable destiny. Their silhouettes clashed amidst the interplay of light and shadow, sparks flying as the violent energy uprooted the surrounding trees, transforming them into a cascade of debris. The wind howled, acrid smoke enveloped the area, as if the very space itself were lamenting. Yun Huan's arms tingled with numbness. The dagger he held trembled in his grasp, nearly slipping from his fingers. Opposite him, Bai Ye's silver armor bore several gashes, blood seeping forth. Yet his eyes grew colder, his murderous intent intensified. Your struggles are futile, Bai Yi smirked, a hint of cruelty lacing his voice. Yun Huan took a deep breath, gradually steadying his breath, the energy coursing through his veins akin to a flickering flame struggling to ignite amidst a tempest. Yet within his heart, that belief burned fiercely that I cannot fall. I still have comrades to protect. His gaze was as frigid as ice, yet deep within, a searing flame raged. Bai Ye's eyes glimmered with mockery as he suddenly raised his hand, the energy sword emitting a piercing hum that I in the next moment. His figure vanished, transforming into a streak of silver lightning. Yun Huan's instincts kicked in as he sidestepped, narrowly evading the silver blade that grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Not fast enough, Bai Yi mocked, unleashing a flurry of strikes that bore down upon Yun Huan like a tempest. Yun Huan's eyes narrowed, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he dodged. Each movement a razor-thin escape that in an instant. He perceived countless sword lights, weaving a web of death that ensnared him. It ends now. Bai Yi roared, raising his energy sword high, converging it into a blinding beam of light before striking down. The ground trembled under a cataclysmic force, a chasm several meters deep carved into the earth, dust swirling. Yet as the dust began to settle, Bai Ye's pupils dilated in shock. Yun Huan still stood firm, his knees slightly bent, the dagger embedded in the ground to support his weight. Cold sweat trickled down his face, yet his gaze remained sharp, even exuding an eerie calmness. You, Bai Ye's words faltered as Yun Huan's lips curved into a faint smile. Bai Yi, you are too hasty. Before the words could fully escape, Yun Huan's form suddenly vanished, a starlit dagger slicing through the air, aimed directly at Bai Ye's throat. Bai Ye's expression turned to one of horror as he swung his sword to block. Clang! The violent clash of metal echoed, and Bai Ye's energy sword was knocked from his grasp, soaring through the air and embedding itself deep into the ground. How is this possible? Bai Ye's complexion turned pale, disbelief flooding his mind. Yun Huan gradually straightened, the starlight in his eyes deepening, as if an infinite cosmos flowed within. Your power is formidable, yet your arrogance blinds you, Yun Huan calmly stated. Bai Ye's face shifted through shades of green and white, humiliation and rage swelling within him. That no, I shall not be defeated by someone like you, he bellowed, lunging at Yun Huan with fists propelled by a tempest of energy. Yun Huan's gaze sharpened, his right hand slowly rising, starlight swirling around the dagger as an overwhelming force surged from within him. This must come to an end. he murmured, the dagger soaring through the air like a shooting star. Thud! A splatter of blood erupted as Bai Yi froze in place. His eyes wide with disbelief, then he glanced down at the dagger lodged in his chest, his lips quivering. How could this? Yun Huan withdrew the dagger slowly, his gaze tranquil. Because you fell victim to your own arrogance. Bai Yi swayed unsteadily, ultimately collapsing. The light in his eyes dimming, but a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The wind howled past, carrying away the last remnants of smoke and malice. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, lifting his gaze toward his distant comrades. Bai Lingwei, Lung Feng, and Gu Yuan stood there, smiles of survival gracing their faces. Boss! Lung Feng shouted, rushing over, his eyes alight with excitement that you've endured well. Yun Huan replied, a weary smile crossing his lips. Bai Lingwei approached him, gently patting his shoulder. Well done. Yun Huan met her gaze, nodding with determination. This battle was merely the beginning. More challenges awaited them in the future. The group silently acknowledged one another, their eyes shining with resolve. The distant sky gradually brightened, the dawn breaking the darkness, illuminating the ruins of the Annihilation Canyon. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, feeling the surge of new power within him, his heart brimming with hope, and no matter how arduous the path ahead, they would continue onward. Chapter 49. The Whispers of the Stars. As dawn approached, the ruins of the Annihilation Canyon lay beneath a gentle light, casting a warm, golden hue over the shattered earth. In the sweltering air, everything was shrouded in silence, as if the previous slaughter had merely been a nightmare. Yun Huan's gaze drifted towards the distance, the starlight in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by profound contemplation. Bai Ye's lifeless body lay not far away, his silver armor dulled and devoid of luster. Once a member of the elite Federal Special Forces, he now lay as a cold corpse. Has it ended? Lung Feng approached, his voice weary. Only the beginning. Yun Huan shook his head slightly, his eyes icy. They would not let this matter rest. Bai Lingwei gazed at Bai Ye's body, softly remarking, he was merely a pawn. Manipulated by a greater mastermind who is our true enemy, that we must leave here swiftly. To Ji Yuan scanned the surroundings cautiously, urgency in his tone. The commotion here was too loud. Federal reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Yun Huan nodded, retracting his gaze, and murmured, let us go. The group quickly composed themselves, retreating along the narrow path at the canyon's edge. Each understood that this battle was not concluded. They were merely gathering strength for the next confrontation. As they traversed the Annihilation Canyon, they entered a dense forest. The morning dew soaked their garments, yet no one complained. They pressed on silently. Bai Lingwei looked at Yun Huan, unable to restrain her curiosity. In that fleeting moment, what did you feel? Yun Huan paused for a moment before responding, a broader power, as if the universe were whispering. His voice carried an ethereal quality, as though he were still immersed in that wondrous sensation. The universe whispers? Lung Feng scratched his head, a rueful smile spreading across his face. That sounds rather mystical. Perhaps it signifies a breakthrough, Gu Yuan murmured, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Yun Huan fell silent. He could not articulate the profound insight he had experienced in that moment. The sensation is akin to a dormant power within the body awakening, both nebulous and tangible. Deep within the jungle, an abandoned encampment lies concealed amidst the dense foliage. This is a temporary stronghold established by the resistance. With several tents scattered haphazardly across a clearing, beside a flickering campfire, a few injured soldiers are resting, the air imbued with a faint aroma of medicinal herbs. That you've returned. A youthful figure dashed over, his face radiating uncontainable joy. A's. Yun Huan smiled slightly, placing a reassuring hand on the boy's shoulder. Is everything well at the camp? Yes, but everyone is quite worried about you. A's grinned, his eyes reflecting admiration. That I heard you defeated the White Knight. That's truly remarkable. Yun Huan shook his head. The cost of victory is steep. This is merely a temporary respite. The mood of the group momentarily faltered, then fell into silence. Such is the life of the resistance. Behind every triumph lies a tapestry woven with blood and tears. Bai Lingwei gazed at the distant injured, her voice barely above a whisper. What shall we do next? Yun Huan's gaze deepened as he looked toward the distant sky, determination flickering in his eyes. The Federation's conspiracy remains unveiled. We require more intelligence and allies. Only by uniting more individuals can we hope to prevail in this war. But our manpower is limited, and resources are dwindling. Gu Yuan furrowed his brow. Yunhuan responded slowly. Thus, we must seek new allies. Lung Feng paused. Who can we still trust? Yunhuan's eyes sparkled with resolve. Interstellar exiles, the oppressed peripheral star systems, and even certain hidden factions that as long as they yearn for freedom, we can forge an alliance. Bai Lingwei inhaled deeply, nodding. I understand. But before that, we need to recuperate. That Yunhuan's voice was calm yet firm. The road ahead will be even more arduous. As night descended, the campfire flickered with an orange-red glow. Yunhuan sat alone upon a stone, gazing up at the stars that adorned the night sky. Countless twinkling lights shimmered, interweaving endless hope with despair. Suddenly, a beam of ethereal blue light streaked across the sky, vanishing in an instant. That Yunhuan's pupils constricted slightly, an unusual sensation stirring within him. What was that? He murmured, a premonition whispering in his heart that the light seemed to point towards something significant. Yunhuan, Bai Lingwei's voice broke through his reverie, that he turned to see her standing nearby, concern etched in her expression. Then aren't you going to rest? Yunhuan shook his head, responding softly. I am contemplating the path that lies ahead. Bai Lingwei approached and seated herself beside him, her gaze also fixed upon the night sky. That I believe in you, she whispered. Yunhuan was momentarily taken aback, then a smile graced his lips. Thank you. The two sat in silence. Yet their hearts were filled with unwavering resolve. In the distant starry expanse, a greater storm was brewing. The order of the cosmos was subtly shifting, new powers awakening, while Yunhuan and his comrades remained but a speck of dust in the face of calamity. Yet it is this speck that might stir the winds of change across the universe. Under the shroud of night, the camp's flickering fire cast a warm glow. Exhausted resistance fighters succumbed to a rare tranquility. Only the patrolling sentinels occasionally moved about, whispering among themselves. Yunhuan remained seated, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, where the ethereal blue light had long since faded, yet it left an indelible mark upon his soul. What did that light truly signify? Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, feeling the subtle power within him. That it felt as though a long-sealed door was slowly creaking open, revealing a world of vast possibilities beyond. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps nearby. Hush, be quiet. Don't wake the boss. That I know, just don't step on my foot. Yunhuan couldn't help but smile at the antics of Lung Feng and Gu Yuan as they stealthily approached. What are you two up to? Yunhuan chuckled. Lung Feng scratched his head sheepishly. Well, I couldn't sleep, so I came to see what you were doing. To Gu Yuan sighed, shaking his head. Clearly, it's you who can't sleep. Yet you dragged me along. Yunhuan's fatigue was momentarily dispelled by their humorous exchange. Then he gestured for them to sit. Lung Feng plopped down, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Boss, what were you just looking at? That blue light was really strange, and I'm not quite sure. Yunhuan replied thoughtfully, but I have a feeling that light is closely tied to our future. Your instincts are usually spot on, Gu Yuan remarked, before frowning. But if that light holds significance, how do we pursue it? Yunhuan pondered for a moment, then lifted his gaze to the heavens, determination igniting in his eyes. Perhaps we need to venture into the broader cosmos. The broader cosmos? Lung Feng blinked in surprise. Are you suggesting we leave this planet? Indeed, Yunhuan affirmed. The Federation's grip extends into every corner. We must discover new avenues, and those answers likely lie deep within the stars. Gu Yuan's eyes glimmered with contemplation. That is a monumental decision, that if we leave this planet, our retreat will be utterly severed. There is no retreat. Yunhuan's voice was resolute and cold since the moment we embarked on this rebellion. There has been no turning back. Lung Feng grinned. Well then, that is perfect. I've always wanted to embark on an interstellar adventure. Staying here while being hunted by the Federation is just dull. Ah, you're always so optimistic. Gu Yuan shook his head in exasperation, yet a glimmer of anticipation shone in his eyes. Yunhuan regarded them warmly. It was precisely because of comrades like these that they could continue to forge ahead through the darkness. Let us rest for the night. We shall begin preparations tomorrow. That a new journey is just commencing. The following morning, the camp was abuzz with activity. Members of the resistance busily packed their gear and checked their weapons. The atmosphere thick with tension and excitement. Bai Lingwei stood atop a rock, calling out, Everyone, we are about to embark on a new journey. This path is fraught with uncertainty and peril. yet it is our sole hope. The flame of resistance shall not be extinguished. Ace raised his fist high, his eyes ablaze with fervor. The flame of resistance will not be extinguished. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices reverberating through the jungle. Yunhuan stood at the forefront, surveying each youthful, steadfast face that, no matter what awaits us ahead, as long as we are together, we shall never surrender. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, spirits soaring high. Once preparations were complete, Yunhuan led the team on their new endeavor. They traversed the dense jungle, evading the Federation patrols, heading towards a hidden starport. The starport lay within an abandoned mine, unremarkable in appearance, yet it concealed the Resistance's hard-earned spacecraft within. "Boss, can this ship still fly?" Lung Feng questioned skeptically, tapping the ship's exterior. "That of course it can." Bai Lingwei shot him a glare. "This is our final trump card." Yunhuan approached the ship, inhaling deeply, his gaze resolute. "Let us board. Our new journey begins now." The hatch creaked open, and the group filed in. "Take off." The engines roared to life, the ship gradually ascending, breaking through the clouds and soaring into the boundless starry sea. In the vast universe, the stars sparkled like diamonds. Yunhuan stood in the cockpit, gazing at the enigmatic cosmos ahead, his heart brimming with hope and determination. And no matter the dangers that lay ahead, they would press on until they found the dawn of freedom. Chapter 50. Fractured signals. The ship sailed through the profound depths of space, surrounded by stars scattered like diamonds across the infinite darkness. Vast, silent, it seemed as if everything was brewing in silence, awaiting an unknown storm. In the cockpit, Yunhuan stood before the control panel, his expression grave as he observed the fluctuating data streams on the display. "Course confirmed. Destination: edge of the Tianshu star system," Bai Lingwei stated. Her voice calm, yet tinged with an undercurrent of tension as she examined the instruments. "Tianshu star system?" Lung Feng leaned forward from his seat, astonishment etched on his face. "That is infamous for being a lawless zone. Interstellar exiles, smugglers, bounty hunters all congregate there. It's a chaotic whirlpool. Exactly because of its chaos, the Federation's minions find it difficult to infiltrate." Yunhuan replied firmly that we need intelligence, we need allies. Only amidst chaos can we hope to find new breakthroughs. Gu Yuan scrutinized the star map, his brow furrowed. "But we don't have enough fuel that if we encounter trouble in the Tianshu star system, we might not even be able to escape. Let us take a gamble." Yunhuan took a deep breath, cold determination gleaming in his eyes. "We have no retreat. All right, we're used to dancing on the edge of a knife anyway." Lung Feng shrugged, a grin breaking across his face. "Let us consider it an adventure." The spacecraft traversed the cosmos, akin to a solitary leaf, vulnerable to being engulfed by the tempestuous winds of the universe at any moment. Yet, amidst this tranquil darkness, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly erupted. "Alert! Alert! Anomalous energy fluctuations detected, originating from the star field ahead." Bai Lingwei's countenance shifted dramatically as she deftly manipulated the instruments. "What is happening?" Yunhuan suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as daggers. Bai Lingwei's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, the data on the display flickering incessantly. Abruptly, a distorted wave of light materialized before them. "What is that?" Lung Feng widened his eyes, fixated on the enigmatic light wave. "It appears to be a signal, yet it does not belong to the Federation." That a hint of bewilderment tinged Bai Lingwei's voice. "It conveys some form of information, but we are unable to decipher it. Can we locate its source?" Yunhuan's brow furrowed deeper. "Yes, but it entails risk." Bai Lingwei bit her lip. "We must enter the distorted star field. We may encounter spatial turbulence." Yunhuan pondered for a moment before decisively stating, "Locate the source." Advanced at Gu Yuan's face paled slightly. "Are you certain? Spatial turbulence can tear apart even warships. The greater the danger, the more likely it conceals the answers we seek." Yunhuan's gaze was steely. "This time, we cannot retreat." Bai Lingwei took a deep breath and nodded. "Understood," adjusting course. The spacecraft trembled slightly, gradually steering toward the distorted light wave that as it entered the warped star field. The surrounding space began to spiral into chaos. Light was refracted into bizarre arcs, resembling a contorted canvas, evoking a profound sense of unease. "Maintain a steady course. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts." Yunhuan's voice exuded calmness. "It feels like a cosmic nightmare." Lung Feng swallowed hard. striving to suppress his inner dread. Enough idle chatter, focused at Gu Yuan's voice quivered slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute. Suddenly, the spacecraft lurched violently, the hull emitting a piercing screech of friction. The spatial turbulence has arrived. Bai Lingwei's complexion turned ashen, her fingers gripping the control stick tightly. Steady. Yun Huan gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The spacecraft shook violently in the turbulence, as if it might be torn apart at any moment. An invisible force seemed to tug at their bodies, their innards feeling as though they were being crushed to pieces. Hold on. We are almost there. A trace of desperation laced by Lingwei's voice. Yet her eyes still sparkled with determination. Just as the spacecraft was on the verge of being consumed by the turbulence, the space ahead suddenly warped, and then a ghostly blue light erupted, akin to a flower blooming in the darkness. "It is the signal source," Bai Lingwei exclaimed with delight. Yun Huan's gaze locked onto the light, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. "Charge forward." The spacecraft surged forward, piercing through the distorted space toward the ghostly blue glow. In an instant, it seemed as if the spacecraft had traversed an invisible barrier, and the landscape before them transformed abruptly. The surrounding distortions vanished, replaced by a serene starry sky. At the center of the celestial expanse floated a massive platform, radiating an ethereal blue light. "What is this place?" Lung Feng gaped, his face a mask of astonishment. That it appears to be some form of ruins or a signal transmission station from an ancient civilization. Bai Lingwei murmured, her eyes alight with excitement. Yun Huan's gaze deepened, slowly articulating. "We have found a new starting point." The spacecraft approached the floating platform, the blue light resembling fireflies in a tranquil yet mysterious river of stars. The surface of the platform was adorned with intricate patterns, appearing ancient and arcane, as if narrating a history too profound to articulate. The scan indicates that this platform seems to function as an interstellar relay station. Bai Lingwei's voice carried a hint of awe, yet its technology surpasses any civilization we are aware of. Yun Huan scrutinized the platform, his eyes sharp. "Can we determine the origin of its signal?" Bai Lingwei rapidly tapped the keyboard, data coursing across the screen, when suddenly her fingers halted, her eyes widening in shock. "This signal is requesting to connect with our spacecraft system." "What?" Lung Feng nearly leapt from his seat. "Could it be a trap?" "We cannot dismiss that possibility," Gu Yuan replied calmly. "However, if this is a remnant of an ancient civilization, we might glean vital technology or intelligence from it." Yun Huan pondered briefly, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. "Connected to we need answers." Acknowledged. Bai Lingwei inhaled deeply, pressing a button, and a stream of blue data extended from the platform, intertwining with the spacecraft systems. Instantly, the lights within the spacecraft flickered, and a haze of indistinct characters and symbols appeared on the screen. The system is decoding, beads of sweat forming on Bai Lingwei's forehead. The data is exceedingly complex. Yet they seem to convey some coordinates. Coordinates? Yun Huan's pupils constricted slightly. "Precisely." Bai Lingwei nodded, a hint of confusion in her gaze. "However, these coordinates do not point to any star system, but rather to a blank expanse of the universe." "A blank expanse of the universe?" Gu Yuan frowned. "What could possibly be there? Perhaps a concealed space or an entrance to a higher dimension." Yun Huan's voice was low and steady. "Whatever it may be, we must investigate. What if it's a trap?" Lung Feng swallowed hard, worry flickering in his eyes. "Risk is our norm," Yun Huan replied with a faint smile. "Without taking risks, we can never transcend our current predicament." Lung Feng sighed, shrugging. "Very well. Let us uncover what lies hidden in this blank space." The spacecraft adjusted its course, flying toward the unknown coordinates. The surrounding starlight gradually dimmed, the once scattered stars vanishing as if they were entering a realm forgotten by the universe. "This feels strange," Gu Yuan's brow furrowed, his gaze alert. "This does not resemble ordinary cosmic space, but rather a kind of forbidden zone." Bai Lingwei's fingers trembled slightly, her voice lowered. "The fluctuations in the energy field are becoming increasingly chaotic. Be cautious." Suddenly, a fissure-like glow appeared in the void ahead, a faint aura seeping through the warped space. "What is that?" Lung Feng's eyes widened. Fear etched across his face that it appears to be a spatial passage. Yun Huan's voice was calm and resolute. "Prepare to traverse." The The spacecraft gradually accelerated, charging toward the fissure. Just as they were about to cross, a powerful force of tugging surged forth, the spacecraft shaking violently. The alarm ringing piercingly. The stabilization system has failed. We are being dragged into an unknown space, Bai Lingwei screamed. Hold on. Yun Huan bellowed, gripping the handrail tightly as his body was nearly thrown off balance. The light erupted violently, and the spacecraft seemed to be seized by an invisible giant hand, thrust into another realm that in a desolate silence. The spacecraft gradually stabilized. Everyone gasped for breath, their faces reflecting the terror of the ordeal. Are we still alive? Lung Feng surveyed the surroundings, his voice trembling. It seems so, Gu Yuan said with a wry smile, wiping the sweat from his brow. But where exactly are we? Through the porthole, the scene outside took everyone's breath away. In the boundless starry sky, countless shattered stars floated, debris and dust swirling slowly in the darkness. The entire space seemed to have endured a cataclysmic devastation, silent and despairing. This is the graveyard of a star system. Bai Lingwei's voice quivered slightly. Yun Huan's gaze was deep and stern as he remarked, Here perhaps lies a hidden truth, Captain. There is something over there. Lung Feng suddenly pointed into the distance. His voice tinged with fear. Following his gesture, a colossal structure lay in ruins, quietly suspended in the cosmos. The building was dilapidated, yet remnants of its former grandeur were discernible. That it is a relic of some ancient civilization. Gu Yuan's voice trembled. Could this be the home of a civilization that has perished? Quite possibly, Yun Huan replied with a cold gaze. We shall investigate. The spacecraft approached the ruins slowly, the hatch opening gradually. The team donned their spacesuits and cautiously stepped into the interior of the relic. Among the crumbling walls, ancient texts and symbols were faintly visible. Each step felt heavy, as though they were treading upon the graves of history. What do these symbols convey? Bai Lingwei crouched down, scrutinizing the inscriptions on the walls. Yun Huan's gaze swept the surroundings. Suddenly, a hazy image surfaced in his mind. Destruction, despair, struggle, that a sense of tragic emotion surged within him. As if his chest were struck by a heavy hammer, nearly rendering him breathless, that a cataclysm of annihilation occurred here. Yun Huan murmured. Shall we continue? Lung Feng's voice bore an undertone of unease. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, determination gleaming in his eyes. Yes, the truth may lie ahead. They pressed onward, and at the end of the relic stood a massive sphere of light, slowly rotating and emitting a soft glow. This is Bai Lingwei's pupils contracted suddenly, a high-dimensional energy core. Yun Huan's heartbeat quickened. He understood that the secrets concealed here could potentially alter the fate of the entire universe. Chapter 51. The Return Through the Mist. The spaceship gradually docked within the ruins, where a cerulean energy core pulsated like the heart of a cosmic abyss, emanating a mysterious glow that cast an ethereal light upon the surrounding shattered metal walls. Taking a deep breath, Yun Huan felt as though he could sense the ancient aura suffusing this space. Whispers seemed to echo in his ears, sometimes distant, sometimes near, tightening his chest with unease. What civilization had left such a place behind? Gu Yuan looked up, his eyes betraying a mix of reverence and curiosity. Buried here were not merely the relics of a civilization, but also the truths long obscured by the passage of time. Bai Lingwei gently traced the symbols on the wall with her fingers. The intricate lines seemed to narrate ancient tales. Cold Feng's palms were clammy with sweat as he murmured, Are we unwittingly awakening something extraordinary? Don't be a jinx, Gu Yuan shot him a glare. Though he conceded, But you're not entirely wrong. Caution is always wise. With eyes ablaze with determination, Yun Huan declared, Whatever lies ahead, we must uncover it. Only by finding the truth can we hope to retaliate against the Federation and reclaim our freedom. Passing through a partially collapsed archway, the group entered the interior of the ruins. The space was vast and dim, with the ceiling adorned by crystals that had long lost their luster, resembling pairs of slumbering eyes watching the newcomers. These crystals appeared to have once served as a source of light. Bai Lingwei surveyed the surroundings, frowning as she remarked, If we can reactivate them, we might be able to discern the full scope of this place. Let me give it a try. Gu Yuan stepped forward, retrieving a toolbox and cautiously approaching one of the crystals. He gently tapped it a few times before inserting an energy conduit into its base. Activate. In an instant, a faint radiance emanated from the crystal, and then, As if awakened, the surrounding crystals ignited in sequence. The scene within the ruins finally came into focus. Yun Huan gazed at the sight before him. His pupils narrowing slightly, at the center of the grand hall stood a colossal statue. The statue's pose was both majestic and enigmatic, its arms raised high as if supporting something, with runes swirling above its head. Seemingly recounting an ancient oath, this statue appears to guard something, Bai Lingwei whispered. What it guards may be the answer we seek. Yun Huan advanced slowly, his gaze fixed intently on the statue. Suddenly, the ground beneath the statue trembled slightly, and a beam of light surged upward between its arms, piercing the dome above. At the same moment, an ancient and authoritative voice resonated in their ears. Welcome, O trespassers. The voice was deep and measured, imbued with a sense of timelessness. The group's expressions shifted dramatically as they gripped their weapons tightly. Who are you? Cold Fong scanned the surroundings warily. I am not your enemy, the voice continued. I am the guardian of the nebula, tasked with preserving the will of this ruin. Yun Huan's eyes flickered with interest. You claim to be a guardian? Then, what is this place? This is a fragment of the Starlight Ark, a bastion of wisdom scattered across the universe by a bygone civilization to withstand the ultimate cataclysm. Ultimate cataclysm. Bai Lingwei's complexion paled as she murmured. What kind of calamity could obliterate such a formidable civilization? An unspeakable existence. The Guardian's voice carried a hint of sorrow. They wield powers of higher dimensions, devouring galaxies and dismantling the laws of existence. Our civilization attempted to resist but ultimately could not halt their advance. Taking a deep breath, Yun Huan's eyes sparkled with resolve to sow. Your existence is to await successors. Indeed, the Guardian's tone was calm, yet imposing. Your arrival is a choice of fate, that if you wish to inherit the legacy of the Starlight civilization, you must undergo trials. Trials? Gu Yuan frowned. Another trial? Only true strongholds can wield higher powers. The trials will test your wisdom, courage, and determination. The Guardian's voice grew somber. Should you fail, you will remain trapped here forever. Cold Fong chuckled bitterly. Why does this feel like a trap? Whether it is a trap is for you to decide. The Guardian replied matter-of-factly. Now choose, advance or retreat. Yun Huan's gaze was fierce as he stated without hesitation, we choose to advance. Gu Yuan, Bai Lingwei, and Cold Fong exchanged determined glances that we shall accompany you on this journey. With Yun Huan's decision, the ground of the hall began to crack open slowly, revealing a staircase that led into the depths. The staircase extended into an endless darkness, as if leading to another realm. Are you ready? Yun Huan turned to the others. Always ready, Gu Yuan tightened his grip on his weapon, a smile playing on his lips that I can hardly wait. Cold Fong licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Bai Lingwei took a deep breath, a slight smile gracing her lips. Let us go forth and seek our future. Nodding, Yun Huan stepped onto the staircase that I in the shadows. Unknown trials awaited them. Yun Huan took the lead, his steps steady and resolute. With each footfall, the walls on either side of the staircase illuminated with cerulean light patterns, pulsating like a heartbeat, guiding them along their path into the unknown. Cold Fong followed closely, chattering away in an attempt to mask his inner tension with humor. That I must say, this ancient civilization has a flair for the dramatic. Even the staircase feels ceremonial. Gu Yuan's lips curled slightly upward. Looks like your nerves are acting up again. Hey, places with a sense of ceremony are usually not easy to deal with. Cold Fong chuckled, albeit forcefully. Bai Lingwei walked in the middle of the group, her gaze alert as she scanned the surroundings to be cautious. The calmer the environment appears, the more likely it hides traps. They descended for about 10 minutes when the staircase finally revealed its end. Before them lay a vast domed hall. At the center hovered a gigantic sphere of light, radiating a soft and mysterious glow. Surrounding the sphere were several floating fragments of metal plates, adorned with strange symbols and flowing light patterns. Yun Huan's gaze sharpened as he stated, that sphere is the core of the trial. The energy fluctuations are exceedingly intense. Bai Lingwei observed quietly that if we accidentally trigger some mechanism, we might be in trouble. Cold Fong swallowed hard. Well, now that we're here, we can only bite the bullet. Prepare for the trial. Yun Huan inhaled deeply, his eyes sharp as blades. This step, We cannot retreat. And no sooner had he spoken than the sphere in the hall erupted with brilliant light, followed swiftly by the metal plates spinning rapidly, forming barriers of light and shadow that a stern and icy voice reverberated throughout the space. The trial begins. Wisdom, courage, and determination are all indispensable. Those who fail shall be eternally buried among the stars. With fierce resolve, Yunhuan called out, "Everyone, be careful. The first trial, the choice of wisdom." The barriers of light and shadow swiftly transformed, morphing into intricate mazes. The four were instantaneously separated, each confronted with different paths. Bai Lingwei stood before a maze of intersecting light bridges, shimmering symbols appearing upon the bridges as if conveying some message. She frowned, murmuring, "Is this a logical deduction?" An ancient voice echoed in her ear. "Within a limited time. Find the path to the truth." Taking a deep breath, Bai Lingwei swiftly analyzed the symbol combinations before her mind racing through various possibilities. Cold Feng's trial was entirely different, that he found himself on a floating bridge that shifted incessantly, with an abyss of endless void beneath. My goodness, this tests reaction time. Cold Feng thought with a wry smile as he leapt onto the nearest floating platform, which immediately began to sink. His eyes widened, and he leapt forward, grabbing the edge of the next platform and swiftly climbing up. "Looks like this is genuinely life-threatening." He chuckled self-deprecatingly, continuing to jump forward. Before Gu Yuan stood a rotating mechanism platform, where every step required precision to land on the moving gears. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "Steady your mind, find a rhythm." His steps were light, each footfall landing in the gaps between the gears. Akin to a dancer performing gracefully, it seems this trial is tailor-made for me. A confident smile crept onto Gu Yuan's lips. Yunhuan's trial presented a serene stone platform, upon which lay several metallic cubes. "This tests perception," he mused. Narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the cubes, he noticed that each cube's surface bore subtle patterns, and different patterns seemed to interconnect. "Stay calm. Find a pattern." He inhaled deeply, beginning to manipulate the cubes. Minutes later, the barriers of light and shadow gradually dissolved, and the four simultaneously emerged victorious from their trials. Standing in the center of the hall, smiles of triumph gracing their faces. "Is everyone all right?" Yunhuan surveyed the area. "I nearly got killed." Cold foam wiped sweat from his brow, "but it seems my life is quite resilient." Bai Lingwei chuckled lightly. "The trials have only just begun. Do not let your guard down." Yunhuan nodded, casting his gaze towards the luminous sphere at the center of the hall. "The first trial has been completed. Next, we shall confront even graver challenges." The sphere emitted a dazzling radiance once more, and a commanding voice echoed through the air. "The second trial, a test of courage." The four exchanged resolute glances, their eyes revealing unwavering determination. "Prepare yourselves," Yunhuan intoned solemnly. "No matter how perilous the path ahead may be, we shall see it through to the end." Chapter 52. The dawn in darkness. As the brilliance of the second trial abruptly ignited, the floating sphere in the hall began to shrink dramatically, and a torrent of searing energy erupted forth, forming swirling vortices of luminous streams. The space before Yunhuan and the others began to warp, the ground seemingly compressed by an invisible force, producing a dull, cracking sound. "Here it comes," Yunhuan warned in a low voice, his eyes glinting with a cold intensity. In an instant, shadows of light coalesced, and enormous mechanical warriors emerged slowly from the vortex. These warriors stood 3 meters tall, clad in obsidian-like armor, with crimson lights pulsating in their eye sockets, resembling demons lurking in hell, seeking prey. "These are the Guardians." Bai Lingwei's pupils constricted as she swiftly deduced the origin of these mechanical sentinels. "Guardians? What on earth are they?" Lung Feng gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on his pulse rifle. Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes and calmly explained, "Guardians are the ultimate defensive weapons established by the Stellar Spirit civilization to protect their relics. They possess immense power and are indestructible." Yunhuan's expression turned grave. "This is a trial of courage, forcing us to face formidable foes and test our mettle and resolve to forge ahead." The Guardians advanced slowly, their heavy footsteps reverberating throughout the hall, each step seemingly weighing on the hearts of the onlookers. "Combat readiness." Yunhuan's gaze sharpened, his voice ringing with authority. The first wave of assault erupted instantaneously. One Guardian surged forward, its form akin to a bolt of black lightning, and its massive mechanical arm came crashing down, aimed directly at Yunhuan's head. The Yunhuan's eyes narrowed, deftly sidestepping the attack, and his energy sword carved a brilliant arc of light, striking heavily against the Guardian's arm. Clang! A deafening clash of metal echoed, sending a jolt through Yunhuan's hands. "This armor is too resilient," he exclaimed, "that a direct assault is futile. We must find a weakness." Bai Lingwei's gaze sharpened as she quickly analyzed the Guardian's movement patterns. Lung Feng and Gu Yuan, unwilling to fall behind, spread out to distract the Guardians from different angles. Ethereal blue shadows danced across the battlefield as the fierce combat erupted. Lung Feng evaded a Guardian strike, targeting the energy node behind it and pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang bang! Several pulse beams shot towards the node. However, the Guardian's armor swiftly closed, deflecting all the beams. Their defense systems are too intelligent. Lung Feng gritted his teeth. "Try to disrupt their rhythm," Gu Yuan called out while wielding his energy hammer. Yunhuan took a deep breath, rapidly assessing the battlefield. His gaze fell upon the ground beneath the Guardians, and a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. "The ground!" Yunhuan shouted. "Attack the ground to destabilize them." Bai Lingwei's eyes lit up as she immediately grasped Yunhuan's intent. Understood, she swiftly adjusted the energy output of her pulse rifle, aiming at the ground beneath the Guardians. Boom! Waves of pulse beams struck the ground, causing the floor to shatter, and debris flew, unbalancing the Guardians. Seizing the opportunity, Yunhuan darted forward, energy sword raised high, aiming directly at a Guardian's neck. The blade pierced the seam at the Guardian's neck. Sparks flying. Boom! The Guardian emitted a piercing electric shriek, its massive form crashing to the ground. Effective. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yunhuan's eyes. The rhythm of battle gradually fell under their control. Lung Feng and Gu Yuan followed closely behind. Using the terrain to continually disrupt the Guardian's balance, one Guardian attempted to retaliate, swinging its colossal mechanical arm towards Bai Lingwei. Bai Lingwei's expression tightened as she swiftly withdrew, but a protruding rock caused her to slip. Danger! Yunhuan's pupils constricted, and he dashed forward. Just as the Guardian's mechanical arm was about to strike Bai Lingwei, Yunhuan pushed her aside, only to be struck himself, his body flying like a disconnected kite, crashing heavily against the wall. "Yunhuan!" Bai Lingwei cried out, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Yunhuan gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. "I'm fine." He wiped away the blood, his gaze resolute as he prepared to continue fighting. Bai Lingwei took a deep breath, her eyes radiating icy determination. "Guardians, perish!" She raised her pulse rifle, unleashing full energy, directing a searing beam at the Guardian's head. Boom! The Guardian's head exploded, sparks flying, as its massive form collapsed to the ground. The battle was drawing to a close. The final Guardian was crushed by Gu Yuan's hammer, its core shattered, collapsing into a heap of debris. The hall returned to tranquility, leaving only the sound of their hurried breaths. Yunhuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, fatigue evident in his gaze. The second trial has finally been passed. Lung Feng slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. That was a life-threatening trial. However, we prevailed. Bai Lingwei approached Yunhuan, softly stating, "You are injured." Yunhuan shook his head, smiling. "Just superficial wounds, nothing to worry about." The Gu Yuan stood, his gaze bright. "Next, we face the third trial, that we must be prepared." The Yunhuan's eyes glimmered with determination as he looked ahead, where a new portal gradually opened, leading to the unknown trials. "Let us proceed." Yunhuan took a deep breath, resolute that no matter how arduous the path ahead, they would continue onward. Chapter 53. The echoes of the star abyss. The spaceship traversed the profound cosmos, the pitch-black starry sky enveloping them like an endless ocean. The distant galaxies gradually blurred in their sight, the darkness thickening and turning frigid. Yunhuan stood in the cockpit, hands tightly gripping the control panel, his gaze sharp as that of an eagle. "We are nearing the coordinates." Bai Lingwei's voice was calm yet cold, her fingertips flying over the console on the screen. A cerulean light flickered, resembling the Sol beacon in a fog-laden expanse. The Gu Yuan scrutinized the star map, his brow furrowed, as if deciphering traces erased by the cosmos. Lung Feng leaned back against his seat, his fingers nervously drumming on the armrest. "This place gives me the creeps. It feels like something is watching us. Remain calm. Yunhuan's voice was steady. We are here to uncover the truth. The spaceship approached the designated coordinates, the surrounding space beginning to distort, the starlight growing hazy. Energy field anomaly. Spatial stability is diminishing. Bai Lingwei's brow knitted tighter. If they continued forward, the ship could be drawn into a spatial maelstrom. Decelerate. Activate the protective shield, Yunhuan commanded, his eyes gleaming with a calm resolve. The spaceship's engine trembled slightly, and the protective shield unfurled, enveloping the craft in a faint blue aura. Suddenly, the space ahead split open, a dark beam of light erupting from the fissure, carrying an oppressive force that rendered them breathless. What is that? Lung Feng's eyes widened. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, that Yunhuan's heart raced. He sensed an indescribable pressure, akin to standing at the edge of the universe, ready to plummet into an endless abyss. This area is not merely a void. Bai Lingwei's voice trembled. There is some unfathomable power hidden here. Yunhuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady. Whatever it is, we must uncover it. The spaceship pressed onward, the beam of light growing ever brighter. And within the distorted space, a colossal silhouette began to emerge. That it was the remnants of a structure floating in the void, its towering spire piercing the cosmos, as if narrating tales of ancient despair. It is a relic of some civilization. Gu Yuan's voice was low, filled with reverence. What transpired here? Lung Feng's throat felt dry. The spaceship drew closer to the relic, a peculiar wave of energy sweeping over the vessel, triggering alarms on the control panel. Alert! The spaceship is experiencing interference from unknown energy. Systems are malfunctioning. Bai Lingwei's expression shifted as she rapidly manipulated the console. Everyone brace for impact, Yunhuan shouted. The spaceship jolted violently, throwing everyone against their seats as the cabin lights flickered erratically. That a cerulean beam shot forth from the relic, striking the ship's protective barrier. Barrier strength down to 30. Bai Lingwei's voice was laced with anxiety. Maintain stability. We cannot retreat. Yunhuan's eyes shone with determination. Lung Feng gritted his teeth, gripping the armrest with resolve. This time, we either uncover the truth or meet our end. The spacecraft glided through the ethereal azure beam. In the surrounding space, underwent a sudden transformation. That it was as though they had traversed an invisible threshold, arriving in an entirely different realm. The celestial expanse vanished, replaced by a dark crimson sky, with black clouds billowing above, reminiscent of some colossal creature inhaling and exhaling. The voice of Gun trembled slightly. Yunhuan gazed upward at the eerie sky, an ominous premonition swelling within him that we seem to have entered a confined space. Bai Lingwei observed the data on the instruments, her voice somber. The physical laws here are entirely different from those in the outside world. Lung Feng's complexion paled. This place truly sends chills down one's spine. Taking a deep breath, Yunhuan's gaze firmed. Regardless of the circumstances, we must press onward. The spacecraft hovered beneath the dark crimson sky, surrounded by the sinuous black clouds that seemed to scrutinize their presence. Each person's breath involuntarily quickened, as a disquieting sense of oppression enveloped the space. All systems have been checked and found to be intact for the moment. Bai Lingwei's voice remained calm, though her fingers clutched the armrest tightly. Yunhuan scanned the surroundings, speaking in a low tone. Everyone, exercise caution. This does not appear to be an ordinary ruin. It likely conceals unknown dangers, and no sooner had he spoken than a mournful wail emanated from the fog outside the spacecraft, akin to the breath of a monstrous beast, distant and poignant. Lung Feng shivered suddenly, forcing a smile. This can't possibly be a haunted place, can it? It feels akin to a graveyard. Perhaps this indeed is a tomb of some civilization. Guyuan's voice was stark, his eyes betraying a hint of alertness. That Yunhuan's gaze sharpened, locking onto the distant silhouette of a colossal ruined structure. The edifice resembled a fallen temple, its stone columns askew and its surface marred by the fissures of time. An ethereal blue light flowed through the cracks, as if it were still striving to resist its demise. The temple may hold the clues we seek, Yunhuan asserted, pointing ahead with unwavering resolve. Bai Lingwei nodded and swiftly input commands, guiding the spacecraft closer to the temple. As the spacecraft neared the temple, the surrounding fog began to churn violently, flashes of dark red lightning flickering within, as if some forbidden power had been awakened. Alarm! The energy field is experiencing severe fluctuations. By Ling Wei's complexion turned ashen, we may have triggered the defense mechanism here. Everyone prepare for battle. Yunhuan bellowed, swiftly pressing the activation button for the weapon systems. At that moment, a disconcerting scraping sound echoed from the fog, followed by dozens of dark red lights igniting within it. Lung Feng's eyes widened in terror. It's the Guardians. Those damned things are back. Emerging from the fog were numerous mechanical sentinels clad in dark red armor, each towering at 3 meters, their eyes radiating a chilling crimson light. Armed with long spears, their heavy footsteps left deep cracks in the ground with each step. These Guardians appeared to be even stronger than those they had encountered previously. Guan gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze fierce. Yunhuan inhaled deeply, his eyes sharp. No matter what, we must carve a path through them. Understood. The trio responded in unison. The Guardians let out a low growl, simultaneously raising their spears. The energy beams at their tips converging into blinding orbs of light. Move aside. Yunhuan roared. The spacecraft abruptly veered to the side, dark red energy beams narrowly grazing its hull, explosive blasts erupting around them as the protective shield of the spacecraft plummeted to 20. At this rate, we won't last long. Bai Lingwei's voice carried a note of urgency that Yunhuan's gaze was icy, issuing a swift command. Guilin Feng, disembark and hold off these Guardians. Bai Lingwei and I will search for a passage into the temple. Understood. Guiyuan and Lung Feng quickly donned their combat suits, opened the hatch, and leapt from the spacecraft. Let us go. We must seize this opportunity. Yunhuan nodded at Bai Lingwei. The two dashed away from the spacecraft. Taking advantage of the Guardians' diverted attention to sprint toward the temple's entrance, Guiyuan and Lung Feng engaged the Guardians, fierce combat erupting amidst the dark red haze. These foes are truly formidable. Lung Feng dodged an attack while firing. Energy beams striking the Guardians, but leaving only shallow marks on their armor. Hold on. Buy us time, Guiyuan urged, swinging his energy hammer forcefully at a Guardian, pushing it back several paces. Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei raced forward. Soon reaching the temple entrance, the massive doors stood ajar, ethereal blue lights spilling through the gap as if beckoning them in. Yunhuan pushed the door wide open, and the two swiftly entered. Inside, the temple was vast and silent. The ground strewn with debris and dust, ancient runes flickering faintly on the walls. Bai Lingwei's gaze was drawn to an altar at the center of the hall, where a crystal the size of a fist floated. Emitting a gentle glow, at the core, Bai Lingwei's voice was laced with astonishment. That it could be, Yunhuan replied, his eyes sparkling with determination. If we find it, perhaps we can unravel the truth behind this civilization's demise. Just as they approached the altar, the ground trembled violently, and a chilling voice echoed through the hall. Intruders, perish! A shadow slowly emerged from behind the altar, radiating an aura of destruction. Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei's expressions shifted simultaneously. This was an ultimate trial they had never anticipated. Chapter 54. The Echo of Fate. The spacecraft glided slowly through the dark crimson fog, entering the temple's interior. The towering stone pillars were marred by cracks, and the ethereal blue runes flowed languidly, as if recounting the decline of this civilization. Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei moved cautiously, treading delicately within the silent temple. The air was thick with a musty scent, as though time had stagnated here, preserving the secrets of countless ages. This place once basked in glory, Bai Lingwei murmured, her gaze resting on the half-destroyed reliefs adorning the walls. The reliefs depicted magnificent scenes from the cosmic seas, warships soaring, stars shattering, numerous figures raising swords to the heavens, battling an unfathomable force. Yet these images abruptly ceased, yielding to shattered remnants, destruction, and darkness that a flicker of complexity crossed Yunhuan's eyes. They once resisted, yet ultimately they still succumbed. Bai Lingwei nodded gravely. Perhaps this is the cycle of civilization. That moment. A low wail echoed once more in Yunhuan's ears, a sound both faint and poignant, intermingled with anguish and despair, as if emanating from the depths of the universe. Do you hear that? Yunhuan halted, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Bai Lingwei nodded, her expression somber. Something is calling to us. They pressed onward, the end of the temple gradually revealing a grand altar, the center of the altar. A fist-sized crystal floated in midair, casting a soft, azure glow that the energy core. By Ling Wei's voice held a note of surprise. Yunhuan approached slowly, a premonition stirring within him. This crystal might conceal the key to unraveling everything. However, just as they were about to reach the altar, the light within the temple suddenly dimmed, and the surrounding air turned frigid. A chilling voice resonated in their ears. Intruders, accept the judgment of fate. Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei turned abruptly, witnessing the ground around the altar slowly crack open, dark red beams of light erupting from the fissures, coalescing into armored sentinels. These guardians were starkly different from those they had previously encountered. Their armor was adorned with eerie runes, the red light in their eyes seeming capable of piercing through souls. More advanced guardians, Yunhuan murmured, tightening his grip on the energy sword. Bai Lingwei inhaled deeply, her eyes narrowing slightly. It seems we are facing a formidable challenge this time. The guardians advanced steadily, their spears emitting a piercing hum. Prepare for battle. Yunhuan's gaze sharpened, his voice resolute. The guardians launched their assault, their dark forms darting toward the two like lightning. That Yunhuan's eyes narrowed, stepping to the side as he swung his energy sword in a blazing arc, aimed at one guardian's neck. Clang! The blade clashed against the guardian's armor, sparking a flurry of flames, yet the armor remained unscathed. Their defenses are too strong, Yunhuan exclaimed. Bai Lingwei quickly analyzed the guardian's movement patterns, a spark of insight illuminating her eyes. Strike at their joints. The seams in their armor are their weak points. Understood. Yunhuan adjusted his attack angle, thrusting the energy sword fiercely toward a guardian's knee joint. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced through the armor's gap, causing the guardian to falter as sparks erupted from its knee. Seizing the opportunity, Yunhuan spun around, delivering a decisive blow, severing the guardian's head, its massive form crashing to the ground. However, more guardians surged forth from the fissures, an overwhelming pressure suffocating them. Bai Lingwei's forehead glistened with sweat, her voice steady. We cannot linger. We must find a way to activate the altar. Yunhuan glanced at the crystal atop the altar, firmly stating, You go activate the altar. I will provide cover. Bai Lingwei dashed towards the altar with great urgency, while Yunhuan positioned himself in front of her, wielding his energy sword and engaging in fierce combat with the guardians. Each strike was accompanied by the resounding clash of metal, and every evasion was fraught with peril. Yunhuan's stamina waned rapidly, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade, that he could not falter. Gritting his teeth, he drew strength from his unwavering conviction, continuing to fight relentlessly. Standing before the altar, Bai Lingwei's hands flew over the control panel, desperately attempting to decipher the crystal's defensive mechanisms. Time was running out. Her heart raced, beads of sweat trickling onto the keyboard. Suddenly, the runes on the crystal's surface flickered faintly, and a beam of ethereal blue light shot forth, piercing the dome above it. A glimmer of hope sparked in Bai Lingwei's eyes. It worked. At that moment, the guardians seemed to sense the altar's transformation, unleashing an enraged roar, their attacks becoming even more frenzied. Yunhuan, nearly at his limit, gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Hold on. Bai Lingwei shouted, Give me just a bit more time. With fatigue weighing heavily upon him, Yunhuan summoned the last vestiges of his fighting spirit, swinging his energy sword with ferocity at the oncoming guardians. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as the crystal atop the altar erupted in blinding light. The guardians froze momentarily, the crimson glow in their eyes extinguished, and their massive forms collapsed to the ground. Silence enveloped the interior of the temple, leaving only the rapid breaths of Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei. Yunhuan slumped to the ground, panting. Did we succeed? Bai Lingwei nodded, tears of exhilaration shimmering in her eyes. Yes. The altar has been activated. The light of the altar gradually coalesced, projecting an image that an elderly figure clad in a silver robe appeared, his eyes radiating wisdom and compassion. Heirs, he intoned, you have finally found your way here. This is the last remnant of the Star Spirit civilization. Yunhuan and Bai Lingwei held their breath, listening intently. Our civilization once flourished, yet ultimately could not escape the cycle of fate. Deep within the cosmos lies a threat of higher dimensions, consuming galaxies and annihilating civilizations. You must grow stronger to safeguard your homeland. Yunhuan's fists clenched tightly, a fierce determination igniting within his gaze that we will not allow history to repeat itself. His voice was resolute and powerful. As the image slowly faded, the crystal atop the altar transformed into a beam of light, merging with Yun Huan's very being. A searing and boundless power erupted within him, as if a great door was gradually being pushed open. Yun Huan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the transformation within. Bai Lingwei watched him, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. You have taken a new step forward.